Chapter 1. Rebirth. Shen Youli. Her soul returned as Shen Youli awoke with a soft groan. She found herself gazing into a pair of obsidian eyes. Shen Youli was momentarily stunned. Had I not perished? The Crown Prince? The man above her, with a countenance as exquisite as jade, was none other than Zhao Chengluan, the Crown Prince of Dayong. Zhao Chengluan's breath came in quick gasps as he fixed his gaze upon her. You're awake? The world spoke highly of Zhao Chengluan, describing him as dignified and refined, a paragon of virtue. Little did they know, the fierce manner in which he had pinned Shen Youli beneath him starkly contrasted with his usual decorous demeanor. Your Highness, be gentle, Shen Youli murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face within it, her eyes flickering shyly. Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Shen Youli had always been timid and bashful, particularly in matters of intimacy, never having engaged in such familiar gestures before. Nevertheless, he moderated his actions, yet the soft, melodic sounds escaping her lips only ignited a fervor within him, compelling him to gently bite her delicate, porcelain neck. Ah, Your Highness, please don't bite, it will leave a mark. Zhao Chengluan released her, his breath warm and cascading over her face. The sound of his desire whispered in her ear, causing Shen Youli to turn her head, unable to meet his gaze. Zhao Chengluan's eyes darkened, embers of passion igniting within them as he scrutinized her. After a prolonged moment, he finally relinquished her, surrendering to slumber. Shen Youli turned away, recalling the icy visage of her final moments. It's a boy. Congratulations to the Crown Princess on the birth of a healthy baby. The Crown Princess received her child with a satisfied smile, leaning close to Shen Youli's ear to murmur softly, Sister, you may rest easy, your mother has been waiting for you on the road to the afterlife. Shen Youli's eyes widened in horror as she struggled to rise, only to be firmly restrained by two burly maids. Chunchi rushed forward in protest, released the young mistress at a mere glance from the Crown Princess. Chunchi was seized by other maids, a white silk cord tightening around her neck as her breath gradually faded. Chunchi Shen Youli wept bitterly. Shen Ruyan, you are treacherous and will not die, well, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. A quilt was pressed over her face, suffocating her as her struggles slowly ceased. Shen Ruyan, you, diagnosed with congenital infertility after 3 barren years, brought me into the Crown Prince's residence, humiliated and tormented me, leaving me motherless, with a child, and led to the demise of my mother and Chunchi. Heaven has not forsaken me, granting me the chance to start anew. Shen Youli exhaled a breath of resentment, the corners of her lips curving into a bright smile, though the joy did not reach her eyes. Shen Ruyan, we shall settle these debts in due time. Outside the window, the melodious chirping of birds mingled with the gentle caress of the breeze, causing the wind chimes beneath the eaves to dance in a delicate symphony. Shen Youli awoke to find that Zhao Chengluan had already departed for the morning court. Chunchi entered upon hearing the commotion, exclaiming, Miss, you are awake. I am here to assist you with your grooming. Shen Youli gazed dazedly at Chunchi, tears welling in her eyes. Chunchi, with a warm heart, offered comfort. Miss, during this past month in the prince's residence, you have appeared perpetually anxious. In my humble opinion, His Highness seems quite fond of you. It is time to grant you a proper status. Thank you, Chunchi. Shen Youli replied softly that in this lifetime, I shall ensure your well-being. Chunchi looked puzzled, and Shen Youli smiled gently. It's nothing. Let us proceed with the grooming. I still need to pay my respects to the Crown Princess. As Shen Youli and Chunchi arrived at Wutong Hall, the other concubines had yet to arrive. Shen Ruyan's maid, Sui, guided her inside, where the Crown Princess was preparing to partake in her morning meal. After paying her respects, Shen Youli carefully picked up her chopsticks, diligently attending to the Crown Princess' dining needs. Without a word, just like in the Dingon Marquis residence, a mere glance from the Crown Princess was enough for Shen Youli to understand which dish to serve her. Suddenly, the Crown Princess halted, her gaze fixed on Shen Youli's neck, her expression darkening. The spoon in her hand flew out, striking Shen Youli on the forehead. With a cry of pain, Shen Youli staggered back, clutching her forehead. Sister Shen Youli's eyes brimmed with tears, a look of confusion upon her face. The Crown Princess' eyes were filled with malice. Are you intentionally provoking me? Flaunting that mark before me? Do you wish to boast about how much His Highness favored you last night? Shen Youli sobbed. I did not. The sight of her pitiful demeanor was irksome to the Crown Princess, who warned, do not forget the purpose of your entry into this household. You are merely a vessel for bearing children. Conduct yourself with modesty, and your mother in the Marquis' residence will remain untroubled. Youli will not forget, Shen Youli replied meekly, lowering her head. A cut had opened on her forehead, blood seeping forth. Begone, you unworthy creature. The Crown Princess snorted coldly before rising to leave. As Shen Youli exited the room, Chunxi rushed forward, astonished. Miss, your head. I'm fine. It was my own carelessness. Shen Youli gently shook her head and returned to her courtyard with Chunxi. Chunxi applied medicine to Shen Youli's wound, insisting I should summon the physician. A scar would be regrettable. Chunxi, do not do that, Shen Youli implored, grasping her hand. Chunxi's face was filled with concern. Miss, even without your words, I know this injury was not self-inflicted. Every time you return from Wudong Hall, you are never unscathed. Should I inform His Highness so he could take care of you? Chunxi, I'm truly fine. My sister did not act with malice. His Highness is already burdened with state affairs. Do not add to his worries on my account. At the entrance, Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened as he turned to leave. Shen Youli's lips curled into a faint smile. Zhao Chengluan arrived at Wudong Hall just as the other concubines were exiting after paying their respects. According to the Great Yong legal statutes, within the prince's inner quarters, the Crown Princess may be accompanied by 2 secondary consorts, for esteemed ladies, 6 noble women, 10 attendants of grace, 12 practitioners of virtue, and 20 ladies of elegance. Currently, the records of the prince's wives and concubines include the Crown Princess, Shen Ruyan, and 3 others, Consort Xiao, Lady Gao, and Lady Wang. Lady Shen Ruyan, the daughter of the Duke of Ding'an, is of distinguished lineage, her grandfather having been a founding hero alongside the late emperor, while her father, Shen Su, has led the Shen family army in border defense for 2 years. It can be said that Shen Ruyan is one of the most esteemed young ladies in the capital, renowned for her virtuous character. 3 years prior, Zhao Chengluan personally petitioned the empress to bestow the title of Crown Princess upon Shen Ruyan. Consort Xiao Mingyue is the treasured niece of the current prime minister and has long admired Zhao Chengluan, harboring lingering regrets over her missed opportunity for the title. Lady Gao Zining, the granddaughter of the prince's grand tutor, is a celebrated talent, skilled in both calligraphy and painting, and a disciple of the contemporary master Gu. Having already gained fame for her artistry while still in her boudoir, Lady Wang Yin is thought to be the daughter of the Minister of Rites, proficient in the Guqin, and once captivated the emperor with her performance of high mountains and flowing water for the empress' birthday. The concubines serving the prince include women who have shared intimate quarters with him, as well as those sent from outside. The prince does not concern himself with titles. Such matters are handled by the crown princess in accordance with tradition. Upon seeing Zhao Chengluan, Consort Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached and linked her arm with his. Prince brother, shall we retire to my Fanghua Hall for a moment? Do not be mischievous. I have instructed you to address me as your highness in public. Zhao Chengluan gently reassured her that I seek the crown princess for a matter of discussion and will dine with you afterward. Agreed. I shall return to prepare, awaiting your esteemed presence. Consort Xiao replied, releasing him gracefully. Observing the typically domineering consort Xiao take her leave, the 2 ladies of honor also bowed and withdrew. Cui Wei lowered the beaded curtain and leaned closer to the crown princess, whispering, Your Highness, the prince did not accompany Consort Xiao, but is headed towards the main chamber. The crown princess beamed with joy. Quickly, tell me, is my makeup presentable? She took a few steps toward her wardrobe, then turned back. There is no time for a change. I shall first go to welcome His Highness. As Zhao Chengluan entered the room, the crown princess stepped forward to greet him. Your Highness, have you returned from court? Please, take a moment to rest. Cui Wei, prepare the cloud and mist tea that His Highness favors. Zhao Chengluan seated himself in the honored position. The crown princess should also take a seat. Certainly, the crown princess replied with a radiant smile as she sat down, watching Cui Wei place the teacup before Zhao Chengluan. Your Highness, do try this is freshly arrived tea from yesterday. Zhao Chengluan lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip before speaking softly. It has been over a month since your half-sister entered the residence that it seems inappropriate for her to serve in anonymity. What title do you deem suitable for her? Chapter 2. Shen Youli. The smile on the crown princess's face faltered for a moment before she quickly composed herself and smiled gently. It seemed the esteemed prince was quite pleased with his sister's service. Perhaps she should be elevated to a concubine? Zhao Chengluan's hand, which had been discarding tea leaves, paused, causing the tea lid to fall with a melodious chime. The sound was not loud, yet it tightened the crown princess's heart. She is your biological sister, although she is of lesser birth, being from the distinguished Duke of Dayong's household. Could she be deemed too humble? The crown princess scrutinized his expression, probing delicately, should it be Fengyi? Zhaoxuan? Chengwei? Upon seeing Zhao Chengluan finally nod, the crown princess chuckled awkwardly. Then it shall be Chengwei. Truly, the prince values his sister. In deference to your position, I hold you in even higher regard. Let her reside in Yulan Pavilion. Rising, Zhao Chengluan stated he had state affairs to attend to and would return to visit her later. Yes, I bid the prince farewell. With a crisp crash, the crown princess swept a teacup off the table, shattering it upon the floor. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Excessive anger can harm your health. Wei supported her to sit down, cautioning her not to step on the shards. From the moment I entered the crown prince's residence, I could discern from his gaze that he held a certain interest in her. The crown princess hissed, that is merely the gaze of a man intrigued by a woman. Your Highness, Wei, have I made a grave misstep? The crown princess's expression grew distant. Do not fret, Your Highness. According to our original plan, once she bears a son, she shall remain firmly within your grasp. You are correct. It is I who has become unsettled. The crown princess regained her composure, reflecting that her young maid relied entirely on her mother's favor, and similarly, Shen Youli could only grovel at her feet in submission. Xiao Mingyue, however, was fortunate. Having suffered a miscarriage just a year prior, she was pregnant once more. Were it not for this, why would I hasten to bring Shen Youli into the household? Wei leaned closer, lowering her voice. Your Highness, Xiao concubine seems to suspect something regarding her previous miscarriage. However, the effects of that matter linger long-term. We shall see if she can safely carry this child to term. Upon concluding his state affairs, Zhao Chengluan arrived at Xiao concubine's Fenghua Hall, where she stood at the door, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with joy. They exchanged pleasantries as they entered the room and took their seats at the table. Xiao concubine served a bowl of red date and longan pigeon soup before Zhao Chengluan, urging, Your Highness, do taste it. I have stewed it for the entire afternoon. Zhao Chengluan slightly furrowed his brow. How have you been feeling lately? Xiao concubine, caressing her belly, smiled radiantly. He is quite well behaved. He has not troubled me at all. This time, I shall certainly bear a healthy son for my esteemed brother. If you are unwell, there is no need to visit the crown princess daily to pay your respects. I cannot allow her to find fault. Xiao concubine pouted playfully. I do enjoy watching that wretched woman struggle to undermine me while having to maintain her facade, she added whimsically. Suit yourself. After their midday meal, the pair reclined on the bed for a short nap. A delicate white hand glided along Zhao Chengluan's throat, trailing down to his waist, only to be caught. Zhao Chengluan, eyes closed, murmured, Are you not going to be still during our nap? Xiao Sufei chuckled softly, her voice alluring. Though I cannot personally attend to you, Your Highness, there are other means to provide you comfort. Would you care to try? She added, This afternoon, I must venture to the outskirts. I need to conserve my energy. Do be obedient. Very well, perhaps next time. Xiao Sufei withdrew her hand and reclined, her gaze turning sinister. I fear you may have been drained by that little hussy, Shen Youli. You have never asked for so much while staying here. The golden afterglow cast a delicate veil over the endless sorghum leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, bringing forth boundless vitality. Your Highness, do take a sip of water. Zhao Chengluan emerged from the fields, dusting off his hands before taking the water gratefully. Thank you, good sir. He drank it all without hesitation. Thanks to Your Highness's improved strategy for millet cultivation, this year's harvest is threefold compared to previous years. We are all immensely grateful. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness cares for the people as if they were his own children, personally overseeing all matters. Truly a blessing for the populace. Zhao Chengluan smiled gently. There is no need for concern, dear villagers. It is my duty. Suen Diyun is leader, Siu Yun, Apotit. Your Highness, it is getting late. We should return. Zhao Chengluan reluctantly bid farewell to the villagers and climbed into the carriage, weary eyes closing. A delicate, pale face flitted across his mind. By the time the carriage reached the prince's residence, twilight had enveloped the sky. Upon entering, Zhao Chengluan initially headed toward the study, but abruptly changed course toward the inner courtyard. In the secluded orchid pavilion, two unfamiliar maidservants approached to pay their respects. This servant, Mandong, greets your highness. This servant, Han Xiang, greets your highness. Hearing the commotion, Shen Youli rose to bow. Greetings, your highness. No one responded, and as Shen Youli quietly lifted her gaze, she met Zhao Chengluan's eyes for but a moment before hastily lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. In the soft moonlight, she donned a newly crafted wide-sleeved, waist-cinching moon-white dress, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. Shen Youli's complexion was porcelain-like, her brows and eyes elegantly crafted, though still possessing a hint of youthful innocence. Her form was alluringly curvaceous, a harmonious blend of purity and charm. Recalling the smoothness of her touch and the fullness hidden beneath her skirt, Zhao Chengluan's gaze deepened. Why, your highness? Shen Youli's voice trembled. I cannot stand still. Zhao Chengluan smiled, then rise. He then took her hand and led her inside. The two maidservants followed, but were dismissed with a wave of his hand. Shen Youli found herself seated on Zhao Chengluan's lap, shifting awkwardly before suddenly freezing, too timid to move further. Why'd you stop? Zhao Chengluan asked with a teasing smile. Your highness. Shen Youli's cheeks burned crimson. Does it still hurt? Shen Youli hesitated, suddenly turning her head away. Please, your highness, do not look. I'm too ugly. Zhao Chengluan gently grasped her chin to turn her back. A slight flaw does not diminish the beauty beneath. He then placed a porcelain vial on the table. Apply the medicine 3 times a day, and ensure you do not leave a scar. Can you still adapt to living in the orchid pavilion? If you require anything, speak to the princess. Your status has changed. Shen Youli glanced at him, hesitating to speak. I have something to discuss. What is it? Your highness, I previously resided in the side courtyard, and I owe much to the attentive care of the maid, Chuanxi. May I request that she continues to serve me? Shen Youli spoke cautiously. Zhao Chengluan could not help but chuckle, thinking it was a matter of great significance, and thus permitted her to retain Chuanxi's service. Thank you, your highness. Shen Youli beamed, wrapping her arms around his neck. You treat me so exceptionally well. Apart from my mother, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. The sweet fragrance lingered near his ear, causing Zhao Chengluan's throat to tighten slightly. Is this all it takes? Shen Youli nodded, counting on her fingers. You have allowed me to reside in the main courtyard, granted me a title, bestowed numerous rewards, and even sent me medicine. Her unspoken words were abruptly silenced as Zhao Chengluan lifted her and carried her indoors, a teasing smile upon his face. Then let us express our gratitude properly. As the night wore on, a thunderous rumble emanated from Shen Youli's stomach, causing Zhao Chengluan to halt in his tracks. Ha! The longer he held back, the more amusing it became, until he finally succumbed to laughter, collapsing onto the bed. Shen Youli, mortified, buried herself beneath the covers, refusing to move. Zhao Chengluan chuckled as he pulled her up. Enough of my laughter. I'm hungry as well. Li Mingde, bring the meal. Yes. In about half a tea's worth of time, the table was laden with dishes. The two ceased their idle chatter, and in a whirlwind of activity, only a chaotic mess of cups and plates remained. Shen Youli set down her chopsticks, sipped her tea, and sighed contentedly. Meeting Zhao Chengluan's smiling gaze, her face flushed. Your highness, I have yet to finish my dinner. I do not typically eat so much. Zhao Chengluan replied with a smile. Indeed, that is my oversight. You are doing splendidly. He clapped his hands, and Li Mingde entered. I recall there are 2 rolls of the exquisite Liuguang brocade from Shu province in the storeroom, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Li Mingde, fetch them for Shen Chengui. Yes. Before departing, Li Mingde cast a glance at Shen Youli, suppressing his surprise. It seems he must now adopt a more respectful demeanor in the presence of Shen Chengui. The craftsmanship of the Shu province Liuguang brocade is intricate and labor-intensive. Yielding limited quantities, exclusively reserved for the royal family and nobility. This year, the Crown Prince's residence received 5 roles. 2 were given to the Crown Princess, 1 to Consort Zhao, with the remaining 2 kept in storage, neither of the other 2 consorts possessing any. Thus, Zhao Chenglun's sudden gift of 2 roles to Shen Youli speaks volumes of his favoritism towards her. Li Mingde, having served Zhao Chenglun since he was 3 years old, understood the prince's preferences better than anyone. Your Highness, is this truly appropriate? Is far too precious. Shen Youli recalled that Shen Rian received an entire outfit made from Liuguang brocade upon her coming of age, garnering admiration from all the ladies present at the ceremony. You have fair skin. You would look splendid in it. In truth, upon seeing Shen Youli in the evening, Zhao Chenglun had envisioned the remaining brocade in the storeroom. Certain it would suit her even more than the pale blue skirt she wore. Then I shall express my heartfelt gratitude for your Highness's generosity. Shen Youli's eyes sparkled with delight, her porcelain-like face radiating brilliantly in the light. Chapter 3 Punishment of Kneeling. The newly relocated Yulan Pavilion was quite distant from the Wudong Hall. Coupled with her late-night slumber, Shen Youli almost failed to rise in the morning. Upon her hurried arrival at Wudong Hall, she found that the other concubines had already gathered, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. It was evident that Shen Youli was treated differently. On the very first day, everyone was required to wait for her alone. Xiao Sufei glared at Shen Youli, her eyes sharp, wishing she could tear her apart. What my sister says is true, but who can blame her for winning His Highness's favor? Gao Yangdi remarked sourly. She has spent 2 consecutive nights with Shen Youli. And so what? When I married the Crown Prince, he stayed with me for 3 days in a row, Shen Youli replied, lowering her head in greeting, timidly adding, I certainly cannot compare to Sister Xiao in terms of favor. At least you possess some self-awareness, Wang Liandi interjected. If you ask me, no one can compare to the Crown Princess. She is the one whom His Highness personally requested from the Empress. The Crown Princess had remained a silent observer until now, her expression only slightly softening. You are quite the flatterer. Xiao Sufei scoffed. All right, it is getting late. You may all return. Shen Youli, you stay. Xiao Sufei stood up, her tone laced with mockery. Crown Princess, how does it feel to lift a stone only to have it crush your own foot? With that, she gracefully exited. The Crown Princess's countenance grew cold as she waited for the others to disperse before approaching Shen Youli. Slap! Shen Youli's face was struck to the side, and she covered her cheek in shock, staring at the Crown Princess in fear. Is this innocent facade how you deceive His Highness? The Crown Princess delivered another swift slap, her voice harsh. How dare you entangle His Highness until the midnight hour on 2 occasions, jeopardizing his esteemed health? Shen Youli, do you not realize your error? I am aware of my mistake, Shen Youli said, her face pale with panic. Please punish me, Crown Princess. Then you shall kneel outside the main gate for 2 full hours, the Crown Princess decreed. Sui leaned in to whisper, Your Highness, there are many people outside. If this reaches His Highness's ears. The Crown Princess coldly replied, I wish for everyone to witness this as a deterrent. His Highness will not object. I am merely enforcing the rules. Shen Youli knelt outside Wudong Hall, observed by the eunuchs and maidservants coming and going. Having rained the previous night, the ground was both wet and hard, causing her knees to ache painfully. It was not long before Shen Youli could no longer endure the discomfort. Chunchi hurried over to support her. The supervising Luo coldly reminded Shen Youli, please maintain proper posture. The time must be recalculated if not. Shen Youli's face turned ashen as she shook her head at Chunchi. Li Mingde entered the study and found Zhao Chenglun not overly occupied at the moment. He spoke, Your Highness, the Crown Princess has punished Shen Youli to kneel outside. Zhao Chenglun cast a brief, cool glance at him. Li Mingde, feeling the pressure, forced a smile. This old servant recognizes his error. I should not presume to speculate on Your Highness's thoughts. However, the ground outside is damp and cold, and Shen Youli is delicate and frail. Kneeling for 2 hours, she may not withstand it. You go and inform the Crown Princess that I require Shen Youli to attend to my writing, he commanded. Yes, Li Mingde replied. I shall be swift. Hey, Wudong Hall. As soon as Li Mingde departed, The face of the crown princess transformed, slamming her palm forcefully upon the table. Indeed, His Highness is truly protective of her, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest hardship. This palace punishes her with one foot while swiftly seeking aid with the other. Your Highness, please temper your wrath. His Highness is currently in high spirits and will undoubtedly safeguard her. Should the day come when she falls from grace, she will be at your mercy. Wei pointed towards the direction of the Fenghua Hall, noting that the greater threat lay there, with a prominent family background and a delicate condition. Shen Youli lacks the formidable support of a powerful family and is thus of little concern. I comprehend all you have said. It pains me to see His Highness value her so highly. The Crown Princess's expression was one of bewilderment. It was not long ago that His Highness had treated her with gentle affection upon her arrival at the estate. One wonders when the tide shifted. At that moment, Shen Youli entered the study, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Your Highness, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you once more. Zhao Chengluan sighed softly, setting aside his writing instruments, and approached her, assisting her to sit while lifting the hem of her skirt. Your Highness, I am perfectly well, Shen Youli murmured. Is this what you call being well? Zhao Chengluan replied, his countenance darkening as he noted the stark, cruel bruises marring her delicate, fair skin. He picked up the prepared medicinal ointment from the table and began applying it. Shen Youli could not suppress a cry of pain, quickly biting her lip. Is it a crime to cry out? If it hurts, then cry. What is there to fear? Zhao Chengluan retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Your Highness, please do not be angry. It does not hurt me, Shen Youli softly reassured him. I understand that you are concerned for my well-being. Just the thought of it alleviates my pain. You, always playing coy, Zhao Chengluan teased, poking her forehead playfully. With a yelp, Shen Youli leaned back, inadvertently amusing Zhao Chengluan. Enough. Sit there quietly. I still have matters to attend to. Yes, Your Highness, you have worked hard. When Zhao Chengluan lifted his gaze again, he found Shen Youli had tilted her head and fallen asleep, her demeanor innocent and demure, evoking a sense of tenderness in him. He gazed at her for a long while in silence. Your Highness, urgent news from Fuzhou. Li Mingde entered hurriedly, presenting a sealed, urgent letter. Shen Youli was stirred from her slumber and, upon realizing the situation, rose swiftly. Your Highness has official duties. I shall take my leave. Upon returning to the Yulan Pavilion, Chuanxi noticed the two girls, Han Xiang and Mandong, peering curiously from outside, the latter pretending to be occupied. Little mistress, those two are clearly up to no good. Both are spies placed here by others. You must keep a close eye on them. Shen Youli yawned and inquired. What about the items I asked you to procure? Chuanxi produced a porcelain vial, her expression hesitant. Little mistress, prolonged use may be detrimental to your health. Shen Youli took a pill from the vial and placed it in her mouth. I am aware, but given my current circumstances, it is not prudent for me to conceive. Shen Youli lowered her gaze, deep in thought. In her previous life, after the emperor fell gravely ill, it was the crown prince Zhao Chengluan who governed the country. It seemed that during this period, Fuzhou experienced an unprecedented flood, and the crown prince personally petitioned to oversee flood relief efforts, only to encounter an assassination attempt that left his life hanging by a thread. He returned severely injured and took a long time to recuperate. With a resolute glint in her eyes, Shen Youli formed a plan in her heart. The following day, the sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. Chuanxi, delighted by the splendid weather, suggested a stroll in the garden. To reach the garden from the Yulan Pavilion, they had to pass by the pavilion near the Fenghua Hall, where Lady Xiao was seated, listening to music. Greetings to Sister Xiao. Shen Youli bowed respectfully. Lady Xiao raised her hand, and the music abruptly ceased. Hearing her approach, Lady Xiao's maid assisted her in descending and walked towards Shen Youli. Lady Xiao scrutinized Shen Youli with a disdainful glance and scoffed. How dare a mere concubine don garments of such finery? Strip her of that eyesore. Her maid stepped forward to carry out the order. But Chuanxi interposed herself in front of Shen Youli. However, outnumbered, she was quickly pulled aside. With a tearing sound, Shen Youli's collar was ripped. Sister Xiao, this was a gift from His Highness. You cannot do this. Shen Youli clutched her chest, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking pity. At the mention of Zhao Chengluan, Lady Zhao's ire intensified. Throw her into the lake. Stop, a cold voice commanded, causing Lady Xiao to freeze in shock. Zhao Qingyin strode in, with Li Mingde, casting a fleeting glance at Lady Xiao before sweeping Shen Youli into his arms. Your Highness. Lady Zhao's lips quivered, words caught in her throat, as Zhao Qingyin's seemingly casual glance struck fear within her. Lady Xiao, your arrogance and oppression shall earn you a month of confinement and a 6-month deduction of your salary. Your Highness, I did not intend to. Reflect upon your actions with composure, he replied, carrying Shen Youli away as Lady Zhao's face contorted with jealousy. Shen Youli buried her face in Zhao Qingyin's embrace, soon dampening his garments with her tears. He sighed softly, do not cry, all right? Yet her sobs grew more intense, rendering her breathless. With a sense of helplessness, Zhao Qingyin seated her upon a stone bench beside the rockery. I must depart from the residence for several days tomorrow. How can I leave with you in such distress? Your Highness, please refrain from bestowing gifts upon me. I am but a lowly concubine, unworthy of such kindness. Shen Youli lamented. Zhao Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle. You sound like a child, pouting in anger. He accepted the handkerchief from Chuanxi and gently wiped her tears. Indeed, I am 7 years your senior. I am quite aged in comparison. Shen Youli protested. Your Highness is youthful and splendid, not old in the slightest. Zhao Qingyin laughed heartily. Very well, return and pack your belongings. Accompany me southward tomorrow. Shen Youli was taken aback. Do you not wish to? Of course I do. Your Highness is truly kind, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving Zhao Qingyin momentarily stunned. Wang Mingde inwardly gasped, turning away with Chuanxi. Chapter 4. The journey south, Your Highness. Are you truly taking Shen Chenghui along on this official trip? The Crown Princess asked in astonishment. The Crown Prince had always maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters, never bringing women along on his official duties. This time, however, he unexpectedly proposed to take Shen Youli south, leaving the Crown Princess in disbelief. This journey will be prolonged, and having someone by my side for assistance with daily needs would be more convenient, Zhao Qingyin replied as he settled onto the bed. It is late, let us rest. The Crown Princess ground her teeth in frustration. Then why not bring along concubine Wang as well? Shen Chenghui is still young and naive. The two of them could look after one another. Zhao Qingyin remained noncommittal. As you wish. Taking a deep breath, the Crown Princess adjusted her expression and lay beside Zhao Qingyin. Your Highness, she turned to face him, her eyes brimming with affection. Yes, we must depart early tomorrow. It is time to sleep, he reminded her. She turned away, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. The royal vessel glided past Gathering Spirit Peak, following the Weha River southward. On the deck, Shen Youli leaned against the mast, gazing at the river's surface, remarking, though it appears calm above, there are turbulent currents beneath. Well said. Concubine Wang strolled over, chuckling lightly. Who would have thought that Shen Chenghui, despite her youth, possesses such profound insight? I have met your sister, Shen Youli replied. Perhaps before long, I shall call you sister as well. Concubine Wang hinted meaningfully. Dear sister, please do not jest. I am quite anxious, Shen Youli replied. Having been away for over a month, your Highness either rests in my quarters or in his own room, which speaks volumes of his fondness for you. Concubine Wang teased. I know the Crown Princess pushed me forward to compete with you, but alas, I have disappointed her. Shen Youli arched her brows. Sister, it seems you and the Crown Princess share a close bond. I have heard that after you entered the household, you carried a child, but sadly lost it before 3 months. Concubine Wang's expression darkened. What are you implying? Has it not crossed your mind that no child has ever been safely born in the Crown Prince's residence? Shen Youli spoke matter-of-factly. What do you know of this? Concubine Wang inquired, her tone growing sharp. Shen Youli's gaze held a touch of pity. Every new concubine is required to pay respects to the Crown Princess the following day. Offering her tea, she reciprocates with a cup of pomegranate tea, signifying blessings of fertility and prosperity for the Crown Prince's household. Concubine Wang's complexion paled gradually. Sister, is that cup of pomegranate tea truly enjoyable? Shen Youli spoke softly, yet her words struck Concubine Wang like thunder. It is a delicate whisper, yet it resonates with profound implications. After a long pause, concubine Wang composed herself and replied coldly, "Is what you say true? Even if it is, what solace can your words bring me?" Shen Youli smiled, her expression serene. "It is evident to all why the Crown Princess welcomed my sister into the household. My sister seeks only self-preservation. Since we share a common plight, why not unite our efforts?" Concubine Wang studied her for a moment before smiling. Indeed, Shen Youli is astute, far from the innocent facade she presents. "Likewise, dear sister, you are not as foolish as you appear," Shen Youli remarked. "You must possess a heart as intricate as a finely crafted instrument to have garnered the emperor's praise for your exquisite melodies." With a disdainful scoff, concubine Wang turned and walked away. Shen Youli laughed, her face reflecting a sense of superiority. "Ah, in my previous life, I was indeed innocent and harmless. Yet what fate did I ultimately meet? It is foolish to preach kindness to wicked individuals. Only through malevolence can one contend with malevolence. Your Highness, we already possess the evidence. Simply dispatch an inspector to handle it. There is no need for you to personally involve yourself," stated the Grand Secretary Gongsun of the Crown Prince's residence. "My father is gravely ill, and some cannot remain idle. If I do not leave the capital, how can I grant them an opportunity? But you should not risk your own safety. Nothing is more important than your well-being." Zhao Chengluan chuckled lightly. "My father is aging and has grown soft-hearted. Without a little provocation, how can we achieve a lasting resolution? Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements." With that, Zhao Chengluan opened the door and stepped out. Shen Youli was roused from her slumber by the weight upon her, enveloped in the rich fragrance of jasmine. The room remained unlit, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths. Shen Youli clung tightly to him, prompting a soft gasp from beneath. The following day, dark clouds loomed overhead as the imperial vessel approached the dock. Governor Jiang Zheng of Fuzhou and Grand Canal Supervisor Wu Sihuai awaited along with various officials. Zhao Chengluan led the group off the ship, declining their welcoming banquet, and headed straight to investigate the disaster at the breached Wehe River. The women followed and settled into the residence of the Fuzhou governor. The wives of local officials came to pay their respects, but Shen Youli excused herself due to fatigue and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. The previous night, Zhao Chengluan had been quite insistent, leaving Shen Youli nearly sleepless as she berated him in her mind countless times. Upon returning from his inspections, Zhao Chengluan likewise ignored the invitations of Jiang Zheng and Wu Sihuai, retreating to his chamber to rest, leaving the two men in a state of unease. Zhao Chengluan awoke refreshed after a restful night, and this time accepted the banquet invitation from Jiang Zheng and Wu Sihuai. In a private room at the Fenghua building, the renowned Fuzhou courtesan Jin Chuchu delicately plucked the strings of her instrument, her gentle peach blossom eyes occasionally glancing toward Zhao Chengluan. "Master, Miss Chuchu is the most beloved courtesan in Fuzhou. There have been those who spent a fortune just to converse with her," Jiang Zheng proudly introduced. "However, if Miss Chuchu herself is not interested, even 100,000 gold coins would be of no use," Wu Sihuai interjected, casting a knowing look at Jin Chuchu. "Master, with your handsome demeanor, I doubt she would require any incentive." Jin Chuchu blushed as she gazed at Zhao Chengluan, who offered a serene smile without a word. Wu Sihuai softly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here on this occasion?" "To ascertain the cause of the incident and address it according to the law." Wu Sihuai's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning forward. "Master, June is the rainy season, with frequent downpours. In past years, the water level of the Wehe River has risen without calamity. This year's dam break was truly unexpected." Zhao Chengluan smiled enigmatically. "Oh, I recall the court allocates millions of taels annually for the maintenance of the dams, does it not?" Indeed, Jiang Zheng replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "All repairs were carried out, yet this year saw a month of continuous torrential rain." Wu Sihuai's eyes grew increasingly sinister. Suddenly, Zhao Chengluan slammed his cup onto the ground, exclaiming fiercely, "Jiang Zheng, do you take me for a fool to be deceived so easily? Your Highness, since you are so ungrateful, then remain here forever." Wu Sihuai remarked grimly, and then let out a sharp whistle. Jiang Zheng, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Wu Sihua, what are you doing? You never mentioned there would be murder and silencing involved. The ambushers, however, did not rush in, and a flicker of panic crossed Wu Sihua's face. Zhao Chengluan clapped his hands, and the Xuanjia guard stormed in, dragging along the bound black-clad assassin. Xiao Yin raised his hand, subduing Jiang Zheng and Wu Sihua with his subordinates. Jiang Zheng cried out, Your Highness, I was unaware. It was all Wu Sihua's doing. Take them away. Zhao Chengluan commanded as he strode outside, colliding with the rushing Shen Youli. Zhao Chengluan paused in surprise, steadying her. What brings you here? Just as Shen Youli was about to respond, her expression tightened, and she suddenly shoved Zhao Chengluan aside. Stunned, he turned back to see a dagger embedded in Shen Youli's chest, her white garment rapidly staining crimson. Jin Chu withdrew the blade, her face splattered with blood. Zhao Chengluan's pupils constricted as he lunged forward to catch the falling Shen Youli, his voice fierce. Execute her on the spot. He then scooped Shen Youli up and rushed outside, as she whispered faintly, Your Highness, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Zhao Chengluan's expression hardened. Silence. You forget even to call me lonely in your panic. In truth, Shen Youli was in agony, her thoughts bitter as she faintly cursed. Zhao Chengluan, if you still cannot let go of me like this, you are truly inhuman. Chapter 5. Abandonment. When Shen Youli awoke, the sky outside had darkened. Has the young master awakened? Sprinksy lit the lamp and approached with a bowl of tea. Would you like some water? Shen Youli, remembering her parched lips, attempted to rise but felt a sharp pain from her wound, involuntarily letting out a soft gasp. Do not move, my lady. I shall assist you, Sprinksy said, gently using a spoon to feed Shen Youli a few sips of water, her voice tinged with concern. The physician who accompanied us has examined you. The incision is merely an inch from your heart. Had it pierced the heart, even the mightiest immortal could not have saved you. And the prince? The prince brought you back and rushed to the site of the dam, which has breached again. Sprinksy set down the tea bowl and wiped the sweat from Shen Youli's brow. My lady, please do not act impulsively again. This was a perilous situation. It is well known that the Crown Prince is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. He would have managed to evade danger even without your presence. Zhao Chengluan, who had hurried back from the disaster zone, paused at the door. I understand, but what if? What if the prince truly did not react in time? I cannot gamble on such possibilities. Sprinksy sighed. My lady, your affection for the prince is evident. I only hope he does not take your deep feelings for granted. Shen Youli's smile faltered. The prince has treated me exceedingly well. When I was troubled by the crown princess and consort Xiao, he stood up for me. You must know, even my biological father remained silent when my stepmother mistreated us. I had no idea your past was so sorrowful. Thus, I would willingly die for the prince. Zhao Chengluan stood outside, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, he turned and strode away. A month passed, and Shen Youli's wounds had almost healed. Yet she had not seen a glimpse of Zhao Chengluan. Sprinksy, what is truly happening? It is one thing for the prince not to visit me, but I cannot even find him when I seek him. The prince has been preoccupied with the aftermath of the flood. Shen Youli's expression hardened. Too busy to return and rest. Sprinksy, can I still trust you? Sprinksy faltered, stammering. The prince has been staying with Lady Wong recently. Shen Youli was taken aback. How could this be? Should he not cherish me more? What has gone awry? Just then, Zhao Chengluan returned from outside. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Shen Youli standing in the corridor, looking woefully at him. Zhao Chengluan paused for a moment. After several days apart, Shen Youli appeared noticeably thinner, her once-fitting gown now hanging loosely on her frame. Have you recovered? I know I should not have been jealous and caused you trouble at the brothel. Please do not despise me. Shen Youli's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhao Chengluan lowered his gaze. I do not harbor any disdain for you. Then why have you not come to see me? The matters here are nearing conclusion. I am stretched too thin. You have lost considerable weight. Take care of yourself. Zhao Chengluan brushed past Shen Youli. I have other matters to attend to. Huh? Shen Youli scoffed at his retreating figure. Indeed, all men are heartless and ungrateful. Zhao Chengluan descended into the dungeon, disregarding Jiang Zheng's cries, and approached the cell of Wu Sihua. Wu Sihua lay on the ground, battered and bruised, his eyelids barely lifting. You possess quite the stubborn spirit, Zhao Chengluan remarked with a faint smile. Now reduced to a pawn, do you still harbor the illusion that he will rescue you? I know his character far better than you do. No one is more cold-hearted and ruthless than he. Wu Sihua snorted derisively. You lack evidence of my embezzlement of flood relief funds. Upon my return to the capital, I would merely face inquiries for negligence. How do you know I lack such evidence? Zhao Chengluan responded slowly. Wu Sihua sat up, astonished. Everyone believes your marital bond is profound, that you would never take a concubine for her sake. Yet they are unaware of your mistress and the son she bore you. How could you possibly know this? Footprints remain in the snow, and the wind leaves its whisper. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Zhao Chengluan stated nonchalantly. You concealed the accounts within the wall of your mistress's home, thinking yourself undetected. Wu Sihua's complexion turned ashen. You must consider not just yourself, but also their lives. Wu Sihua, in despair, reflected that whether he lived or died, their fates were intertwined. Without him, there would be no present for me. Zhao Chengluan shook his head, lamenting his obstinacy. The imperial ship departed from the Fuzhou dock, finally setting sail for the capital. As the journey progressed, the sky grew overcast, and by midnight, rain began to fall. Shadows emerged from beneath the water, stealthily boarding the vessel and dispatching the night watchman. Before Zhao Chengluan's chamber, a cloaked figure gestured to his accomplices, who ignited a fragrant powder. The figure severed the door bolt and entered, making a beeline for the bed, brandishing a knife. With a soft thud, the blade pierced the bedding and struck the bed frame. No one, the cloaked figure exclaimed in shock. Are you searching for me? Zhao Chengluan asked, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he stood at the threshold. The figure's eyes narrowed fiercely as he lunged toward him. Zhao Chengluan advanced rather than retreating. Like lightning, he struck, and the assailant felt a sudden chill at his throat. Realizing too late that he had been silenced by a swift blade, the figure collapsed, eyes wide, as a delicate sword glimmered ominously, dripping blood. The world knew the Crown Prince possessed exceptional martial skills, yet none had ever seen his weapon, for those who had were all dead. Zhao Chengluan maintained his smile, his expression unchanged throughout. Xiao Yun approached. Your Highness, all has been dealt with. The door swung open from the outside, and Wu Sihua raised his eyes. Zhao Chengluan stood silhouetted against the light, his features obscured. Do you know who dispatched the assassins tonight? Without me, you would already be a lost soul. Wu Sihua remained stunned, blood seeping from his shoulder, having been stabbed by an assassin, though fortunately, the Xuanjia guards had arrived just in time. You willingly faced death to protect his secret, yet he distrusts you and seeks to eliminate you. TSK. Wu Sihua suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a moment, he regained his composure. I confess. I implore the Crown Prince to spare my family. Agreed. The imperial ship docked, finally returning to the capital, and Shen Youli let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Chengluan did not accompany her back to the manor, instead proceeding directly to the palace to report to the emperor. As Wang Liangdi approached the carriage, she cast a glance at Shen Youli, remarking, it is said that flowers do not bloom for 100 days, nor do people remain fortunate for 1,000. Sister, how could you have lost favor so soon? It truly disappoints me. With that, she offered a faint smile and entered the carriage. My lady, Chunshi gazed at Shen Youli with concern. I am fine, let's be on our way. Shen Youli's smile did not reach her eyes as she settled into the carriage. Shen Youli, do not be anxious, take your time. In the Hall of Governance, the emperor forcefully hurled the account book at Princein, Zhao Chengluan's face. Princein, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Zhao Chengluan knelt on the ground, stealing a glance at Zhao Chengluan, who stood beside him with an impassive expression, suppressing the hatred swelling within him. Father, I am wronged. I know not what displeased the Crown Prince, to be thus slandered. The evidence lies before you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Princein, you have greatly disappointed me. The emperor turned his gaze towards the chief eunuch, Wei Hai. Wei Hai spoke, bringing the guilty party. Wu Sihua entered the hall, kneeling and bowing. The guilty minister Wu Sihua, pay my respects to your majesty. Wu Sihua, recount the information you previously shared with me for Princein to hear. Chapter 6. Scheming Wu Sihua and Zhao Chengyuan exchange glances. The convicted minister had ascended from a minor magistrate in the southern border of Yunnan to the grand governor of the Fuzhou River, all thanks to the favor of Princeton. Over the course of a decade, he had embezzled and misappropriated several tens of millions of taels in taxes, all under the prince's directives. Why? Wu Sihua enunciated deliberately, to recruit soldiers and amass an army. Zhao Chengyuan bellowed, "You are speaking nonsense. The prince hoards provisions, manufactures weapons, and organizes troops with the intent to rebel. The minister's every word is true, should there be even a half-truth in his statements. May he descend into the 18th layer of hell for eternity." At that moment, the world held reverence for the supernatural. Such a solemn oath attested to the veracity of his claims. The emperor, filled with grief, glared at Zhao Chengyuan. "What further justification do you have, you unfilial wretch? You even attempted to assassinate the crown prince. Your heart is deserving of punishment." Zhao Chengyuan sneered. "Is it not all due to your majesty? You favored the establishment of a legitimate heir, yet I am clearly the eldest son, and you bestowed the title of crown prince upon him when he was merely 10 years old." He pointed accusingly at Zhao Chengyuan, his expression one of bitterness. His birth mother was but a low-ranking concubine. Merely because she was favored by the empress, he was named crown prince. "I refuse to accept this." The emperor, in a fit of rage, retorted that the crown prince, recorded under the empress's name, was naturally the legitimate heir. He had exhibited exceptional wisdom and virtue from a young age, deserving of the title. As for you, you have always harbored a narrow mind and lofty ambitions. Do you think I have not considered you? Your claim of my inadequacy is but a hollow pretext. You, the emperor, disheartened, declared that Prince and had plotted rebellion, formed factions, and endangered the state of Dayong. He stripped Prince and of his title, demoted him to commoner status, and imprisoned him in the ancestral hall, never to be released without death. Zhao Chengyuan and Wu Sihua were taken away, and the emperor collapsed, clutching his chest. "Call for the imperial physician." Zhao Chengyuan caught the emperor pressing several acupoints on his body. The emperor gasped, "I have little time left. The fate of Dayong shall rest in your hands, and I shall meet my forefather without shame. Father, I shall issue an edict mandating all princes to return to their fiefs at once. Without summons, they shall not enter the capital." Zhao Chengyuan's gaze was complex. After a night of rest, Shen Youli arrived at the Wutong Palace to pay her respects. The crown princess, in a surprisingly good mood, even invited her to sit. "I have heard you have incurred the displeasure of His Highness. I am but a foolish servant, having displeased His Highness." Shen Youli, anxious, lowered her head. Indeed, she had overthought. How could His Highness genuinely care for her? She was merely a plaything, cherished in moments of fondness, and discarded when disfavored. The crown princess, reassured, disingenuously remarked, "You are truly inept. You have lost favor in just a few days. Do not forget your initial purpose for entering the palace. Hasten to conceive a child, for your mother is counting on you." In the Fanghua Palace. "What did you say?" The physician lowered his head, hesitantly stating, "The fetus in your womb has no heartbeat. Just days ago, you claimed everything was normal." "Yes, typically at 4 months, the fetus stabilizes. I have never encountered such a situation. The urgent matter now is to extract the fetus from your body as soon as possible, for prolonged retention could cause significant harm to your health." The nails of concubine Xiao dug into her flesh, her gaze venomous. "Dr. Liu, I recall your entire family resides in the alley of Nanluo Street, do I not? You ought to discern what should be spoken and what should remain unuttered." Cold sweat soaked Liu's garments. Yes, this subordinate shall remember." In Fengyi Palace, the crown prince approached the empress, saying, "Mother, I have heard you have recently caught a chill. This is a headpiece I have personally embroidered for you. Please try it when the weather turns cool." The crown princess is thoughtful, Autumn Dew remarked, receiving the headpiece adorned with a vividly embroidered phoenix, a testament to the care taken. "How sycophantic," concubine Xiao sneered, then sweetly added, "Aunt, during your time in the boudoir, you favored the capital's sweet pastries. Mingwei stood in line for hours to procure some for you." "Very well. Mingwei is indeed considerate. How is the child within you faring? It is best not to roam about while with child." The Empress smiled affectionately. One longs for her aunt. The Crown Princess lowered her gaze. The Empress's smile faded, her tone turning stern. Crown Princess, I am aware of your diligence in managing the affairs of the prince's residence. However, the lack of offspring is a reflection of your shortcomings. The Crown Princess knelt, pleading for her mother's reprimand. Enough, but heed this. Why kneel? Rise. Yes, mother. Your grace shall not be forgotten. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The Crown Princess and concubine, Xiao, exited the hall side by side. Concubine Xiao inquired, Crown Princess, after 3 years of marriage, why does it seem your belly remains still? The Crown Princess's face hardened. It is merely that the fates of children have not yet arrived. Is that so? Pray, do not tell me you are akin to a barren hen. Laughter erupted. With a resounding slap, the Crown Princess struck concubine Xiao, shaking with fury. Shen Youli, how dare you strike me? Concubine Xiao raised her hand to retaliate, only to be seized and forcefully cast aside by the Crown Princess. With a shriek, concubine Xiao tumbled down the steps, blood spreading beneath her. The Crown Princess stood frozen, her mind blank. Help! Hearing he rushed to concubine Zhao's side, exclaiming loudly, the Crown Princess has pushed Our Lady down the stairs. Spring Joy dashed in from outside, leaning close to Shen Youli's ear. Concubine Xiao has had a miscarriage. It is said she was pushed by the Crown Princess from a high platform. Shen Youli arched her brow. And then? The Crown Princess was reprimanded by the Empress, sentenced to 3 months of confinement, her annual salary forfeited, in order to transcribe the sutras for the lost child 100 times. The affairs of the inner court have been temporarily entrusted to concubine Xiao. Spring Joy paused to catch her breath, and continued. Were it not for the favor of the Duke of Dingyan, it would not be unreasonable to consider her deposed. Shen Youli's expression lightened. Xiao Mingyue is not entirely foolish. Knowing the child is lost, she intends to make the best use of the situation, ensuring that Shen Youli does not escape unscathed. Our Lady is indeed shrewd. Had it not been for your instruction to throw the note into the courtyard of Fenghua Palace, concubine Xiao would likely remain oblivious. Xiao Mingyue ought to suspect Shen Yuli's involvement, though she may be unaware of where the true issue lies. I merely pointed out the crux of the matter for her. Shen Youli composed her expression. Spring Joy, do you think me malevolent for scheming against others from behind? How could that be? Chuanxi bitterly remarked. Neither the Crown Princess nor Consort Xiao are benevolent individuals. How they have bullied the young mistress is known to me, even if others remain oblivious. The young mistress is merely acting in self-preservation. What fault lies in that? Very well, Shen Youli replied with a gentle smile. Chuanxi, put away the contraceptive medicine. Since Shen Youli has been confined, it is time to change the game. Your Highness, news has arrived from Yulan Pavilion. Shen Chenghui is gravely ill and wishes to speak with you. Please make your way there, came the message. Zhao Chengluan paused in surprise. How did he suddenly fall ill? This old servant is not certain. Li Mingde awkwardly replied, rubbing his nose. Zhao Chengluan stood up, deciding, well, I shall go and see. Li Mingde hurriedly followed behind, internally grumbling. With such a brisk pace, he hardly seems indifferent. As Zhao Chengluan stepped into the courtyard, darkness enveloped him. With no lights to be seen, upon entering the room, a figure suddenly lunged into his embrace. With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Chengluan felt the smoothness of bare skin, and, in an instant, his expression shifted as he pushed her away. Who are you? Chapter 7. Reconciliation. The woman did not respond, instead lunging forward, only to be kicked away by Zhao Chengluan. Li Mingde, light the lamps. The room was soon illuminated, revealing the scantily clad Mandong lying on the floor, clutching her abdomen and moaning. How dare you? You have the audacity to seduce His Highness. Li Mingde pointed at her, his voice sharp with reprimand. What has transpired here? Shen Youli entered with Chuanxi, a look of confusion on her face. Where have you been? Zhao Chengluan's voice bore no trace of emotion. This servant went to the kitchen. Today is your Highness's birthday, and I prepared longevity noodles for you. Shen Youli raised the food box high, proudly declaring, I made it myself. A vivid red mark marred the delicate back of her hand, strikingly noticeable. Zhao Chengluan's gaze faltered. Your Highness, how shall we deal with this maid? 20 lashes and expulsion from the estate as a warning to others. But, Your Highness, It was Shen Youli who instructed me to do this. Please spare me, Your Highness. Mandong cried out, glaring fiercely at Shen Youli. Why do you slander me? When have I ever encouraged you to seduce His Highness? Shen Youli looked at Zhao Chengluan, her eyes brimming with deep affection. My heart belongs to you. How could I ever push another woman towards you? Zhao Chengluan stared intently at her. I know you were sent by my sister to serve me, and you have always looked down upon me and disregarded my words. While I could overlook your past transgressions, you must not offend His Highness. Shen Youli's face flushed with anger as she stepped forward and slapped Mandong. Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow. You wretched woman, you've ruined me. Mandong lunged at Shen Youli, attempting to strike her. Zhao Chengluan swiftly pulled Shen Youli behind him, shielding her. Li Mingde seized the struggling Mandong and dragged her away. The room fell silent, leaving only Zhao Chengluan and Shen Youli. Weren't you gravely ill and had something to say to me? If you do not speak, I fear I may never come to see you again. Shen Youli's voice was barely above a whisper. Why do you keep your head down? Zhao Chengluan gently lifted her chin, astonished. Shen Youli's face was streaked with tears, her cheeks flushed. Why are you crying? Shen Youli sobbed. I have lost my composure. Please forget the earlier commotion, Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan could not help but chuckle, picturing her as a small kitten revealing its claws, albeit a tear-streaked little creature. Your Highness, since you are well, I shall take my leave. Zhao Chengluan turned to depart, but Shen Youli wrapped her arms around his waist. Do not go, Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan felt the softness against his back, his throat tightening. If I have offended you in any way, please tell me, and I shall amend my actions. Please do not ignore me. After a pause, she continued, if you truly wish to be rid of me, allow me to leave the estate. I will seek a temple to become a nun, praying day and night for your well-being. Having said this, Shen Youli released him and walked towards the inner chamber. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened as he suddenly turned and lifted Shen Youli into his arms. She gasped in surprise, feeling the world spin as he pressed her onto the bed. Outside, startled birds flapped their wings and took flight. The tassels hanging from the bed's canopy swayed incessantly. Zhao Chengluan's gaze was fierce, and Shen Youli could not withstand it, pleading softly for mercy. After a long while, silence returned to the room. A sovereign must cultivate personal virtue, listen to diverse opinions, and prioritize the well-being of the people. It is essential to favor wise ministers and distance oneself from petty individuals, maintaining impartiality and understanding the balance of power. The Crown Prince's tutor instructed him to memorize the 10 prohibitions of a sovereign. At the age of 10, Zhao Chengluan sat upright, his voice tender and clear, admonishing against indulgence, obsession with women, gluttony, preoccupation with worldly worries, and biased listening. The Crown Prince recited flawlessly. The tutor nodded in approval, his expression serious, reminding the young prince to remember that during his forthcoming marriage, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate should not be overturned, and favoring one concubine excessively must be avoided. The late emperor's favoritism towards the virtuous consort led to her harboring aspirations for power, causing turmoil in the court and nearly jeopardizing the stability of our great Yong dynasty. A consort may be cherished, but she must not be loved. Zhao Chengluan regained his composure, staring at Shen Youli's serene sleeping face, his gaze enigmatic. By the time Shen Youli awakened, the sun was high in the sky. Fortunately, the crown princess was under house arrest, sparing her the need to pay respects. After having breakfast, Shen Youli languidly reclined on a wicker chair beneath the eaves, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Chunxi entered from outside, announcing that the empress had bestowed 2 beautiful maidens upon his highness to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Shen Youli opened her eyes, dismissing Xiao Mingwei as inadequate and suggesting the need for alternatives. The empress, not being the prince's biological mother, aimed to manipulate him through female allure, which was indeed a misguided strategy. The prince was not a man of lechery. In terms of beauty, how many could rival him? She chuckled, and Chunxi joined in, remarking that should the prince hear her words, he would not let her off easily. Suddenly, her demeanor turned serious as she added that Xiao Sufei was sending someone to investigate the handwriting, attempting to uncover the identity of the person who lost the note. Let her investigate at her leisure. After all, no one aside from the little maid knew that she could write with both hands, and the styles were completely different. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Fenghua Hall was bustling. Every inch of soil had been overturned, and precious flowers and plants were ruthlessly uprooted, while young eunuchs clustered around the tree roots, digging. Xiao Sufei leaned on the couch, pallid and staring out the window, commanding, "Keep a close watch. Find anything unclean." Suddenly, a young eunuch named Zhao Chengluan entered, cradling a cloth bundle. Tingyi glanced at Xiao Sufei before moving closer to open it. The stench was unbearable, making everyone gag. Tingyi covered her nose and peered in, horrified. "Ah, this!" Xiao Sufei impatiently scolded. "What is it? Speak clearly." As the object was revealed, astonishment rendered them speechless. "Witchcraft," someone gasped. They beheld a wooden carving of a woman that resembled Xiao Sufei to a great extent, her abdomen pierced with blood-stained needles. Tingyi regained her composure and said, "My lady, I remember now. This odor is musk. I once helped my mother prepare medicine for her melancholic condition, which contained musk. It invigorates blood circulation, but should not be inhaled by pregnant women." "Xiao Chengzi, where did you unearth this?" "From beneath the roots of the rose." "Indeed, my lady loves roses and often stops to admire them." The fragrance of flowers masked the scent of musk, making it difficult to discern the trap laid before one. Such a venomous intention. Shen Youli, concubine Zhao's eyes brimmed with rage. "You shall wait." Zhao Chengluan gazed at the items on the table, his expression inscrutable. The art of repulsion was a grave taboo. "Do you possess evidence implicating the Crown Princess?" Concubine Xiao, tears streaming down her face, implored, "Crown Prince, since I entered this house, I have borne 2 pregnancies. Yet none could be brought to term. If anyone in this courtyard wishes for my failure to bear a child, it is none other than the Crown Princess. So you claim without evidence, merely your own conjecture." "Crown Prince." Concubine Xiao looked at him in disbelief, crying out, "Are you truly defending that wretched woman?" Zhao Chengluan rose, considering your anguish over your lost child, and chose not to admonish your unruly behavior. "Regain your strength. I will investigate this matter." Li Mingde picked up a wooden carving and followed Zhao Chengluan out. In the Wutong Hall, the Crown Princess set down her brush and sneered, "What if she knows? Without evidence, your Highness cannot touch me." Cui Wei smiled. "Indeed, your Highness outmaneuvers her." The Crown Princess shook her head, dismissing Xiao Mingyue as a fool, believing that the Crown Prince would discard me for her. Little does she know, we are all but pawns in a greater game, and the Crown Prince still needs me to suppress her. The Xiao family is powerful, having produced 2 empresses. The concern of powerful in-laws has long been a thorn in the heart of the current sovereign. Just watch. For how much longer can she remain arrogant? Chapter 8. Return to the manor. Shen Youli strolled through the garden, her thoughts swirling like the petals in the breeze. It had been quite some time since she last saw her mother, and she was uncertain of her well-being, wondering if Zheng had made things difficult for her again. "Your Highness, that Han Xiang always sends messages to the Fenghua Palace. When will she?" Xuanqi's face bore a frown. "There's no rush. She still holds some value," came the calm reply. "Ah, is that not His Highness and Gao Yangdi?" Shen Youli turned to look. Zhao Chengluan and Gao Yangdi approached leisurely. Today, Gao Yangdi was adorned like a celestial being, dressed in a soft blue silk gown, with an orchid hairpin that beautifully complemented her attire. Her gown fluttering gracefully as she walked, exuding an ethereal elegance. Shen Youli's mind raced. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity? She decided to pay her respects to His Highness and Sister Gao. Zhao Chengluan fixed his gaze upon Shen Youli. "No need for formalities. Why are you dressed so plainly today?" She was clad in a simple white gown, her hair arranged in a modest bun, decorated only with a few moon-white pearls, presenting an air of serene beauty. Shen Youli refrained from confessing that her change of attire was merely a spontaneous whim. Instead, she lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. "Your Highness, today marks the anniversary of my family's passing, hence my modest attire. In that case, I grant you permission to return home for worship. How does that sound? Is that truly permissible?" Shen Youli's eyes widened in surprise at how readily it had been granted. Meeting her hopeful gaze, Zhao Chengluan smiled. "Li Mingde, arrange a carriage for Shen Chenghui and let Xiuyun accompany her." "Thank you, Your Highness. I take my leave." Shen Youli exclaimed, elated, as she hurried away. Is she really that pleased? Zhao Chengluan remarked, observing her retreating figure. Gao Yangdi, her nails digging in her palm, spoke stiffly. Your Highness, shall we go to my courtyard to admire some paintings? Very well, let us proceed. At the entrance of the Shen Manor, the matriarch, Zheng Ru, awaited their arrival. Chuanxi assisted Shen Youli as she disembarked from the carriage. Greetings to Shen Chengluan. Zheng Ru greeted with an impassive expression, but Shen Youli caught her hand, saying, There is no need for excessive formality, eldest madam. It has been a while since we last met. I trust you are well? Times have changed. Thanks to Shen Chengluan, all is well. That is a relief. And my stepmother? Aunt Xiao is unwell and unable to receive you, Zheng Ru replied impatiently. Leading the way into the manor, Shen Youli returned to her quarters with Chuanxi, who wore a look of disbelief. My lady, is this truly your residence? It is even less spacious than the quarters of our servants. Shen Youli scoffed lightly. This was originally the servants' quarters. My mother and I returned to the capital with my father, which led to it being designated as the master's residence. Entering the dimly lit room, a medicinal scent lingered in the air. Mother, Xiaowan looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. Leo, you have returned? Shen Youli grasped her hand, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, why do you appear so haggard? Xiaowan lay on the bed, her figure gaunt and devoid of vitality. Have they troubled you again? Shen Youli asked coldly. I told you to call me your stepmother. I am well, so do not worry, Xiaowan coughed lightly. And you seem to have lost weight. Have you endured many hardships? Xiaowan gazed hungrily at her daughter, tears cascading down her cheeks. The maid spoke with indignation. Madam must endure the barbs of the mistress during the day, and at night toil over needlework to contribute to the household. With such hardships, it is no wonder her health has deteriorated. Shen Youli wiped her tears and said, Mother, do not cry. She then produced a purse and pressed it into her hands, urging, Take this and spend it freely. Do not always skimp and save. I am in a more comfortable position now, and I shall ensure that you receive regular support. Please, cease your needlework. Xiaowan embraced her tightly, lamenting, Youli, I am a burden to you, dragging you into my miseries. Do not speak such words, mother. You must take care of yourself, Shen Youli insisted firmly. I will come to take you away. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Shen Youli encountered Wang Liangdi, who was out for a stroll. Sister, you look as if you have just returned from outside. Did you go out? I obtained His Highness's permission to visit home. Shen Youli replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, His Highness treats you differently. We cannot compare. Wang Liangdi leaned closer, revealing, There are now 2 enchanting concubines vying for attention in the residence. Even the usually aloof Gao Liangdi is restless, inviting His Highness under the pretext of appreciating paintings. Shen Youli replied with a wry smile. It seems nothing escapes your keen observation, dear sister. I apologize for my previous remarks that may have offended you. I hope you will not hold it against me. Is it true that you have learned the art of face-changing from Shu? Ah, sister, your wit is truly delightful. Wang Liangdi chuckled, then leaned in and whispered, Have you heard? The Crown Princess is secretly lending money. Shen Youli raised an eyebrow. Consider this information my apology. Her smile deepened. Sister, you speak as if we were strangers. I have never held any grievances against you. That is well. You must be weary from your travels, so I shall not impose further. Wang Liangdi smiled and gracefully departed with her maid. Chuanxi observed Wang Liangdi's retreating figure, puzzled by her sudden change of heart. What does she mean by this? Previously, she was scornful, and now she seeks to ingratiate herself? Such a swift transformation. Wang Liangdi has always been adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Now that I am in a favorable position, it would be unwise for her to offend me. Shen Youli replied coolly. Chuanxi, remember this. When the stakes are high enough, enemies and friends can switch roles at any moment. As night deepened, Shen Youli had just changed in her nightgown and was about to retire when she heard voices of greetings outside and went to investigate. Zhao Chengluan entered, steadying Shen Youli as she knelt to pay her respects. What brings you here, your highness? I thought you would be staying with Sister Gao tonight. What is that scent? Zhao Chengluan inquired, sniffing the air. Shen Youli inhaled thoughtfully, puzzled. There is no unusual scent. Perhaps you refer to the pear fragrance from the incense burner? I meant the strong, sour smell. I wonder whose vinegar jar has been overturned? Zhao Chengluan said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Shen Youli playfully chided. Your Highness has become quite the tease. Zhao Chengluan smiled softly, taking Shen Youli's hand as they moved towards the inner chamber. After a night of intimacy, Shen Youli lay in Zhao Chengluan's embrace, idly toying with his fingers. Your Highness's hands are truly exquisite, fair and slender, with nails that are round and pristine. Shen Youli wore a cunning expression, for there was not a single aspect of his Highness that lacked allure. She leaned closer, her breath warm against Zhao Chengluan's ear, whispering that even there was beautiful. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened as he pinned her beneath him. Having just begged for mercy, she now dared to provoke him again. It seemed that Youli still possessed some energy. Youli? Shen Youli was momentarily taken aback, for only her mother referred to her in such a manner. What? Do you not like being called that by me? Shen Youli shook her head, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with delight. I do. I like it very much. A soft chuckle escaped Zhao Chengluan's throat as he buried his head in her hair. Shen Youli gazed at the ceiling, a smile playing on her lips. Zhao Chengluan, it seems you have finally come to favor me. Chapter 9. Utilizing strength against strength at the ZY Hall. The maid Hua Shan emerged, draping a garment over Gao Liangdi, who had been standing for quite some time. The night air was cold and heavy with dew, making one susceptible to illness. It was best to return. Gao Liangdi gazed vacantly at the moon. Hua Shan, do you find the moon beautiful? She inquired. Without hesitation, Hua Shan replied. Indeed, it is beautiful. Yet, with a hint of hesitation, she added, however, it appears too cold and distant, making it difficult to feel any closeness. Indeed, Gao Liangdi self-deprecatingly remarked. That is why I do not earn His Highness's affection. My lady, please do not think so. His Highness holds you in high regard. Your grandfather is His Highness's mentor, and he naturally treats you differently. Yet His Highness still went to shun Chengwei. A tear rolled down Gao Liangdi's cheek as she lamented. I can see the special attention His Highness pays to shun Chengwei. Whenever she appears, his gaze lingers on her, albeit subtly. Hua Shan sighed. Men are often drawn to women with vibrant personalities. You are right. If I wish to retain His Highness's affection, I must undergo a transformation. Hua Shan's expression brightened with excitement. Wonderful. My lady, you have finally come to this realization. Gao Liangdi turned to enter her quarters. Shun Chengwei, I shall remember today's humiliation. In the Yulan pavilion, Shen Youli rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. The immediate concern was to alleviate her mother's plight and shield her from the torment of the Zheng family. Let us keep the Zheng family occupied. If they are busy, they will have no time to bully my mother. Chuanxi dashed into the room, addressing her mistress. Previously, I asked you to keep an eye out for suitable little eunuchs. Do you have any candidates? Mistress, there is a young eunuch named Xiao from the outer courtyard who is honest and reliable. Chuanxi paused momentarily before continuing. There's also Xiao Chun from the kitchen, who is a fellow townsman of mine. I often asked him to bring items from outside the estate. Is Xiao Chun trustworthy? Chuanxi nodded. He previously assisted me with procuring the. Shen Youli rose. If that is the case, I shall pay him a visit. If you wish to meet him, I can summon him, Chuanxi offered. However, too many eyes can attract unwanted attention. Shen Youli proceeded outside. Let us go, and perhaps take a stroll along the way. Upon reaching the kitchen, the servants greeted her with respect. Shen Youli smiled warmly. You need not mind me. His Highness has recently been unwell, and I intend to prepare a bowl of autumn pear syrup for him. The kitchen steward, Elder Huang, praised, Shen Chengwei is truly considerate. No wonder His Highness dotes on her. Shen Youli exchanged glances with Chuanxi, who then handed her a pouch. This is for you to treat everyone to a drink. Oh, Shen Chengwei is too generous. Everyone, do not forget to thank her. Elder Huang beamed, his smile extending from ear to ear, while the others bowed in gratitude. Shen Youli chuckled. All right, get back to your duties. Do not delay your work. Which of you is responsible for procurement? Xiao Chun stepped forward. I am Xiao Chun. At your service, Shen Chengwei. Step forward. Do not disturb the others' work. I need to discuss the ingredients for the autumn pear syrup with you, so you do not make any mistakes. Such composure. Shen Youli nodded in satisfaction. After summoning Zhao Chengluan, Shen Youli remained silent, quietly observing him for a while. Zhao Chengluan, calm and composed, did not ask further questions. Zhao Chengluan, would you be willing to serve by my side? Without hesitation, Zhao Chengluan knelt down. To serve beside Cheng Hui was a fortune he could only dream of in 3 lifetimes. Flatter, Shen Youli chuckled lightly, covering her mouth in mock reproach. In that case, I have a task for you, which will serve as a test. If you succeed, I shall request you from His Highness to be my personal attendant. Please command me, Cheng Hui. At Yeoman Temple, Lady Yu knelt on the mat in prayer, her expression one of deep sincerity. A maid helped her rise, saying, Madam's devotion will surely earn the Buddha's protection for the Marquis's safe return. Help me to the guest room to rest. At the entrance of the guest room. That's enough. You wait outside. Lady Yu pushed the door open, only to have a hand reach out and pull her into an embrace. Startled, she exclaimed, You rascal, you scared me. Shen Huaiqiu's large hand caressed her, breathing heavily. Why did you take so long? I was anxious waiting for you. I heard you've been getting quite close with the Shui family from the Due mansion. Lady Yu, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, That wretched woman mocked me coldly when she saw me. Shen Huaiqiu smirked. She can't compare to you, can she? Besides, he added with a squeeze, you possess far more allure. Lady Yu gasped softly, wrapping her arms around him, knowing just how to charm him. The maid, standing listlessly at the door, occasionally caught snippets of their banter. Suddenly, a man with a grim expression, accompanied by several lackeys, strode in. Sir, the maid tried to alert them, but was silenced. The man kicked the door open, startling the entwined couple into a hasty separation. You too, his hands trembled with rage. Do you think you can justify this to my elder brother? He immediately launched a barrage of punches at the bewildered Shen Huaiqiu. You dare. Please spare me. It was you who seduced me. Shen Huaiqiu pleaded desperately. Have mercy. Lady Yu, hastily donning her clothing, shouted back, You heartless wretch, Shen Huaiqiu. You were the one who pursued me first. The man, discarding the unconscious Shen Huaiqiu to the floor, advanced toward Lady Yu. Meeting his murderous gaze, she begged, Uncle, I was wrong. Please do not inform the Marquis. Vile woman. He slapped her, sending her sprawling. My brother is fighting on the front lines while you indulge in such disgrace. Do you think I have no one to rely on at home? In Yulon Pavilion, Shen Youli admired her newly dyed nails, pleased with the outcome. Recently, the news of the Crown Princess's brother having an affair with the wife of the loyal Marquis has stirred quite a commotion in the capital, Chuanxi remarked. It is said they were caught in bed together, and young Master Shen was beaten by the loyal Marquis's brother. He seems to have lost his wits and has become quite mad. Chuanxi, please bring me some pastries. My appetite has returned. Shen Youli's features relaxed, her face beaming with joy. Chuanxi couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I shall fetch them at once. Aside from her daughter Shen Riyun, Lady Zheng also had a younger son, Shen Huaiqiu, studying at Baichuan Academy. Shen Huaiqiu, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, harbors an unusual peculiarity. He is particularly fond of women older than himself, especially those who are married. Years ago, when Shen Youli and her young maid accompanied Shen Su back to the capital, the 10-year-old Shen Huaiqiu's gaze, scrutinizing Xiaowan, was unsettling, and as he matured, his private flirtations became even more disconcerting. Shen Youli placed a piece of pastry into her mouth and remarked, Zheng, your fortunate days lie ahead. Your Highness, Zheng has sought an audience with the Crown Princess in vain and is now kneeling at the palace gate to lodge a complaint. Came the report. Shen Youli set down her pastry. It seems my father is about to return. Rising, she added, Let us go prepare autumn pear syrup for His Highness. Upon arriving at the study in the outer courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered the equally laden Gao Liangdi, and the two parties found themselves obstructing the entrance. I pay my respects to Sister Gao, Shen Youli greeted. Gao Liangdi cast a cold glance in her direction, her expression impassive as she replied, You may rise. I did not expect our thoughts to align. Shen Youli, with a radiant smile, nodded, feeling honored to share a tacit understanding with Sister Gao. Observing the tension, Li Mingde had already retreated inside to report the situation. After a moment of stalemate, Shen Youli took a step back. After you, sister. Chapter 10. Seeking favor, Gao Liangdi snorted softly, entering with a painted fan in hand. Li Gonggong, I have brought a nourishing soup for His Highness. Please convey it. Li Mingda nodded in acknowledgement, glancing toward the entrance where Shen Youli was. Shen Youli smiled at him before turning to leave. Gao Liangdi took the food box from the fan and stepped into the study, where Zhao Chengluan was diligently writing at his desk. She set down the food box and awaited quietly. After a moment, Zhao Chengluan finished his writing, neatly placed the memorial aside, and approached her. I pay my respects to your highness. Have I disturbed you? Gao Liangdi's expression betrayed her unease. Zhao Chengluan smiled gently. I was feeling a bit weary and needed a moment of rest. What have you brought? Gao Liangdi hurriedly opened the food box, ladled out a bowl of soup, and presented it to him. This is matsutake and red date trotter soup. Your highness, with your busy schedule, it is essential to nourish your health. Her concern was evident. Zhao Chengluan took a sip and set the bowl down. Is it not to your highness's taste? Gao Liangdi inquired anxiously. Zhao Chengluan chuckled lightly. After sitting for an afternoon, I find myself a bit bloated. Shall we take a stroll in the garden? Gao Liangdi sighed in relief, happily walking beside him, stealing glances filled with deep affection. Li Mingda followed behind, silently lamenting. The prince is already in a fiery mood and has never favored meat soups. Gao Liangdi's flattery has indeed missed the mark. It is clear that not everyone is as attuned to His Highness's preferences as Shen Youli, who surely earns his favor. In the evening, Li Mingda's apprentice, Xiao Hizi, arrived at Yulan Pavilion to report that dinner would be served there. Chuanxi rewarded him with silver and remarked, His Highness has been frequenting our Yulan Pavilion lately. You are now the favored one. The more one rises, the more cautious one must be. Shen Youli's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Yes, I shall remember. Now, go prepare the meal. Keep it light, perhaps a steamed base and some appetizing small dishes. As night fell, Zhao Chengluan entered the courtyard just as Shen Youli stood under the eaves, beaming at him. Her smile was instantly heartwarming, and he returned the gesture. Why did you leave early this afternoon? Shen Youli pouted. I was merely making room for you and Sister Gao. Have you drained the vinegar in the household? They chatted playfully as they entered the room. Zhao Chengluan surveyed the table, his expression softening further. After a few rounds of dining, Chuanxi presented autumn pear syrup. Zhao Chengluan glanced at Shen Youli, chuckling lightly, and quickly finished it. Having tasted the autumn pear syrup you made several times, my throat feels much better. How did you know I was unwell? Shen Youli spoke softly. It is simply a matter of being attentive. Your Highness is the one who holds my heart, so I naturally pay extra attention. Her beautiful eyes glimmered like water, gazing at him with affection. They exchanged glances for a brief moment before Zhao Chengluan cleared his throat. Indeed, Youli is thoughtful. The young servant in charge of purchases, Xiaochun, is quite competent. The ingredients for this autumn pear syrup are intricate, and I instructed him on the necessary details, which he executed splendidly. Shen Youli's eyes sparkled playfully. Your Highness, may I request a reward? Of course, what do you desire? Xiao Chunzi has caught my eye, and I wish to have him serve at the Yulan Pavilion. May I? Previously, I mentioned the need for additional hands. Yet you consistently declined. Now that he has piqued your interest, let him attend at the Yulan Pavilion. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Youli, with a smile, rose and approached, gently placing her hand on his shoulder and kneading it softly. What are you doing? Zhao Chengluan chuckled. Is Shen Youli rewarding me? You bestow upon me precious jade, and I shall repay you with peaches and plums. Shen Youli jested, provoking Zhao Chengluan's laughter. At the doorway, Li Mingda, hearing the commotion, gave Chuanxi a thumbs up and remarked, Look, it is indeed Shen Youli-esque skill. He always manages to make His Highness laugh heartily. In a moment, Zhao Chengluan composed himself. Your elder brother has encountered trouble. Have you heard? Shen Youli nodded, aware that the matter had stirred considerable gossip, even among the eunuchs in the outer court. Your father is returning. Zhao Chengluan sipped his tea. The situation has escalated to the emperor's ears. The Zheng family demands the life of the loyal and righteous Marquis' brother. With the border secure, the emperor has permitted the Ding'an Marquis to return to the capital. Shen Youli paused, her silence speaking volumes. You do not seem pleased that the Ding'an Marquis is returning. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Youli spoke with difficulty. Your Highness, would you care to hear an old tale? Zhao Chengluan nodded. 17 years ago, the Ding'an Marquis, Shen Su, was stationed at the border town of Dayong. One day, bandits from the western Rong invaded, and during their raid on the apothecary, the owner's daughter, Xiao Wan, happened to be present. The bandits, driven by lust, attempted to abduct her. The apothecary, refusing to comply, was fatally stabbed. At that moment, Shen Su arrived just in time to rescue Xiao Wan. He drove off the bandits, but sustained a shoulder injury in the process. Grateful for her rescue, Xiao Wan tended to his wounds. Their frequent encounters blossomed into affection over time. Shen Youli sighed and continued. Shen Su falsely claimed he was unmarried, and they wed in Dayong, eventually having a daughter. 5 years later, when he was temporarily reassigned to the capital, he revealed to Xiao Wan that he had already married and had children. The die was cast, and Xiao Wan had no choice but to accept. Little did she know, the matriarch was not easy to deal with. Xiao Wan faced relentless torment, while Shen Su feigned ignorance, allowing them to suffer in silence. Zhao Chengluan pulled Shen Youli close, wiping her tears away. Shen Youli smiled bitterly. I merely grieve for my mother. I wonder how long she must struggle in that quagmire. As for the matters of the Ding'an Marquis' household, I shall refrain from intervening. Instead, I will provide you with additional gold and silver to pass to your mother. With money in hand, life may become a bit more bearable. Thank you, Your Highness. Tears glimmered in Shen Youli's eyes as she spoke warmly. Now that I have you, it seems my suffering has borne sweet fruit. If the pains of the past were merely to lead me to you, I would embrace them gladly. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened, unfathomable as the abyss, and suddenly he grasped her neck, kissing her. At Wudong Hall, what did you say? The crown princess abruptly stood, knocking over the inkstone, the dark ink splattering across her dress in a stark, oppressive manner. Young Master Huaqiu and Lady Loyal and Righteous were engaged in an illicit affair, resulting in the latter's husband's brother suffering a grievous injury to his mind. When the lady arrived, the princess was under house arrest, and none dared to deliver the message. It was only the young servant from the front courtyard who dared to convey the news. The prince, however, revealed not a whisper of this matter to me. Cui Wei assisted her in tidying her garments, while the lady's troubles reached the emperor, who had already decreed the return of the marquis to the capital. Do not fret, my lady. The marquis will be back soon. The crown princess's expression darkened. Cui Wei, I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss, as if someone is orchestrating events from the shadows. First, I am placed under house arrest, and then my brother encounters misfortune. What a coincidence. Could it be that a schemer is at play? Who could it be? Concubine Xiao. However, Xiao meanwhile lacks the cunning. She is likely being used as a pawn. The crown princess scoffed coldly, stating that while I have yet to ascertain the identity of the culprit, my instincts suggest that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. My lady, what shall we do? We wait. Wait? Yes, we wait for my father's return. And also, wait for the unseen hand to strike again. Chapter 11. The Beauty Trap at the Hall of Elegance. Ah, how delightful it is. Alas, it is regrettable that that wretched woman has been confined, preventing me from mocking her to her face. The side consort, Xiao, repressed her laughter and spoke sternly. Tingyi, inform father to act swiftly. As long as the Duke of Ding'an remains unscathed, that vile woman will forever obstruct my path. The Duke of Ding'an, weary from travel, hurried back to the capital, bypassing his own home, and made his way directly to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. Shen Su knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and lamented, Your Majesty, I understand the difficulties you face, but this is my only son, ruined by others. I cannot swallow this grievance. The younger brother of the loyal and righteous duke has erred, but your son is not blameless either. The emperor coughed lightly and declared, I have consulted with the ministers. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspector's Office conducted a joint inquiry, and in accordance with the laws of Dayong, the unanimous conclusion is that he inflicted injury upon another, causing bleeding from the ears and mouth, and thus deserves 60 lashes. 60 lashes? Gu Qingbai is still alive and well, yet my son is forever incapacitated. Your Majesty, is this punishment not too lenient? What would you have me do? Execute Gu Qingbai? or render him a fool as well. The loyal and righteous Duke is still out fighting the enemy. Do you wish for him to be distracted in battle? I only seek justice for my son. Your Majesty, I too have made significant contributions to the realm of Dayong, no less than the loyal and righteous Duke. Are you attempting to coerce me? I would not dare. Shen Su bowed his head, his expression obscured. The emperor snorted coldly, his voice resonating with royal authority. Duke of Dingyan, this matter is settled. No further words are necessary. I shall send for the finest physicians in the land to treat your son, with the expenses borne by the loyal and righteous Duke's estate. You have been away from the capital for so long, enduring hardship at the borders. You may take a respite of 6 months. Yes, I humbly thank your Majesty for your great kindness, Shen Su replied as he took his leave. Zhao Chengluan emerged from behind the curtain, his face impassive, yet his dark eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Look at this. He seeks to overshadow his master. Father, do not be angered. I shall reclaim the powers of the prominent families in due time. The emperor sighed softly. Being an emperor is no simple task. There are many considerations, and at times one must contend with the constraints imposed by ministers. With eyes filled with hope, he continued, Enur, I believe you will surpass me. I, being mediocre, can only strive to preserve the empire left by the late emperor. But you, endowed with wisdom, have the potential to expand our territory. Zhao Chengluan's expression turned earnest. Your son shall not disappoint your lofty expectations. Upon returning home, Shen Su was greeted solely by concubine Xiao, as Zheng had fallen ill from anxiety and had been bedridden for several days. Shen Su first visited Shen Huaqiu, and upon returning, he sat silently in the hall for several hours, not uttering a word. As night fell, a deep darkness enveloped the Duke of Dingyan's residence like a vast net of ink. Xiao Wan entered, lit the lamps, and brought a basin of water, dampening a cloth to silently wipe Shen Su's face. Shen Su embraced Xiao Wan, burying his head in her bosom. After a moment, he spoke, Fortunately, I still have you. Xiao Wan gently combed his hair with her fingers and replied softly, My lord, everything will be all right. By the way, where is young Li? Shen Su composed himself and sat upright. Xiao Wan's expression turned sorrowful, her voice fragmented, as she was taken into the palace by the crown princess to serve the crown prince. Shen Su's countenance darkened. What has happened? The eldest lady did not write to inform me. Xiao Wan knelt and clutched his leg, weeping, My lord, please save Lier. I do not seek for her to be wealthy or noble, only for her to be safe and healthy. Once she enters the palace, it is as deep as the sea. Lier is simple and kind. How can she compete with others? Shen Su remained silent. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, the Shen family would boast 2 noble ladies. At that time, the Shen family's glory would be unmatched. Shen Su averted his gaze. She has become the crown prince's, and I cannot go to the crown prince's residence to snatch her away. Xiao Wan gazed intently at Shen Su and smiled, mocking her own foolishness and naivety. Fully aware that this man was devoid of responsibility and selfish, yet still harboring a glimmer of hope. Releasing her grip, in that moment, her heart truly turned to ashes. Shen Su, overwhelmed with frustration, often sought solace in the company of a few friends, indulging in drink and merriment. One day, they gathered once more at the Xuanfang Pavilion, reveling in laughter and camaraderie. As the evening wore on, Shen Su, inebriated, rose to leave. Gentlemen, continue without me. I shall return another time. Li Jun, unwilling to let him go, blocked his path. Shen brother, you never stay the night. It's quite disheartening. Zhou Qi, with a mischievous grin, taunted. It is well known that Shen brother fears his wife. Let us not make it difficult for him, lest he returns with a poor explanation. Laughter erupted among the group. Enraged, Shen Su seized Zhou Qi by his collar and struck him. Zhou Qi retaliated with curses, and the two began to brawl. The others, startled into sobriety, rushed to separate them. Shen Su kicked Zhou Qi to the ground, his gaze icy. Next time you spew nonsense, I will make sure you regret it. Zhou Qi, lying on the ground, scoffed. You are nothing but a coward. Ever since the old Marquis passed, the Dingyan Marquis household has declined. If not for your father-in-law, do you think you would still be a general today? Bah, living off others and still not wanting to be criticized. Shen Su snorted coldly and turned to leave. Stepping out of the Xuanfang pavilion, he felt stifled and instructed his servant to return the horse, wandering alone through the streets. As he traversed a dimly lit alley, a woman suddenly rushed out and collided into his embrace. "My lord, save me." The woman looked up, revealing a delicate and radiant face. Shen Su was taken aback. "I am Mu Yin from Guangling. My cruel brother and sister-in-law sold me to Xuanfang Pavilion to entertain guests. I did not wish for this fate, so I escaped and was fortunate enough to be saved by a benefactor." Kneeling, Mu Yin bowed her head, saying, "Your kindness is immeasurable. I shall never forget it." Shen Su helped her to her feet. "You speak too highly of me. It was but a trivial effort. Rest assured here, I have already paid for the room." As he turned to leave, she clutched his arm. "My lord, do not go. I am frightened." Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Shen Su. "I am like a drifting reed. Having been saved by you, I admire your heroism and wish to offer myself to you, hoping for your kindness in return." The warmth and softness in his embrace tightened his throat. Mu Yin stood on tiptoe to kiss him, while Shen Su took the initiative, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the bed. "Madam, the lord has left," a voice announced. Zheng Ru rose, her tone icy. "I must see what he has been occupied with lately. He has been absent from home, neglecting our son." The carriage halted at the entrance of Qingyun Alley, and with the assistance of Ding Xiang, Zheng Ru alighted, only to catch sight of Shen Su entering a residence. Under the bright sunlight, the gate was firmly shut, intensifying her suspicions. Just then, a woman emerged from the neighboring door, carrying a basin of water. Ding Xiang greeted her with a warm smile. "Annie, may I inquire who resides here?" The woman, returning the smile, replied, "Are you looking for someone? This house belongs to a newlywed couple, and they are quite affectionate. Every time the wife bids her husband farewell, their reluctance is palpable. Even I, an old woman, feel a flush of embarrassment watching them." Zheng Ru's expression darkened as she instructed her servant, "Open the gate discreetly. Do not alert anyone." The woman, sensing the ominous atmosphere, quickly concealed her smile and retreated indoors. Upon entering the courtyard, Zheng Ru brushed aside Ding Xiang's supportive hand, striding forward with determination. The courtyard, though modest, was well appointed, clean, and exuded a warm elegance. A line of garments hung on the clothesline. Suddenly, Zheng Ru halted, her gaze fixed on a nightgown adorned with auspicious symbols embroidered on the collar and cuffs. She would not mistake it. It was the very garment she had stitched for Shen Su, hoping for his safe return each time. Beside her husband's nightgown, a pale blue undergarment embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water danced in the breeze, teasingly brushing against the man's nightgown, as if flaunting its presence before her. Chapter 12. Pregnancy. The sound of a woman's delicate laughter wafted through the air, accompanied by Shen Su's joyful voice. Zheng Ru scanned her surroundings, seized a broom beneath the window, and stormed into the room with fervor. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Su turned, his expression shifting dramatically as he noticed Zhao Ru, broom in hand, swinging it towards him. "How dare you, shameless little hussy, seduce my man? Just wait until I teach you a lesson," Zheng Ru shouted, her fury palpable. "Shen, save me." Mu Yin trembled behind Shen Su, her pale skin marred by red marks that pierced Zheng Ru's heart and vision alike. Zheng Ru's voice rang out, "Someone, drag this wretched woman out and put her to death." After enduring several blows, Shen Su, now exasperated, seized the broom and coldly reprimanded, "I dare anyone to step foot in here." With that, he flung the broom aside, causing Zheng Ru to stumble back, nearly losing her balance. "Shen Su." Zheng Ru's face twisted in rage. "You dare defend her? Do you have any regard for me? Let us not forget, when your family was in decline, it was my father who pleaded with the emperor on your behalf, allowing you to ascend to the position of general." Shen Su's gaze darkened, veins throbbing at his temples. After wrapping Mu Yin in a cloak, he spoke in a low voice, "Zheng Ru, I have tolerated you for long enough. You may as well know, my heart belongs to Yin Yin, and I intend to marry her. Fanhua Palace. It is said that during my 2 months of recuperation, Shen Chenghui has attended to the prince the most. Yes, Shen Chenghui is indeed favorite present." Tingyi cautiously glanced at Xiao Mingyue while massaging her legs. Xiao Mingyue retracted her legs, a forced smile gracing her lips. "Truly, When the tiger is away, the monkeys will reign supreme. Go fetch that wretched woman for me, and tell her I am bored during my convalescence, and wish for her company. Yulan Pavilion. Little Chunzi emerged from the room, radiating joy, and crossed paths with Chuanxi. Chuanxi remarked, "You seem particularly cheerful, little Chunzi. It appears you have received a generous reward from the young master." Little Chunzi shook the purse in his hand, reminiscing, "The young master is remarkably generous and treats others with kindness, never looking down on me for being a servant. To be by the young master's side is truly a stroke of fortune. I owe you my gratitude for recommending me. I shall treat you to a drink when time allows. That will be delightful. It is only because you are reliable that the young master values you. For us servants, loyalty is paramount." Indeed, indeed. Chuanxi entered the room and set down the teacup. "This is the tea gifted by the prince yesterday, knowing the master enjoys it. He has sent more." Shen Youli took a sip, smiling sweetly. "Truly, the slender horses of Yangzhou are unmatched in serving men. It is no wonder that my father could not resist. Is this regarding the task assigned to little Chunzi?" Shen Youli nodded, acknowledging that Zheng's household had much to attend to. Han Xiang entered to report, "Young master, Ting He from Fanghua Palace has come, stating that Shao concubine is feeling idle and wishes for your presence to converse." Shen Youli exchanged glances with Chuanxi, understanding the implication. "I will come after I change." Upon arriving at Fanghua Palace, Shen Youli found Shao concubine seated beneath the eaves, listening to a melody. "Greetings, Sister Shao. How is your health?" Shen Youli bowed respectfully. Shao concubine appeared not to hear, keeping time with the rhythm. After the song concluded, Shen Youli bowed once more to offer her respects. "Greetings to Sister Shao. How is your health?" You have arrived?" Lady Shao rebuked sharply, "You senseless servant. Why did you not inform me when Shen Chenghui arrived?" Shen Youli squatted for a while, her calves trembling, beads of sweat sliding down her temples. "Shen Chenghui, I am not nitpicking. But from whom did you learn the court etiquette? It is terribly improper." Lady Shao turned to Lu Mama, who was originally a confidant of the Empress, well versed in palace protocol. "You should learn from her to avoid embarrassing His Highness." Lu Mama stepped forward, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall impart my knowledge diligently. Go. I am weary. I shall rest for a while." The midday sun blazed, casting a glaring halo. Shen Youli repeated her actions, but Lu Mama always found faults. The sweat-soaked undergarment clung to her, causing her to shiver from the heat and cold. When she squatted again, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Chuanxi rushed over, "My lady, quickly, someone come. Our lady has fainted." "You have awakened?" Zhao Chengluan supported Shen Youli, gently inquiring, "Is there any discomfort remaining?" Shen Youli blinked. "Your Highness, you have come? I recall fainting in the Fanghua Palace, but I feel much better now, only a bit sore all over." Chuanxi interjected, "It was His Highness who carried Our Lady back." "How careless of you, my lady. You didn't notice the delay in the monthly cycle for half a month. Fortunately, you have not been harmed." Shen Youli was taken aback, looking at Chuanxi, my lady." Chuanxi beamed, "Our Lady is with child. You must not be as careless as before. The court physician says it is already over a month along." "Your Highness." Shen Youli's eyes misted, gazing at him with a dampened expression. Zhao Chengluan clasped her hand, a smile in his eyes. "Li Mingde, Shen Chenghui has contributed to our lineage and has been elevated to the rank of a good consort. All expenditures must be handled with care." In the Fanghua Palace, a sharp sound echoed as Lady Shao shattered a soup bowl. "This wretched woman is pregnant? His Highness has even elevated her status. The royal family has never had a precedent for promotion upon conception. Rewards are traditionally given only after the birth of a prince." Lady Shao seethed, wishing to crush her silver teeth. "If she gives birth, will she not be promoted again? I underestimated her. A mere concubine climbing the ranks so swiftly. Do not be angry, my lady. No matter how quickly she climbs, she will never surpass you." Lady Shao exhaled deeply. "Did not my aunt bestow 2 maidservants upon me? Summon them here." "But my lady, you have always kept the door closed to them before." "Though I am disheartened that my aunt seizes my weakness to send women to His Highness, circumstances have changed. I have been plagued by postpartum issues and cannot serve him. I must introduce new faces to diminish that wretched woman's favor." 2 maidservants approached gracefully, charmingly alluring. This servant is Hong Tao, and this servant is Lin Xiao. We pay our respects to Lady Xiao. May Lady Xiao enjoy longevity and peace. Those who emerge from the palace understand the rules. Rise, lift your heads. Lady Xiao reclined against the bed, her demeanor languid. Hong Tao wore a vibrant red gauze dress, her beauty striking, her figure voluptuous, captivatingly enchanting. Xiao Sci-Fi pouted and glanced at Lin Xiao, suddenly taken aback. If the sweet potato could be likened to a blazing rose, then Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be a pure lily. Dressed in a moon-white skirt, her fair complexion and doe-like, clear eyes evoked a sense of tenderness within the heart. Lin Xiao inquired, "My lord?" Xiao Sci-Fi waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of impatience. "Very well, you may leave." Yes, the two did not dare to inquire further and bowed as they took their leave. "Tingyi, did you catch a glimpse of Lin Xiao's appearance?" Xiao Sci-Fi's expression turned contemplative, and upon a closer look, she initially mistook her for that wretched woman. Yet, upon deeper observation, the facial features were indeed distinct, though the aura and demeanor were strikingly similar. This servant was also taken aback just now. She truly resembles Shen Yuan. "Huh, my aunt has certainly chosen with great care." Chapter 13. Sharing pets on this day. Zhao Chengluan returned to the residence after an outing. As he alighted from his carriage, Tingyi, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached him. The maid curtsied, greeting His Highness. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "The young mistress wishes to invite His Highness for dinner," she replied. Zhao Chengluan pondered for a moment. It had indeed been a while since he had visited the Fanghua Palace, so he nodded in agreement. Xiao, the consort, was adorned with exquisite makeup, her complexion slightly pale, yet appearing much like any other day. Zhao Chengluan took a seat and gazed at her, asking, "How is your health now?" "I am much better," Xiao replied coyly. "Your Highness has not graced me with your presence in the Fanghua Palace for quite some time. Are you still upset with me for my previous slip of the tongue? Recent affairs have been quite demanding, often requiring my presence in the countryside, leaving me little spare time. Humph. Yet you seem to find time for that little wretch." Zhao's demeanor transformed into a smile as she called for Lin Xiao. "Are you not going to serve His Highness's meal?" Lin Xiao responded promptly, moving to Zhao Chengluan's side. As he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, his gaze fell upon her fair wrist. "Is this a new maid?" he inquired. Xiao laughed lightly. "Your Highness, this is a concubine sent by the Empress." "Lin Xiao, do you not wish to greet His Highness?" "This humble maid Lin Xiao has met His Highness. May you be blessed with longevity and peace." "Rise." Upon seeing Lin Xiao's features clearly, Zhao Chengluan's eyes sharpened momentarily. A glimmer of malice passed through Zhao's eyes before she resumed her light laughter. "There is another, named Hong Tao. I shall introduce her to you next time." As the night breeze rustled, it produced a soft sound. Xiao sat vacantly before her dressing mirror. "Young mistress, it is time for rest," Tingyi urged. "Listen, Tingyi," Xiao replied. "What is it?" A woman's voice, sweet and melodious. Tingyi strained to listen for a while, but heard nothing. "Young mistress, that is merely the sound of the wind." In the Fanghua Palace's chamber, Zhao Chengluan lay down as Lin Xiao kept her eyes closed, her hands clasped tightly before her. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly parted her garments. Lin Xiao opened her eyes, blushing as she called out to him, "Your Highness." He leaned closer. After a long pause, she looked at him with confusion. "Your Highness?" Zhao Chengluan turned on his back, his voice calm. "Sleep now." Recent affairs had kept him busy for over half a month. He had initially felt enthusiastic, but upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, he was reminded of another's tearful eyes, and his interest waned. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao returned to the White Dew Garden, where she encountered Hong Tao, who was coming out to wash up. With dark circles under her eyes, Hong Tao scoffed and turned back, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Lin Xiao's eyes darkened as she returned to her own quarters. In the Wangshu Pavilion, Wang Liangdi expressed her envy. "Sister, you are truly fortunate. At such a young age, you are carrying His Highness's child." "Do not worry, sister. It will come in due time," replied Shen Youli, pushing a plate of pastries forward. "This coconut milk red bean pastry is delightful. Do try it." Wang Liangdi took a bite and swallowed. "I am not anxious. Thanks to your reminder, I am currently regulating my health, and it is not suitable for me to conceive just yet." With a sidelong glance, she asked, "Who is that?" Lian Xiao approached slowly, bowing as she greeted. This humble maid Lian Xiao pays her respects to the two young mistresses. "Which palace do you serve? I have never seen you before." The servant was sent by Her Majesty the Queen to attend to His Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Liangdi and Shen Youli exchanged a glance, signaling to begin. Lian Xiao raised her head, apologizing for disturbing the esteemed ladies and asking for their forgiveness. Wang Liangdi was left speechless, her eyes wide in shock. Shen Youli's gaze flickered slightly, and she smiled, remarking that this was not their private courtyard, so there was no cause for disturbance. They were not so domineering as to forbid others from passing through. Lian Xiao smiled sweetly at Shen Youli and expressed her gratitude before departing. Wang Liangdi grasped her sleeve, exclaiming in excitement, "Did you see that? She resembles you. Her appearance, her attire, even her demeanor are strikingly similar. If it were night, one might truly struggle to distinguish between you two." After a pause, she suddenly exclaimed, "I heard that His Highness spent the night at the Fanghua Pavilion, favoring a certain maid. Could it be her?" Shen Youli sipped her tea, her expression serene, replying, "Isn't it quite normal for His Highness to favor a maid?" Wang Liangdi sighed, "That is true, but this one seems rather unfriendly. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water rises, we shall bury it in earth." Zhao Chengluan arrived at the Yulan Pavilion under the moonlight, dismissing the gathered attendants. Approaching the room, Shen Youli's melancholic voice floated out, "Chuanxi, extinguish the lamp. His Highness will not come. Do not overthink, my lady. His Highness still holds you in high regard." "I know. I merely miss him." Shen Youli paused for a moment, forcing a smile. "It is a good thing for His Highness to have someone to attend to him. He is burdened with affairs of state, and it is rare for him to find a moment of respite. I only hope he does not forget me." The last sentence was barely audible. "You are speaking foolishly again." Zhao Chengluan entered. "You are still with child. How could I ever forget you? Your Highness?" Shen Youli leaped into his embrace. "What brings you here? If I do not come, you shall paint me as a cold-hearted, unfeeling rogue," Zhao Chengluan teased with a smile. "Your Highness." Shen Youli's cheeks flushed. Chuanxi performed a curtsy, smiling. "Your Highness, please do not blame her. Expectant mothers are prone to fanciful thoughts, and the lady is simply too concerned about you. I shall take my leave." The room was dim, with only the moonlight spilling in. Shen Youli lay nestled against Zhao Chengluan, her soft form pressed closely to him. Zhao Chengluan felt a tightness in his throat, as if countless tiny creatures were crawling within him, making him restless. "Your Highness, you," Shen Youli whispered. Zhao Chengluan tightened his embrace. "Do not move." His voice was hoarse, causing her heart to race. Shen Youli's lips curled upward. "You must be uncomfortable. Let me assist you." Before long, she playfully complained of a sore wrist, leaving Zhao Chengluan in a state of suspense, utterly vexed. You wretched man, off to dote on other women. You are quite the tease." Zhao Chengluan turned her over. Shen Youli gasped, pushing back. "Your Highness, be careful not to injure." "Do not worry." After a while, tranquility returned to the chamber. Shen Youli, resting her head on Zhao Chengluan's shoulder, drifted into a peaceful slumber, her rosy lips slightly parted, her hand resting upon his chest. Zhao Chengluan, satisfied yet unable to sleep, held her delicate hand, toying with it. "Your Highness, do not cause a ruckus." Shen Youli murmured softly, withdrawing her hand and turning away. Zhao Chengluan paused momentarily before chuckling and playfully scolding, "Ungrateful little thing." He then leaned in closer, enveloping Shen Youli securely in his embrace. In the Fanghua Palace, it was indeed a despicable affair. Even in her condition, she dared to flirt with His Highness. Xiao Sifei hissed softly, swatting away Rui's hand. "Forgive me, my lord, forgive me." Rui trembled, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing her head in apology. "You clumsy fool, you can't even manage your hair properly," scolded Tingyi as she entered, picking up a comb and instructing Rui to leave. "Do not be angry, my lord. Even if Lian Xiao proves futile, there is still Hong Tiao. Isn't there?" Lian Xiao resembles that wretched woman, yet still failed to capture His Highness's heart. "Can Hong Tiao succeed?" Xiao Fiskoft. Tingyi smiled, remarking that in this world, most men still favored women with voluptuous figures and striking beauty. "What harm is there in giving it a try?" Very well. I shall heed your words. Chapter 14. Poisoning in the stillness of the night. The study remained brightly lit. Zhao Chengluan set aside the memorial and gently pinched his brow. Your Highness, Lady Xiao has sent in a late-night snack. Having eaten only a few bites earlier, Zhao Chengluan now felt his stomach rumble in response to the mention of food. Bring it in. Hong Tiao approached gracefully, carrying a food box, and bowed deeply. Her voice sweetly alluring. I pay my respects to His Highness. May you be blessed with health and longevity. Zhao Chengluan's gaze lingered. Hong Tiao, clad in a striking rosy gown, her skin pale as jade, was captivating indeed. And you are? He inquired. I am but a humble servant, Hong Tiao. She smiled brightly at Zhao Chengluan, her enchanting eyes drawing his attention. You possess remarkable boldness to gaze directly at me. Most women would shyly avert their eyes in his presence, yet her straightforwardness piqued his interest. It is said that His Highness is like a rare orchid, exceptionally graceful. It is a rare opportunity for me to see you. Naturally, I must observe whether the rumors hold true. Oh, and what is your assessment? With a light laugh. Her voice was as melodious as a bell. Indeed, the tales are not unfounded. Zhao Chengluan smirked slightly, then set it down. Hong Tiao arranged the 3 flavor wontons, crisp side dishes, and silver-threaded herb rolls on the table. The night was deep, and the offerings were refreshingly light, though Zhao Chengluan offered no comment. He consumed quite a bit under Hong Tiao's attentive service. Her smile grew more pronounced. As she collected the food box to take her leave, she inadvertently stepped on her gown and stumbled toward Zhao Chengluan. He caught her with a slight curve of his lips, feeling the softness beneath his hand. Unable to restrain his grip, Hong Tiao gasped softly, daring to meet his gaze, her eyes alluring. It is often said that beauty appears more enchanting under the glow of lanterns. Indeed, Hong Tiao was a rare gem. My apologies, Your Highness, for my indiscretion, she murmured, her breath fragrant as orchids, her hand resting on Zhao Chengluan's shoulder. His new favorite concubine, Hong Tiao, had garnered significant favor in the past half-month. He had summoned her to serve him several times. Recently, Shen Youli had been suffering from severe morning sickness, her body easily overheated, especially with the autumn heat causing her unrest. Fanning herself with a Xiangfei fan, she said irritably, I know. Go fetch a bowl of mung bean and lily soup from the kitchen. Shunqi gently advised, mung beans are cooling. It is unwise to consume too much while pregnant. Perhaps a bowl of red bean and koik seed soup will be better. Red beans are gentle and beneficial for the spleen and stomach. Very well, do hurry. Shen Youli set down her fan and gazed outside at the sparrows perched on the branches. It was time for others to take the spotlight. In a few days, Shen Ruyan would also be released from her confinement. Shen Youli sighed softly. Pregnancy is truly a trial. Knowing his beloved was sensitive to heat, the prince had requested the Internal Affairs Office to supply some ice for her comfort. Han Xiang placed the ice basin in the corner. Indeed, he cared deeply for her. Shen Youli smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. A streak of purple lightning split the dark sky, illuminating the world momentarily before plunging it back into darkness. The fierce wind whipped the branches, and soon, torrential rain began to pour. Shen Youli's brow furrowed, her expression pained, as if struggling to breathe. Don't, she cried out, abruptly awakening. Spring rushed in and asked, My lady, what has happened? She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Shen Youli gasped for breath, gradually regaining her composure. It's nothing, merely a nightmare. The suffocating sensation of the blanket covering her face still lingered. Shen Youli pinched herself harshly, letting out a pained gasp. Shen Youli, do not fear. That is all from a past life. In this lifetime, you shall not repeat your mistakes. What is the matter, my lady? Spring inquired, but Shen Youli shook her head, suddenly clutching her chest and retching uncontrollably. Alarmed, Spring exclaimed, I shall summon the physician at once. The rain poured heavily, making it cumbersome to hold the umbrella while hastening. In a fit of urgency, Xiao Chun discarded the umbrella and ran. But the rain obscured her vision, causing her to stumble and twist her ankle. Undeterred, she gritted her teeth and limped toward the estate hospital. Physician Liu entered, drenched to the bone, water cascading from his garments onto the floor. After examining Shen Youli, he looked up and reassured her, There is no serious concern, my lady. It is merely a normal response to pregnancy. I shall prescribe a remedy, and should the vomiting persist, a single bowl will alleviate the symptoms. Leaning against the pillow, Shen Youli appeared one. Thank you, Physician Liu, she replied. Spring handed her a towel, prompting the physician to wipe his face. You have braved the deluge to attend to me. This is much appreciated. As she pressed a pouch into his hand, he initially resisted but ultimately accepted it. You are too kind. Attending to your needs is my duty. Please rest well, my lady. After escorting him out, Spring returned with a cup of warm water for Shen Youli. She took a sip but frowned, sensing something amiss. What is wrong, my lady? Spring asked, bewildered. Shen Youli, in a low voice, replied, I am acutely aware of my own condition. Tomorrow morning, have another physician come to examine me. Understood. Upon returning from sending off the royal physician, Zhao Chengluan limped in and reported, All the estate physicians have seen you, my lady, and confirmed there is no serious issue. It is a normal response to pregnancy. Zhao Chengluan, still limping, added softly, There is one more physician at the estate who joined last month. He is reputed to possess remarkable skills, but is rather proud and has been marginalized by the others, relegated to menial tasks. My lady, shall I seek him out? Shen Youli glanced at his injured foot. Did I not instruct you to rest properly? Let Xiao go find him. Zhao Chengluan chuckled. I was merely concerned for my lady's well-being. I shall return to rest. Thank you for your understanding. Qi Yin entered alongside Xiaoan, bowing respectfully. I am Qi Yin, at your service, my lady. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a fair complexion and chiseled features, though his expression was stern, exuding an air of aloofness. No need for excessive formality. I appreciate your assistance, Shen Youli responded, extending her hand. After Spring placed a silk handkerchief over her palm, Qi Yin placed his hand atop it, focusing intently before speaking. My lady, you have been poisoned. What? Spring gasped in shock. Shen Youli, however, seemed unfazed. Qi Yin expressed his astonishment. Shen Youli scoffed coldly. I am with child. I anticipated this outcome. Yet, I wonder what poison it could be and whether it poses a grave threat. Have you had any recent contact with oleander? Shen Youli reflected momentarily before responding. Never. Qi Yin wrinkled his nose and sniffed, inquiring about the fragrance wafting from the main chamber. Chuanxi extinguished the incense burner and brought it forth, revealing a scent of osmanthus. Qi Yin prodded at the half-burnt incense with a stick, lifting a piece to his gaze and confirming the presence of cassia bark. Shen Youli questioned, Is there an issue with cassia bark? Qi Yin explained that when mixed with oleander, prolonged exposure could induce dizziness, nausea, diarrhea, and even shock. Given that the young mistress was with child, any carelessness could lead to miscarriage or, in the worst case, death. Is there oleander in this incense? Shen Youli demanded. Qi Yin shook his head, noting the peculiarity of the situation. Shen Youli's eyes hardened with resolve. Search diligently, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. Uncover that harmful substance. Chapter 15. Turning the tables after an exhaustive search, no suspicious items were found. Chuanxi fanned Shen Youli to soothe her, urging her to remain calm, assuring her that they would find what they sought. Qi Yan's gaze sharpened. The color of the fan's handle appeared slightly darker than usual. He took the fan from Chuanxi, examining it closely before bringing it to his nose to detect any unusual scents. The handle bore a faint bitterness, reminiscent of oleander sap. Qi Yin inserted a silver needle into it, confirming that the handle had indeed been soaked in oleander juice. However, due to dilution and drying, the toxicity had significantly diminished. If the young mistress were to come into prolonged contact with it, the safety of her unborn child would be at risk, but fortunately, the discovery was timely. What a malicious scheme. Shen Youli scoffed. I have always been rather warm-tempered. This fan has been in my hand frequently of late. Such intimate knowledge could only come from someone close to me. Chuanxi, with clenched teeth, declared, It must be Huanxiang's doing. The fan and the incense were both taken from the storeroom by her. For now, let us maintain the status quo and avoid alarming any snakes in the grass. Shen Youli replied, her expression icy. Huanxiang entered, cradling a pot of chrysanthemums. Mistress, this is the purple dragon lying in snow you requested. I fetched it from the flower room. Very well, place it by the window, Shen Youli instructed. Huanxiang set down the pot, and, seeing no signs of distress from Shen Youli, left at ease. As night fell, the ink-black sky concealed the moon behind heavy clouds. Zhao Chengluan approached Shen Youli, but she suddenly pushed him away, retching uncontrollably. He steadied her and called for the physician. Qi Yin arrived promptly, taking Shen Youli's pulse before announcing, "Your Highness, Shen Yuan has been poisoned." Poisoned? Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened. What poison? The pulse suggests oleander, Qi Yin replied, glancing at Shen Youli. Have you been in contact with oleander? Shen Youli gently shook her head. I have not. Qi Yin sniffed the air. It seems the incense burning in this room is cinnamon. Indeed, it is, Chunchi confirmed, handing a piece of the incense to Qi Yin for inspection. Qi Yin examined it closely, stating, Your Highness, this incense does indeed contain kasha. Zhao Chengluan inquired, what implications does this have? The combination of oleander and kasha can induce dizziness and nausea. If a pregnant woman is exposed for an extended period, it could lead to miscarriage or worse, Qi Yin warned. There must be another item in this room related to oleander. Li Mingde, conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked, Zhao Chengluan commanded, his voice heavy with intent. After a thorough search, Li Mingde returned with a troubled expression. Your Highness, no suspicious items have been uncovered. Qi Yin's gaze fell upon the Xiangfei fan beside Shen Youli's pillow. Mistress, the color of this fan's handle is darker than usual. May I inspect it? Chunchi quickly handed the fan over. After a careful examination and a sniff, Qi Yin remarked, Your Highness, this handle carries the bitter scent of oleander, a detail easily overlooked. He then inserted a silver needle into it, declaring, Please observe. The needle changed color. It is toxic. Chunchi gasped. At that moment, Zia Kunzi entered, escorting Huanxiang. Your Highness, Mistress, Huanxiang was sneaking out, and I found her suspicious, so I apprehended her. Spring turned to her. Is it you? The fan and spices were retrieved from the storeroom by you. Did you tamper with them? Shen Youli's face was filled with disbelief. Huanxiang, I have treated you well. Why would you harm me? Spring, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Even if you were sent by the side consort Xiao, the young master has never treated you poorly. What I possess, you possess. You are heartless. Zhao Chengluan's expression shifted as he sternly commanded, Confess the truth. Huanxiang knelt to the ground. Your Highness, I know nothing. The items were taken directly from the storeroom. I did not interfere. Moreover, I am illiterate and unaware that oleander and cinnamon could be harmful. Shen Youli's voice was soft yet penetrating. We never informed you. How do you know it was the oleander and cinnamon? Huanxiang was at a loss for words. Still not confessing? Take her away and apply severe torture to uncover the truth. Li Mingde approached Huanxiang, suddenly alarmed. Your Highness, she has poisoned herself. A stream of black blood trickled from Huanxiang's mouth. Zhao Chengluan waved his hand, and Li Mingde led men to drag Huanxiang away. Others followed suit and withdrew. Shen Youli leaned against Zhao Chengluan, her heart still racing. Your Highness, our child nearly perished. Zhao Chengluan embraced her. Do not fear. I will protect you. Shen Youli's eyes reflected grievance. I have always treated others kindly. I cannot fathom who harbors such hatred towards me to employ such a vicious method. Was this maid sent by the side consort Xiao? Shen Youli was taken aback. Could it be that Sister Xiao instigated her? I know she has never liked me, but this is also your Highness's child. How could she be so cruel? Zhao Chengluan lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. I will have someone investigate. Your Highness, we owe much to the Qi family physician. Others failed to detect the issue. Is that so? Zhao Chengluan gently caressed her abdomen. I will reward him generously. In the Fanghua Palace, Your Highness, Huanxiang is dead. The side consort Xiao, who had been lounging languidly in a chair, sat up at the news. She didn't reveal anything she shouldn't have, did she? She said nothing and poisoned herself. The side consort Xiao reclined back. She is sensible. I spent money, and her family will now live in luxury. It's a fair exchange. Indeed, Your Highness, there is also the Liu family physician. It is said that His Highness is investigating this matter. The side consort Xiao narrowed her eyes, then ensured he has no chance to speak. Xiaoyan entered the study and bowed. Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan looked up from the memorial. Is there progress? 2 months ago, Huanxiang's family suddenly became affluent, a stark contrast to their previous poverty. He paused, his expression icy. Last night, the Liu family physician's home was flooded. None of the 5 family members survived. Zhao Chengluan cast aside his brush, a case of silencing. I understand, you may go. Xiaoyan bowed and withdrew. Zhao Chengluan chuckled coldly. Truly, the Xiao family, merciless in their dealings, akin to their nature. But the time is not yet ripe. For now, I shall endure. In the Yulan pavilion, Qi Yin retracted his hand, noting that the young master was in no serious distress. After days of recuperation, everything was well. Shen Youli displayed gratitude, expressing her appreciation for the cooperation of the Qi residence's physician in orchestrating the ruse to unearth the malevolent assailant behind her misfortunes. There is no need for concern. My lord, I too cannot abide by such underhanded schemes. Having encountered them, I cannot remain a passive observer, Qi Yin replied, his expression as impassive as ever, his tone devoid of emotion. The Qi residence's physician was of high moral standing, deserving of admiration. Chuanxi presented a small box, intended as a token of gratitude from the young master to the Qi residence's physician. Qi Yin politely declined, stating that attending to the young master was his duty and that she need not be so formal. With a respectful bow, he strode away. Chuanxi turned to Shen Youli, inquiring, my lord? Shen Youli's demeanor remained composed as she instructed, put it away. A person of the Qi physician's caliber is not easily swayed. And with him now at the helm of the residence's medical affairs, I can momentarily feel at ease. It was said that His Highness had reproached Consort Xiao, deeming her negligent in her duties, particularly for employing individuals like Liu, who harbored ill intentions. Consequently, her authority over the inner court had been rescinded. Shen Youli rose and approached the window, plucking a bloom of purple dragon lying in the snow to inhale its fragrance. She had never intended to bring about her downfall in one fell swoop. For the prince and she were childhood companions, their bond distinct from that of others. Yet, the intricacies of human relationships could not withstand suspicion. Over time, such doubts would erode even the strongest ties. Casting aside the flower, a slight smile graced her lips as she mused. Moreover, my dear sister shall soon emerge. If Xiao Mingwei were to falter, who would challenge her? Chapter 16. Lifting the ban at Yulan Pavilion. Shen Youli pressed down on Chuanxi's hand, urging her to wear the pear blossom silver hairpin. Chuanxi set aside the peacock golden hairpin, admitting her foolishness. Today, with the Crown Princess being released from confinement, it was indeed prudent to be more subdued. Shen Youli arrived at Wutong Hall, bowing in respect to the Crown Princess and her elder sisters. The Crown Princess, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You are with child now. Henceforth, you may forego the formal greetings." Suiwei approached to assist Shen Youli, encouraging her to sit. Shen Youli smiled back, replying, "One must not neglect propriety. Though my sister is magnanimous, there exists a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, and I cannot disregard the laws of etiquette. Shen Lianyuan is quite sensible," noted the Crown Princess, casting a glance at Consort Xiao. Unlike some who are ignorant of decorum, Consort Xiao scoffed, her smile devoid of warmth. "Your complexion is as rosy as ever after months apart, Crown Princess. It must be thanks to my sister." The Crown Princess turned her gaze to Suiwei, who nodded and stepped out. Shortly thereafter, maidservants brought forth tea and pastries for the young ladies. "I assume you sisters have yet to partake in breakfast. Please enjoy some refreshments," said the Crown Princess. Consort Xiao raised a teacup to her lips, then paused to set it down, sneering. "I dare not consume anything from the Crown Princess's table, lest it be tainted with something unclean." The Crown Princess's expression darkened. Shen Youli picked up a piece of Fu Ling cake and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "The pastries here are indeed far superior to those in my courtyard." The Crown Princess's demeanor softened slightly. "They are prepared by the same chef. How could there be such a vast difference? Perhaps it is simply that after such a long separation from you, dear sister, my spirits are lifted, making the delicacies seem even more delightful," Shen Youli replied. Wang Liangdi teased, "Ah, Shen's sister, your tongue has grown ever sweeter. You have stolen my words." Gao Yangdi observed silently, making no comment. Those with shallow insight have little exposure to quality goods," Consort Xiao remarked with a smirk, reveling in the moment. Crown Princess, during your confinement, Her Majesty the Empress sent 2 maidservants to attend to His Highness, and they are now waiting outside to pay their respects to you. A flicker of interest crossed the Crown Princess's brow. Then let them enter. Lin Xiao and Hong Tiao stepped in gracefully, kneeling to greet the Crown Princess, wishing her longevity and prosperity. No need for formalities. Upon seeing their faces clearly, the Crown Princess hesitated momentarily as she considered what titles to bestow upon them. After all, they were sent by the Empress. One must not be careless. Consort Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness the Crown Princess's reaction. The Crown Princess sipped her tea, her expression composed. Your reasoning is sound, so I shall grant you both the titles of Fengyi. Since you have received official positions, it would be inappropriate to remain at Bailu Courtyard. She turned to Consort Xiao with a warm smile. You may relocate to Shiji Pavilion, conveniently adjacent to Fanhua Hall, making it easier for you to pay your respects. The 2 women rejoiced, kneeling to express their gratitude. Consort Xiao shot a fierce glare at the Crown Princess. Suiwei, serve the tea. The Crown Princess placed a hand on her belly, having just consumed a copious amount of tea, and waived the need for further offerings. Wang Liangdi fixed her gaze on the pomegranate tea being served, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Upon observing the 2 enjoying their tea, the Crown Princess gazed at them with hopeful anticipation, urging them to serve His Highness diligently and to soon bless him with offspring. With a wave of her hand, she instructed them to leave. Shen Yuan, please remain. I have matters to discuss. Once the others had departed, the Crown Princess turned to Shen Youli, beckoning her to draw nearer for a more convenient conversation. I have heard that during my confinement, you pleaded on my behalf to His Highness? Shen Youli, visibly anxious, lowered her gaze. Our family faced difficulties, and my sister wished for His Highness to lift the confinement imposed upon me. It is my inadequacy that failed to persuade him. The Crown Princess chuckled softly. The confinement was at the Empress's behest, and His Highness could not defy her wishes. Yet, you surprise me, given my past treatment of you. Do you not harbor resentment? Shen Youli shook her head. To love deeply is to chastise strictly. My sister acted for my benefit. Moreover, we are of the same blood. Our fates are intertwined, sharing both fortune and misfortune. If my sister suffers, I too cannot escape unscathed. The Crown Princess raised an eyebrow. You exhibit understanding. Since you are with child, ensure you care for yourself. Shen Youli hesitated, casting a timid glance her way. I am afraid, sister. I have learned of the troubles caused by concubine Xiao. The Crown Princess replied, her eyes icy. What is there to fear? With my protection, she shall not dare to act recklessly. Very well, you may leave. I am weary. Farewell, sister. Please rest well. Shen Youli exited, her expression one of mockery. Cui Wei assisted the Crown Princess into the inner chamber to sit. Your Highness, Shen Yuan has shown considerable growth, even pleading for you. Once she bears her child, should we consider sparing her to deal with concubine Xiao? The Crown Princess shot her a piercing glare, causing Cui Wei to shiver. This servant speaks out of turn. Please punish me, Your Highness. Strike me. Yes. The sound of the slap echoed crisply. Cui Wei dared not feign compliance, her cheeks quickly turning red and swollen. Enough. You may leave. The Crown Princess scoffed. If her mother were alive, would that child still thrive? Fool! It is precisely because of their existence that my mother weeps daily. I cannot allow them to prosper. At noon, Zhao Chengluan arrived at Wutong Hall, where the Crown Princess greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him to take a seat. You appear quite diminished. Take care of your health. The Crown Princess rose to kneel. I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions and can only repent day and night. Copying scriptures for that child as a means of seeking blessings. Tears streamed down her face. I also feel remorse towards Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan helped her to her feet. You acted without malice. Let this matter rest and refrain from mentioning it again. Though unintentional, it was indeed a grave error. I shall take this as a lesson and be more prudent in my words and actions. Seated again, the Crown Princess dried her tears with a handkerchief. Today, upon seeing Shen Yuan, I learned she had been poisoned and nearly miscarried. Han Xiang possesses a truly malicious heart. I had never suspected her before. The crown princess lifted a teacup and handed it to Zhao Chengluan. And that physician from the Lu residence. Who failed to diagnose the poisoning? How can I trust such a person to attend to your highness? The crown princess observed Zhao Chengluan's expression while speaking. The side consort Xiao could not match your thoroughness. Now that the authority of the steward has been returned to you, I feel at ease. Zhao Chengluan's demeanor remained unchanged, though his voice grew a shade more somber. Your highness's expectations weigh heavily. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly and will not disappoint. After a brief pause, she continued, I have a request, and I wonder if your highness might graciously grant it. The crown princess encouraged her to speak freely. I have not seen my mother for a long time. May I invite her into the residence for a reunion? You may arrange it as you see fit. Zhao Chengluan rose. The crown princess stood as well, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Will your highness not stay for lunch? I have prepared the 8 delicacies you favor. I lack an appetite. Perhaps next time. Zhao Chengluan paused, suggesting that Shen Youli mother join the gathering, for such opportunities are rare. The crown princess's smile faltered, and she quickly chuckled, saying, It seems your highness and I are of one mind. Your highness, rest assured, I will handle matters well. Zhao Chengluan gently patted her shoulder and departed with a smile. A faint crack echoed. The crown princess had inadvertently snapped her painstakingly grown nails. As Zhao Chengluan exited the Wutong Hall, his expression remained impassive. The women in the rear courtyard all donned masks to play their roles. Should they remove their masks, their true faces would likely be unrecognizable, difficult to behold. Where is your highness headed? To see Shen Yuan. Zhao Chengluan strode forth, with Li Mingde closely following in his wake. Your highness. Hong Tiao stood by the road, her smile radiant as she greeted him. What brings you here? It is sweltering at noon. No one would be wandering outside. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Hong Tiao approached, entwining her arm with his in a playful manner, saying, I have composed a new dance. Would your highness care to see it at my place? Chapter 17. The secret elixir next time. I have matters to attend to. Zhao Chengluan withdrew his arm and departed without a glance back. Bing Qing peered out. Your highness, it seems the prince is heading towards the Yulan pavilion. Hong Tiao, adjusting her hair, scoffed. The prince truly dotes on Shen Yuan, visiting her frequently. It would be best for you to conceive soon. Having a child will help you secure your position. Yulan pavilion. Zhao Chengluan signaled for silence as he stealthily entered the room. Shen Youli lay on the couch, deeply asleep. He chuckled softly, approaching to pinch her nose. Huh? Shen Youli shook her head awake, her expression adorably bewildered. Who is it? Zhao Chengluan's smile widened as he stood before her, playfully squeezing her cheek. With a startled "oh," Shen Youli fully awakened. Your highness? Why are you here at this hour? Have you dined? Not yet. Just then, Shen Yuli's stomach grumbled audibly. Perfectly timed. Zhao Chengluan couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Youli felt a bit embarrassed, realizing her hunger. Shouldn't you hurry and serve the meal? Zhao Chengluan teased. Yes. Li Mingde and Chuanxi exited with smiles on their faces. Eat slowly, Zhao Chengluan gently advised. Shen Youli smiled back, deliberately slowing her pace. Chuanxi, remember to remind Our Lady to dine on time in the future. Yes, my lady tends to be drowsy and easily falls asleep during her pregnancy. I will ensure to wake her for meals. 2 carriages halted before the crown prince's residence. The first was spacious and opulent, contrasting starkly with the second, where even the horses pulling it seemed less spirited. Xiaowan stepped down from the ladder and hurried to assist Zheng Ru from the front carriage. Zheng Ru, adorned in elegance, made Xiaowan appear quite shabby, resembling a servant. Zheng Ru cast a cold glance at her before entering the residence with Sui. Xiaowan bit her lip and followed cautiously, careful not to gaze around. Upon entering the resplendent Wutong Hall, the crown princess sat in the main seat, her gaze as imposing as ever, even more so than when she was in waiting. Xiaowan dared not make a move. She greeted her with utmost caution, but the crown princess merely acknowledged her with a dismissive grunt, instructing Luo to escort her to Yulan Pavilion. Shen Youli had been eagerly awaiting by the door, and, upon spotting Xiaowan approaching from afar, her face lit up with a radiant smile. My dear daughter. Shen Youli supported Xiaowan, sparing her the formalities. Luluo smiled after curtsying. "My lady, I shall take my leave now." Shen Youli, with a warm smile, replied, "Thank you for your trouble." Luluo bowed and departed. Shen Youli, brimming with vitality, pulled Zhao Wan into the room, where a lavish array of tea and snacks awaited them on the table. Shen Youli cheerfully encouraged her to enjoy the tea, and it was only then that Zhao Wan felt a sense of relief. "I've been worried since I heard of your pregnancy." Zhao Wan scrutinized Shen Youli with concern, noticing she had lost quite a bit of weight. "Have you been suffering from severe morning sickness?" Shen Youli's abdomen was only slightly rounded, while her limbs remained as slender as ever. "I did experience quite a bit of sickness earlier, but it has improved significantly. I can eat and sleep well now. So please do not worry, mother." Shen Youli peeled a hazelnut and placed it in her hand. "How have you been lately? Has the Zhang family continued to trouble you?" Once Aunt Mu entered, she had no time to attend to me any further. Zhao Wan lowered her voice, stating that Aunt Mu was a woman of temperament who would not suffer in silence. After several altercations, even the Lord had ceased to stay in the First Lady's quarters. Zhao Wan glanced outside, and Shen Youli chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, mother, Chunxi is keeping watch outside." Zhao Wan expressed her confusion, noting that Aunt Mu often intentionally clashed with the First Lady when she was making things difficult for me, seemingly diverting her attention to protect me. Shen Youli's face brightened with a smile as she leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Zhao Wan was taken aback. "Is she one of yours?" "Mother, I cannot stay by your side. I can only arrange for someone to protect you." Shen Youli's smile faded, her expression turning serious. "Are you still upset over father's preference for others?" Zhao Wan shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "My bond with him has long since faded." "That's good to hear. By the way, please remind Aunt Mu to be cautious. My sister is not to be trifled with, lest she ensnare you." As Zhao Wan departed, Zheng Ru's previously haughty demeanor crumbled, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the Crown Princess, Yen'er. "Mother." The Crown Princess approached to embrace her. "I know you have suffered. Do not worry. I will avenge you." She wiped Zheng Ru's tears and helped her sit down. Zheng Ru's eyes were bloodshot, the tear troughs pronounced, her cheeks sagging. Despite being fully made up, her age was still apparent. The Crown Princess felt a pang of sorrow and rising resentment as she looked at her. "Yen'er, you are all I can rely on now." Zheng Ru spoke, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, do not cry. Tell me everything that has transpired these past few months, every detail." Zheng Ru choked as she recounted how Shen Huaqiu had been rendered senseless and how Shen Su had taken a new concubine. The Crown Princess furrowed her brows slightly. While these two events appeared flawless, their very plausibility felt odd, suggesting someone was scheming against the Shen family. Who could it be? The Lord's political enemies? This individual must be well acquainted with the Shen family situation. The Crown Princess, with a serious expression, stated, "Mother, there's a strong possibility that there are spies infiltrating our household. You must conduct a thorough investigation upon your return." Zheng Ru speculated, could it be the Shao family? They have always coveted the position of Crown Princess. If the Shen family were to fall, Xiao Mingwe's chances of ascending would increase significantly. Her expression hardened. "Your father was impeached yesterday by those from the Shao faction, accused of being discontent with the emperor's favoritism towards the Gu family, and for publicly criticizing the emperor's fairness at a banquet." The Crown Princess's brow furrowed as she inquired anxiously, "What did the emperor say?" The emperor expressed sorrow for him as a son, but only reprimanded him without imposing severe punishment. The Crown Princess sighed in relief, grasping her hand earnestly. Harmony within the family fosters prosperity. Men are fond of gentle and considerate women. You should be a bit more understanding. Maintaining a standoff with your father is not a viable solution. His concubine is already overstepping her bounds. Should I still treat him with kindness? Not a chance. Zheng Ru's countenance twisted in anguish. He is truly heartless. How blind was I to marry him? The Crown Princess secretly shook her head and sighed. Zheng Ru's steadfast nature is no match for the cunning and deceitful concubine. Mother, do not fret. Such a restless concubine is not difficult to manage, is it? Your father has always protected her. What can I do? Now that she is with child, your father regards her as his most precious possession. Then she must be dealt with. Mother, leave it to me. A fierce determination flickered in the crown princess's eyes. Her daughter had always been resolute. And Zhengru nodded in reassurance. With her daughter taking charge, Zhengru finally felt a sense of relief from her lingering anxiety. After sipping half a cup of tea, her expression brightened as she mysteriously proclaimed, "Yinner, there is hope for your condition." The crown princess, taken aback, inquired, "Are you suggesting Mother has acquired a secret elixir from the palace that can cure your infertility?" A surge of emotions coursed through the crown princess. Could it truly be? She had previously sought every possible remedy, consulting numerous physicians and wandering healers, all of whom deemed her condition untreatable. Having lost hope, she had taken Shen Youli into the household with the intention of bearing a child through her. Now, unexpectedly hearing that there was still hope for her condition, how could she not feel overwhelmed with joy? Yet, the fear of that hope being dashed once more left her in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 18. Provocation. When Mother went to pay her respects to the goddess of childbirth, she fortuitously saved a wandering Taoist priestess. Zhengru took a sip of tea, observing my troubled expression, and inquired about my distress. I confided in her my plight of congenital infertility, lamenting my lack of offspring to rely upon. In response, she graciously presented me with a vial of royal secret medicine as a token of gratitude. As she spoke of it, her eyes sparkled with excitement, claiming it was specifically formulated to treat infertility and that our fates were intertwined. Her lineage traced back to a court physician of the previous dynasty, Yin Yinshi. In that era, there was a consort named Lu who, having been wronged, suffered an injury that rendered her unable to conceive. It was only through this very medicine that she later bore a son and regained favor with the dragon. Could it be true? Might she be a charlatan? Zhengru nodded gently, revealing that Mother had sent your uncle to investigate. And indeed, there was a physician by the surname of Yin in the former dynasty. Subsequently, Mother consulted several more doctors, all of whom confirmed that the ingredients of this medicine genuinely aided fertility. "Yinner," she remarked, "the life within one's womb is incomparable to that which is nurtured from without." Her words rang true. Zhengru placed the vial upon the table. It contained many rare herbs that had long since become extinct, leaving only this final bottle with 4 pills to be taken one every 3 months. The voice of the crown princess carried a sense of desperate determination, as if she were betting on a dead horse, declaring, "I shall give it a try." On an occasion of paying respects, after a verbal exchange filled with barbs, the crown princess announced, 3 days hence, the Empress will host the mid-autumn banquet. Apart from myself, the Empress has requested that concubine Xiao and Shen Lianyuan also attend. This revelation stirred a tempest of thoughts among the attendees. Shen Youli appeared anxious and unsettled. The crown princess smiled sweetly, noting that concubine Xiao was the Empress's niece, thus requiring no further introduction. Meanwhile, Shen Youli was with child, and the Empress wished to meet her. Concubine Xiao huffed disdainfully before rising to leave. Gao Liangdi cast a glance at Shen Youli, lowering her eyes to suppress the jealousy that brewed within. Only Wang Liangdi maintained a smile, exchanging a knowing look with Shen Youli as they exited the Wutong Hall together. Wang Liangdi spoke with significance. The newcomers bear ill intentions. Shen Youli forced a smile, aware that the situation was heating up, making her the target of scrutiny. "Sister believes that with your cleverness, you can manage this." "Sister, please refrain from jesting," she replied, offering her respects to the 2 elder sisters. As they passed the Wangshu pavilion, they unexpectedly encounter Hong Tiao. Without bowing or waiting for an invitation, Hong Tiao straightened up, disregarding the decorum expected. It was said that Li Fengyi, who once served in the inner court, was most meticulous in manners. However, her demeanor at this moment seemed lacking. After a pause, Wang Liangdi's tone turned icy. "Are you dismissing me and Shen Lianyuan due to disdain?" "I would not dare," the younger sister responded, "but I was feeling a bit weak after attending to His Highness yesterday, and I hope my sisters will not take offense." Despite her words, Hong Tiao's expression carried a hint of provocation and a touch of arrogance. "Such shamelessness you display." "Sister," Shen Youli interjected, cutting off the brewing confrontation, casting a dispassionate glance at Hong Tiao. Though she felt a pang of sympathy for her, Hong Tiao's heart sank with trepidation. There was no need for further words. If one seeks their own destruction, even divine intervention may falter. My sister speaks wisely. It is indeed my folly to engage in reason with something so unworthy. The two of them cast not a single glance at Hong Tiao and departed with laughter. Hong Tiao continued to gaze after their retreating figures until they vanished from sight, at which point she turned, only to be halted abruptly. Lian Xiao stood a short distance ahead, her gaze lingering for an unknown duration. As they brushed past each other, Lian Xiao inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Hong Tiao chuckled, bewildered by her sister's words. "What do you mean? I do not comprehend." Before she could finish speaking, she had already passed by. Meanwhile, Shen Youli and Wang Liangdi made their way to the garden. This Li Fengyi, having barely tasted favor for a few days, has grown arrogant with her newfound status. It seems the princess' attention is but a fleeting fancy. Do you truly believe she has been intoxicated by the prince's favor to the point of daring to overstep her bounds? Wang Liangdi halted, pondering. Are you suggesting she acts with intent, whether deliberate or inadvertent? Do you truly think the prince would favor one who is both boisterous and lacking in grace? Shen Youli's smile was enchanting. Certainly, the prince must have seen something exceptional in her to have showered her with such attention. Regardless of her intentions, we shall not be ensnared. A solo performance cannot last indefinitely. The younger sister, despite her tender age, displayed remarkable composure, causing her elder sister to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Your praise is misplaced. Unlike you, dear sister, I am of illegitimate birth and have learned to be observant from a young age to avoid disdain from others. If one does not progress after having faced death, it would be a futile squandering of this opportunity for rebirth. It would be better to end one's life and seek an early reincarnation. Shen Youli thought to herself, ironically. Wang Liangdi, pampered at home, could hardly fathom the precarious existence of those born of lesser status. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of the hardships endured by illegitimate daughters. Wang Liangdi sighed, "Sister, having endured much, you are destined for a splendid future." Shen Youli blinked playfully. "I shall accept your well wishes and hope that your words carry a touch of truth." Wang Liangdi chuckled softly. "You often regard me as humorous, yet I believe you surpass me in wit." Soon, their laughter faded. Wang Liangdi, curious, probed, "Do you truly not mind the prince's affection for others? He is the crown prince, destined to be emperor, surrounded by countless beauties. How could he possibly favor just one? Indeed, one must learn to accept it. Otherwise, life becomes unbearable." On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Shen Youli adorned herself splendidly. As she entered the carriage, Zhao Chengluan could not help but steal several glances at her. In the past, Shen Youli had always presented herself as gentle and exquisite. True to her name, she resembled a pure white pear blossom, refreshed by rain and dew, delicate and radiant. Today, however, she transformed her former innocent visage. Her makeup was bold, and her palace gown resplendent, as though she had become an entirely different person overnight, blossoming from girlhood into womanhood, stirring something deep within Zhao Chengluan. The Mid-Autumn banquet was attended by officials of the 6th rank and above, accompanied by their families. Officials would celebrate the festival with the emperor at Xianhua Hall, extolling the virtues of Dayong, while the ladies were hosted by the empress at Penglai Pavilion, enjoying music, moon-gazing, and worship. Upon entering the palace, Shen Youli kept her gaze fixed ahead, following closely behind the crown princess and consort Xiao as they entered the grand hall of Penglai Pavilion. The atmosphere within the hall was warm and harmonious, with numerous court ladies and noble women already seated, engaging in casual conversations with familiar companions. Upon noticing the crown princess, the ladies rose in unison to pay their respects. The crown princess acknowledged them with a nod and a gentle smile as she gracefully took her seat at the head of the right row, just before the empress and other high-ranking consorts. The tables for Consort Xiao and Miss Shen Youli were arranged behind the crown princess. Consort Xiao cast a discontented glance at the arrangement, displeased that Shen Youli was seated on equal footing with her. She summoned 2 young eunuchs, instructing them to move the table behind her. The crown princess quietly cautioned, "The seating is arranged by Her Majesty the Empress. Do not seek trouble where none exists." lest you become the subject of ridicule. Surrounding noble women and ladies subtly directed their curious and gossiping gazes towards the scene. Consort Xiao huffed in annoyance and took her seat. The young eunuchs, at a loss, hesitated. "My lady, shall we still move this table?" The crown princess, maintaining a gentle smile, replied, "No need. You may return to your tasks." The two eunuchs bowed and departed, as the onlookers, finding no further entertainment, redirected their attention, engaging in hushed whispers, speculating whether they were discussing the unfolding situation. Shen Youli offered a grateful smile to the crown princess before finally taking her seat. Chapter 19. The Fierce Hound. The empress arrives. As the empress made her entrance, all the concubines and female attendants rose in unison to pay their respects, greeting her with wishes for longevity and peace. The empress, radiating warmth and grace, took her seat and graciously waived the formalities. The attendees expressed their gratitude and settled back down. The table was adorned with vibrant floral arrangements and a selection of seasonal fruits and delicacies. As the melodious strains of silk and bamboo music filled the air, the banquet commenced in earnest. The palace maids entered in a procession, their steps light and smiles bright, presenting dish after dish to the guests. The empress raised her cup in a toast, celebrating the joyous occasion with all present. Shen Youli, being with child, refrained from indulging in wine, merely bringing the cup to her lips for a gentle touch. "Your Majesty," a voice pierced the atmosphere, bringing immediate stillness to the hall. The empress turned her gaze. "Mingzhu, what is the matter?" The speaker, seated opposite the crown princess, was none other than Xiao Mingzhu, the second daughter of the chancellor. Her eyes were fixed on Shen Youli, harboring an unkind glint. "Your Majesty bestows wine, a grand favor indeed, yet this sister here seems unaware of the decorum, merely tapping her cup. Is that not a breach of etiquette?" Curious eyes turned towards Shen Youli. In previous mid-autumn banquets, the crown princess had only brought along the Xiao concubine, whose status was well known and beyond reproach. This year, however, an exquisite beauty had joined them, seemingly at odds with the Xiao concubine, piquing the curiosity of all. The empress cast a glance at Shen Youli, as Qiulu leaned in to whisper in her ear. Realization dawned on the empress. "Ah, I nearly forgot. This is Shen Yuan, the prince's beloved, who is presently with child. I invited her to partake in the festivities." When did a concubine gain the right to attend such an occasion? Xiao Mingzhu muttered, her expression one of discontent. She was enamored with the crown prince and was well aware of whom Zhao Chengluan currently favored. Seeing Shen Youli at the banquet provided an opportunity for her to challenge her. Xiao concubine's gaze was sharp as a blade, suddenly directed at her. "Mrs." Xiao discreetly pinched Mingzhu beneath the table. Mingzhu covered her mouth, realizing her slip. She had forgotten that her sister was also a concubine of the crown prince. Yet their powerful family background allowed her to stand equally with the crown princess. Shen Youli rose gracefully, bowing to the empress. "This is Shen Yuan, your Majesty. I thank you for the opportunity to join this banquet. It is indeed a great honor." The empress, with a kind demeanor, waived the formality, truly a clever child. Then, she removed a string of prayer beads from her wrist, which Qiulu deftly caught on a tray. These beads, gifted by Master Li Wu of Yeoman Temple, blessed by the light of the Buddha, are a token of our meeting. Qiulu approached with the tray. Shen Youli, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's generosity, yet this gift is exceedingly precious, and I fear I am unworthy to receive it." The empress playfully chided, "I just praise your cleverness, and now you speak foolishly. You bear the prince's child. No one is more fortunate than you. Accept it. This gift shall ensure a safe delivery." To decline further would be to embarrass the empress, so Shen Youli expressed her thanks once again, donning the prayer beads, the rich scent of sandalwood filling her senses. The empress nodded, her smile warm and inviting. As the wine flowed and the third round was completed, the palace maids cleared away the remnants of the cold dishes, replacing them with mooncakes and tea. The pavilion of Penglai, a veritable paradise on earth. Gazing out of the window, surrounded by swirling mists, the pavilions and towers lay before me in their entirety. The round moon hung high in the sky, appearing as though it were within arm's reach, radiant and magnificent. The gathering relished the moonlight while savoring mooncakes, indulging in sheer delight. Occasionally, a court lady or noblewoman would recite a poem or sing a tune, earning the favor of the empress. As the auspicious moment arrived, the empress led the assembly in a tribute to the moon goddess. Outside, the sacrificial altar had long been prepared. The empress, at the forefront, silently recited her prayers and placed incense into the burner, with the other ladies following suit. Their wishes were simple: to marry a worthy husband, for lovers to unite, and to enjoy a blissful family life. However, Shen Youli had little interest in the moonlit offerings. Having consumed copious amounts of tea at the banquet, she now felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen. After informing the crown princess, she took her maid, Chuanxi, to the cleansing chamber to change. A palace maid approached, smiling brightly as she led the two. The sounds of the celebratory music faded into the distance, and their path revealed few souls. A flicker of suspicion crossed Shen Youli's mind as she smiled lightly and inquired, "My lady, how much further to the cleansing chamber?" "Do not worry, esteemed one. It is just ahead," the maid reassured. After walking for what felt like half a tea's worth of time, the maid came to a halt, declaring, "This is the place." Shen Youli thanked her and, with Chuanxi's assistance, stepped over the threshold. Inside, there was a row of private chambers, each attended by a maid. One maid approached, guiding her inside, assuring her that the space was unoccupied and suitable for her use. Shen Youli nodded in acknowledgement and entered the room. The interior was pristine and orderly, with a screen for privacy, fragrant incense wafting through the air, and a basin of water prepared alongside soap pods and towels. Taking a deep breath, Shen Youli felt her previous anxieties dissipate. After cleansing her hands, she and Chuanxi exited the hall, only to find that the maid who had led them had vanished. Fortunately, both Shen Youli and Chuanxi had sharp memories and recalled their path. As they passed by Yonghe Palace, a sudden clatter of bells echoed from behind them. Turning to investigate, they spotted a large, copper bell-adorned mastiff barreling towards them, panting heavily. This dog was massive, standing nearly as tall as a person, with crimson eyes and protruding fangs. Lunging at them, "Help! Someone, save us!" Chuanxi screamed, stepping protectively in front of Shen Youli. Yet, the beast circumvented Chuanxi and relentlessly pursued Shen Youli, snapping at her heels. Shen Youli evaded the dog's vicious attacks, her complexion paling as she wondered why the creature was fixated solely on her. Chuanxi, in a state of panic, cried out for help, but no one appeared. Their breaths quickened as their pace faltered. With a sharp tug, the mastiff tore at Shen Youli's sleeve, severing the pearl necklace gifted by the empress, the beads scattering across the ground. Momentarily stunned, Shen Youli was suddenly knocked to the ground by the ferocious beast. It lunged at her neck, its jaws poised to bite. "Ah!" Her scream reverberated within the palace walls. In a moment of bravery, Chuanxi thrust her arm into the dog's mouth. "Chuanxi!" Shen Youli's heart shattered as tears streamed down her face. The dog clamped down on Chuanxi's arm, shaking its head violently, causing her to writhe in agony. In a frantic rush, Shen Youli grasped a hairpin from her head, yanking it free and plunging it into the beast's eye. Blood splattered across Shen Youli's face as the dog howled and released its grip on Chuanxi. The commotion here finally attracted the patrolling guards, and Shen Youli fell limp, closing her eyes. In the Qianghua Palace, the emperor, in his frail condition, could only sit briefly before Zhao Chengluan took charge. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was lively, as the attendees engaged in a drinking game. The rules entailed a blindfolded eunuch striking a gong while participants passed an embroidered ball. When the gong ceased, whoever held the ball was required to compose a poem on the theme of moon. Failure to do so would result in a penalty of a drink. The officials, shedding their usual dignified demeanor, eagerly showcased their talents while simultaneously undermining their rivals, creating a jovial and exuberant ambience. Li Mingde approached Zhao Chengluan, his step steady, though a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. Zhao Chengluan's gaze sharpened. Leaning closer, Li Mingde whispered, causing a barely perceptible twitch in Zhao Chengluan's brow. Rising with a composed smile, Zhao Chengluan addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, I must step away for a moment. Please continue." Once outside the grand hall, the warmth of his smile gradually dissipated, and he abandoned his leisurely pace, striding swiftly. Li Mingde jogged to keep up, reassuring, "Your Highness, do not fret. It is said there is nothing to fear." They have been temporarily relocated to the nearby Yonghe Palace. Chapter 20. Killing two birds with one arrow inside Yonghe Palace. In the Baibo Hall, Shen Youli lay in bed, unconscious. Chuanxi, disregarding her bleeding arm, remained steadfastly by her side, not budging an inch. The imperial physician had examined Shen Youli and proceeded to dress Chuanxi's wounds. "You are quite stubborn, my dear. With such a large chunk of flesh torn from your arm, you still refuse to seek treatment. Fortunately, the bone remains uninjured. I shall prescribe a remedy to prevent you from contracting rabies. Remember, it will take 100 days to ascertain whether your body is free from harm." Chuanxi expressed her gratitude, gently wiping the blood from Shen Youli's face. In the main hall, the Empress sat in a position of authority, her gaze sharp. "Defei, you had better pray for the safety of Shen Lianyuan and her unborn child. Otherwise, you shall be held accountable for your grave negligence." Defei bowed her head, kneeling at the Empress's feet. It was a lapse on the part of the palace maids that allowed this wretched creature to escape and frighten Shen Lianyuan. "It was my oversight." The Crown Princess occasionally glanced towards the inner chamber, her expression laced with concern. "Xiao se fait, feeding bored, yund. It's been so long. Is she not yet recovered?" When the old physician emerged, everyone instinctively turned their attention to him. "Your Majesty, Shen Lianyuan has fainted from shock and shows signs of a miscarriage." "What?" The Crown Princess rose, supporting herself on the table. The Empress shot her a glance, prompting the Crown Princess to awkwardly sit back down, feeling embarrassed. The glimmer of schadenfreude in Xiao Sufei's eyes was barely contained. Had this occurred in her own quarters, she would have surely erupted in celebration. The old physician lowered his gaze. "I have prescribed a remedy to stabilize the fetus. For the next 3 months, Shen Lianyuan must remain in bed to have any chance of preserving her child." "I understand," the Empress replied. Just then, Zhao Chengluan strode in, bowing respectfully. "Mother, did you hear what the physician just said?" "I did. I shall go check on Shen Lianyuan." The Empress nodded and rose. "Let's go see her as well." The group made their way towards the inner chamber. Upon seeing Shen Youli, Zhao Chengluan's breath caught in his throat. Shen Youli appeared pale as death, the traces of blood on her face still uncleaned, lying there devoid of life. Chuanxi performed a bow and resumed her gentle ministrations. "What transpired?" Chuanxi, still shaken, replied, "I returned from the purification chamber with the young mistress when that vicious dog suddenly charged at us. For some reason, it relentlessly pursued her, biting without pause." "It only pursued your young mistress?" Zhao Chengluan's eyes flashed with anger, sensing something was amiss. "Why did you pass by Yonghe Palace on your way to the purification chamber?" Chuanxi hesitated. "A palace maid led us there. It took quite a while." The Empress, perplexed, remarked, "The journey from Penglai Pavilion to the ladies' purification chamber takes but a short tea time. Why did the maid not take you on a more direct route, but instead lead you around?" Zhao Chengluan inhaled deeply. "Do you remember what that maid looked like?" Chuanxi thought for a moment and replied slowly. She had an oval face, willow-shaped brows, and a very friendly smile. The Empress shook her head. "That description is too vague. There are thousands of palace maids within the palace. Finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." She had a birthmark the size of a soybean behind her left ear. Shen Youli's voice emerged weakly. "Young mistress, you are awake." Chuanxi exclaimed, tears of joy spilling forth. Shen Youli gently wiped her tears away. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" "I am perfectly fine." Then, looking towards Zhao Chengluan, she said, "Your Highness, were it not for Chuanxi's protection, I fear I would never see you again." Zhao Chengluan grasped her hand and replied, "Chuanxi has rendered great service. I shall reward her." Upon seeing the Empress, Shen Youli's face flushed with guilt. "Your Majesty, I have wronged you. The prayer beads you bestowed upon me were destroyed by that vile dog." The Empress smiled gently. "Oh, my foolish child, you still dwell on this? It is not your fault. I hold you blameless." Suddenly, her expression grew stern. "Qilu, send someone to find the maid with the red mole behind her ear." Qilu bowed in acknowledgement, But before she could exit the grand hall, a woman's piercing scream echoed from outside. The crowd turned in alarm and rushed out. In the southwestern corner of the courtyard, by the well, a maid lay sprawled on the ground, her face ashen. "Speak. What has happened to cause such a commotion and disturb our esteemed guests? Do you not realize your transgression?" Shilu demanded. The maid trembled, pointing towards the well. There is a dead person inside. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Li Mingde leaned over the well, his expression darkening. A maid lay within. The empress commanded in a low voice, "Retrieve her." Several eunuchs worked together to pull the maid from the well. Her features had yet to bloat, suggesting she had died recently. "Wait," Shilu shouted, bringing the lamp closer to examine her. Turning the maid over revealed a conspicuous red mole behind her left ear, and the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be her? Shilu summoned Chuanxi. "Look closely. Is this the maid who guided you previously?" "Indeed it is," Chuanxi affirmed with a nod. "Linglan," the frightened maid whispered softly. The Defei's complexion turned pale, and the empress's eyes glinted with intensity. "Do you recognize this maid?" The maid quivered, hesitant to speak. Shilu glared. "Are you not going to confess? Do you wish to face punishment?" Terrified, the maid prostrated herself. "I am Linglan, the personal maid of Defei. I have seen Miss Linglan a few times as I serve in the outer court." The empress coldly admonished, "Defei, what do you have to say? Your maid lured Shen Lianyuan to a secluded spot and then unleashed your beloved to harm her. What is your intent?" After a pause, she continued, "Do you believe that if the crown prince remains childless, your son, the third prince, will inherit the throne?" Each word was a dagger to the heart, leaving Defei speechless. She knelt, her voice breaking. "Your Majesty, I would never take Defei to Yonghe Palace under confinement. She is not to leave." The empress turned and strode out. "I shall report this to His Majesty. Let him decide." Zhao Chenglun's gaze flickered as he returned to the inner chamber, lifting Shen Youli into his arms. "It is late. Let the ministers disperse." Li Mingde glanced at Xiao Hizi, who nodded and departed. Concubine Xiao glared at Shen Youli, who rested against Zhao Chenglun's shoulder, her teeth clenched in frustration. The crown princess remained impassive, though jealousy simmered in her eyes. In Longxiang Palace, the emperor listened to the empress's words in silence for a long while. He cleared his throat twice, his voice weak. "Wei Hai, convey the decree to the 6 palaces. Defei Su has committed immoral acts and plotted harm against others. Her title is revoked. She is demoted to a commoner and cast into the cold palace." After issuing the decree, he fell into a fit of coughing, the veins in his neck bulging. The queen gently soothed him, stroking his back. After a moment, the emperor removed the handkerchief, revealing a stark crimson stain. The queen, in a state of panic, urged for the imperial physician. The emperor restrained her, saying, "You know as well as I that calling for the physician merely results in a prescription, a remedy that addresses symptoms but not the root of the ailment. My time is limited. Let me find some ease." With tears in her eyes, the queen replied, "Your Majesty, do not speak such nonsense. You shall be fine. I am weary. You too should return and rest," he said, lying down. The queen tucked him in, saying, "I shall take my leave for now." As Wei Hai entered, he observed the queen's departure and questioned, "Your Majesty, are you truly willing to cast concubine De into the cold palace?" The emperor closed his eyes, his complexion ashen. "I can no longer protect her. I only hope that the venomous woman spares her life." In the stillness of the night, Qilu supported the queen as they traversed the palace path. The queen inhaled the crisp, cool air, feeling revitalized. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Concubine's power has waned, and no one shall dare to challenge you henceforth." The queen chuckled softly. "What if the emperor still holds affection for her? In the end, I have triumphed." The emperor is a wise ruler. Though he cherished concubine De, he nonetheless designated the second prince as the crown prince. This is a matter of ancestral decree, forbidding the favoring of concubines over wives and the overturning of noble lineage. The queen's smile faded, and she coldly remarked, "Moreover, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted. How could the third prince compare? The mother of the crown prince has passed away, and that wretched woman wishes to adopt him. Fortunately, the emperor, aware of my childless state, has still favored me. Yet, alas, It is regrettable that Shen Liangyuan's pregnancy has endured. The queen's smile turned venomous, but she must be able to deliver safely. Chapter 21. Reflection. Zhao Chengluan cradled Shen Youli into the Yulan pavilion, gently laying her upon the bed. Shen Youli's lips were devoid of color as she forced a feeble smile. Your Highness, today marks the 15th. My sister is still waiting for you. Zhao Chengluan's gaze was deep and contemplative. But you were the one who bid me leave. He abruptly turned back, sitting at her bedside, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Why do you weep? Shen Youli shook her head softly, grasping his hand. Zhao Chengluan smiled slightly. It is customary for the prince to spend the nights of the 1st and 15th with his legitimate wife. It cannot be disregarded. I shall depart only after you have fallen asleep. Shen Youli gazed deeply at him, then closed her eyes, embodying tranquility and obedience. Exhausted from the loss of vitality, she swiftly succumbed to slumber. Zhao Chengluan watched her silently, his expression serene, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Li Mingde entered quietly. Your Highness, it is already the 3rd watch. Zhao Chengluan tucked Shen Youli's hand beneath the covers and rose to depart. At Wutong Hall, the maid inquired, Your Highness, shall I remove your hairpins? Wearing these ornaments has caused quite a strain on your scalp. The crown princess had been sitting in a daze since her return from the palace, silent and unresponsive. Suiwei, what time is it? The crown princess finally spoke, her voice hoarse. It has passed the 3rd watch. Suiwei studied the crown princess's pallor, cautiously suggesting, Your Highness, perhaps you should remove your makeup and rest? The crown princess fixed her gaze upon her, eyes fierce. Are you implying that the prince will remain with that wretched woman and disregard me? He has forsaken our ancestral customs for her. Suiwei fell to her knees, trembling. I did not mean it that way. I am merely concerned for your well-being after such a long day. The sounds of greetings from outside erupted, and the crown princess sprang from her seat, rushing to greet him. The prince has arrived. She turned back, chiding, Why are you still down? Do you wish for the prince to see you like this? As Zhao Chengluan entered, he noticed the crown princess still adorned in her fineries, momentarily taken aback. Having returned for so long, why do you not change into something more comfortable? The crown princess, her eyes shadowed with worry, replied softly, I have been preoccupied with my sister's well-being. They moved towards the inner chamber, where the crown princess helped him out of his outer garments. Is my sister well? For the next 3 months, let her rest in peace and avoid any disturbances. Indeed, that is my intention. Zhao Chengluan pressed her hand gently. Let the maid attend to me. You should freshen up. I wish to serve you myself, the crown princess replied, a playful pout gracing her lips. By the time they finally lay down, it was well past midnight. After taking the palace's secret medicine, the crown princess felt a surging heat within her, her body restless. Unable to suppress her yearning for closeness with Zhao Chengluan, she turned and embraced him, whispering sweetly in his ear, Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan was momentarily stunned. The crown princess, who had always been dignified and reserved, had never before engaged in such bold flirtation. It is quite late. We have an early court tomorrow. We should rest. The crown princess felt as though struck by a heavy blow, her head spinning, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Since when has the prince been reluctant to even touch me? The crown princess lay still, biting her lower lip, her gaze flickering between brightness and darkness. The following evening, as the sky deepened into night, Zhao Chengluan returned to the manor, coincidentally encountering Xiao Yun returning from outside. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yun accompanied Zhao Chengluan to the study. Your Highness, fortunately, I arrived just in time to seize that rabid dog before it was executed. Had I arrived a moment later, there would have been nothing left of it. Were we able to uncover anything? I had the veterinarian perform an autopsy, and within its stomach, we discovered undigested pills containing a substantial amount of strychnine. The dog exhibited initial symptoms of mania, followed by convulsions and vomiting, indicating poisoning. Xiao Yun's tone carried a hint of hesitation. However, this does not prove that the poison was administered by concubine Da. Furthermore, the witness has already perished. Your Highness, the young palace maid who pointed out the bellflower that day was found drowned in the Biao pool at the Penlai Pavilion this morning. Zhao Chengluan nodded lightly, acknowledging the information. I understand. You may take your leave. After a brief moment, Zhao Chengluan picked up a brush the ink flowing onto the paper like a torrent. A bold character emerged, vigorous and infused with a chilling intent. In the Yulan pavilion, Chuanxi entered, carrying a potion for stabilizing the fetus. Shen Youli wore a feigned expression of anger. Did I not instruct you to rest properly? Chuanxi handed her the bowl of medicine, chuckling, my lady, it is my arm that is injured, not my leg. If you require me to lie in a room all day, would that not be a form of torment? Shen Youli shot her a disapproving glance. Moreover, I must personally supervise this medication to feel assured. After consuming the medicine, Shen Youli dabbed her lips with a handkerchief and took a preserved fruit into her mouth. Once she subdued the bitterness, she inquired softly, has anyone visited me in the Yulan pavilion these past few days? The Crown Prince stated that you should rest peacefully for these 3 months, and no one is permitted to disturb you. Yet, Li Fengyi has no ties with you and has been lingering outside our Yulan pavilion. Shen Youli lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. After a moment, her contemplative voice broke through the silence. Chuanxi, do you recall how that vicious dog relentlessly pursued me, attempting to bite? I have been perplexed, repeatedly recalling the details of that day. That dog was in a frenzied state. It must have been fed something. What could have attracted it to me? Shen Youli paused, then quietly uttered 2 words, Buddha beads. Chuanxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Youli's gaze turned icy, her voice unwavering. Only the Buddha beads are foreign objects. At that time, I merely sensed the aroma of sandalwood, which likely masked other scents. Chuanxi, have you heard a tale? In the previous dynasty, the populace was fierce and fond of raising ferocious beasts for entertainment. The royal family once maintained a menagerie, housing lions, tigers, and bears. One day, several princes visited the menagerie as usual, betting on which would triumph in a fight between the tiger and the bear. Unexpectedly, the cage door was left ajar, and the tiger, having slain the bear, escaped, charging toward the crowd. Shen Youli took a deep breath. Can you guess what happened next? It did not attack anyone, but pursued the Crown Prince instead. The outcome was inevitable. The Crown Prince was brutally killed, leading to an outright ban on raising ferocious beasts in the previous dynasty. Consequently, the second prince ascended to the throne. The beast tamer had long been bribed, discarding garments imbued with the prince's essence to a drugged tiger. Shen Youli sighed softly. The path to usurpation has always been drenched in blood throughout history. Chuanxi listened, stunned into silence. Does this tale not echo our own harrowing encounter that night? Chuanxi nodded vacantly. My lady, how do you possess such knowledge? Have you gleaned it all from books? Shen Youli nodded, revealing that this story was chronicled in a historical account. In her previous life, Shen Youli had been taught that a woman's lack of talent was her virtue, never cultivating her own thoughts and accustomed to obedience, allowing Shen Rian to manipulate her, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. In this life, after her rebirth, she had immersed herself in literature, even drawing jest from Zhao Chengluan about her ambition to become a top female scholar. Reading cultivates wisdom. She increasingly felt the folly of her former self. Chuanxi absorbed this revelation, suddenly awakening to a startling realization. Does this imply that the Empress intends to harm you, my lady? Was the noble consort unjustly accused? I am surnamed Shen, not Xiao. The Crown Princess has already secured her position, and should I bear a child, I would then claim the firstborn. According to royal customs, the legitimate heir is prioritized, and the Empress would not welcome such a turn of events. Shen Youli's expression turned sardonic. It is well known that the Emperor established the Xiao family as Empress merely due to their merit in aiding his ascent. His true affection has always resided with the noble consort, whom the Empress views as a thorn in her side, thus naturally desiring her swift removal. With a cold laugh, she remarked, a masterful stroke, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Chuanxi, take heed of Hongtao and Lianxiao. The Empress's orchestration to bring them in is undoubtedly a ploy to eliminate rivals for the Xiao family. Chuanxi nodded vigorously, grateful for her lady's astuteness. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to the peril lurking around her. Shen Youli shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 22. The fetal movement after Feng Yi was sealed away. Hong Tiao and Lian Xiao relocated to Shijixian. Hong Tiao resided in the West Wing, while Lin Xiao occupied the east wing. That night, the west wing was filled with joyous laughter, contrasting sharply with the desolate silence of the east wing. In the darkness, Lin Xiao tucked away a note, her expression somber. In the west wing, Hong Qiao donned a gown of crimson gauze, holding a red fan to conceal her face, her delicate feet shining like jade. She gradually lowered the fan, revealing half of her enchanting smile, before swiftly raising it again. The red fan swept through the air as Hong Qiao leapt gracefully, her movements both swift and languid, her dance ethereal. Her legs, resembling white jade, were revealed in glimpses as she danced. Zhao Chengluan wore a faint smile, quietly admiring the performance. Suddenly, Hong Qiao descended, swaying her waist, her gaze alluring and captivating. Zhao Chengluan's eyes darkened with intrigue as Hong Qiao giggled and spun, stepping gracefully to his side, turning her slender form to sit upon his lap. "Your Highness, how do you find this dance?" Zhao Chengluan supported her waist. "It is delightful. Does it have a name?" Hong Qiao, with a hint of embarrassment and a glimmer in her eyes, replied, "I am but a humble servant. I have named it the Hong Qiao dance." Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, his voice low and teasing. The dance reflects the dancer, perfectly suited. Stealing a glance at him, Hong Qiao tugged at his hand, leading him toward the bed. Just as the atmosphere turned intoxicating, a cool voice interrupted. "Why do you linger near Yulan Xian?" Startled, Hong Qiao's heart raced as she opened her eyes to meet Zhao Chengluan's unfathomable gaze. "Your Highness, what does this mean?" She forced a calm demeanor, striving to conjure a smile. "I heard that Shen Lianyuan experienced a disturbance during the mid-autumn banquet, and I wish to pay a visit." Zhao Chengluan remained silent, fixing his gaze upon her. Unable to withstand his scrutiny, Hong Qiao feigned shyness. "Your Highness, why do you look at me so? It makes me quite bashful. I grant you this one opportunity." The air seemed to freeze. Hong Qiao's heart pounded, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead and into her eyes. Suddenly, she shut her eyes, her mental defenses crumbling. "I serve the Empress's command to assist Consort Xiao in eliminating Shen Lianyuan." She spoke hoarsely, devoid of her usual charm. Zhao Chengluan smiled nonchalantly. "Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Everything remains the same. Should the Empress have any changes, report promptly. Understand. Moreover, ensure Shen Lianyuan's safety. If she lives, you live. If she..." Zhao Chengluan hesitated, the word fading from his lips, as if subconsciously unwilling to associate her with that fate. Hong Qiao abruptly raised her head, but Zhao Chengluan appeared as a refined gentleman, though his words sent chills through her. Lowering her gaze, she replied, "I shall remember." Zhao Chengluan reclined lazily, soon succumbing to slumber. Yet Hong Qiao remained motionless, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke. Yulan Xian. After her afternoon nap, Shen Youli rose to take a stroll, arriving beneath the catalpa tree in the southeastern corner of the courtyard. With a radiant smile, she admired the tree, which bloomed in May and June with purple-red flowers, symbolizing auspiciousness. Enthusiastically, she bent down to pick up a fallen leaf, its shape resembling a goose's foot, charming in its orange-yellow and green hues, possessing a unique allure. Lear is in high spirits. Shen Youli turned in surprise. "Your Highness, when did you arrive?" "I did not hear a sound." Zhao Chengluan chuckled. "You were too engrossed in admiring the catalpa leaves." As he spoke, he grasped her hand, his brow slightly furrowed. "Why are your hands so cold? You ought to fetch a cloak for yourself." Today, Shen Youli donned a delicate light pink jacket adorned with peach patterns, paired with a matching skirt. Her hair was styled in a serpentine bun, embellished with a few pink floral ornaments. The crowning touch was the peach blossom hairpin resting on her forehead, making her radiate like blooming peaches and plums amidst the bleak winter, a refreshing sight indeed. When she turned, Zhao Chengluan was genuinely taken aback by her beauty. Yet his concern lay primarily with her well-being. "Your Highness," Shen Youli shook his hand gently, "I am not cold. I merely touched the catalpa leaves a moment ago, which left me with a chill." Zhao Chengluan lightly tapped her forehead, adopting an expression of helplessness. "Li Mingda, I recall the snow fox fur I acquired during last autumn's hunt. Take it to the tailor's for Shen Lianyuan to make a fur coat." "Yes." I will attend to it at once, Li Mingde replied, bowing before departing. Your Highness, snow fox fur is a rare treasure, far too precious, Shen Youli expressed with hesitation. I am of humble status. Perhaps it would be better suited for the Crown Princess. Do not worry. 2 years ago, I gifted the Crown Princess a fire fox fur coat. Zhao Chengluan reassured her, guiding her inside. The weather is chilly. Do not linger outdoors for too long. Shen Youli wrapped her arms around his, her expression filled with emotion. Your Highness, you are truly kind to me. Once they settled inside, Shen Youli suddenly gasped. What is it? Zhao Chengluan rose to her side. Shen Youli placed her hand on her belly. Your Highness, the baby just kicked me. Really? Zhao Chengluan's eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness. Let me feel. He placed his large hand on Shen Youli's rounded belly, holding his breath. Suddenly, the baby moved again. Zhao Chengluan's brows lifted in delight, his gaze brightening. Another kick landed in his palm, and he burst into laughter, his eyes softening like melting spring snow. This sensation was unprecedented. Zhao Chengluan felt utterly content, as if his heart was filled with warm spring waters. Shen Youli giggled. Your Highness, he is greeting you. He has never kicked so vigorously before. Zhao Chengluan sat down and embraced her, gently caressing her belly. Lier, thank you. I am truly joyful. Shen Youli pouted and sat upright. Is it only because of the child, Your Highness? Zhao Chengluan, both amused and exasperated, replied. It is your child that brings me even greater joy. Satisfied, Shen Youli nestled back into his embrace. Lian Xiao blocked Hong Qiao's path and, glancing around, lowered her voice. It has been 2 months. What have you been doing? Do you truly think of yourself as the prince's favored concubine, spending all your days charming him and forgetting the queen's orders? Hong Qiao smiled slightly. Sister, why the hurry? Shen Lianyuan has been secluded, nurturing her pregnancy. Unable to show her face, she has no choice. I merely remind you not to forget our purpose for entering the prince's estate. It seems you have become a bit too enchanted. Lian Xiao glared at her and strode away. Hong Qiao scoffed. What pretense is this? If one could truly become the favored concubine of His Highness the Crown Prince, what would be the harm? It is certainly preferable to living in constant fear and toiling through each day. Hong Qiao répondit, recalling how she had intentionally provoked Shen Lianyuan to incur a punishment of house arrest, seeking to evade this troublesome task. Otherwise, if Shen Lianyuan were to meet with any misfortune, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly hold her accountable, leaving her with no escape. Now that she had laid her cards on the table, she decided to take a gamble. She would wager that the Empress could not outmaneuver the Crown Prince. On this day, Shen Youli was leisurely swinging her small feet while reading, when Chunchi hurriedly burst into the room. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Your Highness, Aunt Mu has died. The book in Shen Youli's hands fell to the floor as she straightened up. What happened? It is said that after having a bowl of bird's nest soup post-lunch, she soon succumbed to bleeding from all 7 orifices. The Earl suspects that the First Lady poisoned her, struck her in anger, and demanded a divorce. But it was her maternal uncle who intervened to stop him. Chunchi recounted swiftly. It must have been Shun Rian's doing. Shen Youli's face turned ashen. Aunt Mu's fate was indeed regrettable. Chapter 23. The Scorpion. Had it not been for the timely rescue of the young master, Madame Mu would have long been sold into a brothel. The young master need not feel excessive guilt. The path was chosen by Madame Mu herself. Seeing that Shen Youli bore a sorrowful expression, Chunchi gently offered words of comfort. Shen Youli exhaled, recalling her prior admonition to be cautious. Yet she had still fallen victim. Madame Mu had been exceedingly vigilant, refraining from venturing outside for months. It was the Marquis who, noticing her diminished appetite, sought out a chef skilled in Yangzhou cuisine. Who could have anticipated? The poison must have been administered gradually, rendering it undetectable. Young master, should we select someone else to enter? Shen Youli shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. Times have changed. Her father and Zheng had already severed ties, and the shattered mirror could not be mended. Zheng would no longer wield power unchallenged. It would suffice for Inger to keep a watchful eye. During the hour of the pig, when people are deep in slumber in the Yulan Pavilion, Chunchi and Xiao Chunzi stood guard outside Shen Youli's door. Chunchi stifled a yawn, and Xiao Chunzi glanced at her. Miss, your health has yet to fully recover. You should rest. I can keep watch here. Chuanxi dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, insisting, I'm fine. I can endure. Xiao Chunzi gazed at the overcast sky, thick with dark clouds foretelling rain. A faint rustling sound was almost imperceptible. Shen Youli, having indulged before bed with an extra cup of red date, walnut, and sesame milk, now felt her abdomen swell, waking her abruptly. Drowsily, she propped herself up, still not fully alert, when her left hand brushed against something. The sensation was prickly, as if tiny branches were scratching her palm. She looked down. Ah! Shen Youli leaped from the bed, her heart racing as she beheld a shocking sight on the floor, gasping for breath. Chuanxi and Zhao Chunzi burst in, equally startled by the scene before them. On the side of Shen Youli's bed, 5 or 6 large, black scorpions crawled about, and the ground was ominously dark, sending shivers down their spines. The two quickly assisted Shen Youli to the courtyard, and Xiao Anzi, drawn by the commotion, was equally taken aback. Still shaken, Shen Youli settled onto a rattan chair as Chuanxi draped a cloak around her shoulders. Xiao Chunzi and Xiao Anzi seized nets and entered the room, meticulously capturing the scorpions and sealing them in a jar. Do not fear, young master. We have caught them all. Xiao Chunzi stated vehemently. I just inspected the area. There is a fist-sized hole beneath the wall by your bed. These scorpions must have crawled in through there. Shen Youli trembled all over, seemingly oblivious to his words, fixated instead on the lingering sensation in her palm. Aside from her mother, no one knew of her profound fear of these crawling creatures. This time, the intruder had unwittingly succeeded in frightening Shen Youli terribly. This cannot continue. I shall report to His Highness. Chuanxi urged. His Highness is resting at ZY Hall tonight, Chuanxi cautioned. Xiao Chunzi sprinted towards ZY Hall, breathless as she arrived at the entrance, knocking fervently. The night watch eunuch opened the door, inquiring, Who is it? I am Zhao Chunzi from the Yulan Pavilion. Please inform His Royal Highness that a multitude of scorpions has been discovered in Shen Lianyuan's quarters, and she has been greatly frightened. Wait a moment. I shall relay the message at once. The young eunuch hurried back and encountered the painter Fan on the way. Who knocks at the door in the dead of night? The painter furrowed her delicate brows. It was the esteemed eunuch Chun from the Yulan Pavilion, who claimed that a venomous scorpion had been discovered inside, startling Shen Lianyuan. The painter's expression darkened. It was rare for His Highness to visit their Ziwatang, and this seductress was once again scheming to vie for his favor. Kulme, let's go and see. The painter led the young eunuch to the entrance, where the young Chun was wearing a fawning smile, repeating his earlier words. The painter smirked sarcastically. If Shen Lianyuan is indeed frightened, why do you not summon the court physician for His Highness? He is no healer, and you disturb his rest. With that, the painter commanded the young eunuch, shut the door. The young Chun braced himself against it, speaking urgently. Young master has truly been frightened. We must report this to His Highness. The painter signaled, and the young eunuch closed the door, while the young Chun gritted his teeth, shouting for His Highness. Fearing he might awaken Zhao Chengluan, the painter stepped hard on the young Chun's foot. The latter cried out in pain, but did not budge, pushing against the door with all his might. Your Highness, Shen Lianyuan has been startled. Zhao Chengluan, a martial artist with keen senses, suddenly opened his eyes, faintly hearing Shen Lianyuan's name, and swiftly rose to his feet. Gao Yangdi rubbed her eyes and sat up. Your Highness? Zhao Chengluan did not reply, hastily donning his clothes and stepping outside. The young Chun's voice grew clearer, prompting Zhao Chengluan to stride over. What has happened to Shen Lianyuan? After she fell asleep, a multitude of venomous scorpions were discovered within the chamber. Before he could finish, Zhao Chengluan had already rushed past him toward the Yulan Pavilion. Lia. Upon entering the courtyard, he found the court physician from the Qi residence examining Shen Youli. Shen Youli appeared dazed, seemingly surrounded by an invisible barrier, unresponsive to the commotion outside. Chuanxi replied, The young master has not spoken a word since the fright. The court physician wrote a prescription for calming medicine. Handing it to Chuanxi, 3 doses a day for 3 days should suffice. He then bowed respectfully to Zhao Chengluan. Your Highness, Shen Lianyuan, being with child, is of weak constitution. This fright has disturbed her spirit and disrupted her qi. She requires the presence of strong yang energy. I understand. The court physician bowed and took his leave. The young Chun clenched his teeth. Your Highness, someone has deliberately breached the walls of the young master's chamber. They intend to harm her. At this, Zhao Chengluan strode into the room directly toward the inner chamber. The young Chun lifted the bed curtain. Your Highness, please take a look. Zhao Chengluan bent down to observe a fist-sized black hole through which a chilling night breeze flowed. The young Anzi brought over a jar and opened the lid. Your Highness, behold the scorpion. Its size rivals that of an adult's hand. Entirely black with a ghostly blue sheen. Should one be stung, it is feared they may never awaken. Zhao Chengluan looked down, his pupils constricting. The young Chun choked back tears. Your Highness, you must take responsibility for our young master. She was nearly. Li Mingde, conduct a thorough investigation. If you fail to uncover the truth, you shall be relegated to the task of collecting night incense. I will not retain useless individuals by my side. Li Mingde wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yes. Zhao Chengluan's countenance was shrouded in gloom as he stepped outside to lift Shen Youli into his arms. He was determined to witness firsthand who would dare to harm anyone beneath his very gaze. The Chaohui Palace served as Zhao Chengluan's royal chamber, situated adjacent to the study in the front courtyard. Generally, entry was forbidden without summons, and only the Crown Princess had set foot inside after their wedding. On ordinary days, when fatigued from reviewing memorials, Zhao Chengluan would rest in the inner chamber of the study, while his affections for his wives and concubines were often bestowed within their own quarters. It had been quite some time since he had resided in Chaohui Palace. He cradled Shen Youli and brought her to the inner chamber, gently placing her upon the bed. Shen Youli's eyes appeared vacant. She would sit if asked, or lie down if requested. Zhao Chengluan joined her on the bed, enveloping her in his embrace, his large hand tenderly caressing her soft back, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid, my dear Youli. I am here. No one can harm you." After a while, Shen Youli closed her eyes. Yet, Zhao Chengluan's hand continued its comforting motion. Li Mingde entered quietly, addressing him, "Your Highness, I have come to conduct a thorough investigation regarding those two maidservants and consort Xiao." Chapter 24. The culprit the following day. The Crown Princess and Lady Xiao engaged in their usual verbal sparring. Suddenly, Lady Gao spoke up. "Sister Crown Princess, what has happened to Shen Yuan? Last night, someone was sent to summon the prince." The Crown Princess's expression darkened. "I was just about to discuss this matter. Last night, a swarm of venomous scorpions invaded Yuan Pavilion, startling Shen Yuan, who is pregnant. The prince took her to Chaohui Hall to reside. She had only learned of this incident that morning, and others were likely still in the dark." Indeed, Lady Xiao slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacup to rattle. "Chaohui Hall? How dare she?" Enraged, Lady Xiao seethed, having never even set foot there, while that wretched woman had the audacity to move in. Lady Gao tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief in her hand. Lady Wang surveyed the room, remaining composed, although the Crown Princess was also furious. Witnessing Lady Xiao tremble with rage somewhat alleviated her own anger. "What is Lady Xiao doing? It was the prince who personally took her there. If you have any grievances, you should address them directly with him," the Crown Princess said sternly. "If I discover anyone secretly plotting harm, I will not be lenient and shall enforce palace regulations." The younger ladies hurriedly responded in agreement. Lady Xiao scoffed and stormed out, feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration. Ignoring the pleas of her maid, she angrily made her way to Chaohui Hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she was stopped by the guards. Lady Xiao glared. "Step aside. The prince has issued orders that no one is to enter, and we kindly ask you not to make things difficult for us," the guard replied. Lady Xiao was infuriated. Pointing inside, "If no one is to enter, then why is she inside?" Chuanxi was assisting Shen Youli in the courtyard, as the physician from the Qi residence had advised that the young lady should bask in the sun. Shen Youli had awakened that morning feeling much better, though still somewhat anxious and easily startled. Hearing Lady Zhao's loud reprimand, she instinctively trembled. "My lady, perhaps you should return indoors for some refreshments," Chuanxi suggested, guiding Shen Youli away. "You wretched woman!" Lady Xiao pushed her way through, shouting, "Don't leave." "Shen Youli, stop right there." The guards, fearing for Lady Zhao's safety, sheathed their weapons. Taking advantage of the moment, Lady Xiao slipped through the gap between the two and charged towards Shen Youli. The guards, disregarding rank, rushed to restrain her. Unable to break free, Lady Xiao unleashed a torrent of abuse, cursing Shen Youli as a seductress and the guards as dull-witted, and scolding her maid for not assisting. Zhao Chengluan returned from court, already burdened by governmental affairs. Witnessing the chaos, he felt even more exasperated, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, his face betraying none of his inner turmoil. Li Mingde cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chengluan, straightening his back. Lady Xiao, do you still possess the dignity of a secondary consort? Lady Xiao faltered and slowly turned around. Your Highness. The guards released Lady Xiao and bowed to Zhao Chengluan. Lady Xiao, your words and actions are unbecoming. You exhibit arrogance and lack virtue befitting your position. Henceforth, you shall be demoted to a common lady. Zhao Chengluan delivered his sentence with an impassive expression before striding past them into the hall. Lady Xiao collapsed onto the ground, as if awakening from a dream, realizing the gravity of her recent actions. She rose to pursue him. Your Highness, I momentarily lost my senses. I acknowledge my mistake. Please, Your Highness, grant me clemency this once. Li Mingde seized her arm, saying, My lady, the prince is in a foul mood. If you further provoke him, it may not merely result in a demotion. Xiao, concubine, wept bitterly. Master Li, I beg you to speak a few kind words on my behalf. I truly did not act with malice. Fear not, my lady, Li Mingde replied, glancing at Huashan. Hurry and assist your mistress back. Huashan nodded earnestly, quickly supporting the weak and trembling Xiao concubine as they stumbled away. Li Mingde turned back, rolling his eyes, and dashed inside. In the hall, Zhao Chengluan was amiably sharing refreshments with Shen Youli, his demeanor calm and devoid of the earlier wrath. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Zhao Chengluan excused himself to attend to state affairs, casually mentioning that he would join her for lunch. Shen Youli sipped her fragrant tea when Chuanxi entered. My lady, Xiao concubine has been demoted to a mere concubine. Shen Yuli's expression remained indifferent, though her eyes curved slightly in amusement. At Wudong Palace, the Crown Princess laughed heartily. How delightful! Ever since Xiao concubine entered the manor, she has held herself in high regard, even looking down upon me, repeatedly speaking out of turn. This great fall from grace is indeed satisfying. I shall be sure to mock that wretched woman tomorrow. Sui Wei entered. Your Highness, the person who released the scorpions last night has been apprehended. So soon? Who is it? It is Wang Liangdi's maid, Yingshuang. The Crown Princess was taken aback. Wang Liangdi? It is said she was caught red-handed burying the dead scorpions under a tree. The Crown Princess furrowed her brow. Wang Liangdi was generally well-liked and had previously conversed amicably with Shen Yuan. If it were indeed her intentions must be quite sinister. Your Highness, although they refer to each other as sisters, can they truly regard one another as such? Given Shen Yuan's favored status, it is only natural for Wang Liangdi to harbor resentment. The Crown Princess nodded slightly. You are correct. Zhao Chengluan entered Yinshuang Hall, and upon hearing the commotion, Wang Liangdi hurried out to pay her respects. Rise, he commanded. Yingxing, quickly bring tea. Wang Liangdi beamed. Your Highness, you shall dine here today. I shall arrange for it at once. Zhao Chengluan seated himself, his tone neutral. Do not fuss. I have come to inquire about something. Li Mingde interjecta. Bring her in. Yingshuang was dragged in and thrown onto the floor. Wang Liangdi, bewildered, asked, Your Highness, what is this? She is your maid. Wang Liangdi confirmed. Yingshuang is responsible for the cleaning in the courtyard. Li Mingde clarified, My lady, this maid was caught burying the dead scorpions beneath the ginkgo tree in the garden. You heard about Shen Yuan nearly being stung by a scorpion last night, did you not? Wang Liangdi's face drained of color. Your Highness, I know nothing of this. She turned to the downcast Yingshuang, demanding, Yingshuang, what on earth is going on? Yingshuang lifted her head, her eyes brimming with grievance. My lord, I have merely acted upon your instructions. You cannot lay all the blame upon me. What nonsense are you uttering? Wang Liangdi trembled in fear, her vision darkening. Was it not you who, out of jealousy towards Shen Yuan for having divided your affection, commanded me to ensure her demise unbeknownst to her? Wang Liangdi cast a glance at Zhao Chengluan and retorted sharply. When have I ever uttered such words? She then knelt down, imploring, Your Highness. I have always been on amicable terms with Shen Yuan and have never harbored any ill feelings. This vile maid must be acting under orders to slander me. I beseech you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yin Shuang bowed her head, stating, Your Highness, if it were not for my lord's prior information, how could I have known the location of Shen Yuan's chamber and precisely identify the wall beside her bed? I am but a servant of the outer court and have never set foot in her courtyard. It is my lord who has visited there several times. Chapter 25. The puppet and the Gu Wang Liangdi nearly lost consciousness, supported by Yin Xian. Zhao Chengluan spoke with an indifferent tone. Since you claim to have been instructed by Wang Liangdi, enlighten me as to when, where, and how she instructed you. Moreover, from whence did this venomous scorpion originate? If you elucidate clearly, I shall pardon you. Yin Shuang bit her lip, stammering, It was 5 days ago, when a young master returned after paying her respects. Upon hearing that His Highness had bestowed 2 newly acquired Eastern pearls upon Shen Yuan, jealousy consumed her heart, and she commanded me to swiftly eliminate Shen Yuan, that hindrance, ideally without anyone noticing. As Yin Shuang spoke, her words quickened, taking on a semblance of coherence. Li Mingde interjected, And the scorpion? Where did you procure it? The venomous scorpion was surreptitiously delivered by the little servant, who, under the guise of carrying out his duties, brought it in. Each day at the hour of the rooster, he would transport the chamber pots out, and upon his return, he would smuggle the scorpion inside. Li Mingde approached the door and commanded, Fetch the little servant at once. After a brief moment, Xiao He hurried in, reporting, Your Highness, the little servant is missing. Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened as he rose. Li Mingde, locate the little servant post-haste. Yin Shuang, confine her in the torture chamber for rigorous interrogation. He then turned to Wang Liangdi. Until the truth is revealed, Wang Liangdi shall be placed under house arrest. Wang Liangdi sighed in relief. This humble servant thanks Your Highness. A group of individuals departed with great intensity, leaving the room in silence. Yin Xian helped Wang Liangdi to sit. My lady, what on earth transpired with Yin Shuang? Once a taciturn and honest figure, she dares to frame you. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. Wang Liangdi's complexion turned ashen, suspecting she had been bribed. Yet the identity of the mastermind eluded her. If I knew who was behind this, I would ensure her suffering was beyond comprehension. The last words escaped her lips with a venomous intensity, revealing her deep-seated hatred for the one who had conspired against her. As Zhao Chengluan exited the Yinshang Hall, accompanied by Li Mingde toward the front courtyard, a woman's piercing scream echoed from within the garden. Zhao Chengluan halted, redirecting his steps. In a moment of shock, Li Mingde beheld the scene. The crown princess lay on the ground, struggling, her complexion a deep shade of purple. A young eunuch was atop her, viciously constricting her neck. Chui Wei desperately struck at the eunuch, yet he remained unmoved, steadfastly gripping the crown princess. Zhao Chengluan strode forward, delivering a decisive kick that sent the eunuch flying. The crown princess was assisted to her feet by Chui Wei, who coughed incessantly. Xiao He and several others restrained the young eunuch, gasping in disbelief. The little servant? Zhao Chengluan's gaze turned fierce. Take him directly to the torture chamber. He then approached the crown princess. What transpired? The crown princess struggled to speak, her throat constricted. Chui Wei, still in shock, explained, Your Highness, the crown princess wished to take a stroll. As we reached the garden, this eunuch suddenly lunged at her, seizing her neck. Next time, bring more attendants. The crown princess, tearful and distressed, gazed up at Zhao Chengluan, her fair neck marred by dark purple bruises, a sight both tragic and pitiable. Zhao Chengluan sighed, I shall escort you back to the Wutong Hall. Li Mingde summoned the palace physician to examine her. Wutong Hall. After the physician from the Qi Manor conducted an examination of the crown princess, he turned to Zhao Chengluan and said, Your Highness, the crown princess is not in any serious condition. She has merely been overly startled. I shall prepare a soothing herbal concoction for her to consume. As for the mark on her neck, it will naturally fade over time. If she is anxious, she may also apply a fading ointment. Zhao Chengluan nodded. and the physician bowed respectfully before departing with Sawei. Make sure to rest well, he instructed. Zhao Chengluan rose, but the crown princess grasped his sleeve. Your Highness, she said, her voice hoarse and strained, I am frightened. Can you stay with me? Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to flow. Zhao Chengluan paused, seated himself once more, and ordered, Li Mingde, go to the Chaohui Palace and inform them that I will not be needing lunch. Yes. Li Mingde glanced at the crown princess before exiting. A faint smile appeared on the crown princess's lips. It seemed that feigning vulnerability was indeed effective. No wonder Shen Youli had always been favored. It appeared she needed to undergo some changes herself. In the Chaohui Palace, upon hearing Li Mingde's report, Shen Youli did not display anger. Instead, she smiled and instructed Chunxi. Quickly bring a cup of hot tea for Master Li. He has made this trip in the bitter cold. He must be exhausted. Li Mingde was taken aback by her kindness. Your Highness is too kind. You are the apple of His Highness's eye. He is concerned that you might be hungry, which is why he sent me to convey his regards. Chunxi brought the hot tea, and Li Mingde expressed his gratitude as he took it, finding comfort in the warmth. After sipping a few mouthfuls, he returned the cup to Chunxi. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Shen Youli nodded as she saw him off. As Master Li walked out, he remarked, Lady Shen is truly a wonderful person. She has always treated us servants with kindness and warmth. You are fortunate to serve her. Chunxi replied with a smile, You are absolutely right, Master. I feel blessed to serve the esteemed lady. After sending Li Mingde away, Chunxi summoned the kitchen staff and assisted Shen Youli in taking a seat at the table. Your Highness, is the crown princess truly gravely injured? Shen Youli chuckled softly. Whether she is gravely injured or not is of little consequence. What matters is that I can keep His Highness by my side. As Shen Youli indulged in her meal, her spirits remained unaffected. Now residing in the Chaohui Palace for her confinement, she no longer needed to worry about the crown princess scheming against her during childbirth. Let her enjoy her moment. Indeed, she had been frightened by the scorpion, but she had not displayed the extent of her fear. Since the Yulan Pavilion was no longer a safe place for her to give birth, it was better to turn the situation to her advantage by changing locations. However, she had not anticipated that His Highness would arrange for her to reside in the Chaohui Palace. Lowering her long lashes, Shen Youli ceased her contemplations. When Li Mingde returned, Zhao Chengluan inquired about Shen Youli's well-being and her spirits, which caused the crown princess nearby to grit her teeth in frustration. Li Mingde replied with a smile. Lady Shen is feeling much better and even urged His Highness to keep warm, telling him not to worry about her and to spend time with the crown princess. Zhao Chengluan's eyes twinkled with amusement. Her thoughtfulness was ever present. Unable to contain herself, the crown princess interjected, Your Highness, considering the cold weather today, would it not be delightful to have a mutton hot pot? That would indeed be splendid. Zhao Chengluan spoke hesitantly, Your throat. He turned to instruct Li Mingde. Have the kitchen prepare some soft and moist dishes for the crown princess. The crown princess beamed with delight, gazing affectionately at Zhao Chengluan, her tone gentle. Thank you, Your Highness, for your thoughtfulness. After accompanying the crown princess for lunch, Zhao Chengluan returned to his study in the front courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Chunxi requested an audience. Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow, setting aside the memorial, and urged her to enter, hoping it was not a matter concerning Lier. Upon entering and saluting, Chunxi spoke slowly. Your Highness, after hearing Li Gongong's words at noon, my young master suddenly recalled that this little eunuch appears dull-witted, moving as if controlled like a marionette, which aligns with a form of southern goose sorcery. Goose sorcery? Zhao Chengluan sat upright, his gaze sharpening. Chunxi nodded. It is the art of manipulating with goo. Chapter 26. Luring the snake from its hole in the deep of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. A figure cloaked in black appeared in the plum garden near the Hall of Severe Punishment, raising an object to their lips, emitting a low, eerie melody that resonated through the air. Silver Frost, who had endured torment, lay on the ground, barely alive, clutching her chest in agony upon hearing the sound. It felt as if tiny insects were gnawing at her heart, and she acutely experienced the excruciating pain. The melody suddenly crescendoed, prompting Silver Frost to scream in despair, writhing on the ground in agony. Nearby, Little Ginger repeatedly banged her head against the wall, as both women were pushed to the brink of consciousness. The haunting melody abruptly ceased. In the plum grove, the object in the black-clad figure's hand was struck down by a stone hurled from the shadows. The figure did not bend down to retrieve it, but instead leapt to escape. The black-clad individual was swift, yet their pursuer was even swifter. Sensing the chilling gust of wind closing in from behind, the figure flung a handful of foul-smelling white powder backward. In a moment of breathless hesitation, the pursuer managed to evade the toxic cloud, but that brief pause granted the black-clad figure a moment to breathe. When they glanced up again, the figure was already a yard away. "You need to practice more, Xiao Yun." A shadow darted past, moving with lightning speed in pursuit of the black-clad figure. The figure's heart raced uncontrollably, and as they dared not look back, their outstretched arm was suddenly seized, and they were yanked down from the air. The black-clad figure fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As they flipped over to escape once more, a sword was poised at their throat, halting them in their tracks. Xiao Yun held the sword against her neck, revealing that she was indeed a woman. Zhao Chengluan's voice rang out, "So, you cannot even defeat a woman. You have truly grown complacent of late." "She used trickery," the black-clad figure protested. Zhao Chengluan chuckled lightly. "All is fair in war. If it is effective, then it suffices." Xiao Yun bowed her head, acknowledging her subordinate's error. "Very well. Return and transcribe the art of war 3 times. Zhao Chengluan turned his gaze to the black-clad figure. "Lien Xiao, rise." The figure's eyes flickered as she stood and removed her mask. "Your Highness, how did you know it was me?" Beneath the moonlight, a delicate and pitiful visage was unveiled. It was indeed Lien Xiao. Zhao Chengluan did not respond, but looked deeper into the woods. "Come forth." A graceful figure slowly approached, raising the item in her hand. "Your Highness, this is what she dropped earlier." "It is you," Lien Xiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in fury. "Hong Tiao, you have betrayed me." Xiao Yun examined the object closely, her expression shifting as she said, "Your Highness, this appears to be a flute made from human bones." Hong Tiao chuckled, positioning herself beside Zhao Chengluan. Lien Xiao stared at them, realization dawning upon her. "So, you have long since allied with His Highness." In an instant, her anger flared anew. "You deliberately came to my quarters this evening to inform me that Silver Frost could not withstand the severe torture and fainted after revealing there was another person behind the scenes, leading me to murder and silence her, so that you could ensnare me like a turtle in a jar, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole waits behind." Hong Tiao remarked, glancing at Zhao Chengluan. "Your Highness is indeed astute. Speaking of poison arts, I suddenly recall that you seem to hail from the southern border. It is well known that the people of the southern border excel in raising poisons and cultivating venomous insects and serpents. The 2 individuals must have been under your manipulation to successfully place the scorpion in Shun Liang Yuan's chamber. How did you know I hail from the southern frontier?" Lien Xiao's expression was perplexed. "I have grown up here, my every gesture indistinguishable from that of the Han people. In my youth, my aunt taught us how to please men, a house full of girls, mere pawns for the queen, strategically positioned in the courtyards of ministers to monitor their movements." Hong Tiao smirked, recalling a girl who had inadvertently hummed a tune during our training. At this, she paused, her smile widening. "For I too have heard my sister hum it." Lien Xiao's pupils constricted. "It is." Hong Tiao began to hum, melodious and enchanting. Yet Lien Xiao's face turned pale as parchment. "I had inquired about this melody, which happened to be Midnight Lament, a tune familiar to all from the southern frontier." Hong Tiao said, feigning innocence, "Surely, my sister did not hum it incorrectly?" A silence ensued before Lien Xiao burst into laughter. "You have betrayed the queen. A dire fate awaits you. I shall see how long you can endure December plum." Lien Xiao then fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Xiao Yun retracted his sword. "Your Highness, she has taken poison to end her life." Hong Tiao lowered her gaze, feeling a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Zhao Chengluan spoke coolly. "What is December plum?" "Since childhood, we women have ingested a certain poison, allowing the queen to maintain control." Hong Tiao sighed deeply. December plum refers to the absence of antidote in December. Each year on the 15th of December, one must consume the antidote, or else the blood vessels will rupture, the bloodshed resembling the red plum blossoms of that month. Zhao Chengluan was momentarily taken aback. Why did you not mention this earlier? It is now early November, with just over a month until the poison takes effect. Would it matter if I had? Hong Qiao replied bitterly. Would your highness possess the antidote? She continued, I betray the queen, not solely due to your highness's earlier intentions to harm me, but also from a desire for self-preservation. I am weary of being a puppet for the queen. If my days are indeed numbered, I wish to live freely. She steadied her demeanor, expressing admiration for his highness's compassion towards the people, and offered her unwavering support. Zhao Chengluan solemnly declared, there is always a path for the desperate. I shall find a way to assist you in overcoming the poison. For now, you must maintain the status quo and avoid raising suspicion. Your Highness. Hong Qiao's voice trembled with emotion. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Yun raised a bone flute. Your Highness, how shall we dispose of this? Zhao Chengluan took it, tossing it to the ground and crushing it beneath his foot. Such malevolent artifacts do not deserve to linger in this world. Return now. Xiao Yun bowed his head as the flute shattered, merging with the dust. Hong Qiao gazed in astonishment. Your Highness possesses remarkable skill. Xiao Yun lifted Lin Qiao's lifeless body and followed, his face brimming with pride. Indeed. Zhao Chengluan returned to the morning radiance hall, first warming his cold body by the charcoal fire before gently entering the inner chamber. Shen Youli lay sweetly asleep, her face flushed and breathing steady. Zhao Chengluan seated himself beside the bed, tucking her exposed arm back under the covers, watching her for a while before rising to freshen up. After changing into his night attire and lying down, he pulled Shen Youli into his embrace, closing his eyes. In a moment, she stirred, mumbling about the heat, yet remained in slumber. Zhao Chengluan, feeling helpless, released her. Shen Youli's expression softened as she continued to sleep soundly. The ungrateful little one. Zhao Chengluan chuckled and scolded her lightly, allowing her to be. The following day, Shen Youli awoke before dawn, finding Li Mingde assisting Zhao Chengluan in dressing. Your Highness, it is quite chilly. You should dress warmly. Zhao Chengluan turned, surprised to find himself awake at such an early hour. Shen Youli rose from the bed and took the belt from Li Mingde's hands, having retired early the previous night. Zhao Chengluan lowered his gaze, observing Shen Youli reaching behind him to fasten his belt. Unable to resist, he wrapped his arms around her waist, teasing, You are quite affectionate, throwing yourself into my embrace so early in the morning. Shen Youli let out a playful exclamation, casting him a reproachful glance. Your Highness, how dare you accuse me of being a thief? Zhao Chengluan playfully tickled her underarm, declaring that such a crime deserved a tickle. Shen Youli giggled and dodged, but in her struggle, Zhao Chengluan inadvertently brushed against her softness. It seems you have grown even more ample, Zhao Chengluan embraced her fully. Shen Youli buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Your Highness, you are quite wicked. A smile crept upon Zhao Chengluan's lips, and his eyes sparkled with newfound tenderness. Chapter 27. Fainting Li Mingde entered and reminded, Your Highness, it is almost time. Zhao Chengluan released Shen Youli and stated, I shall proceed to court first. Shen Youli hurriedly handed him a hand warmer, saying, It is chilly in the morning. Your Highness should use this to keep warm. This set, Shen Youli lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. I made it myself. I am not skilled in embroidery, so please do not think poorly of it. What is embroidered upon it? He inquired. Lotus blossoms growing together. Shen Youli, initially bashful, lifted her gaze in question. Your Highness cannot discern that this is a pair of intertwined lotuses? Well, Zhao Chengluan pressed his lips together, a smile escaping at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I can see it. Shen Youli stamped her foot and reached for it. Your Highness is still laughing. Please give it back to me. Zhao Chengluan turned his back and began to walk away. One does not take back a gift meant for another. I shall not speak further. I'm off to court. We shall dine together at noon. Farewell, Your Highness, Shen Youli said with a slight bow, her expression turning subdued as she raised her head. Wudong Palace. After Wang Liangdi paid her respects to the Crown Princess, she took a seat. I apologize for the trouble you have faced. Fortunately, Your Highness is wise and has uncovered the true mastermind behind the venomous scorpion incident. The crown princess sipped her hot tea. The guilty party, Lian Xiao, has already taken poison and ended her life. I urge all my sisters to take heed. I will not tolerate anyone resorting to vile methods to vie for favor. Should such actions be discovered, severe punishment will ensue. Yes, this servant shall remember. The others responded in unison as they stood. Wang Liandi's expression turned inquisitive. Why has concubine Xiao not come to pay her respects? You were previously confined and may not know. Concubine Xiao brazenly stormed into Chaohui Hall, angering His Highness, and has since been demoted to Liandi. The crown princess maintained her composure, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. Wang Liandi was astonished and glanced at Gao Liandi. Gao Liandi spoke with indifference. Concubine Xiao has been unwell these past few days and has not come to pay her respects. Suime, please select a fine ginseng and send it to Fanghua Palace. The crown princess wishes to help concubine Xiao regain her strength. Understood. Fanghua Palace. Throw it out. Concubine Xiao hurled the bedding to the ground, glaring fiercely at the ginseng. That wretched Shenrian only wishes to see me humiliated. Concubine Zhao's complexion was ashen, struggling to catch her breath. After being publicly reprimanded and demoted by Zhao Chengluan, she had fallen ill that very night from surge of anger. Her spirits remained low, and her health did not improve. Suime set down the tray and gently patted her back. Do not be disheartened, my lady. You and His Highness share a bond from childhood, and with the Empress Dowager's support, restoring your position is only a matter of time. Concubine Xiao wept silently, her expression forlorn. Suime continued to encourage her. You must gather your spirits. Do you wish to see her thriving? Concubine Zhao's beautiful eyes turned icy. I will not allow that wretched Shenrian to succeed. And Shen Youli. She cast a glance at the ginseng, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chunshi, since this is the crown princess's goodwill, do not let go to waste. Fengyi Palace. Your son pays his respects to the Empress. The Empress smiled warmly. Crown Prince, please take a seat. Chulu will bring you some pastries. Zhao Chengluan took a seat and chuckled lightly. Ah, mother, your affection for your son is truly heartwarming. At this moment, I am indeed quite famished. He sampled a piece of lotus cake and inquired with genuine concern. Mother, how have you been feeling lately? With the chill of winter upon us, please be sure to keep warm. The Empress is well, she replied, though I have heard that concubine Xiao has offended the crown prince and has been demoted to a lower rank. Zhao Chengluan's expression remained unchanged, his smile still in place as he continued. I was just about to mention this matter. Recently, there have been rumors circulating among the people, claiming that the crown prince's concubine, relying on her aunt being the empress, has been behaving tyrannically within the crown prince's residence, disregarding propriety. The empress's eyes flickered with surprise. Oh, is this truly the case? Zhao Chengluan nodded. Thus, I pondered, Mingyue is no longer a child. If she continues to be so willful, it may lead to a disastrous consequence one day, which would inevitably trouble you, mother. You are correct, the empress replied, her tone stern. This girl has indeed been spoiled by her family and lacks composure. She must be disciplined when she errs. Her expression softened as she added, though Mingyue may be a bit headstrong, she possesses a good heart and is deeply devoted to you. The crown prince must not neglect her. You speak wisely, mother. This demotion is but a temporary measure, and I hope she will show improvement. Rest assured, Mingyue and I share a bond from childhood. Our friendship runs deep, and I shall treat her kindly. The empress chuckled. If she can indeed mature and care for the crown prince with utmost attentiveness, then I shall be at ease. The two shared laughter, embodying a scene of maternal affection and filial piety. As Zhao Chengluan exited the Fengyi Palace, Li Mingde lowered his voice. I fail to understand why the empress does not question the matter regarding Su Fengyi. It would be absurd for such a dignified empress to become enraged over a dismissed concubine. Once Zhao Chengluan had departed, the empress took a sip from her teacup, only to spit it out in surprise. Qiu Lu hurriedly took the cup. Your Majesty? Is there something amiss with the tea? The empress scoffed. The tea has grown cold, and its flavor has altered, so too do people change. She rose and walked towards the inner chamber, instructing Mingzhu to prepare. Qiu Lu lowered her head. Yes. After concluding his state affairs, Zhao Chengluan returned to the Chaohui Hall. The servants promptly set the lunch table, and Zhao Chengluan beckoned Shen Youli to sit beside him. Once Shen Youli had set down her chopsticks, Zhao Chengluan spoke. In the morning rush, I did not have the opportunity to tell you. We have identified the perpetrator behind the Scorpion incident. It is Su Fengyi's Lian Xiao. Is it truly her? I never would have guessed. She remarked. She hails from the southern border and is skilled in handling such venomous creatures. Zhao Chengluan paused, then asked, how did you come know about the art of poison? I enjoy reading, particularly tales of the strange and unusual. I once encountered descriptions of poison in a book titled Mysterious Tales. She replied, therefore, I have some impression of it. Shen Youli raised an eyebrow with a smile. This Mysterious Tales was found in your collection, my prince. Have you not read it? Zhao Chengluan cleared his throat. Most of my reading comprises treatises on governance and the principles of rulership. My prince, you are burdened with state affairs, which makes your pursuits differ greatly from mine. Shen Youli said, taking his hand gently, her eyes filled with compassion. I see how hard you work, and it pains me to be merely a woman unable to share in your burdens. Zhao Chengluan felt a sense of comfort as he held her hand tightly. Your mere presence beside me alleviates my burdens. Shen Youli chuckled softly, leading Zhao Chengluan into the inner chamber, guiding him to recline on the soft couch. While I may lack other skills, I can assist His Highness with a soothing head massage. Shen Youli placed her hands on his temples, gently kneading them. Zhao Chengluan's expression relaxed as he closed his eyes, expressing his gratitude. Then I shall rely on you. Just as he was drifting into a light slumber, Li Mingde stealthily entered, seemingly with matters to report, yet upon witnessing the scene, he refrained from interrupting. After a brief moment, Zhao Chengluan grasped Shen Youli's hand. Opening his eyes, do not tire your hands. As he sat up, he inquired, what is it, Your Highness? The attendants from the Fanghua Palace have come to convey that Lady Xiao has fainted after lunch due to vomiting. Fainted? Chapter 28. Devious Intent. As Zhao Chengluan stepped into the Fanghua Palace, the physician from the Qi residence was diligently composing a prescription. What transpired? Hua Fan bowed and reported, Your Highness, after lunch, the young master suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, vomited the entire meal, and then lost consciousness. Zhao Chengluan glanced at the bed, where Xiao Yangdi lay, and nodded slightly. The chief physician handed the prescription to Hua Fan and stated, Your Highness, Xiao Yangdi has been poisoned. Fortunately, the poisoning is not severe. I have prescribed an antidote that, if taken for 7 consecutive days, will alleviate the effects. What kind of poison is it? The chief physician looked toward Hua Fan, uncertain of what the young master had consumed for lunch. Please, my lord, step into the hall. The incident occurred abruptly, and the meal has yet to be cleared. Everyone moved to the hall, where the chief physician began testing the food with silver needles. Suddenly, the needles changed color. The chief physician lifted the soup bowl to his nose and, with a serious expression, declared, Your Highness, this ginseng soup contains licorice. Licorice has benefits for cough relief and phlegm reduction, but it cannot be used in conjunction with ginseng. The two are antagonistic and can cause abdominal pain, vomiting, and even convulsions leading to unconsciousness. How could the kitchen be so careless as to mix licorice into the ginseng soup? Hua Fan fell to her knees, exclaiming, Your Highness. The ginseng was sent to the young master by the Crown Princess. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened as he commanded, Fetch the ginseng. Moments later, a servant named Xiao He entered, holding the ginseng. The chief physician took the ginseng, inhaled its scent, and inserted the silver needle again. Your Highness, this ginseng indeed contains a small amount of licorice. Zhao Chengluan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Summon the Crown Princess. Shortly thereafter, the Crown Princess entered cautiously, noticing Zhao Chengluan's unusual demeanor and inquiring, May I ask why Your Highness has summoned me? Hua Fan, you speak. With tears streaming down her face, Hua Fan replied, Your Highness, our young master brewed soup from the ginseng you gifted her, and after consuming it, she has suffered from severe abdominal pain and vomiting, and now she remains unconscious. The Crown Princess was taken aback. Your Highness, though our young master may have offended you in the past, this is not a grave enough transgression to warrant her death. Hua Fan cried out, What nonsense are you uttering? The ginseng I sent is perfectly fine. The chief physician interjected, Your Highness, the ginseng contains licorice. which is incompatible with ginseng and cannot be consumed together. The crown princess knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, please discern. The ginseng I sent absolutely does not contain licorice. Are you implying that my sister has wronged you?" Zhao Yangdi's weak voice emerged as she slowly stepped forward. Hua Fan supported her, exclaiming, "Young master, you have awakened." Zhao Yangdi clutched her abdomen, her breath faint. "Could I possibly poison myself? Sister, seeing me fall from grace, you wish to take my life while I am ill." Then, turning to Zhao Chengluan with a sorrowful expression, she continued, "The crown princess has harbored resentment towards me for a long time. Now, seeing that your highness has neglected me, she seeks to eliminate me to prevent any future troubles. Your highness, crown prince, you must seek justice for me." As she spoke, her body swayed, nearly collapsing, but was caught by Zhao Chengluan. After all, there was no evidence directly implicating the crown princess. The crown princess's expression brightened, while Zhao Sefu clenched her teeth. Zhao Chengluan continued, "However, since there was an issue with the meal, the crown princess bears the responsibility for poor oversight. I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's salary." The crown princess expressed her gratitude with joy, acknowledging the prince's wisdom, and admitted her mistake, promising to enhance her management efforts. Li Mingde, "I recall there are 2 bolts of yin yun silk from Hangzhou in the storeroom. Go fetch them for Zhao Yangdi," Zhao Chengluan said gently. "The yin yun silk is exquisite and precious. A gown made from it would be truly magnificent. You must recuperate quickly so that I may see you adorned in it." Zhao Yangdi finally smiled, thanking the prince. "Your Highness, I feel weak and wish to lie down for a while." "You may return first," the crown prince said, as he lifted Zhao Yangdi into his arms, carrying her towards the inner chamber, to which she offered a slight smile. The crown princess tightly gripped her handkerchief and turned to leave. "Do not be upset, Your Highness. The prince acts with the empress in mind. I am well aware. As long as the empress stands, she shall forever be a thorn in my side." The crown princess paused, contemplating. "Then let us see how she fares without her support." Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. Shui Wei was taken aback. "Your Highness means." "This matter requires careful consideration," came the response. In the Chaohui Hall, "Little Master, this is the laba porridge prepared by the kitchen," Chuanqi announced as she entered and placed a porcelain bowl on the table. Shen Youli picked up a spoon and took a sip. "Did the prince stay at the Wutong Palace last night?" Chuanqi nodded. "Today the crown princess will accompany his highness to pay respects to the ancestors. They will leave together." Shen Youli remained non-committal, setting down the spoon, gently wiping her mouth with a cloth before stepping outside. Within the Chaohui Hall, a grove of emerald bamboo stood proudly against the biting winter winds. Wrapped in a brocade cloak adorned with auspicious clouds, Shen Youli strolled slowly. Chuanqi remarked with a smile, "Little Master, you seem to cherish this bamboo grove, often coming to admire its beauty. Many prefer vibrant flowers, the more splendid the better. Yet I find myself drawn to the fresh elegance of the bamboo, which remains steadfast through the seasons, unlike flowers that wither easily." A chill brushed against her forehead as Shen Youli looked up at the sky. "It's snowing," Chuanqi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "This is the first snowfall of this winter." She then supported Shen Youli. "Little Master, let us return. You mustn't catch a chill." Shen Youli's face reflected regret. The sight of snow among the bamboo carries a unique charm. "Alas, I cannot enjoy it now. Once you have given birth, next winter you shall delight in the bamboo to your heart's content." Upon their return indoors, a layer of silver-white snow blanketed the ground. Chuanqi placed a warming stove into Shen Youli's hands, urging her to warm herself, and poured a cup of red date and longan tea that had been kept warm, setting it before her. Shen Youli chuckled lightly. "That will suffice. You must warm yourself too. Your face is quite red from the cold." A small servant entered, carrying a bundle. "Little Master, this is from the Marquis's residence." Chuanqi opened it to reveal a stack of baby belly bands and small garments. Shen Youli smiled helplessly. "So much. Mother must have been busy again." Chuanqi held up a piece in admiration. "Little Master, look at this little tiger embroidered here. So lively and spirited." Shen Youli accepted it. "My mother's embroidery skills are exceptional. I cannot compare." "There's also a pouch here," Chuanqi said, taking out a note and handing it to Shen Youli. Ah, how long has concubine Mu been gone? Father has acquired 2 beauties again. After reading, Shen Youli let out a soft sigh and suggested, burn it. Chuanxi placed the note into the charcoal basin, watching as it turned to ashes. Chuanxi, do you believe there truly exists unwavering love in this world? Before Chuanxi could respond, she continued, in any case, I have never witnessed such a thing. The affections of men arrive swiftly and depart even more swiftly. Suddenly, she shook her head and laughed. It is merely lust, to love one upon seeing. Hardly worthy of being called emotion. Regardless, the prince treats the young mistress exceedingly well. I have never seen him dote on anyone else in such a manner. Shen Youli gently caressed the embroidery on her bodice, smiling wistfully. The cautionary tale of her mother loomed before her, serving as a constant reminder. If a woman lives entirely dependent on a man, her fate is seldom favorable. Zhao Chengluan may shower her with affection today, yet he could easily bestow it upon another tomorrow. She could only strive to hold on to this favor as long as possible and utilize his influence to eliminate Shen Youli and her mother. Chapter 29. Invitation to pet the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the prince's residence. The princess consort gazed with anticipation, and as night fell, she inquired, shall His Highness rest in the Wutong Hall tonight? Zhao Chengluan alighted from the carriage, stating that he had some matters to attend to and would arrive later. Very well, I shall prepare a midnight snack and await your return, she replied. Sue Mei assisted the princess consort into the mansion, catching a glimpse of Zhao Chengluan's retreating figure. Your Highness, he is heading towards the Chaohui Hall, she remarked. The princess consort's eyes turned sharp, reminiscent of her mother, adept at ensnaring men. Sue Mei, the Chaohui Hall is impenetrable. If she gives birth within, we shall have no opportunity to act. The princess consort adjusted her cloak, a sinister smile gracing her lips. We shall wait for her to emerge. There are countless ways for an unexpected demise to occur. She cannot remain in the Chaohui Hall indefinitely. In the Chaohui Hall, Shen Youli leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a book, when Zhao Chengluan entered slowly. Your Highness? She exclaimed in surprise. The hour had surpassed the late evening, and she had anticipated his return alongside the princess consort to the Wutong Hall for rest. I have just returned, having missed you throughout the day and thought to check on you, Zhao Chengluan said, taking a seat beside her and gently caressing her abdomen. How have you fared today? Has he troubled you? A soft smile graced Shen Youli's lips. I am well, Your Highness. Thank you for your concern. She called out, Chuanxi, please bring a cup of hot tea for His Highness. Zhao Chengluan smiled as he accepted the teacup from Chuanxi, taking a delicate sip. Have you dined this late? Your Highness? I could send Xiao Chun to fetch a bowl of hot noodle soup if you wish. It snowed today, and something warm would be comforting. Shen Youli paused, her eyes sparkling with brightness. How about chicken soup with winter bamboo shoots? The kitchen has simmered a delectable sea cucumber chicken soup for several hours, rich and delicious, complemented by sweet winter bamboo shoots, mushrooms, black fungus, and fresh greens, paired with tangy and refreshing radishes. As she vividly described the dish, she found herself salivating. Zhao Chengluan suppressed a chuckle, admitting, hearing you speak, I find myself rather hungry. Let us proceed as you suggest. Shen Youli exchanged a glance with Chuanxi, who beamed as she hurried out to relay the order. When the dish was presented, it was a feast for the senses. Even Zhao Chengluan, who typically eschewed rich broths, indulged heartily. The soup was exquisite and fragrant, devoid of any fishy taste. Content. Shen Youli set down her chopsticks, feeling like a satiated kitten. You possess a remarkable talent for cuisine, my dear, she remarked. Knowing Your Highness prefers lighter fare, I have taken care to prepare something special. With your demanding schedule, you must nourish your body properly. Zhao Chengluan's gaze twinkled with appreciation. Shen Youli was most considerate. Li Mingda entered, stating, Your Highness, it is almost time. Zhao Chengluan rose, saying, I must take my leave. You should retire early as well. Chuanxi offered him a hand warmer, noting that the moment he entered, the little mistress had instructed the servants to replace it with fresh, warm charcoal, perfectly heated now. Zhao Chengluan accepted it, gently patting Shen Youli's head, speaking softly. I am leaving. Shen Youli nodded lightly. Be cautious of your footing in the dark. The road is slippery. As Zhao Chengluan exited the Chaohui Hall, he felt invigorated, the weariness from a day of toil dissipating entirely. He strode forward, the chill of the late night wind powerless against the warmth blossoming within his heart. Upon entering the grand doors of the Wutong Hall, the Crown Princess emerged to greet him upon receiving notice of his arrival. "Your Highness, what brings you here at such an hour?" "Fortunately, I instructed the servants to keep your late-night meal warm." Zhao Chengluan merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Before a table laden with exquisite delicacies, he took only a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. "Is the food not to your liking?" The Crown Princess, who had been attentively observing him, inquired with genuine concern. "I am not particularly hungry," Zhao Chengluan replied as he rose. The Crown Princess grasped his sleeve, her tone earnest as she implored, "Your Highness, I may have erred in the past and caused you displeasure, but it was never my intention. As your childhood companion, everything I have done has been for your sake. I beseech you, do not hold my past mistakes against me." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept silently. Zhao Chengluan sighed. "You are overly sensitive. I have never harbored disdain for you." Yet she lamented, "It has been long since you have shown me affection, your Highness. I, too, am a woman in need of your tenderness." Despite the discomfort he felt regarding some of her actions, he recognized the dignity that should accompany a legitimate wife. Exhaling a heavy breath, Zhao Chengluan lifted the Crown Princess and carried her towards the inner chamber. He set her down and, parting her garments, inquired, "What fragrance is this? It is quite intoxicating." The Crown Princess lowered her gaze, a blush gracing her cheeks as she responded, "It is the golden-edged sweet scent of fine powder from Baoshu Studio." In contemporary society, women delight in applying delicate pearl powders to enhance their skin, which contain ingredients such as shixin, gansong, baiji, and baiji, promoting a fair and lustrous complexion. The myriad fragrances of these powders cater to varied preferences. Baoshu Studio is the most favored establishment in the capital for cosmetics among women, a place she often visited during her seclusion. Zhao Chengluan said little, the heat between them intensifying as he leaned down. The Crown Princess let out a soft sigh, her arms wrapping around his neck. The Crown Princess gazed at Zhao Chengluan's serene, sleeping visage, gently lifting the covers and slipping out of bed. She hurried to the eastern chamber, shedding her cloak before reclining on the bed, raising her legs high as Sui hurriedly placed 2 pillows beneath her. "This time, the mistress shall surely have her desires fulfilled," she mused, though her expression remained subdued, aware that she could not always mix the powder with the euphoric herb. "Your Highness is astute. He would undoubtedly notice if it occurred too frequently. Today, I must first disturb his peace of mind to create an opportunity." "Mistress, I have inquired with the kitchen, and indeed, the Chaohui Hall ordered a late-night meal at the hour of the high," Sui reported, her demeanor apprehensive. The Crown Princess steadied herself, gritting her teeth in frustration. "No wonder he is not hungry. That little minx must have fed him beforehand." Sui's expression was one of trepidation, hesitant to speak further. After a moment, the Crown Princess sat upright, her voice resolute. "We cannot act against her yet, but we shall not spare her mother. It is time she learns a lesson." In the Yulan Pavilion, "My lady," Chuanxi entered hurriedly, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" Shen Youli sprang to her feet. "Has something happened to my mother? Chuanxi, please tell me." Chuanxi guided her back to a seated position. "My lady, promise me you will remain calm for the sake of your unborn child." Taking a deep breath, Shen Youli composed herself. "Speak. The songbird has delivered news that Lady Qiao has attempted to poison the First Madam. After receiving 2 slaps from the First Madam, she was punished to kneel, and due to her weakened state, she fainted and has since been confined to the woodshed. Zhengru, Shen Youli is filled with a desire for vengeance, wishing to taste her blood and flesh. Does my father remain indifferent to all this? It is said that early this morning, the Marquis took 2 beauties to the hot springs at Shaodang Mountain and intends to stay for several days before returning. Furthermore, Chuanxi's expression darkens as Xiaochun went to the kitchen for some snacks and encountered Sui Wei from Wudong Hall. She mentioned, what did she say? She remarked that the young master is a seductress, undoubtedly a reflection of Lady Qiao's failure in her upbringing. implying that Lady Qiao's punishment is a consequence of the young master's indiscretions. Chapter 30. An eye for an eye. Shen Youli's expression was one of bewilderment as she murmured, I have underestimated the situation. Everything after her rebirth had unfolded with such ease that it led her to believe she had complete control. My lady, what do you mean? Snapping back to reality, Shen Youli replied, It is akin to an ant shaking a great tree. How much effort must one exert to achieve their desires? The maid hesitated. I do not comprehend. Should I inform the Marquis? Shen Youli shook her head. The journey from the capital to Shoutang Mountain and back consumes an entire day, and my mother's frail health cannot withstand the weight. Her eyes glinted with determination, since Shen Rian dares to act on the first day of the month. She should not blame me for retaliating on the 15th. Li Mingde rushed into the study, exclaiming, Your Highness, Shen Lianyuan has gone into premature labor. Zhao Chengluan rose and made his way outside. Has the physician been summoned? Yes, Your Highness, but please tread carefully. Li Mingde hurriedly jogged, almost slipping. Zhao Chengluan, unfazed, swiftly reached Chaohui Hall. Shen Youli lay on the bed, her complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. What has happened? Your Highness. Shen Youli's words faltered as tears streamed down her face. Chuanxi spoke softly. Your Highness, the young mistress learned that Aunt Xiao was locked in the woodshed by the madam, which caused her great distress and triggered the labor. Zhao Chengluan furrowed his brow. Why was she confined to the woodshed? That I dare not say. Speak candidly. Can I not speak on behalf of your young mistress? Chuanxi retorted indignantly. It is the Crown Princess who believes the young mistress is bewitching the prince, which prompted the madam to punish Aunt Xiao as a warning. Shen Youli clutched the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. In this frigid weather, my mother is fragile. How can she possibly endure in the woodshed? The madam seeks to endanger my mother's life. Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan's lips pressed together tightly. Li Mingde, summon the Crown Princess. What? The Crown Princess accidentally knocked over her teacup. Is my mother unharmed? Rest assured, Your Highness. She merely inhaled smoke and fainted. How could this happen? The Crown Princess paced anxiously. What about that wretched Aunt Xiao? Suwei stammered. The flames were too fierce. We could not enter the woodshed. She may be lost. What? Li Mingde, having overheard the conversation outside, rushed in with alarm. Crown Princess, His Highness requests your presence in Chaohui Hall. The Crown Princess quickly donned a smile. May I inquire why His Highness seeks me? Li Mingde averted his gaze. I am unaware, but you must go. His Highness awaits. Reluctantly, the Crown Princess prepared herself and followed Li Mingde, her heart racing with trepidation. As soon as she entered the inner chamber, Shen Youli trembled and knelt on the ground. My lady, Chuanxi and Zhao Chengluan swiftly supported her. Zhao Chengluan, his expression fraught with anxiety, urged, What are you doing? Rise at once. Shen Youli's lips quivered as tears, like pearls, cascaded down her cheeks. Sister, it is all my fault. I should not have clung to His Highness. I beg you to spare my mother. I shall never see His Highness again. As her final words fell, Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened. The Crown Princess stepped back, her expression fraught with anxiety. Sister, what are you saying? I did not comprehend a word. Li Mingde leaned close to Zhao Chengluan, whispering a few words. Zhao Chengluan's brow twitched. Chuanxi indignantly declared, Miss Suwei means to say that our little master, lacking self-awareness, has entangled herself with His Highness, prompting her to teach Aunt Xiao a lesson as a warning. The Crown Princess glared at Suwei, demanding, What is the meaning of this? What have you concealed from me? Suwei fell to her knees, repeatedly knocking her head on the ground. It was all my own doing. I could not endure that Shen Lianyuan continually monopolized His Highness and neglected the princess. Thus, I spoke thoughtlessly. Your Highness, forgive me. My lady, forgive me. Zhao Chengluan coldly observed the farce between the mistress and her servant, troubled by how to conceal the dreadful news from Shen Youli. It is dire. Aunt Xiao. Zhao burst in, freezing at the sight before her. What has happened to my mother? Shen Youli, like a startled bird, trembled all over, struggling to maintain her composure as she gazed at Zhao. This, Zhao, under Zhao Chengluan's gaze, dared not speak. Your Highness, please allow Zhao to speak. What has befallen my mother? Shen Youli's eyes were filled with desperation. Zhao Chengluan sighed, realizing the truth could no longer be hidden, and instructed Li Mingde, "Fetch the physician from the Qi residence." Zia Kunzi then timidly relayed, "The whole residence is flooded. Aunt Xiao did not escape." "Mother!" Shen Youli wailed and fainted. Zhao Chengluan hurriedly lifted her and placed her on the bed. "Your Highness." The Crown Princess met his gaze, her palms sweating. Though she always maintained an air of dignity and virtue, it was shocking to witness her venomous jealousy behind closed doors. Truly, she and Madame Shen were mother and daughter, sharing the same cruel ways. "Your Highness, I am wronged." The Crown Princess knelt, asserting, "There is a reason. It was Aunt Xiao who first poisoned my mother, leading to her confinement in the woodshed." "Oh, Aunt Xiao has such audacity? Does she not fear the consequences, nor care for her own daughter's fate? One could be blinded by momentary folly." Zhao Chengluan scoffed, "You are correct. Your current demeanor perfectly illustrates that folly." The Crown Princess, eyes wide in disbelief, had never expected such harsh words from him, despite his previous discontent. The physician from the Qi residence hurried in, shattering the oppressive silence. "You should return. Do not venture out of the Wutong Hall without cause." The Crown Princess turned pale, realizing Zhao Chengluan intended to confine her indefinitely. "Your Highness, I am truly innocent." She attempted to plead further. "Do you think I am unaware of your deeds? Why has there been no offspring for me? Why did you bring your half-sister into the palace? Do you take me for a fool?" The Crown Princess felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, finally understanding the reason for Zhao Chengluan's estrangement. "Leave at once." Startled, she trembled before hastily rising, assisted by Cui Wei as she exited. "Wait." Zhao Chengluan's voice was frosty. "I have only commanded you to depart. I did not say she could leave." Li Mingde, what should be done about a maidservant who oversteps her bounds and disturbs the master's tranquility? Li Mingde cast a glance at Cui Wei, whose face had turned ashen, and sternly declared, "You shall receive 50 strikes of the rod." Cui Wei suddenly knelt down, her forehead touching the ground as she pleaded for mercy. "I beseech you, your Highness, spare my life. I implore you, spare my life." Zhao Chengluan chose to ignore her cries and seated himself beside Shen Youli's bed. Li Mingde continued, "Take her away to carry out the punishment." "Your Highness, please save me." "Your Highness." Xiao Chunzi felt a sense of vindication as she dragged the weeping Cui Wei away. The Crown Princess, trembling, leaned against the doorframe, tears streaming down her cheeks. 50 strikes. Cui Wei could not endure such punishment. She was but a maid accompanying the dowry, and Zhao Chengluan was ruthlessly severing her from existence. The Crown Princess, in a daze, exited the Chao Hui Hall, the echoes of Cui Wei's anguished screams haunting her. Suddenly, she halted. Cui Wei was not taken to the torture hall, but was subjected to punishment on the path leading out of the palace, as a warning to others. Barely conscious, Cui Wei reached out a trembling hand towards the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, save me." The Crown Princess covered her mouth, large tears cascading down her face. Beneath Cui Wei, her skin was torn and bleeding, with blood flowing down the bench, creating blossoms of crimson on the pristine white snow, quickly staining the ground. The sight of the vivid red against the snow pierced the Crown Princess's eyes with pain, and she staggered, yearning to flee from this horrifying scene. Cui Wei's vision blurred. A muffled sound escaped her lips, and at last, her outstretched hand fell limply to the ground. Chapter 31. Divorced Shen Youli's complexion was as pale as if she might vanish at any moment. Zhao Chengluan's heart tightened as he grasped her hand. "How is she?" "Your Highness, after more than 2 months of care, Shen Liangyuan's pregnancy has stabilized. However, her frail constitution cannot endure emotional turmoil, and this incident has further depleted her vitality. She must be well cared for moving forward," the physician from the Qi residence stated solemnly. "I understand," Zhao Chengluan replied. "Then I shall take my leave." Li Mingde hurriedly entered. "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace for a discussion." Zhao Chengluan glanced at Shen Youli and instructed Chunqi, "Take good care of your young mistress. If she awakens, ensure she does not become overly distressed." "Yes, I shall be mindful," Chunqi responded, bowing deeply. "I bid you farewell." "Your Highness." After a short while, Shen Youli slowly regained consciousness. "My lady, would you like some water?" Shen Youli nodded, propping herself up, feeling utterly weak and a throbbing headache consuming her. Although it was an act, it required genuine emotion. A blend of 3 parts feigned and 7 parts authentic to deceive others effectively. Shunxi offered her a few sips of warm tea, and Shen Youli gently held her hand. Asking softly, "Is my mother settled?" Shunxi leaned forward, glancing towards the door. "As you instructed, Kunzi has acquired a residence in Xinglin Village, Qingshui County, and has placed Aunt Xiao there." A grave expression crossed Shen Youli's face. With no better alternative at hand, she resolved to let her mother retreat into obscurity. Though she rarely ventured out, some ladies in the capital had seen her, making it prudent to leave the city. Yet, she could not bear the thought of her mother being alone. Shen Youli's thoughts swirled. Currently, the prince favored her, and he could not extricate himself. Moreover, the pursuit of vengeance could not be abandoned at this juncture. Once he had avenged his grievances, it was likely he would have found new affection, and then she would devise a means to escape the confines of the palace, embarking on a leisurely life with her mother. At the Little Tang Mountain, Shen Su frolicked with a beautiful woman in the water, emerging wrapped in a nightgown, downing a cup of warm wine in one gulp. His confidant, Li Haoxing, rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord, there's trouble at home." Shen Su's expression soured with impatience. What new folly has Zhang Shi concocted? The residence has flooded, and Aunt Xiao is gone. With a crash, the wine cup shattered on the floor. "What did you say?" Shen Su questioned, bewildered, as confusion clouded his features. Aunt Xiao was locked in the woodshed by the first wife, and she could not escape during the flooding. Shen Su felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, stars dancing before his eyes, the ringing in his ears deafening. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind like a rapid succession of lantern slides. Lord? Li Hao displayed concern. "Are you all right?" Zhang Shi. Shen Su let out a long, anguished cry, striding purposefully towards the exit. The beauty from the hot spring, hearing the commotion, emerged to see Shen Su's retreating figure and called out in alarm. "Lord, where are you going? What shall we do?" But Shen Su had already leapt onto his horse and galloped away. The cold air filled his lungs as he blinked, tears streaming down his cheeks. With a resounding thud, Shen Su forcefully kicked open the door to Zhang Ru's chamber. Just as she was about to retire for the night, she was startled and turned around. How has the Marquis returned? A smile that had graced her face was abruptly replaced by shock as she struggled against the large hand that clutched her neck, her complexion rapidly shifting to a deep crimson. Shen Su, enveloped in an aura of coldness, glared at her with eyes devoid of any emotion. "How could I have been so blind as to take you as my wife?" Zhang Ru froze for a moment before fiercely attempting to break free. It is often said that one should marry a virtuous partner. Yet, Shen Su seized her hand tighter, declaring, "You are far from virtuous. You are jealous, tempestuous, and domineering, creating chaos in my household." At that moment, Shen Huaiqiu, clutching a pillow, happened upon the scene and rushed in. "I'll hit you. I'll beat you, you wicked man." He struck Shen Su with the pillow. Shen Su released his grip, causing Zhang Ru to collapse onto the floor. "This is also a result of your poor parenting, having raised a child so misguided that calamity ensues." Shen Su's gaze turned icy. "Even if the emperor himself were to persuade me, I would still divorce you." With that, he kicked a chair aside and stormed out. After a prolonged struggle to catch her breath, Zhang Ru fainted upon hearing his words. Shen Su halted abruptly before the door to the woodshed, his hands trembling. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed open the charred and scorched wooden door. Half of the door creaked and fell away, sending ashes swirling into the air, accompanied by an air of desolation. Shen Su coughed twice as he peered inside. The walls and floor bore the marks of having been consumed by flames. The area that once held firewood was now reduced to a pile of ash. "Where is everyone?" he called out. Butler Hu hurried over, his expression one of surprise. "My lord, why have you returned? Where is concubine Xiao?" Butler Hu stammered. The madam ordered concubine Xiao to be taken to the potter's field. "What did you say?" Shen Su seized his collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare you? She is legally my wife, and you treat her with such disgrace?" Butler Hu lowered his head, murmuring, "The madam deemed that concubine Xiao deliberately set the fire, wishing to take the entire household down with her." Such a grave offense renders her unworthy to be interred in the Shen family grave. Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter? The madam forbade anyone from notifying you. Butler, who spoke in a whisper. Very well. It seems that during my absence from the capital, the marquisate has fallen under the Zheng name. Shen Su released him. Take me to the potter's field. The night was deep and the cold wind biting. Shen Su scoured every inch of the potter's field, but found no trace of Qiao Wan. The wind howled, reminiscent of a woman's weeping. Shen Su stood there, expressionless, as if carved from stone for an eternity. My lord? Butler, who ventured cautiously. What was her condition when she left? When we extinguished the fire and entered, concubine Xiao lay on the ground, her face unrecognizable from the burns. Shen Su's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, burying his face in his hands, unable to contain his grief. Li Hao arrived at Zheng Ru's door and knocked twice. Madam? After a considerable time, footsteps finally echoed from within. Zheng Ru cautiously opened the door crack, her face etched with suspicion. What is it? Li Hao presented the divorce papers, stating, The Marquis has commanded that you leave the Marquisate immediately. Zheng Ru's pupils trembled violently as she forcefully knocked the papers away. I will not leave. This is my home. With that, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Then I must apologize, Li Hao replied. The Marquis has expressed a desire not to see you again before his return. He glanced at his subordinate behind him, who stepped forward and forcefully pushed the door open, ignoring Zheng Ru's frantic screams. They seized her and began to escort her out of the estate. The guards of the Zheng residence, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the door, only to witness the retreating figures of two riders. Just as they were filled with confusion, someone brushed against their leg. Startled, they looked down, their eyes widening in disbelief. Miss? Zheng Ru was bound with her hands behind her back, her mouth gagged, tears streaming down her face as she glared at him. A solitary divorce paper lay discarded beside her on the ground. Chapter 32. Each exhibits their own talents. Zhao Chengluan entered Shiji Pavilion, where Hong Qiao greeted him with a bow. No need for formalities, he replied. Upon entering the West Chamber, Zhao Chengluan placed a porcelain vial into Hong Qiao's hands. What is this? Hong Qiao queried, her gaze lifting in surprise. It is the antidote for La Yu Mei. Zhao Chengluan indicated for Hong Qiao to take a seat. The antidote you previously obtained from the Empress was studied by my people, who discovered that it merely suppresses the toxicity of La Yu Mei temporarily, without offering a permanent cure. He smiled gently. This version has been improved upon and can eliminate the poison from your body entirely. Hong Qiao's expression lit up with excitement as she rose to bow deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. I am at a loss for how to repay your great kindness. Rise, he said. Your efforts in capturing Lian Xiao were invaluable. This is what you rightfully deserve. Your Highness. Hong Qiao was rendered speechless, her eyes brimming with tears. Your Highness, Lady Xiao requests your presence for dinner, came the voice of Li Mingda from outside. Zhao Chengluan stood and nodded. I shall take my leave first. Hong Qiao respectfully saw him off, watching through the window until his figure disappeared from view. Later, after finishing dinner at Fanghua Palace, Lady Xiao asked him to wait a moment before cheerfully entering the inner chamber. A cascade of jingling bells filled the air as Zhao Chengluan looked up to see a woman in a purple gown with a veil gracefully approaching, raising an eyebrow and smiling at him before twirling away. With flowing sleeves, her wrists danced above her head, her slender waist following the rhythm of her movements, the sound of the bells varying in tempo with her dance. Suddenly, she bent backward, her body bending like a willow branch, only to spring back into lively and agile steps. Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly. The woman in purple, her enchanting eyes sparkling with laughter, cast him a fleeting glance and began to spin, her skirt blossoming like a violet in full bloom, elegant and mysterious. The bells grew increasingly urgent as her whirling form left only a blur in its wake. Then, a sudden exclamation of surprise escaped her lips as she lost her balance and fell toward the ground. Zhao Chengluan swiftly rose to catch her. The woman laughed playfully, removing her veil. Thank you, Brother Taizi. It was none other than Lady Xiao. Leaning against him, her smile was radiant and captivating. It has been a while since I last danced Zhu and Ming. Have you forgotten how we first met? Zhao Chengluan nodded. When I moved to Fengyi Palace at the age of 10, I passed by Chongning Hall, where you were practicing Zhu and Ming. Lady Xiao chuckled, recalling. I was so startled that I fell and twisted my ankle, realizing I could not perform at the Lantern Festival banquet. I cried so much, my nose running with tears. You gently comforted me and even offered me a candy. Your eyes lit up when you tasted it, and instantly you ceased to cry, Zhao Chengluan added with a smile. Lady Xiao shook her head, giggling. No, it was you who appeared as if you had stepped out of a painting, captivating me entirely. From that moment onward, no one else could hold a place in my heart. Xiao Yangdi stood firmly, grasping Zhao Chengluan's hand. For 14 years, she had followed her elder brother, the Crown Prince. Her feelings for him were as constant as the sun and moon. She pleaded, do not treat me with indifference, or I shall truly not know how to carry on. Zhao Chengluan felt a stir within, his gaze complex, before he drew her into his embrace. In Yangxiang Hall, Exine entered to find Wang Liangdi delicately applying lip color before a bronze mirror. Upon her arrival, Wang Lianyuan rose and inquired, how is it? Has His Highness come for dinner? I was a step late. His Highness was summoned by Gao Liangdi, who wished to present him with a new painting of a snow scene featuring plum blossoms. Wang Liangdi's eyes sparkled. When did they leave? Did they depart just after I did? She calculated in her mind, recognizing that the journey from the study to ZY Hall passed through Wangshu Pavilion, whereas it would take her merely a short time to reach Wangshu Pavilion from her Yangxiang Hall. In Xian, fetch my Guqin. We shall depart for Wangshu Pavilion at once. Though Xian was puzzled, she asked no questions, moving swiftly and instructing Xiao Li to carry the charcoal basin and the gauze curtain. As Zhao Chengluan and Gao Liangdi passed Wangshu Pavilion, the ethereal sound of a Guqin filled the air. The music was as clear as a mountain spring, flowing gently through the heart and refreshing the spirit. Zhao Chengluan's brow relaxed, revealing appreciation. Once the final note faded, he gently applauded, the echoes lingering. What exquisite skill. Wang Liangdi hurriedly rose to greet him, offering her respects, before acknowledging Gao Liangdi as well. Sister Wang, you seem to be in high spirits, playing the Guqin while admiring the snowy scenery, as if you were a celestial being. An unexpected interruption from Gao Liangdi soured the atmosphere, her expression darkening as she retorted ungraciously. Wang Liangdi maintained a gentle smile. Would His Highness and Sister Gao care to join us? This spot affords a magnificent view of the entire plum garden. The sight of red blossoms clad in silver is indeed otherworldly. Intrigued, Zhao Chengluan consented. Then let us have a look. Gao Liangdi's lips curled downward, reluctantly trailing behind. The three settled into their seats, and Xen drew the gauze curtain closed. Serving them hot tea, Zhao Chengluan took a delicate sip, while Wang Liangdi, ever astute, noted that the pavilion, wrapped in gauze and with the charcoal basin lit, felt pleasantly warm. Your Highness, please do not jest with me. This notion was inspired by Sister Shen. Oh, Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow, his gaze intense. What is this about? It was during Sister Shen's early pregnancy, Wang Liangdi recounted, her eyes brightening. I accompanied her on a stroll, and we passed by Wangshu Pavilion. She remarked that this place, facing the plum grove, would be breathtaking in the snowfall. She suggested that if we enclosed ourselves with gauze and lit a charcoal basin while brewing fragrant tea, we would not fear the cold. At that time, I promised to return with her after the snow fell. She paused, a smile gracing her lips before continuing, now that she cannot come. I am here to enjoy the view on her behalf, so I may recount it to her later. You seem to have a good relationship with Shen Lianyuan, Zhao Chengluan remarked softly, turning the tea lid. Sister Shen has a gentle disposition. She never loses her temper, which encourages me to draw closer to her. Zhao Chengluan's expression softened as he noted her consistent nature. Suddenly, Gao Liangdi appeared to choke on her tea, breaking the moment with a loud cough. As the dialogue between the two drew to a close, they turned their attention towards Gao Liangdi. Is everything all right, dear Gao? Wang Liangdi inquired, offering a handkerchief. Gao Liangdi, however, did not accept it. Instead, she took out her own handkerchief to dab at the corner of her mouth before nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Wang. Wang Liangdi retracted her hand with a smile. Your Highness, upon beholding this exquisite scenery, a sudden inspiration has struck me. I wish to return and create a new painting of plum blossoms in winter." Upon finishing her words, Gao Liangdi gazed at Zhao Chengluan with anticipation. Just as Zhao Chengluan was about to respond, Wang Liangdi, with an expression of concern, asked, "Your Highness, I wonder how Sister Shen is faring? I have embroidered several petticoats for her, but have yet to find an opportunity to present them. Might it be possible for you to wait here for a moment? I shall send someone back to fetch them, and it would be a labor of love for you to deliver them to Shen Yuan." Zhao Chengluan rose, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. I shall accompany you to retrieve them." He then turned to the pallid-faced Gao Liangdi. "But dear Gao, were you not eager to return and paint? Inspiration is fleeting. You should go ahead while I admire your work on my next visit." Slowly, Gao Liangdi stood, offered a respectful bow, and bit her lip firmly as she departed. Wang Liangdi smiled. "Your Highness, let's be on our way." Chapter 33. Wishes fulfilled. Upon hearing Chuanxi's words, Shen Youli couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the courtyard had been rather lively of late. Chuanxi gently massaged Shen Youli's slightly swollen calves, remarking that since the young mistress could not attend to the prince, they must seize the opportunity to win his favor. Nevertheless, regardless of where the prince chose to stay, he would visit the young mistress daily, so there was no need for concern. Shen Youli smiled faintly. "Today is New Year's Day, a fresh start for the year. Have the offerings and new garments for my mother been delivered?" "Yes. They were sent early this morning and should be arriving shortly," Chuanxi replied. "That is good. I trust your diligence." Shen Youli pressed Chuanxi's hand. "Please fetch the makeup box from my bedside." At once, Chuanxi brought the box and placed it delicately on the small table. Shen Youli opened it and retrieved a plum blossom hairpin inlaid with a pearl, adorning Chuanxi's hair with it. "My lady, this is too precious." Chuanxi stammered, uncertain. "This was a gift from the prince to you." Shen Youli adjusted the pin's position, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Is it not beautiful?" Chuanxi gazed into the mirror, a shy smile creeping across her lips. "My lady, it is too extravagant. I am unworthy." "Chuanxi," Shen Youli replied earnestly, "no jewel, no matter how exquisite, can compare to your worth. True affection is priceless." Tears welled in Chuanxi's eyes. "My lady, I am aware that you have no family left. I will take care of your future. I shall provide for your dowry and ensure you have a splendid wedding." Chuanxi knelt, embracing Shen Youli's legs, sobbing, "I do not wish to marry. I want to serve you forever." "Foolish child," Shen Youli assisted her to rise. "I did not say you must marry immediately. You are the only one I can trust at present. However, life is fleeting, and I do not wish for you to be ensnared in the web of deceit and scheming." She wiped away Chuanxi's tears with a handkerchief. "If you find someone you love, please tell me, and I shall assist you in your plans." "My lady." "Now, summon the servants. With the new year upon us, it is time to distribute some rewards." "Yes, I shall do so at once." The servants, upon receiving their rewards, left with cheerful expressions, exchanging auspicious words. Xiao Chun remained behind and, once the others had departed, spoke softly when the crown princess left with the prince this morning. "I notice she has lost quite a bit of weight, and her complexion is rather poor." Shen Youli raised an eyebrow, calculating the days. "It seems the crown princess may soon have news." The royal family was to offer prayers to heaven and earth for a prosperous new year filled with good weather, abundant harvests, and peaceful citizens. The ceremony was held in the grand ancestral temple, presided over this year by the crown prince in place of the emperor. Zhao Chengluan donned a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, his demeanor solemn as he ignited the sacrificial fire. The civil and military officials knelt in reverence as he held the jade tablet and began reciting the prayers. Once the rites were completed, the officials rose, collectively proclaiming, "May our Dayong flourish and prosper, and may the nation be peaceful and its people secure." Following the ceremony, there was to be a family banquet at the Phoenix E Palace's Changning Hall. The emperor, increasingly frail, made a brief appearance to offer a few commendatory words before leaving the table. The empress, radiant and amiable, engaged in light-hearted conversation with the guests. The dancer gracefully twirled upon the drum, her movements light and steps jubilant. The crown princess, burdened by melancholy and unfulfilled aspirations, found no joy in the performance and drowned her sorrows in several cups of wine. The Empress, noticing her distress, inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Crown Princess? Are you feeling unwell?" In response, the Crown Princess attempted to speak, but was seized by waves of nausea. Zhao Chengluan steadied her, his gaze inscrutable. It became evident that the Crown Princess was unwell, summoned the imperial physician to attend to her. The aged physician hurried in and, after examining her pulse, bowed deeply, stating, "Your Majesty, the Crown Princess is with child, already over a month along." A glimmer of joy flickered in the Empress's eyes, and she exclaimed with delight, "What wonderful news! Crown Princess, please sit down. With your condition, you must refrain from drinking." The Crown Princess, momentarily stunned, could scarcely believe her long-held wish was finally fulfilled, and tears of joy streamed down her face. "Crown Princess?" teased Lady He from below. "It seems the Crown Princess is overjoyed." The Empress chuckled, recalling her own experience during her pregnancy with the first princess. Zhao Chengluan helped the Crown Princess to her seat, and she turned to him, her face alight with elation. "Your Highness, I am with child. I have finally conceived your offspring." "I have heard," the Empress interjected, "bring forth a table of suitable delicacies for the Crown Princess." "Thank you, Mother," the Crown Princess replied, her face radiant with happiness. Zhao Chengluan, however, pursed his lips, his thoughts drifting to another expectant woman. In the carriage, the Crown Princess cautiously glanced at Zhao Chengluan. "Your Highness, I am with child, yet you seem less than pleased." The Crown Princess's worries were unfounded. He merely felt fatigued. She took his hand, resting on her lap, her expression anxious. "I have been at fault in the past, and I have reflected deeply. I vow to amend my ways. Will you grant me your forgiveness?" Zhao Chengluan smiled. "I am not angry. There is nothing to forgive. Now that you are pregnant, focus on your health and do not fret." "May I take a stroll?" she asked. "As you wish." When the carriage halted, Zhao Chengluan assisted the Crown Princess out. She grasped his sleeve, hesitating. "Your Highness, today is New Year's Day, I am aware. I shall visit Shen Yuan and then proceed to Wudong Palace. Your sister also carries your child. It is only right that you see her." The Crown Princess displayed understanding. "Take care, Your Highness. I shall await your return." Zhao Chengluan nodded and strode away. Green Loach supported the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, shall we return?" With Chui Wei gone, the Crown Princess appointed Green Loach as her trusted maid, having earned her confidence through trials. "Now that I am pregnant, I have yet to discern the gender. Perhaps I shall allow that little wretch a few days of pride. Even if you bear a daughter, she will not be comparable to an ordinary prince." "Indeed, you speak wisely." The Crown Princess suddenly halted, pondering. "I have been reflecting daily on where I went astray to find myself in this predicament." As she spoke, she stepped on a withered branch beneath her feet. Ever since His Highness welcomed her into the palace, his affections for her have caused a gradual estrangement from me. The Crown Princess scoffed, pondering whether the woman was genuinely naive or merely feigning innocence to toy with me. "Does Your Highness imply that Shen Yuan's apparent simplicity and timidity are mere aids? Keep a vigilant watch on her. If she is indeed an impostor, her true nature will inevitably reveal itself." Yet the Crown Princess could not ascertain whether this once submissive concubine truly possessed such inscrutable cunning. If so, she would be utterly terrifying, sustaining the act for over a decade. A shiver ran down the Crown Princess's spine. She hastened her return, for the chill was unbearable, especially in her delicate condition. "Yes, Your Highness, please watch your step." Green Luo assisted the Crown Princess as they hurried toward the Wudong Hall. Suddenly, a resounding bang erupted as a pink firework blossomed in the tranquil night sky, illuminating the darkness momentarily. "Your Highness, it's fireworks!" Green Luo exclaimed with delight. The Crown Princess looked up, her eyes reflecting the dazzling display. Yet the smile that had begun to form on her lips froze abruptly. "Your Highness?" That was indeed in the direction of Chaohui Hall. Chapter 34. The Festival of Fireworks. In an apparent response to the Crown Princess, the sounds of fireworks erupted continuously. Pink, silver, orange, green, and deep purple blossoms followed one another, painting a magnificent scene of blooming flowers in the night sky. A flicker of malice flashed in the Crown Princess's eyes. His Highness had never treated others in such a manner. Green Luo's face had long lost its joy, her expression anxious as she gazed at the Crown Princess. "Your Highness, it is quite chilly outside. Perhaps we should return." The Crown Princess scoffed coldly and strode away. In the courtyard of Chao Hui Hall, Shen Youli nestled in Zhao Chengluan's embrace, quietly gazing at the fireworks, her heart a tumult of emotions. Zhao Chengluan leaned down to inquire, "Do you not find joy in these fireworks?" Shen Youli gently shook her head. "I do enjoy them. This is the most beautiful display I have ever witnessed. Your Highness's sentiment I have received and shall treasure in my heart. Even if there comes a day when your Highness no longer favors me, I will forever remember this kindness." "Such nonsense." Shen Youli tightened her hold on him, her voice soft and tender. "I misspoke. I am but a pregnant woman, prone to wild thoughts. Please, your Highness, be understanding." She pouted playfully. Zhao Chengluan smiled indulgently. "Yes, I wish to be with you for an eternity." Chuanxi and Xiaokunzi exchanged glances and stifled laughter. Chuanxi teased, "My lady, making wishes beneath the fireworks is sure to bring them to fruition." Shen Youli shot her a playful glare. "Only you would say such things." "I believe Chuanxi speaks wisely. A reward is in order." "I humbly thank your Highness." Chuanxi laughed as she accepted the purse handed to her by Li Mingda. Xiaokunzi, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Your Highness and my lady will surely grow old together in harmony." Xiao Anzi eagerly added, "May the lady bear many children for the prince," filling the halls with laughter. "May youth remain eternal. May you be free from illness and live a long life." This left Shen Youli blushing, prompting Zhao Chengluan to laugh heartily. Rewards for everyone. The two rejoiced, exchanging pleasantries, while Shen Youli, flustered, buried her face in Zhao Chengluan's embrace. "Your Highness, it is all because of you. If they continue, I shall have no face to meet the world." At last, they quieted, chuckling softly. Zhao Chengluan's eyes sparkled with laughter. "Your servants are quite clever and considerate, creating such a pleasant atmosphere." Xiaokunzi, with a knowing expression, replied, "It is all thanks to my lady's guidance. I admire her character and strive to follow her example." "You should silence yourself," Shen Youli said with exasperation. "For every word you utter, I shall deduct a tael of silver." Xiaokunzi immediately covered her mouth, falling silent. The other servants could not contain their laughter. Zhao Chengluan was equally amused, acknowledging, "Lear indeed knows how to manage her household." Shen Youli stamped her foot playfully. "Your Highness, even you join in the jest." Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, embracing her. "It is getting late. You should retire early." Shen Youli rose on her tiptoes, leaning close to his ear. "Your Highness, do take care on your way. I am very happy today." "Thank you." With that, she placed a gentle kiss behind his ear before turning to enter the room. Zhao Chengluan placed his hand where she had kissed him, his gaze oscillating between brightness and shadow. "Your Highness?" Li Mingda reminded, "It's quite late. Shall we still go to Wudong Hall?" Zhao Chengluan let out a low laugh from deep within his throat, stepped into the room, and seized Shen Youli, who was turning to get into bed, kissing her passionately. Shen Youli murmured softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. It was only when she was breathless that Zhao Chengluan released her, gently wiping her lips with his fingers. Casting a lingering glance before departing, Shen Youli lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Chengluan arrived at Wudong Hall, where the Crown Princess leaned against the headboard, lost in thought, caressing her belly. Green Luo cleared her throat softly, startling the Crown Princess back to reality, her face lighting up with a smile. "Your Highness, you've arrived. Rest if you are tired. There is no need to wait for me." The Crown Princess got off the bed to assist him in removing his outer garments. "I am delighted. I am not fatigued. You are a child. You should take it easy. Let the maid attend to it." The Crown Princess cast a glance at Green Luo, her eyes darkening. Green Luo gazed at Zhao Chengluan with infatuation. "Green Luo, you may leave," she instructed. "Yes, I shall take my leave." Green Luo reluctantly exited, closing the door behind her. The Crown Princess took a handkerchief and gently wiped Zhao Chengluan's face. He lowered his gaze, accepting the gesture, his tone resolute. "I can manage myself. You should go to bed. In that case, I shall wait for you in bed." After a while, Zhao Chengluan changed into his nightwear and climbed into bed. After a moment of silence, the crown princess subtly extended her hand, poised to cover Zhao Chengyin's, but he turned away from her. Startled, she withdrew her hand, gripping the quilt tightly. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she gazed at his back, filled with resentment. Suddenly, her heart sank. Her gaze fixated on the imprint of a woman's lips, vivid and lingering, entwined upon Zhao Chengluan. The crown princess bit her lip hard, tasting iron. Since she could conceive, there was no reason for her to remain passive any longer. At that moment, her desire for revenge against Shen Youli surged fiercely. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the crown princess opened her eyes, reaching for the empty space beside her. Slowly sitting up, she called out Green Luo. Green Luo entered with a basin of water. "Your Highness, you are awake. I shall attend to your grooming." With a crash, the crown princess kicked over the basin, scalding Green Luo with hot water. "Your Highness?" Green Luo knelt, bewildered. "I did not intend to offend. Please enlighten me." The crown princess's anger intensified as she kicked Green Luo's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Strike yourself." "Yes." Green Luo quickly knelt and began to slap her own face. The sharp sound of her slaps lingered, gradually easing the crown princess's ire. "Foolish little wretch, where were your eyes last night?" The crown princess rose and used her foot to lift Green Luo's swollen face. "I thought you'd be clever, yet you have proven utterly useless." Xiaozhua, a servant, hurried in. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" "Bring the little Quan who is sweeping in the front courtyard." "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him." Green Luo lay on the ground, dazed, resembling a flower crushed underfoot. Little Quanzi scampered into the room. Bowing to the crown princess, "Your Highness, may you live long." The crown princess responded with a slight huff. "I have yet to thank you for your timely message before." Little Quanzi chuckled. "It is a privilege for a servant to be of service to your Highness. How could I dare to accept thanks?" "I hear you have always held affection for this girl," she remarked, noticing little Quanzi's eager gaze fixed on Luluo. With a playful smile, the crown princess proposed. "I shall grant you Luluo as your companion, if it pleases you." Little Quanzi was overwhelmed with joy, scarcely able to believe his ears. "Is your Highness truly sincere?" The crown princess, somewhat impatient, replied, "If you do not want her, then so be it." "I want her! I want her!" Little Quanzi exclaimed, kneeling and repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. "I thank your Highness. In life, I am yours, and in death, I shall remain your ghost. I shall serve you faithfully henceforth." "Very well, you understand your place. Take her away," she commanded. "Yes, your Highness." Little Quanzi, with a beaming face, seized Luluo and made a leave. Luluo, as if awakening from a dream, cried out loudly, "Your Highness, I understand my mistake. I shall never dare again. Please spare me." "Your Highness, hurry and take her away. Your noise gives me a headache," the crown princess ordered. "Yes, yes." Little Quanzi pinched Luluo and dragged her out. The crown princess scoffed. "Those who arrive late are never well tamed. Little Zhuozi, when his Highness returns, inform him that I wish to meet with mother to discuss matters of childbirth." Chapter 35. Correspondence upon returning to his study. Zhao Chengluan had just perused a memorial when the young Zhuozi requested an audience. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened slightly as he permitted him to enter. Li Mingde turned away with a smirk, finding the young Zhuozi utterly lacking in discernment. Upon entering, Zhuozi bowed, yet no one called for him to rise. An unspoken pressure enveloped him, causing cold sweat to dampen his inner garments, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. After finishing the memorial, Zhao Chengluan lifted his eyes and inquired, "What is it?" With hesitation, Zhuozi relayed the wishes of the crown princess. Zhao Chengluan let out a soft huff, his expression inscrutable. "Granted. Thank you, your Highness. I shall convey your words at once." Zhuozi exclaimed, eager to depart, only to be halted by Li Mingde. "Did his Highness permit your departure? I deserve punishment. I deserve punishment." Zhuozi fell to his knees once more. "Inform the crown princess that I, considering her unborn child, allow her mother to visit. However, due to Zhang's questionable character, it is best to limit their interactions." Zhao Chengluan spoke calmly and deliberately. Cold sweat trickled into Zhuozi's eyes, and he dared not breathe too loudly. Trembling as he responded, "Your Highness's word shall be conveyed to the crown princess without omission." Leave now. Certainly. I take my leave. Zhuozi rose to exit, but in his haste, he accidentally collided with the wall, producing a loud thud. Daring not to look back, he covered his nose and hurried out. Li Mingde stifled a laugh, observing with keen eyes. At Wuton Palace. Mother, this humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The crown princess hurriedly assisted her. Urging her to sit, Zheng Ru raised her head, a sudden shock coursing through her. Mother, have you fallen ill? Zheng Ru appeared lifeless. Aged by a decade since their last encounter. I have been unwell for some time, but it is nothing serious. Zheng Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. Yenner, have you truly conceived? The crown princess's features softened, and she smiled. Indeed, I am truly with child. Zheng Ru clasped her hands together in prayer. May the divine bless you. Mother, I owe this to the secret medicine you provided. The crown princess was overwhelmed with joy. Her daughter's past sorrows finally alleviated. Excellent. Splendid. Zheng Ru grasped her hand tightly. This child must be protected. Following your instructions, I have brought Huan Sha along, as well as Nurse Shui. Nurse Shui? My wet nurse is here too. The crown princess's face lit up with delight. Xiao Mingzi, quickly let them in. Huan Sha and Nurse Shui entered the room, kneeling in greeting. We humbly greet the crown princess. Rise. Miss Huan Sha's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the crown princess. Huan Sha, the crown princess's eyes glistened, not only from seeing her beloved maid, but also recalling Cui Wei. 3 years have passed, and you have blossomed into a young lady. Nurse Shui regarded her with affection, though she appeared considerably thinner. I have heard you are with child now. You must not neglect your nourishment. The crown princess grasped her hand, reassured by her presence. Now that my wet nurse has arrived, I can rest easy. Your status is now esteemed. You must not refer to me as your servant. The crown princess rarely showed her youthful demeanor. I shall only call you that in private. In public, you will still be addressed as Nurse Shui. After a few idle conversations, they sat down to discuss serious matters. The crown princess wore a grave expression and inquired, Mother, was that fire truly set by you? Zheng Ru furrowed her brows in anger, slamming the table as she retorted, I do not know which scoundrel has spread such outrageous rumors, claiming that I would burn my concubine alive. The capital is in an uproar, and even your maternal grandfather has lost face on my behalf. You did not set the fire? Then who did? Of course, it was not I. There are countless ways to torment that wretched woman. Why would I choose a method that harms me as much as it does my enemy? Zheng Ru took a breath. The firewood in the shed was dry and ignited easily. It blazed to such an extent that no one could approach. That vile woman perished cleanly, yet it implicates me. What about your brother? Is he still in the Marquis's residence? At the mention of this, Zheng Ru's anger flared anew. That ungrateful scoundrel, Shen Youli, has detained Hua Qiu and prevents me from seeing him. You know your brother's current predicament. Without me, I fear he may be bullied by some insolent servants. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. This cannot continue. Harmony at home is essential for all endeavors to prosper. The Ding'an Marquis's residence is my support and must not collapse. The crown princess rose, approached the writing desk, and bent down to write a letter. Soon, she completed her missive and handed it to Zheng Ru, saying, Mother, deliver this letter to father. He will provide you with an opportunity. Really? Zheng Ru exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. At the Ding'an Marquis's residence, Shen Youli reined in his horse and dismounted with precision. My lord. Zheng Ru rushed over. Shen Youli, however, ignored her as if she were invisible and proceeded into the estate. Zheng Ru hastily caught up to him, blocking his path. Shen Youli, I need to speak with you. Get out of the way. Shen Youli thrust her aside, causing her to stumble dangerously close to the steps. Zheng Ru raised the letter in her hand, shouting, You scoundrel! Your daughter has written you a letter, and I am to deliver it. Shen Youli halted, snatched the letter from her grasp without a backward glance, and entered the residence. Zheng Ru was stopped at the door by the guards, fuming with frustration. In the Chaowei hall, Chun she entered with sour plums. Shen Youli picked one up and popped it in her mouth, instantly beaming with delight. My lady, there has been news from outside. Zheng has been taken back. Shen Youli paused, spitting out the pit. What happened? It is said that yesterday, Zheng Ru blocked the Marquis's gate and handed a letter to the Marquis. claiming it was penned by the Crown Princess. Shen Youli's gaze turned cold. Truly, the tenacious insect does not die easily. She contemplated to sway Shen's. There must be some allure involved. Zheng Ru's support comes solely from the Zheng family and the Crown Princess. It seems that to eliminate her, I must first topple these two pillars of support. With a calculated approach, Zhao Chengluan entered, frowning. What are you thinking? Your Highness. Shen Youli rose and performed a graceful curtsy, her smile enchanting. I was just wondering when your Highness would come to visit me. How fortuitous that you have arrived now. Perhaps you sense my heartfelt call? Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly. You truly know how to flatter. Indeed, what you say is true, Shen Youli replied, playfully scolding him with a glance. Is it not said that a day apart feels like 3 autumns? It has been 3 autumns since I last beheld your Highness. How could I not feel a pang of longing? How capricious! Zhao Chengluan took her hand and beckoned her to sit. At the dawn of the new year, new maidservants had been acquired for the residence. The day before, the Crown Princess expressed a desire to select 2 attentive handmaids from her maternal family to serve her. I consider that you only had Chuanxi at your disposal, yet she, too, may find herself overwhelmed at times. Thus, I brought them over for you to choose from. Shen Youli smiled radiantly. Your Highness, you truly possess a remarkable affinity with my thoughts. I was just contemplating this matter yesterday. Please, let them enter for a closer look. Li Mingde glanced at Zhao Chengluan and stepped forward to part the curtain. Come in, he beckoned. 10 maidservants entered, arranged in a line, each possessing delicate features. Their eyes cast down modestly. Shen Youli examined them one by one and pointed to the second maid on the left, whose youthful visage caught her attention. What is your name? How old are you? The maid bowed slightly, her voice clear and melodious. Replying to the esteemed mistress, I am called Du Ruo, and I am 14 years of age this year. Very well. You shall do, Shen Youli responded with a smile towards Zhao Chengluan. Your Highness, I have chosen Du Ruo. Why not select someone older who may attend to matters with greater care? Zhao Chengluan inquired. Du Ruo, feeling anxious, cast a furtive glance at Shen Youli, only to be caught, and promptly lowered her head. Shen Youli chuckled softly. She is precisely to my liking. Will you not choose another 2? No, it is not about quantity. Sufficiency is all that is required. Such reasoning was indeed sound. Zhao Chengluan, not one for extravagance, felt that Shen Youli was in perfect accord with his inclinations. You may all leave now. May I inquire which 2 maidservants the Crown Princess has taken into the residence? Zhao Chengluan directed his gaze at Li Mingde. He stepped forward and replied, one is named Xia, and the other is Shuan Mama. Shen Youli raised an eyebrow. So it is they. Chapter 36. Provocation. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your joyful news. In the grand hall of Wudong Palace, the concubines offered their blessings in unison to the Crown Princess. Thank you, sisters. Please take a seat, the Crown Princess replied, her tone somewhat perfunctory as she was the first to settle down. After more than a month, the Wudong Palace had resumed its morning and evening audiences. The Crown Princess turned her gaze towards Xiao Yandi. How is your health, Xiao Yandi? Xiao Yandi forced a smile, replying, thanks to your Highness, all is well. I see your complexion is quite rosy. It appears you are indeed well. I wonder if it is due to the ginseng I sent you, the Crown Princess remarked. With a glint of provocation in her eyes, Xiao Yandi retorted, who could say otherwise? I have yet to express my gratitude to your Highness for allowing His Highness to accompany me for so many days. The Crown Princess smiled softly, asking, have you had a peace pulse check? It is said that over this past month, you have received the most favor from His Highness. If there is good news, do not conceal it from your sisters. Let us share in the joy. Xiao Yandi scoffed, I am in good health and not in a hurry, having been pregnant twice before. Unlike you, my dear Crown Princess, it is as rare as a flower blooming on an iron tree. You must take great care during your pregnancy, she added. Having been reminded of her previous losses, Xiao Yandi felt a pang of discomfort. Rising, she said, I must return now. His Highness has asked me to prepare for lunch at the Fanghua Palace. With a smile, she left without waiting for the Crown Princess to respond. The Crown Princess's lips tightened. Wang Liandi chimed in. I have heard that the Crown Princess is with child. His Highness's gifts have been flowing like water to Wudong Palace, making me quite envious. The crown princess smiled, acknowledging Wang Liangdi's sensible nature. It is only natural that when His Highness favors someone, it is only a matter of time before there is joyful news. She then turned her attention to Hong Tiao, who appeared much more composed than her previous vivacity. Hong Tiao rose and bowed. I have been reckless and impolite in the past. I shall strive to be more like my other sisters. The crown princess nodded. It is getting late. You may return now. She called to Gao Liangdi, who had silently risen to leave, asking her to stay. As they entered the inner chamber, the crown princess inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Please, have a seat," she continued, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. "It has been many days since we last met. Dear Gao, how have you become so haggard?" Gao Liangdi remained calm, replying softly, "Perhaps my appetite has not been well lately. I appreciate your highness's concern." With a gentle sigh, the crown princess spoke. In the past, His Highness would visit you most frequently, aside from Shaoyandi. Now that the residence is bustling with people, it is only natural that His Highness cannot attend to everyone. Do not let it trouble your heart or health. You speak wisely, Gao Liangdi replied. I too did not foresee that Shen Liangyuan would receive such favor from His Highness. Even if she cannot share his bed, he visits her almost daily, leaving little time for other sisters. The crown princess's expression turned slightly resigned. It is the indulgence of the household that has spoiled her, making her cling to His Highness. If she bears a child in the future, His Highness may well turn his attention solely to her. Gao Yangyan's face remained impassive, her eyes lowered to conceal the deep-seated resentment within. The crown princess curved her lips into a slight smile. Speaking with sincerity, you have always been respectful and self-disciplined, maintaining a virtuous family background. While you may not possess the cunning of others, it has led to your own disadvantage. Princess, dear sister, Gao Liangdi's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes filled with deep emotion. Rest assured, I shall speak of you often to His Highness. You possess a gentle and graceful demeanor, befitting a lady who should accompany him. Gao Liangdi, overcome with emotion, sobbed, Thank you, dear princess. Enough of the tears. Return and rest, the princess urged. Gao Liangdi rose, bowed slightly, and slowly exited. Huashan supported Gao Liangdi. My lady, what does the princess mean by that? If she truly intends to mention you to His Highness more often, it would be wonderful for him to visit our Ziwatang more frequently. Gao Liangdi scoffed. Do you truly believe her intentions are sincere? His Highness scarcely visits her anymore. Her words hold little weight. It is merely a fade to win me over. Hoping I will confront Shen Liangyuan. After a moment, Gao Liangdi suddenly chuckled, a hint of derision in her laughter. Though I harbor disdain for Shen Liangyuan, I would never stoop so low as to harm her child. The princess, now with child herself, cannot tolerate the existence of others' offspring and seeks to eliminate them through deceit. You possess a kind heart, remarked her companion. Gao Liangdi's expression turned somber. In the depths of the royal palace, kindness is a perilous trait. Meanwhile, Hong Tiao emerged from Wudong Hall, pausing to bow. Greetings, Lady Xiao. Lady Xiao merely grunted in response. Walk with me. The two strolled in silence until they reached the garden. Lady Xiao plucked a bright red flower, twirling it between her fingers. I have heard that His Highness has not visited you for quite some time. Hong Tiao lowered her gaze. I am but an ineffectual servant, unable to retain His Highness's attention. With both daughters of the Shen family now pregnant, I find it difficult to find peace. Are you implying? Lady Xiao interjected with a cold laugh. Look at the princess's sickly visage. Whether she can carry this pregnancy to term is still uncertain. She paused, her teeth clenched. Did you witness the fireworks on New Year's Day? That kind of favor is truly unparalleled. Jealousy flickered in Hong Tiao's eyes, her demeanor filled with indignation. Lady Xiao shifted her gaze away. It is now up to you. Lin Xiao is of no use. Hong Tiao's face clouded with worry, but Shen Liangyuan has remained hidden in Chaohui Hall. I cannot gain entry, nor can I devise a means. Foolish child. Lady Zhao's expression turned icy. If one cannot even handle such a trivial task, perhaps you should join your dear friend Lin Xiao. With that, Lady Xiao huffed and departed. In the study, Zhao Chengluan listened to Hong Tiao's words, his expression grave. You have reminded me of something important. Li Mingde, ensure that everything sent to Chaohui Hall undergoes thorough inspection. Should any oversight occur, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, Your Highness. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Your Highness, what am I to do? Follow her plan, he instructed. I will arrange for your feigned death, allowing you to leave the palace. Afterward, you shall be free as a bird, no longer bound by anyone. Hong Tiao's expression shifted, tears brimming in her eyes. Your Highness. Suddenly, she knelt. Your Highness's grace is immense. How can I abandon my gratitude and pursue my own happiness? I implore Your Highness to allow Hong Tiao to remain, for otherwise, my heart shall be troubled. Should you insist on this course, then let it be so. Hong Tiao expresses profound gratitude to Your Highness. In the Chaohui Hall, the physician of the Qi residence set aside the lotus seed pastry and lifted the walnut cheese, piercing it with a silver needle. Chuanxi exhaled in relief as the needle remained unchanged. The Qi physician paused in his actions, then lifted the porcelain bowl to scrutinize it closely, using a spoon to scoop out a portion for examination. Although it appeared unremarkable, there was a bitter undertone of peach kernel, suggesting it had been ground into powder and added. Chuanxi's complexion changed. Could it be toxic? While peach kernels are not inherently poisonous, they possess the ability to invigorate blood circulation and dispel stagnation, making them unsuitable for pregnant women as they could induce miscarriage. Truly, one must remain vigilant. Fortunately, the chief physician is present. Shen Youli approached and performed a respectful bow. Your Highness must not. The chief physician stepped aside, stating, Your Highness has entrusted me with the care of the esteemed lady's pregnancy, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this duty. I am most grateful to the chief physician, replied Shen Youli, glancing at Xiao Chunzi, who nodded in acknowledgement, while Xiao Anzi had already gone to inform the Highness. Chapter 37. The Beauty's Tears as Zhao Chengluan entered. He supported Shen Youli, who was bowing. I have already instructed Li Mingde to investigate. Are you well? Have you consumed anything harmful? Thanks to Your Highness's admonition. The physicians of the Qi family are diligent in their duties. All food is inspected beforehand, allowing me to remain safe, Shen Youli replied, leaning into his embrace, her voice trembling. Your Highness, this child is indeed difficult to carry. I fear that one moment of negligence could lead to disaster. Zhao Chengluan gently caressed her back. Do not worry. This time, regardless of who is responsible, I shall administer severe punishment. After a brief moment, Zhao Chengluan guided her to sit at the table. First, I shall dine with you. Once we finish, Li Mingde should have some news. Shen Youli felt a heaviness in her heart, causing her appetite to wane. Zhao Chengluan noticed her distress and pursed his lips, refraining from forcing her to eat more. Li Mingde entered, lifting the curtain. Your Highness, the kitchen's eunuch Huang assures that there is no peach kernel powder mixed in Shun Liang Yuan's walnut cheese. He paused, lowering his gaze. Only Gao Liangdi's maid, Hua Shan, went to the kitchen to fetch peach kernels, claiming she wished to prepare peach kernel pastries. Why not let the kitchen prepare them? She said the kitchen could not replicate the taste from home and insisted on making them herself. Zhao Chengluan's eyes darkened. Summon Gao Liangdi and her maid. At once, Your Highness, the servant replied. Zhao Chengluan turned to Shen Youli, who managed a faint smile. If you do not wish to smile, then do not. He gently stroked her furrowed brow. Your expression has grown tense. Shen Youli took his hand and pressed it to her cheek, subtly brushing against his palm. Let's not speak of unspoken truths, Your Highness. A hint of amusement flickered in Zhao Chengluan's eyes, softening his demeanor. As Gao Liangdi stepped into the Chaohui Hall, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was her first time here. My lady, this place is indeed grand. Hush, Gao Liangdi replied with a smile. Be cautious in your words and actions. Hua Shan covered her mouth. Yes, I lost my composure. May Your Highness live long. Gao Liangdi bowed, and Shen Youli also rose to greet her. Rise, Zhao Chengluan instructed. You are heavy with child. Sit down. Gao Liangdi averted her gaze, her expression dimming. I summoned you here to inquire whether you requested peach kernels from the kitchen today. Indeed, Gao Liangdi nodded slightly. I long for the taste of the peach kernel pastries from home, so I had Hua Shan fetch some to make myself. What is amiss with that? Li Mingde interjected. My lady, A substantial amount of peach kernel powder was found in Shen Yuan's meals. The court physician states that peach kernels can cause a pregnant woman to miscarry. Today, only your maid fetched the peach kernels, which raises suspicion. Gao Yangdi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, do you suspect that I wish to harm Shen Yuan's child? This is merely a routine inquiry. Tears began to stream down Gao Yangdi's cheeks. I believe your Highness understood my character. I did not expect to be associated with those who engage in nefarious deeds. Zhao Chengluan sighed and pressed his fingers to his brow. I did not claim you were responsible. It is simply that your maid was the only one to procure the peach kernels, hence the inquiry. Gao Yangdi silently shed tears, enveloped by sorrow, grievance, and disappointment, completely unable to absorb her surroundings. Shen Youli spoke. Your Highness, I firmly believe that Sister Gao, with her character, would never stoop to such base acts. Let us allow her to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea to collect herself. Do not feign benevolence. Gao Yangdi glared at Shen Youli through tear-filled eyes. If your Highness doubts me, I can have someone fetch the freshly steamed peach kernels from Zuotang. The kitchen has only prepared a small bowl of peach kernels, which have yet to be ground, and your Highness will see for yourself. With a mere glance, Zhao Chengluan signaled to Li Mingde, who nodded and exited. Do not forget to help your little master sit down. Zhao Chengluan observed the distraught Gao Yangdi with a sense of helplessness. As Gao Yangdi seated herself, Shen Youli poured her a cup of hot tea, saying, Thank you, Sister Gao, for making this trip. I shall remember it in my heart. She then picked up a piece of lotus seed pastry, disregarding Gao Yangdi's refusal, and insisted, Sister Gao, please try this. The lotus seed pastry is sweet, yet not overwhelming. During my time in the boudoir, I have never tasted such delightful pastries, and I would often indulge in several pieces. Before Zhao Chengluan, Gao Yangdi felt it inappropriate to refuse and merely held the pastry in her hand, scoffing. Such a rarity. Shen Youli's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, Indeed, Sister Gao speaks the truth. I am but a humble daughter, unworthy of comparison to you, a lady of noble birth, who has surely savored far more exquisite dishes than this. I shall certainly seek a taste of the peach kernel pastry once I have given birth. One does not strike those who bear a smile, Gao Yangdi thought, feeling perplexed by Shen Youli's unconventional approach, leaving her at a loss for words. Clutching the pastry in her hand, caught between options, Shen Youli feigned regret, reaching out to take the pastry from her hand. If Sister Gao truly does not enjoy this pastry, then there is no need to. Gao Yangdi evaded her hand and took a large bite of the pastry, declaring, Humph, I shall not yield to her wishes. To her surprise, the flavor was indeed delightful. She chewed heartily, forgetting entirely to maintain elegance before Zhao Chengluan. Shen Youli's eyes flashed with amusement. With such care for Gao Yangdi, I might grow envious, Zhao Chengluan teased, half in jest. Gao Yangdi paused, recovering her composure as her face flushed crimson. The sight of a beautiful woman in tears, though picturesque, tugged at the heartstrings. Shen Youli smiled genuinely. Sister Gao, your smile is far more enchanting, and I prefer to see such beauty bloom. Look at you. Ever since your arrival, there has been no trace of me in Shen Yuan's eyes, Gao Yangdi murmured, feeling utterly out of sorts. Your Highness, do not speak nonsense. Shen Youli took Gao Yangdi's hand, declaring, Sister Gao, your innocent heart is commendable, and I regret that we have never had the chance to befriend one another. Now that the opportunity has arisen, we must draw closer. Gao Yangdi's heart swirled with tumultuous emotions. Do you truly believe that the one who harmed you is not me? Without hesitation, Shen Youli affirmed, I trust in your character. She continued earnestly, Your Highness summoned Sister Gao not out of disbelief, but because there is a problem that must be addressed from the very beginning. Gao Yangdi fell silent, suddenly feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Shen Youli, with her profound understanding of others, naturally earns the favor she receives. Were I in the prince's position, I too would undoubtedly cherish her deeply. At this moment, Li Mingde entered, placing a porcelain bowl upon the table. Your Highness, I have retrieved it, but please take a look. A tense silence enveloped the room as everyone lowered their heads to gaze into the bowl. Within it lay only half of the peach kernels, a stark contrast to the claim that they had remained untouched. How could this be? It had been full before I left. Gao Yangdi, in disbelief, turned pale. Your Highness? Li Mingde awaited Zhao Chengluan's command. Search. Leave no corner of the estate unexamined. With urgency, Li Mingde departed. Gao Yangdi stood in a daze, her hands and feet cold. Chapter 38. Who is it? Shen Youli grasped Gao Yangdi's hand, reassuring her, do not be afraid. She turned her gaze towards Zhao Chengluan, inquiring, Your Highness, might this be too grand an endeavor? It is precisely through such measures that we can instill a sense of deterrence. There are thieves who persist for 1,000 days, yet there are no defenses against them for 1,000 days. Living in constant fear renders one unable to nurture their child in peace. Your Highness speaks wisely. In the Fanghua Palace, Zhao Yangdi stood in the courtyard, her expression darkened. Once again, it is for that wretched woman. You have not left behind anything unsavory, have you? Certainly not, my lady. The servants hastily replied, shaking their heads. Zhao concubine murmured to herself. Could it be that she has acted? Moments later, Li Mingde emerged with his entourage, stepping forward with a smile. Rest assured, Zhao Yangdi, I have instructed them to handle everything with care and return items to their rightful places. I shall take my leave now, allowing the young mistress to rest. Zhao Yangdi smiled warmly. You are a trusted aide to His Highness. Thus your actions are surely reliable. Please convey my regards to His Highness. I eagerly await his visit. I shall relay your message without fail, Li Mingde said with a bow before hastily departing with his company. After a thorough search of the Wutong Palace, Li Mingde paid his respects to the Crown Princess and took his leave. Just as he exited the doors of the Wutong Palace, a servant girl rushed over, exclaiming, A maid has hanged herself in the ZY Hall. Li Mingde's heart sank, sensing trouble, his demeanor turning grave. What has happened? Master, this maid left behind a suicide note, detailing the matter of the peach kernels. A half bottle of peach kernel powder was also found by her bedside. Quickly, report this to His Highness. The group hurried away. Listening from behind the door, Huaxia clearly heard everything and rushed into the room to recount the events to the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess's lips curled into a slight smile. Could it truly be that she took action? Li Mingde returned to Chaohui Palace, the night having fully enveloped the sky. Your Highness, this is the situation. The deceased was a maid named Fu Lu from the ZY Hall. Her note revealed that Gao Yangdi instructed her to add peach kernel powder to Shen Liangyuan's food. Zhao Chengluan perused the note, meeting Shen Youli's hopeful gaze, and passed the document to her. Shen Youli eagerly accepted it, reading rapidly until she reached the final word. She slammed the note onto the table, exclaiming, No, something is amiss. Gao Yangdi's expression turned tense. This letter flows too smoothly. The handwriting is neat, each word a lamentation. Shen Youli paused before questioning. Can a person driven to suicide truly embrace death willingly? Huashan interjected, Certainly not. If I were a maid, I would be filled with resentment. Shen Youli raised the note, yet it states that Sister Gao compelled her to take her own life to eliminate witnesses. When a person is in turmoil, can they still write with the same steadiness as before? This note is immaculate, devoid of any ink stains, resembling the work of someone transcribing calmly. Shen Youli turned her gaze to Gao Yangdi. Sister Gao, what responsibilities did this maid hold? Since she recognized a few characters, I had her attend to me in the study. Pray examine this. Could it truly be her handwriting? After reviewing it, Gao Yangyuan furrowed her brows slightly. This is indeed her handwriting, yet it does not exclude the possibility of someone imitating her. Did you say she only recognizes a few characters? Given her abilities, could she compose such a fluently written letter? Gao Yangyuan's gaze was piercing. It was impossible. The letter accuses me of forcing her to act as a pawn. With her skill level, she could never have written the character. Zhao Chengluan silently observed Shen Youli, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Finally, he lazily inquired, Does the maid have any signs of strangulation on her neck? Xiao Hezi replied, Your Highness, there is only one mark. Shen Youli's eyes sparkled. Indeed, if it were a suicide, the instinct to survive would cause struggles. Thus one would not have merely a single strangulation mark. Your Highness is truly astute. I had not considered this. Gao Yangdi's expression turned sorrowful. Does that mean she was first strangled before being hanged? Was this suicide note truly a forgery? It is remarkably similar. Shen Youli spoke solemnly. The murderer had meticulously planned everything to perfectly frame Sister Gao. Their swift entry into Jiwei Hall to eliminate half a bowl of peach kernels and kill Fu Lu indicates that someone within Jiwei Hall was providing them with information. At this juncture, Shen Youli paused and suggested, or perhaps it was someone from your courtyard who killed her. Gao Yongdi's pupils contracted. There was indeed an insider. Zhao Chengluan inquired, have the servants of Jiwei Hall been secured? Xiao Hezi nodded. They have all been confined to the torture hall for rigorous interrogation. Li Mingde suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhao Chengluan. Your Highness, while searching Shiji Xian, Li Fengyi mentioned something. The gaze of the crowd shifted toward Li Mingde, who swallowed nervously. We have yet to search Wudong Hall and Yinxiang Hall. The eunuch must not show favoritism. A thorough search is essential. Zhao Chengluan squinted slightly. The implications of the sweet potato indicated that Gao Yangyuan was wronged, eliminated from suspicion. Xiao Yongdi instigated her actions, but would not act herself, thus also eliminated. The sweet potato now belonged to the prince and would not harm Shen Lianyuan, leaving only the Crown Princess and Wang Liangdi as potential suspects. Shen Youli was unaware of the sweet potato's allegiance to Zhao Chengluan and speculated. Is she suspecting the Crown Princess and Wang Liangdi? Could she know something? Zhao Chengluan instructed Li Mingde. Go check if anyone has confessed in the torture hall. Yes. The hour was getting late. Are you all hungry? I shall have someone bring dinner. Shen Youli shook her head. I have already consumed several pastries and do not feel hungry. Gao Yangyuan nodded in agreement. Neither do I. Zhao Chengluan chuckled. Shen Youli suddenly smacked her forehead. I am so forgetful. While Sister Gao and I had some pastries, Your Highness, you have eaten nothing. Chunshi, quickly summon the kitchen for dinner. Yes. Chunshi bowed and turned to leave. Zhao Chengluan, bemused, advised, make it simple. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am well aware of your tastes. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chunshi entered, exuding a chill, and set the dinner before them. Zhao Chengluan picked up his chopsticks. You two should join me in this meal. Yes, despite claiming not to be hungry, once Shen Youli began eating, her appetite surged. And by the time she set down her chopsticks, she had consumed even more than the other two. As the two individuals fixed their gaze upon her, a faint blush crept across Shen Youli's face, prompting a chuckle from His Highness and Sister Gao. Straightening her posture, she remarked, with a tone that belied her inner timidity, that it was entirely normal for two people to indulge in food. Sister Gao, do you not agree? Gao Yongdi chuckled softly, affirming her sister's words. However, she quickly regained her composure, recalling her mother's advice that as the months progress, one must regulate their weight. Otherwise, a larger fetus could lead to complications during childbirth. Zhao Chengluan, who had initially worn a smile, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, Did you hear that? Starting tomorrow, you must begin to control your food intake. Shen Youli obediently nodded, responding, I shall remember, Your Highness. The physician from the Qi residence had also mentioned this, but I simply lost control for a moment. As she uttered the last sentence, she resorted to a playful, sweet smile. Spare me your antics, Zhao Chengluan replied, casting her a stern glance. Gao Yongdi felt a stir within her. She had not anticipated that Shen Youli and Zhao Chengluan shared such an unrestrained rapport. Just then, the door curtain was lifted, and Li Mingde returned. Your Highness, I bring word that ZY Tang's Xiao Wangzi has confessed. He was the one who strangled Fu Lu and disposed of half a bowl of peach kernels. Who commanded him? Li Mingde hesitated momentarily, stammering it was the Crown Princess. Chapter 39. Protesting innocence. Shen Youli was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend. Your Highness, could there be a mistake? After all, we are sisters. Could my elder sister truly be so callous? Gao Yongdi was equally taken aback. Zhao Chengluan let out a scoff, recalling the ruthless actions of the Crown Princess in the past. He rose, speaking softly, Do not concern yourselves with this matter. Gao Yongdi, you may return for now. I shall visit the Wutong Hall. The two women responded in unison, rising to pay their respects. We bid farewell to Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan strode purposefully under the moonlight towards Wudong Hall. The Crown Princess had already removed her makeup and was preparing for bed. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Chengluan had already entered the room. The crown princess hurriedly bowed. "Your Highness, may you be well." Zhao Chengluan took a seat, his tone measured. "Are you aware that Shen Lianyuan nearly consumed peach kernels?" The crown princess nodded gently, recalling that Eunuch Li had mentioned it during his search that afternoon. "And do you know who was responsible?" "I heard it was Gao Yangdi." Zhao Chengluan's cold laughter interrupted. "Do you know Xiao Wangzi?" The crown princess appeared puzzled. "Isn't Xiao Wangzi the young eunuch serving Gao Yangdi? I have seen him twice." Xiao Wangzi confessed, stating he acted on the crown princess's orders, adding peach kernels to Shen Lianyuan's food and murdering the maid Fu Lu from Zaiwaitang, making it appear as though she had committed suicide, thus framing Gao Yangdi. The crown princess's breath hitched, and she quickly defended herself. "Your Highness, I am wronged. I did not instruct Xiao Wangzi to do any of this. I can confront him in court." "Li Mingde, bring Xiao Wangzi here." "Yes." Li Mingde collided with the hastily arriving Xiao Hezi, both exclaiming in surprise. Xiao Hezi, with tears in her eyes and a quivering voice, reported, "Your Highness, Xiao Wangzi has committed suicide by running into a wall." The crown princess, meeting Zhao Chengluan's ambiguous smile, felt utterly speechless. She slowly knelt. "Your Highness, it truly was not me. I did not arrange for his demise. Someone is framing me. Such a coincidence? Just as you were about to summon him for confrontation, he dies?" Zhao Chengluan stepped closer, his voice gentle yet firm. "Regardless of whether you are involved or not, remember this. If anything happens to Shen Lianyuan in the future, I will hold you accountable." The crown princess collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she watched Zhao Chengluan depart. Xuan Mama, filled with sympathy, urged, "Your Highness, please rise. The ground is cold." She, along with Huanxia, helped the crown princess to her feet. Huanxia whispered, "What does the crown prince mean? Even if it wasn't the princess's doing, she must still bear the responsibility?" The crown princess's expression darkened. "He expects me to protect Shen Youli until she safely delivers. I never imagined he would favor her so. During their time at the Ho residence, she had seen us as a cat would regard a mouse, too frightened to breathe." Huanxia, indignant, remarked, "And we must still pay our respects to her in the future?" Xuan Mama's face grew stern. "Her status is no longer what it once was. This is the crown prince's residence. We must adhere to the rules. Do not create trouble for the crown princess." "I understand." Chowie Hall. Chuanxi gently removed the hairpin from Shen Youli's hair. "My lady, is she truly the crown princess?" Shen Youli gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her brows knitted in contemplation. It was no surprise that she wished to bring about my demise, but if it were not she, I needed to remain on high alert. The maid, curious, inquired, "Do you truly trust Gao Yangdi so much? Are you not concerned it might all be a ruse of hers?" Shen Youli replied, "Gao Yangdi is the only one in this household with a pure heart. Having spent so much time with her, I have come to understand her character to some extent. Her pride prevents her from resorting to such underhanded tactics." A chilling thought crossed Shen Youli's mind. If it were that person, the possibility would indeed be considerable. "Who?" Chuanxi felt a shiver run down her spine, sensing that anyone could potentially harm her lady. Shen Youli shook her head. "It's late now. Let us retire for the night." The room remained unlit, with only the scattered moonlight filtering through the window. "There are no traces left, I hope?" The woman's face was shrouded in darkness, rendering her features indistinguishable. "Rest assured, it was executed flawlessly. No one has discovered anything." The woman chuckled softly, gracefully rising to approach the bed. "That is well. I am tired now. You may leave." In the Wutong Hall, the crown princess entered, and the visiting ladies hurried to pay their respects. The crown princess took her seat, her expression serene. "Please be seated." Xiao Yangdi spoke with a tone laced with schadenfreude. "Crown princess, did you not sleep well last night? Those dark circles beneath your eyes are quite pronounced. Do take care of your health, especially since you are with child." "Thank you for your concern, Xiao Yangdi. I was just about to address this matter." The crown princess's demeanor shifted, her gaze sharp. "Yesterday, someone added peach kernels to Shen Lianyuan's food. It appears I have been too lenient, allowing some of you to become audacious enough to repeatedly attempt to endanger the life of the crown prince's child. Henceforth, anyone who dares to harm the unborn child will face severe consequences." The assembly responded in unison. The Crown Princess tilted her head slightly toward Gao Yangdi. I know you possess a good temperament, but one must be stricter in maintaining order to prevent unsavory individuals from infiltrating our ranks and causing harm. You speak wisely. Your Highness, I shall take this to heart. The Crown Princess's gaze swept over the gathering. You are all companions who serve the Crown Prince. Strive to coexist harmoniously and alleviate his burdens, rather than succumbing to jealousy and rivalry. She lifted her teacup. It is getting late. You may all return now. Yes, Your Highness, I take my leave. As they exited the Wudong Hall, Zhao Yangdi cast a glance at Hong Tiao, who promptly followed her cue. Zhao Yangdi's voice was filled with delight. You did quite well this time. Although it is unfortunate that the wretched one's child was not lost, it is satisfying to see the Crown Princess caught off guard. Hong Tiao chuckled softly, yet her expression turned contemplative. However, with both the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess protecting Shen Yuan, it will be difficult to act against her. Let's wait until she gives birth, Zhao Yangdi laughed, her beauty captivating, yet her words chilling. Only when she is born can she truly be raised. Wouldn't you agree? Your wisdom is unmatched, my lady. I am humbled. Wang Liangdi grasped Gao Liangdi's arm and lowered her voice. Sister, were you not terrified yesterday? The culprit remains at large, and I fear. She glanced at the figures ahead, hinting at an unspoken understanding. Her sister's implication was clear to her. The two walked leisurely, trailing behind Xiao and Li at a distance. With the Empress's backing, they felt secure. If this incident could not only eliminate Shen Yuan's unborn child, but also bring down the Crown Princess, would not be a masterstroke? Gao Yangdi blinked her beautiful eyes, recognizing her sister's wisdom. With just a nudge from her sister, the fog in her mind began to clear. Wang Liangdi sighed softly, lamenting that when celestial beings clash, the innocent suffer. Her sister was caught in a calamity not of her own making. Now that the Crown Princess and Zhao Liangdi were at odds, we are but insignificant figures. Our priority must be to safeguard ourselves. Her sister's reasoning was sound. By the way, is Shen Yuan unharmed? Wang Liangdi asked with concern. I cannot visit her at Chaohui Palace, but I heard you were there all day yesterday. Did Shen Yuan say anything? It was a false alarm. Shen Yuan is physically well, though she appears rather fatigued and did not say much. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Gao Yangdi halted. Sister, I shall take my leave now. I did not rest well yesterday and feel quite exhausted. Then you should return and rest. Do visit me when you have the time. Wang Liangdi replied. Gao Yangdi smiled faintly and turned it apart. My lady, why does Wang Liangdi continually inquire about Shen Yuan? Huashan turned back, asking in a hushed tone. Did you notice that as well? Chapter 40. The temptation Wang Liangdi had always prided herself on her intelligence, yet others were not devoid of wit. Gao Yangdi stepped into Zai Wai Tang and slowly began to speak. Is the young master suspicious of Wang Liangdi? Gao Yangdi's expression turned wary. In this courtyard, everyone had their reasons to harm others, and it was wise to remain vigilant. As she spoke, she made her way to the study. Huashan, write a letter for me. You shall deliver it to Shen Yuan. Chuanxi emerged from the kitchen carrying a food box when she was called from behind. Sister Chuanxi, turning around with a smile, she exclaimed, What a coincidence. Huashan glanced around before hurrying over. I specifically waited here for you, sister. She then pulled an envelope from her sleeve and handed it to Chuanxi. This is from my young master to Shen Yuan. You must deliver it personally. Chuanxi accepted the letter, assuring her, I will take care of it. Thank you. You are too polite, sister. I must take my leave now. Huashan hurried away. Returning to Chaohui Palace, Chuanxi set down the food box and handed the letter to Shen Youli. Young master, this is from Gao Yangdi, delivered by Huashan. Shen Youli's brows furrowed slightly as she unfolded the letter, her eyes darkening gradually. Chuanxi, burn it. Shen Youli passed the letter to her, watching as Chuanxi incinerated it completely. Young master, what was written inside? Nothing of consequence. Merely a reminder to exercise caution. Shen Youli seated herself at the table, acknowledging Gao Yangdi's gesture, as her words coincidentally affirmed a certain suspicion of hers. Young master, I fail to comprehend. Chuanxi looked vexed, lamenting her own dullness. Shen Youli picked up a crystal dumpling and, after swallowing it, softly remarked, We shall know tonight. At the third watch, a fierce wind suddenly arose, whipping the dry branches into a chaotic dance. Wang Liangdi awoke, her voice tinged with displeasure for being disturbed. What is that noise? Yin Exine hurried in, young master. The wind has picked up outside. Furrowing her brow, Wang Liangdi remarked, why does it sound as if someone is weeping? I did not hear anything, young master. Perhaps it is a dream? Fetch me a cup of water. My throat is parched. I shall do so at once. Yin Exine picked up the kettle and noticed that the coal fire, which had been kept warm, had extinguished at some point. Touching the kettle, she exclaimed, oh no, it's all cold. In such frigid conditions, drinking cold water could easily lead to a stomachache. Yin Exine carried the kettle toward the kitchen, intending to heat it before presenting it to Wang Liangdi. While fanning the small stove, a white shadow swiftly flashed past the door. Yin Exine paused, rubbing her eyes before exhaling in relief. As she tidied the stove, she rose with the kettle, only to catch sight of a shadow at the door that made her heart skip a beat. Ah! The kettle clattered to the ground, spilling hot water everywhere. Yin Xin, we entered the household as servants together. Why would you wish to harm me? Yin Xin recoiled, clutching her head as she stumbled and fell. It was not me. I did not harm you. The figure before her donned a white funeral garment, black hair veiling their face as they hovered, seemingly intent on entering the room. I met a most unjust demise. Return my life to me. Yin Xin buried her head in her knees, trembling uncontrollably. I was merely following orders. Please do not blame me. Wang Liangdi had waited for a long time without seeing Yin Xin return and faintly heard her call out. Unable to resist, she rose and stepped outside. She caught sight of a fleeting white shadow disappearing around the corner, and a chill ran through her. She stood motionless beneath the eaves. Yin Xin? Yin Xin? Hearing the voice, Yin Xin quivered as she lifted her head, only to find the white shadow gone, and she hastily stumbled outside. My lady, tears streaming down her face, Yin Xin knelt and clutched her leg. My lady, Fu Lu has come to find me. She has come to claim my life. Wang Liangdi felt a chill in her limbs and gritted her teeth, hissing, get up. Do you wish for everyone to know? Yin Xin was limp, and Wang Liangdi dragged her back inside. Observing her dazed and lost demeanor, Wang Liangdi struck her sharply across the face. Are you awake now? Yin Xin stared blankly at her. Wang Liangdi sat down in a chair, cold sweat chilling her as the wind blew through. She composed herself. The world believes in cause and effect, yet I do not. Her visage was terrifying as she spoke darkly. That wretched woman caused my mother's death and transformed into my father's concubine, living in unbridled splendor. Where is the retribution in that? My lady, Yin Xin Mumut, even if there are indeed ghosts in this world, the wicked are feared by them. Suddenly, Wang Liangdi raised her gaze. You caused such a commotion, yet no one came to investigate? Something is amiss. She stepped outside. Where's the night watchman? Xiao Li. The two searched and found Xiao Li unconscious by the window. The other servants in the house were also deep in slumber. Wang Liangdi's expression darkened. They had all been ensnared by a sleeping fragrance, indicating that someone was orchestrating this. My lady, should we inform His Highness? Wang Liangdi's eyes narrowed. Do you wish to expose yourself? Keep your mouth shut. She then laughed coldly. It mattered not if someone discovered it. Without evidence, they could only harbor their thoughts in silence. In the Chaohui Hall, Shen Youli removed Zhao Chengluan's arm that lay across her. Yet he pulled her closer. Shen Youli laughed softly, her tone laced with shyness. Your Highness, I wish to relieve myself. Zhao Chengluan mumbled for her to be quick about it, and let her go. Shen Youli donned her clothing as Chuanxi assisted her to the cleansing room. On the floor lay a wooden puppet, with long hair and dressed in white, the very source of Yin Xion's fright. After hearing Xiao Chunzi's words, Shen Youli scoffed lightly. It truly was her. Wang Liangdi feigns sisterly affection to one's face while stabbing one in the back. Chunxi spoke with disdain. My lady, should we inform His Highness? We lack concrete evidence. As long as we are aware, it suffices. Do not complicate matters further. Shen Youli smiled. How would you explain to His Highness that you frightened her out of hiding? Xiao Chunzi, you have my gratitude. Destroy the evidence. From now on, No one is to betray their composure in Wang Liangdi's presence. Everything must remain as it was. With that, Shen Youli turned and left. She returned to her bed, enveloped in a chill, where Zhao Chengluan embraced her tightly. Zhao Chengluan closed his eyes. The night was deep and heavy with dew. Venturing outside could easily lead to catching a chill. It would be prudent to have Chuanxi place a chamber pot in the room. There was no need to be shy in solitude. Your Highness. Shen Youli buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice tinged with embarrassment and frustration. What I wish for you to remember is my lovely visage, not the sight of me squatting over a chamber pot in the dead of night, resembling a wild monkey. Zhao Chengluan pressed his lips together, yet a smile broke through at the corners of his mouth. Shen Youli felt his chest tremble, her voice carrying a tone of fearless resignation. Your Highness, if you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. It would be a disservice to me if you held it in. Ha ha! Upon hearing him genuinely laugh aloud, Shen Youli felt a surge of annoyance and attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. Zhao Chengluan held her tightly, and after a moment, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Lear, you truly are my source of joy, as long as your Highness is happy. Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, pulling her head close and planting a kiss upon it. Chapter 41. New Year's Eve Family Feast. Your Highness, Your Highness. Shen Youli awoke, her voice still laced with remnants of sleep. What time is it? It is the hour of Chun. Your Highness must rise and prepare, lest you forget the family banquet at noon. Chuanxi's countenance radiated joy, her face alight with cheer. With Chuanxi's assistance, Shen Youli sat up, unable to resist the infectious exuberance. She chuckled. What is you in such high spirits? Chuanxi, while assisting her with her attire, maintained a cheerful smile. I adore the new year. She reminisced, in my childhood, when our family was impoverished, the new year was the only occasion when I could don the new garments my mother had sewn. She would prepare a feast of delicacies we rarely tasted, and my father would give me a copper coin as New Year's money. Those were the moments of my utmost happiness. Her voice faltered as she continued, but then, my father met with an accident, and my mother fell ill and passed away. Such times have become but a distant memory. As Chuanxi spoke, her spirits waned. Shen Youli reached for a box at her bedside, retrieving a lucky envelope and placing it in Chuanxi's hand. Here, New Year's money. Your Highness. Chuanxi stood frozen, clutching the envelope. Shen Youli then produced another bundle from beneath the bed and placed it in Chuanxi's embrace. New clothes. This. Shen Youli beamed with a hint of pride. I had the tailor prepare 2 new outfits for you a fortnight ago. Zaya Kunzi secretly retrieved them the other day, fearing you might notice, so I hid them under the bed. Chuanxi was overwhelmed, caught between tears and laughter, unable to articulate her gratitude. Shen Youli, with an air of playful arrogance, declared, do not shed tears on such a festive occasion. Quickly, see if you like them. They were made specifically to suit your station. Chuanxi unwrapped the bundle, her eyes glancing down. One outfit was embroidered with camellias and lavender, and the other in a stone green adorned with entwined lotus flowers. Both were elegant and refined, perfectly complementing Chuanxi's beauty. Chuanxi tried them on, her delight evident. Shen Youli smiled. Go change and summon everyone in. It is time to distribute the New Year's money. As Zaya Kunzi and the others received their gifts, they expressed their heartfelt thanks, showering Shen Youli with auspicious phrases. Feigning a headache, she urged, enough with the recitations. Off you go. With that, they playfully pushed one another out. When Chuanxi emerged, donned in her new attire, Shen Youli's eyes sparkled. Whose daughter is this? Like a flower, truly a sight to behold. Chuanxi blushed, playfully scolding her. Your Highness always teases me. Shen Youli luged, ah? It seems she belongs to my household, which sent Chuanxi into fits of giggles. After enjoying her breakfast, Chuanxi styled Shen Youli's hair. The gifts from a madam arrived yesterday. She mentioned you need not worry. All is well. Shen Youli felt a wave of contentment wash over her. For the new year, our makeup should not be too simple. Let's make it festive. Rest assured, Your Highness. The New Year's Eve banquet was arranged in the Qinxiang Hall, a short stroll for the Chaohui Hall, taking roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Shen Youli removed her fox fur coat and entrusted it to Chuanxi before entering slowly. Everyone was already gathered. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Zhao Chengluan and the Crown Princess were seated at the head table, with Xiao Liangdi on Zhao Chengluan's left side, and below them sat Hong Tiao. Seated to the right of the Crown Princess were Wang Liangdi and Gao Liangdi, with an empty space nestled between Gao Liangdi and Hong Tiao, reserved for Shen Youli. The first to notice Shen Youli was Xiao Liangdi, her smile abruptly freezing on her face. Others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, lifted their gazes, and an abrupt silence enveloped the hall. The expressions of the crowd varied. Zhao Chengluan raised his eyes to behold Shen Youli, adorned in a scarlet brocade, skirt embroidered with golden plum blossoms, complemented by a matching rabbit fur-trimmed small cape, gracefully approaching like a blooming lotus. Shen Youli's hair was styled in double spiral buns, her brows delicately drawn, with a touch of crimson plum blossom at the center, echoing the subtle floral patterns on her skirt. As she drew closer, the hint of red at the corners of her eyes became evident, exuding a charm that was both demure and alluring. Her enchanting gaze sparkled as her lips curved into a gentle smile. She performed a graceful curtsy, her voice soft and melodious. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my tardiness. I wish you and my esteemed sisters a prosperous and joyous new year." The air seemed to still, the only movement coming from the delicate southern red earrings swaying gently as she bowed. "Rise," Zhao Chengluan said, his gaze lingering on her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It is not yet noon, and Shen Liangyuan has not yet arrived. Please, take your seat." Shen Youli expressed her gratitude and settled into the vacant space, casting a playful glance towards Zhao Chengluan, which broadened his smile. The Crown Princess wore a smile, yet her gaze pierced like a dagger directed at Shen Youli, teasingly remarking, "It has been some time since we last met, and Shen Liangyuan has grown even more enchanting." "Isn't that so, Your Highness?" Zhao Chengluan's attention remained fixated on Shen Youli, merely smiling without response. Observers exchanged glances, their teeth gritted in unspoken resentment. Shen Youli recognized the Crown Princess's intent to incite animosity, but found herself smiling all the more charmingly. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I cannot possibly compare to your radiant beauty." Wang Liangdi jested. "Sister Shen, you're being modest. The moment you entered, I thought you must be a fairy of the plum blossoms. After months apart, you seem to have transformed entirely. I scarcely recognized you." "Oh, are you suggesting that the Crown Princess's beauty pales in comparison to mine?" "Such words truly fill me with trepidation," Shen Youli replied, feigning alarm. Wang Liangdi choked slightly, noticing the Crown Princess's frown, and quickly laughed. "Sister misunderstood. The Crown Princess is indeed a vision of beauty, while I am merely charming in my own right. Each possesses her own allure." Gao Liangdi rolled her eyes discreetly, dismissing Wang Liangdi's attempts to ingratiate herself. Xiao Liangdi, who had been glaring at Shen Youli, forced a smile, remarking, "Shen Liangyuan's tongue has certainly grown sharper." "Not even in the same league as Sister Xiao," Shen Youli humbly retorted, her sarcasm delivered with genuine sincerity. Zhao Chengluan nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, Shen Liangyuan and Xiao Liangdi seemed to share a telepathic connection, both donning red garments today. The Crown Princess cast a glance at the sulking Xiao Liangdi, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Shen Youli had noticed the color of Zhao's attire upon entering and anticipated that someone would seize upon it, yet remained unperturbed. "I thought the festive season called for cheerful colors, and surely Sister Xiao shares this sentiment. However, upon closer inspection, my dress is scarlet, while Sister Zhao's is a vibrant red. They're distinct after all," Shen Youli calmly stated. With a smile, Hong Tiao interjected before I stepped out. "I took on a chestnut red skirt, but alas, I stumbled and had to return to change my attire. I am now immensely grateful for that fall. Otherwise, in the presence of my esteemed sisters, I would have found it even more difficult to hold my head high." The others chuckled at her words, and Shen Youli, her eyes twinkling with amusement, inquired, "Are you unscathed, dear sister? Should we summon the physician to examine you?" "I am well. Thank you for your concern. The thick layers of winter attire cushion my fall," she replied. Calling for Xia, the Crown Princess turned to Zhao Chengluan, saying, "Your Highness, the time has come. Shall we commence the banquet?" Zhao Chengluan nodded in agreement. In an instant, maidservants entered, bearing exquisite wines and delicacies, which soon filled the table. The crown princess stood and raised her glass, declaring, "I toast to your highness. May joy and tranquility accompany you always." Zhao Chengluan took a sip, and before he could set his cup down, Xiao Yangdi stood and took the wine jug from a maidservant, personally filling Zhao Chengluan's glass. With a radiant yet melancholic smile, Xiao Sufei raised her cup, asserting, "I too toast to your highness. Do not forget the old when there are new favorites." With that, she drained her glass in one go. A chill descended upon the atmosphere, prompting the crown princess to admonish lightly, "Xiao Yangdi, it seems the wine has intoxicated you more than it ought. Jealousy is a grave faux pas. Your highness may favor whomever he pleases, and your words overstep the bounds." Chapter 42. Admiring the plum blossoms, Zhao Chengluan maintained a tranquil demeanor, slowly swirling his wine glass between his fingers. Upon observing his expression, Xiao Yangdi hastily squatted down in an act of contrition, exclaiming, "This humble servant has spoken out of turn. Your highness, please forgive me." After a brief moment, Zhao Chengluan chuckled. "It is the new year. Why such solemnity?" Xiao Yangdi rose and composed herself, biting her delicate lips, refraining from any further impertinence. Zhao Chengluan set his wine glass aside, and a maid swiftly presented a new glass filled with wine. The others, feeling apprehensive, dared not propose any more toasts. Shen Youli stood up, raising her glass. "Your highness, I offer you tea in place of wine, hoping you will enjoy your meal, drink well, and rest adequately." Gao Yangdi burst into laughter. Sister Shen's blessing is refreshingly straightforward. Zhao Chengluan's smile became more genuine as he downed the contents of his glass in one go. "Please, let us cease the toasts and begin eating. There will be more drinking in the palace tonight, and I do not wish to arrive before my father reeking of alcohol." Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. While others delicately picked at their food, savoring each bite in a manner befitting Zhao Chengluan's presence, Shen Youli unabashedly indulged in her meal, starkly contrasting the others. Having engaged in witty banter for quite some time, she was famished and had no intention of depriving herself for the sake of decorum. Gao Yangdi, inspired by her hearty appetite, gradually relaxed as well. Zhao Chengluan, his eyes twinkling with mirth, served Shen Lianyuan a dish of honeyed cherry pork. Shen Youli, having stolen a few glances at the dish, was caught by Zhao Chengluan and quickly averted her gaze with an awkward smile. The crown princess paused momentarily before continuing her meal, feigning nonchalance. Throughout the meal, Shen Youli's focus remained solely on her food. She was unaware if the others were satisfied, but she herself felt quite satiated. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the group concluded their New Year's Eve banquet amidst laughter and cheerful exchanges. Rising from his seat, Zhao Chengluan announced, "The plum blossoms are in full bloom. Let's go admire them together." Chuanxi draped a snow fox fur over Shen Youli's shoulders, causing the others to catch their breath in astonishment. Gao Yangdi teased, "Sister Shen, with skin as fair as snow and beauty that captivates. Adorned in this luxurious snow fox fur, you truly resemble a celestial being, leaving even your elder sister feeling overshadowed." The crown princess clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves. Xiao Yangdi nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Shen Youli, with a calm demeanor, absorbed the reactions of those around her, slowly lifting a playful smile. "Sister Gao is the one with an ethereal beauty, pure and unworldly. I find myself envious each time I see her." The group could not contain their amusement, breaking into laughter. Gao Yangdi's cheeks flushed with color as she shot Shen Youli a reproachful glance. "Look, even a beautiful woman can cast a captivating glare." Gao Yangdi stepped forward, pretending to tickle her. "I shall teach you not to jest with me again." Shen Youli's laughter chimed like silver bells as she hid behind Zhao Chengluan. "Your Highness, see how this little girl has been spoiled by you. It is my fault." Zhao Chengluan replied with a smile, pulling Shen Youli close. "Enough of this mischief. Let's go admire the plum blossoms." Hand in hand, Zhao Chengluan and Shen Youli walked ahead, a striking pair of contrasting hues. Gao Yangdi raised an eyebrow, her smile laced with sarcasm. When the crown princess received her fire fox fur, it certainly evoked envy among all her sisters. Upon encountering the exquisite snow fox fur coat, One cannot help but acknowledge the stark contrast it presents. Shen Yuan, being with child, is undoubtedly deserving of such precious gifts. Since Zhao Liandi harbors envy, perhaps it would be wise for her to conceive a child soon. After all, what she desires would then be but a mere utterance away. The crown princess bestowed upon her a gentle smile before hastily pursuing Zhao Chengluan. Zhao Liandi let out a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at the demure and reserved Hong Qiao, questioning her silence. Have you lost your voice, or simply chosen to remain mute? It would be nice if you could speak on my behalf. My lady, she is the crown princess. It may be prudent to refrain from confronting her too often. A voice cautioned. Fool, Wang Liandi remarked, walking alongside Gao Liandi. Sister Gao has always preferred solitude. When did she grow so close to Sister Shen? Your words are misguided, for I share a similar bond with you. Dear sister, Gao Liandi replied. Indeed, you have become more spirited than before. No longer the icy figure that kept others at bay. I'm glad for you, Wang Liandi responded. Gao Yuan smiled, neither affirming nor denying. Currently, Sister Shen's favored status is unparalleled, should she bear a son in the future. Gao Liandi's expression turned frosty. What do you mean by that, Sister Wang? Were you not always on good terms with Sister Shen? Shouldn't you rejoice in her happiness? Wang Liandi chuckled lightly. Of course I am happy for her. I merely express a moment of wistfulness. Zhao Chengluan turned his head slightly, inquiring, Are you tired? Shen Youli shook her head, smiling brightly as she replied. I'm not weary. I had quite the feast earlier. A stroll is just what I need to aid digestion. Tonight, I and the crown princess shall remain in the palace to welcome the new year. Do take care of yourself. I am not a child, Your Highness. You need not worry. There are plenty of people in Chaoyi Hall. Very well. I shall leave Xiaoyan with you. Shen Youli smiled, gently squeezing his hand, which he held in return. The crown princess wore a composed smile, yet inside, a gaping wound lay exposed, with a biting cold wind swirling mercilessly through it. Such tender words of concern were entirely foreign to her. As laughter echoed, they entered the plum garden. The spring chill lingered in the air, with sunlight glistening upon the pristine white snow, seemingly infusing warmth into the frigid atmosphere. The red plums adorned the branches, exuding grace and a subtle fragrance. Dressed in attire befitting the season, Shen Youli was a vision among the silver snow and red plums. Zhao Chengluan plucked a bunch of red plums and placed them into her hands, smiling lightly. A perfect harmony. Embracing the red plums, Shen Youli declared, I shall return home and place them in a vase. Soon, the entire room will be suffused with the delicate scent of plums, as if one were ensconced in the plum garden. Sister's description has stirred my heart, Wang Liandi admitted with a glimmer of hope. Your Highness, might I be fortunate enough to receive a bouquet of plums from my own abode? Zhao Liandi stepped forward, playfully appealing. Your Highness, I too wish for some. Zhao Chengluan surveyed the gathering and feigned exasperation, chuckling. In that case, I cannot show favoritism. Let each of you have a bunch. Li Mingde, go fetch plums for the ladies. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Li Mingde secretly shook his head, pitying the plums that bloomed so splendidly on the branches, destined to become the spoils of contention among the women. After a brief moment, Shen Youli spoke softly. Your Highness, I wish to return and rest now. His Highness and the Crown Princess are to remain in the palace tonight to usher in the new year, which is quite a demanding task. It is imperative that they take adequate rest. It is time for me to return. As the group exited the plum garden and approached the entrance of the Chaoyi Hall, Shen Youli made a slight bow, addressing His Highness and the ladies to take their time, as she would depart first. Take good care of your young master, Zhao Chengluan remarked, his gaze fixed on Shen Youli, yet his words were directed towards Chunqi. Shen Youli responded with a charming smile, slowly making her exit. The Crown Princess, her eyes sparkling, said, Your Highness, let us retire to the Wutong Hall. It is time for us to set forth together. With that, Zhao Chengluan stepped ahead. The Crown Princess, still smiling, instructed everyone, please disperse. There is no need for formal greetings in the coming days. Enjoy the festivities. The crowd echoed their agreement, watching as the two figures walked away, exchanging farewells before parting ways. Zhao Liandi strolled slowly, her demeanor cold as she scoffed. Did you see that, Hung He? Even if His Highness does not hold affection for the Crown Princess, she still receives the respect and honor due to her station, and only she is permitted to stand proudly by his side. Yet, just moments ago, His Highness was holding Shen Liangyuan's hand as they walked ahead. And so what? No matter how much affection he shows, it remains a private matter. Publicly, he will only hold the Crown Princess's hand. Xiao Yangdi's voice was tinged with sorrow. As it stands, my status pales in comparison to the Crown Princess, and my favor is overshadowed by Shen Liangyuan. How have I fallen to such depths? Do not lose heart, my lady. His Highness still holds you in his thoughts, came the reply from Hong He. Suddenly, Xiao Yangdi shook her off, her voice strained and desperate. You always say that. But what of Shen Youli? I have never seen him shower such affection on anyone else. Why are there always so many around him, one after another? I'm the only one who truly loves him. Must I lay bare my heart for him to understand? Hung He glanced around nervously and urged, My lady, be cautious with your words, if this reaches His Highness's ears. Wiping her tears, Xiao Yangdi's voice turned venomous. No one shall take His Highness away from me. Chapter 43. The Lantern Festival on a moonlit night. The moonlight flowed like water. Shen Youli's sleeping visage radiated tranquility, her breath shallow. The silvery moonbeams cascaded through the window crevice, casting a gentle luminescence upon her jade-like face. A long, elegant hand reached over to gently pinch her nose, causing Shen Youli to furrow her brow slightly before opening her dreamy eyes. A languid and refreshing laughter ensued. Your Highness, you returned from the palace? Shen Youli sat up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hurry and change your clothes. I shall take you to see the lanterns. Shen Youli's eyes gleamed with joy, a delightful exhilaration spreading within her. Really? Weren't you lamenting about missing the Lantern Festival outside the mansion? You are truly wonderful, Your Highness, Shen Youli exclaimed, overjoyed, as she embraced Zhao Chengluan and placed a fervent kiss on his cheek before nimbly getting out of bed. Chuanxi, quickly help me change. Zhao Chengluan steadied her, saying, Do not rush, we still have an hour. Chuanxi, beaming with joy, dressed Shen Youli in her outer garments, finally draping a cloak over her shoulders, her face etched with concern. Your Highness, be careful not to get jostled by the crowd. Rest assured, I shall protect her. Not a single hair on your young mistress will be harmed, Zhao Chengluan reassured her. As they made their way outside, he jested, Your maidservant is quite devoted, treating you as if you were her most precious treasure. Indeed, Chuanxi is the best, Shen Youli replied, her expression radiant with pride. Upon reaching Chang'an Street, the scene was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. Colorful lanterns of various shapes adorned every corner. Zhao Chengluan halted in front of a mask stall, picking up a small white fox mask to hold up to Shen Youli's face, chuckling softly as he inquired, How much for this, good sir? 10 for a male mask, and 8 for a female one, came the reply. Zhao Chengluan retrieved his purse, counting out 18 to the vendor for one of each. Shen Youli stared in disbelief and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, Isn't it written in the tales that the male protagonist casually tosses a silver ingot and says to keep the change? Zhao Chengluan stifled a laugh behind his fist, though a low chuckle escaped him. Husband, Shen Youli blurted out, grasping his sleeve. Both paused, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Chengluan cleared his throat. Oh, my dear, do not be hasty. This is what Li Mingda prepared before my departure. One only understands the value of household expenses when in charge. The need for money is endless. And the purse grows tight, he continued, thus I must lead by example. Shen Youli, understanding the distinction he made, knew he referred to a different household. Since the Crown Prince had taken charge, he had deeply felt the strain of an empty treasury, expenditures flowing freely like water. With internal pests and natural disasters besetting the land, he had been devising ways to increase revenue and curtail spending, embodying diligence and frugality himself. My lady, I assure you, you shall have the best of household management, she replied cheerfully, her eyes reflecting Zhao Chengluan's exquisite visage beneath the radiant lights. Their gazes intertwined, as if time itself had come to a standstill amidst the ceaseless flow of people around them. In that silent exchange, it felt as though they peered into the depths of each other's souls. Zhao Qingyin's lips curved into a captivating smile, his eyes sparkling with starlight. In an instant, he enveloped Shen Youli in his embrace. Husband? Zhao Chengluan released her, adopting a solemn expression. Just now, someone almost collided with my lady. The shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chengluan. How could this youthful figure, with his radiant demeanor, utter such falsehoods? There had been no one approaching moments ago. Esteemed guest, you have yet to choose your mask. Zhao Chengluan turned to Shen Youli, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I implore you, my lady, to select one for me. Shen Youli lifted a dark Kirin mask before him, declaring, This one is exquisite. As you wish, my lady, it shall be this. The couple donned their masks and strolled hand in hand, attracting the attention of many despite the concealment of their features. My dear, there's a stall selling yuan shao over there. Shall we indulge in a bowl? Shen Youli pointed excitedly at the vendor across the way. Let's go. Shopkeeper, 2 bowls of sesame dumplings, please. Certainly, esteemed guest. They shall be ready shortly. As they settled at a table, Shen Youli placed the carp lantern on the surface, playfully poking its rotund belly. So delightful. Zhao Qingyin's eyes crinkled with joy, savoring the tranquility of the moment. The 2 bowls of yuan shao arrived, steaming and fragrant. Shen Youli eagerly reached for one, only to have her hand gently restrained by Zhao Chengluan. Allow me to taste it first. He blew on it before taking a bite, then said, It is ready to eat, but do be cautious, it is hot. Shen Youli's eyes sparkled with emotion. Your status is exalted. Why must you personally ascertain its safety? What if? Ordinary poisons cannot harm me. Is that truly so? Zhao Chengluan nodded. Do eat quickly. It will lose its warmth. They lingered until the hour of Z, when the Lantern Festival drew to a close and the street vendors began to pack up. Only then did they return, their hearts full of joy. Under the moonlight, Zhao Chengluan escorted her back to the Chaohui Hall, but as he turned to leave, Shen Youli called out to him. Her gaze was serious. Your Highness, why do you treat me with such kindness? Is it because of the child I carry? Zhao Chengluan paused, not turning back immediately. After a moment of silence, he replied, You are my Shun Liang Yuan. Is it not natural for me to cherish you? Shen Youli smiled softly, curtsying, Is that so? Your Highness, travel safely. I have had a wonderful evening. Thank you. Zhao Chengluan tilted his head slightly, but did not turn around, departing instead. Shen Youli hung the carp lantern by her bedside and lay on her bed, lost in thought for a long while. Shen Youli, what are you contemplating? Do not let a few gestures of kindness cloud your judgment. You are merely one among his many women, nothing particularly special. Remain clear-headed, lest you find yourself in irreparable ruin. With a sigh, Shen Youli closed her eyes. In the Wutong Hall, Huansha entered the inner chamber to find the Crown Princess gazing vacantly at the headboard of the bed. My lady, the young servant from the front yard reports that His Highness has returned. The Crown Princess slowly turned her head, asking with a hint of melancholy, what was their demeanor? A flicker of sympathy crossed Huansha's face. Speak. They returned hand in hand, talking and laughing. Shun Liang Yuan even carried a carp lantern. Huansha's words were hesitant, but every syllable landed unmistakably in the Crown Princess's ears. Ha ha. The Crown Princess's laughter grew louder with each chuckle, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. Your Highness, Xiang, filled with worry and heartache, then bitterly exclaimed, This wretched little minx dares to demean the Empress. How utterly audacious. Madame Shui approached, instructing, Xiang, go check by the door. Aside from the 1st and 15th of each month, during significant festivals, His Highness also stays in the main consort's quarters. We must ensure he does not overhear anything inappropriate. Is it so late already? Will His Highness still come? Perhaps he has chosen to rest with that vile woman instead? The Crown Princess sobbed, Go and look. According to ancestral customs, His Highness has always adhered to the rules. Madame Shui reassured her, wrapping her arms around the Crown Princess and soothingly murmuring, I understand you have been wrong, my dear. You have said it yourself. His Highness follows the rules, no matter how much he dotes on another. No one may overshadow you. Madam, I comprehend the reasoning, yet my heart aches at His Highness's affection for someone else, especially for her. The Crown Princess's final words were laced with venom. Do not worry, Your Highness. Madame Shui leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Will what you say truly work? Madame Shui sneered softly, assuring her, I guarantee she will meet her end without a soul being the wiser. Chapter 44. Awaiting birth, the spring breeze wafts gently, heralding the revival of nature. Chuanxi entered, carrying a stack of spring garments, while Shen Youli was engrossed in reading The Art of War. Your Highness, these are the new creations from the Shangyi workshop. Your previous garments have grown rather tight. Chuanxi remarked. Very well, place them aside, Shen Youli replied. Your Highness, the spring scenery outside is splendid. You should take the time to stroll about rather than remain buried in books. The physician from the Qi residence has also advised that movement is beneficial for your impending delivery. Shen Youli set down her book, caressing her prominent belly, and smiled. Then let us take a walk. Chuanxi helped her up, her eyes brimming with anticipation. There are still 2 weeks left until we meet the little master. I can hardly contain my excitement. As they strolled towards the bamboo grove in the courtyard, Chuanxi pointed to the wall behind them. Your Highness, look. A branch of peach blossoms stretches over the wall, peering curiously as if greeting the bamboo. Shen Youli's eyes twinkled with delight. Your Highness! Zhao Chengluan rushed over, breathless. The prince has arrived and is looking for you. Shen Youli, leaning on Chuanxi, hurried back, encountering Zhao Chengluan on the way. Slow down. Zhao Chengluan gently steadied her. Do you still wish to wander? Shen Youli beamed. Your Highness, I've been out for a while now. You should return and rest. Once they settled in the room, Zhao Chengluan lifted his teacup and took a sip before saying, a fire has broken out in the mountains of Jizhou, devastating a large expanse of farmland. I must go to assess the situation. Shen Youli's expression turned concerned. Were there any injuries? Fortunately, there were no casualties, he reassured her. That is a relief, she replied. Zhao Chengluan took her hand and earnestly stated, in about 10 days, I shall return. I will surely be present for your delivery. Shen Youli's demeanor softened, her voice gentle. I shall await your return. As night fell, dark clouds obscured the moon. Shen Youli suddenly awoke, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. As her due date approached, her sleep had grown increasingly restless, haunted by dreams of her previous life when she was suffocated after giving birth. Your Highness, did you have another nightmare? Chuanxi entered to help her breathe more easily, her expression filled with worry. Perhaps we should summon the physician from the Qi residence for a consultation tomorrow? You haven't been sleeping well, and your body cannot endure this. After regaining her composure, Shen Youli nodded. That would be wise. The following day, the physician from the Qi residence took Shen Youli's pulse and remarked, Your Highness, your health is stable. However, if your mind remains unsettled, it could lead to stagnation of qi and blood. You must try to relax and avoid excessive contemplation. He packed away his medical kit and added, There is no need to worry about the delivery. The prince has already arranged for the midwives from the palace to be on standby at the residence, and I will do my utmost to care for you during this pregnancy. Shen Youli smiled softly. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Then I shall take my leave, the physician said, and Chuanxi escorted him out. After taking a few steps, he abruptly halted. He sniffed the air looking around, and caught sight of a basket of garments on the floor before swiftly averting his gaze. Physician, what troubles you? I detected the scent of lilies. Yet there are none in this room, he replied, his voice faltering slightly, his gaze unwavering. It seems this fragrance emanates from that basket of clothing. What could this mean? After the laundry service has washed the garments, they are infused with fragrance. This is the nightgown that the young mistress has changed out of, which the maid will soon take to the laundry service. However, the lily scent can be rather stimulating and is not advisable for prolonged exposure. Since the nightgown is worn close to the body, it should not be infused with such a fragrance, as it may lead to insomnia. It is no wonder the young mistress has been sleeping poorly these past few days. The laundry service must refrain from using this scent again. Previously, they had used a pear fragrance, but it seems they have run out and are substituting with lily for the time being. Shen Youli approached, her gaze deep and contemplative. What a coincidence! Fortunately, the physician from the Qi residence discovered this. If it were to be used daily, I would be unable to sleep peacefully, my spirit drained, and I might faint, which would play into the hands of certain individuals. The young mistress implied that someone was acting with intent. Every coincidence appears to be meticulously orchestrated by others, and if I were to let my guard down, it would spell disaster for me. Shen Youli bowed to the physician from the Qi residence, who had saved her unborn child from peril on numerous occasions, for which she was immensely grateful. The physician hurriedly stepped aside, remarking that the young mistress's words were heavy, as it was his duty. With His Highness absent from the residence, should the young mistress inform the Crown Princess? Shen Youli paused for a moment, her lips parting gently. I fear there may be nothing left to investigate. I will rely on the physician's diligence in the days to come. The young mistress is too kind. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, replied the physician. After his departure, Chunchi spoke up. Who could it be? Anyone is a possibility. We shall wait for His Highness's return to discuss it further. Shen Youli took a seat, a faint smile gracing her lips, remarking that there should be some activity on that front as well. As the night deepened, the Wutong Palace fell into silence. The Crown Princess lay in bed, her complexion pale, brows furrowed, sweat dampening her hair. With a painful groan, she awoke, clutching her abdomen. Your Highness, what troubles you? Shui Mama and Huansha rushed over. The Crown Princess's voice was weak. My stomach hurts. She then let out a piercing scream, curling up tightly, desperately holding her belly. Shui Mama pressed down on the Crown Princess, who was writhing in agony. Quickly, summon the physician. Huansha, in a panic, stumbled as she rushed out. Ah! The Crown Princess cried out in pain as her abdomen convulsed, and she lost consciousness. Your Highness! Feeling the moisture on her hands, Shui Mama's heart sank, and she raised her hand to reveal vivid red blood. She glanced beneath the Crown Princess's waist, where a large pool of blood was slowly seeping out. The physician from the Qi residence was currently focused on caring for Shen Youli's pregnancy, and the physician who arrived was from the Zhou residence, on rotation. Over 40. He hurried to the scene, breathless from running with a small table. Before he could catch his breath, he was pulled to the Crown Princess's bedside. Upon examining her condition, the Zhou physician's heart sank, and he hastily took her pulse. The servants held their breath, not daring to disturb him. Moments later, the Zhou physician, with a grave expression, stated, Forgive my inadequacy. I cannot ensure the safety of the Crown Princess's child. The Crown Princess stirred back to consciousness just in time to hear these words. Nearly gasping for air, the Zhou physician immediately produced silver needles and inserted them into several key acupoints. The Crown Princess was suffering from internal heat and stagnation. The sudden loss of blood had weakened her vitality, and she would need proper recuperation to recover. Madame Shui expressed her doubts. Previously, everything was perfectly fine, so how could it suddenly vanish without any warning? The Crown Princess was not yet 3 months along, and her pregnancy was inherently precarious. The physician from the Lu residence hesitated before cautiously inquiring. Has the Crown Princess been consumed by anxiety and emotional turmoil of late? Madame Shui nodded in affirmation. That must be the case. The state of one's emotions is profoundly intertwined with one's physical condition. I have reviewed the Crown Princess's medical records, and given her difficulties in conceiving, the risk of miscarriage is significantly heightened in her situation. Quack! The Crown Princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she glared fiercely at the physician from the Lu residence. Is it your incompetence that prevents you from safeguarding my child, leading you to blame my frail constitution for the loss? Begone, you useless wretch! The physician bowed respectfully, suggesting that if the Crown Princess had no faith in him, she could summon another physician for a second opinion. Leave. The physician shook his head, gathering his medical bag and hastening out. Go fetch another physician. Madame Shui supported the Crown Princess, who was teetering off the bed, and lamented softly. There is still the physician from the Qi residence. I shall fetch him at once. Upon arrival, Qi Yin examined the Crown Princess and delivered the same disheartening news as the physician from the Lu residence. The Crown Princess appeared stunned, murmuring repeatedly, I do not believe. I do not believe. Madame Shui accepted the prescription for fortifying the Crown Princess's health from the physician of the Qi residence and instructed Xia to deliver it. Your Highness, do not grieve excessively. You are still young and will have children in the future. Madame Shui embraced her tightly, rocking her gently as she had in her childhood to soothe her to sleep. The Crown Princess wept bitterly, sobbing, Nanny, why? Why is my body like this? My fate is so cruel. Chapter 45. The awakening. Zhao Chengluan dismounted from the carriage, striding purposefully toward the manor. Li Mingde, waiting at the entrance, approached him. "Your Highness." Zhao Chengluan, filled with exuberance and with an air of urgency in his voice, pressed on. "I received news and hastened back without delay. Is Shen Lianyuan well? Is it a boy or a girl?" A shadow of sorrow crossed Li Mingde's face as he replied somberly. "Congratulations, Your Highness. It is a boy." "Excellent." Zhao Chengluan reveled in the joy of fatherhood, oblivious to Li Mingde's distress. "Your Highness." Li Mingde hesitated, but Zhao Chengluan, lost in his thoughts, did not hear him and continued on, leaving Li Mingde trailing behind. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Chengluan suddenly halted. His heart skipped a beat, and darkness clouded his vision as his fair complexion grew translucent. What was this? His voice trembled, laced with panic. What is happening? White banners fluttered in the wind, and a massive black coffin lay in the hall, directly before him. Li Mingde caught up, tears streaming down his face. "Your Highness, 3 days ago, Shen Lianyuan gave birth, but tragically passed away during complications. Please accept my condolences." Zhao Chengluan stood frozen, the world around him transforming into shades of gray, leaving only the haunting sounds of weeping and the sight of the dark coffin. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his leg, his feet unsteady as if walking on clouds, making his way into the hall. He rested his hand on the coffin, peering inside. Shen Youli lay peacefully within, her eyes closed. Apart from her ghastly pallor, she appeared as if merely asleep. Zhao Chengluan's fingers clenched tightly around the edge of the coffin, and a solitary tear fell onto Shen Youli's face. The crown princess entered, cradling a swaddled infant, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your Highness, you have returned." "My sister." Zhao Chengluan remained oblivious to her words, gently caressing Shen Youli's cheek, his gaze brimming with profound affection, as if he sought to etch her likeness into his memory. A flicker of malice crossed the crown princess's eyes as she pinched the infant in her arms. The sleeping child awoke with a wail. Zhao Chengluan turned his attention to the sound, and the crown princess, holding the swaddled infant, sobbed, "Your Highness, this is my sister's child. Before she passed, she entrusted him to me, asking me to raise him." Zhao Chengluan accepted the child, examining him with care, gently tracing the contours of his features. The child bore a striking resemblance to Shen Youli, filling Zhao Chengluan's heart with a bittersweet ache. "Did she leave any words for me before she departed?" The princess was too weak to say much. She could only entrust the child to me. "Leaving no words for your Highness," the crown princess replied, observing Zhao Chengluan's expression intently. Zhao Chengluan's face remained impassive, his voice devoid of inflection. She was in good health just before. How could she have succumbed during childbirth? Childbirth is perilous, indeed. My sister was young and frail, which led to her unfortunate fate, the crown princess lamented, tears streaming down her face. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall treat your sister's child as my own." As she extended her arms to take the infant, the already comforted child began to wail once more. Zhao Chengluan's eyes flew open, his heart racing uncontrollably. He arose from the bed, opened the door, feeling a tightness in his throat. What was that sound? It seemed that he heard the faint echoes of weeping. Xiao Yun clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness, a woman has checked into the inn with a child, whose incessant cries may have disturbed you. Shall I have them removed?" "There's no need," Zhao Chengluan replied, glancing at the moon hanging in the sky. His voice was resolute. "Gather your belongings. We shall return to the capital immediately." "Your Highness, dawn is merely 2 hours away. Why not rest before setting out?" Zhao Chengluan's tone brooked no argument. "You will accompany me back to the capital at once. The others may proceed as planned." "Yes, I shall make the arrangements forthwith." In Chaoyi Palace, Shen Youli awoke from her nap, patting her belly and speaking in a playful tone. "Chuanxi, this little ancestor within me, is craving again. Hurry to the kitchen and fetch some snacks." The young mistress was once again using the little one as an excuse. Clearly, it was her own cravings at play. Chuanxi shot her a teasing glance before turning to leave. Shen Youli caressed her belly, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Yu Haven tea even arrived. Yet Chuanxi's heart has already been swayed towards you. Though she chided, Chuanxi was quick and efficient, returning in the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. She set the snacks and sweet soup before Shen Youli, who beamed with delight upon seeing her favorites. After indulging in 2 pieces of pastry, as she was savoring a bowl of angelica, silver fungus, and lotus seed soup, her expression abruptly froze. Chunshi, why do I feel wet? Chunshi suddenly lowered her gaze to Shen Yuli's skirt. Quickly, go to the estate's hospital and inform them. The young mistress may be in labor. The physician from the Qi residence arrived promptly, accompanied by a midwife and a nurse. After examining Shen Youli, he sighed in relief. The young mistress's water has broken. 3 days ahead of schedule. The cervix is just beginning to open. We will need to wait a while longer. He then methodically arranged for the delivery, while Chunshi assisted Shen Youli to the delivery room. As contractions began, Shen Youli gasped softly, and Chunshi wiped the sweat from her brow. One of the midwives, a tall woman named Sun, smiled and said, "Young mistress, adjust your breathing with the contractions. It will ease your discomfort." Another kindly round-faced midwife, Li, added, "Fear not. Young mistress, I have delivered more than 90 children in my time. Thank you both for your efforts." The chief physician entered alongside the midwife, speaking gently, "Young mistress, everything has been arranged. I shall stand guard outside while the midwife attends to you within." Shen Youli nodded in gratitude. As the golden light of day faded, a crescent moon quietly ascended the treetops. The door to the delivery room was shut, with Shen Yuli's cries of pain echoing periodically. "Push, young mistress." Shen Yuli's hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her face as she clutched the bedding tightly, following the midwife's guidance. Chunshi, unable to assist, watched anxiously, wiping Shen Yuli's brow intermittently. "She is crowning," exclaimed midwife Sun cheerfully, supporting Shen Yuli's waist. "Push, young mistress." "Ah." Shen Youli gritted her teeth and cried out in agony. Tears streamed down Chunshi's face, wishing she could share in the pain. The sound of galloping hooves approached steadily from afar. A dark figure swept through the streets like an arrow released from its bow. Before the gates of the prince's residence, Zhao Chengluan tugged fiercely at the reins, causing his steed to whinny and rear up on its hind legs. Without waiting for the hooves to touch the ground, he gracefully dismounted and strode purposefully towards the inner courtyard. Xiao Yun, arriving a moment later, hurriedly led the 2 horses away to the stable. Zhao Chengluan made his way directly to the Chaohui Hall, where he was met by Li Mingde, who exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, did you not send word that you would arrive the day after tomorrow?" Then, with a joyful expression, he added, "Your Highness returns at just the right moment. Shen Liangyuan has begun labor and is currently in the delivery room." Zhao Chengluan, who had been tense throughout his journey, felt a slight easing of his rigid posture as he inquired in a hoarse voice, "How long has she been inside?" "For 2 hours now," replied Li Mingde. Noticing Zhao Chengluan's weary appearance, he suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should freshen up first. It may still be some time before Shen Liangyuan delivers." Zhao Chengluan abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as he questioned, "What makes you say that? Is she facing difficulties?" Li Mingde, realizing his indiscretion, chastised himself. "Forgive my clumsiness. I have heard that women can endure long labors, sometimes lasting a day and a night." Zhao Chengluan shot him a cold glare, then turned on his heel and proceeded towards the delivery room without another word. Chapter 46. The Crimson Silk hastening to the door of the delivery room. The physician from the Qi residence approached to pay his respects, only to be halted by Zhao Chengluan's raised hand. "How is the situation?" "Your Highness, rest assured, Shen Liangyuan's fetal position is normal, and all is proceeding smoothly." Li Mingde brought over a chair and suggested, "Your Highness, please take a moment to rest." "I am not fatigued." Zhao Chengluan had no inclination to sit still, pacing anxiously as he listened to Shen Yuli's cries of agony, his brow furrowed deeply. In Wudong Hall. "What?" The princess returned early. The crown princess, who had been bedridden since her miscarriage, lay waiting for grim news about Shen Youli, only to be taken aback by the tidings of Zhao Chengluan's return. A wave of unease washed over her, and she coughed lightly, sitting up. "Mama, if the prince discovers..." "Do not worry, Your Highness. Even if he does find out, he will not know it was us." Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air as Shen Yuli's strength gave way, collapsing onto the bed. Startled, Zhao Chengluan rushed to the door of the delivery room. "Oh dear, Your Highness!" Li Mingde quickly restrained him, insisting, "No men are allowed in the delivery room." "Little mistress." Xuanqi embraced Shen Youli, exclaiming, "It is the prince. He has returned." Shen Youli, as if pulled from the depths of water, though utterly spent, felt a surge of energy upon hearing Zhao Chengluan's return. "It's happened. It's a healthy boy." Grandma Sun gave the infant a gentle slap on his tiny bottom, and a clear, resounding wail filled the air. Shen Youli sighed in relief, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed upon her child. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Best wishes, Your Highness." Li Mingde, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Heaven has blessed us. Your Highness finally has an heir." The usually stern-faced physician from the Qi residence rarely displayed a smile, but today he beamed, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on the arrival of your precious son." Grandma Sun emerged from the room, cradling the swaddled baby, her face alight with joy. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Shen Lianyuan has given birth to a robust little boy. Is Shen Lianyuan well?" "She is fine, merely exhausted. She needs to rest." Zhao Chengluan felt the weight of worry lift from his heart, a radiant smile breaking across his face as he gently cradled the swaddled infant. "Li Mingde bestow rewards. Everyone shall receive a reward." "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness." The jubilant atmosphere outside the delivery room permeated within as Grandma Li, beaming with joy, assisted Shen Youli with her recovery, remarking, "The prince truly cares for Shen Lianyuan." Shen Youli allowed a slight smile to play on her lips, closing her eyes in contentment. Just as she drifted into a light slumber, an unexpected chill ran through her, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes. "Xuanqi, hold her down." Xuanqi, bewildered, complied, gripping Grandma Li firmly. "What is Shen Lianyuan doing?" "Release the old servant." As she struggled, the silk cloth slipped from her grasp. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Chengluan kicked the door open and stormed inside. "What is happening?" "Your Highness, this old servant is suspicious." Before Zhao Chengluan could respond, Li Mingde, along with Xiao Chunzi and others, subdued Grandma Li, pinning her to the ground. "Your Highness, I have done nothing. I am innocent." Grandma Li's face pressed against the floor, her hands twisted behind her back as she cried out. Zhao Chengluan approached the bed, cradling the child, his voice soft and tender. "Are you all right?" Shen Youli's eyes were shrouded in mist as she reached out her hand. "Your Highness, you have returned." Zhao Chengluan grasped her delicate fingers, assuring her, "I promised you, and I have not broken my word." "What transpired just now?" he inquired. "Xuanqi, please retrieve the silk cloth from the ground for the physician from the Qi residence to examine." The Qi physician stepped forward to take the cloth, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose to sniff. His expression changed dramatically. "Your Highness, there's the scent of safflower on this cloth." "Safflower?" Zhao Chengluan's gaze grew colder with each word the physician uttered. "Indeed," the physician nodded gravely. "Safflower promotes blood circulation and disperses stasis. A postpartum woman already loses vital energy and blood. If further stimulated by safflower, it could lead to catastrophic hemorrhaging, rendering any rescue efforts futile." As the final word fell, Zhao Chengluan's eyes resembled a frozen lake, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld him. "Who directed you?" "Your Highness, I am truly wronged." Li Momo's face flushed crimson, and in a moment of clarity, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, that cloth was given to me by Granny Su." "Granny Su has vanished," Xuanqi cried out, realizing she must have slipped away amidst the chaos. "Search for her." Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened, a heavy atmosphere enveloping everyone present. "Your Highness," Li Mingde called softly from the doorway. Zhao Chengluan tucked the blanket around Shen Youli before stepping outside. "What news?" Li Mingde raised an object, revealing a human skin mask and discarded clothing. He paused before continuing. "News has arrived from the palace. The real Granny Su was found beneath her bed. She has been murdered." "Excellent," Zhao Chengluan replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The mask, thin as a cicada's wing and lifelike, was likely skinned directly from Granny Su's face. "Your Highness's suspicions were entirely justified. This reminds me of a figure known in the realm as the Thousand-Faced Granny, whose true appearance remains unseen. She is an expert in crafting human skin masks, employing ruthless methods to peel the skin from living victims. Such meticulous craftsmanship bears her hallmark. Zhao Chengluan snorted coldly. One audacious move, hiring her. Your Highness, the perpetrator has undoubtedly fled by now. Zhao Chengluan clapped his hands, and a shadowy figure appeared. Kneeling before him, Sangaro and Xuanzang to pursue the thousand-faced granny. The rest shall remain on standby. Yes, the shadow vanished in an instant like a wisp of smoke. Your Highness, are we deploying the secret guards for this? What about my side? You need not concern yourself with this matter. Zhao Chengluan replied as he moved toward the exit. Was it not said that the Crown Princess has had a miscarriage? I shall go and see. Your Highness, it is already late at night. The Crown Princess is likely resting. Zhao Chengluan's steps did not falter, his voice calm and unwavering. It matters not. I merely wish to take a glance. The Wutong Hall was shrouded in darkness, save for a single lamp that still flickered in the inner chamber. The Crown Princess clung to Granny Shue's arm, her voice tinged with anxiety. Granny, who exactly are you looking for? Why has it caused such a commotion? Rest assured, Your Highness, she can change her appearance at will, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to capture her. How did you come to know her? Is she a person of the martial world? Shui Mama chuckled lightly, saying, I once saved her life, and in return, she promised to assist me with a matter. She should have left the residence by now, so there is no need for your Highness to be anxious. However, given the commotion, it seems the task has not been accomplished. But fear not, there will be ample opportunities to eliminate her. Your immediate concern should be to restore your health and strive for another child. I understand, yet my condition is known to you as well. According to the rules, children born to concubines are to be raised by the legitimate wife. This was the initial plan when she was brought into the residence. However, as you have witnessed, the prince dotes on her greatly, making this matter quite challenging. This matter is quite simple. If the concubines are not permitted to raise their children personally, then we shall elevate her to the status of a secondary consort, sparing the crown princess from excessive worry. Zhao Chengluan remarked indifferently as he stepped out from the shadows. Your Highness. Chapter 47. Concubine, Shen the crown princess stood frozen in the embrace of Lady Shui. As if ensnared by an immovable spell, her heart pounding and palms clammy with uncertainty about how much Zhao Chengluan had overheard. Indeed, experience often trumps youth. Upon the sudden appearance of Zhao Chengluan, Lady Shue's heart skipped a beat, yet she quickly composed herself, rising to pay her respects. Long live, Your Highness. It seemed that the crown princess had suffered no lasting harm after her miscarriage, which eased her worries. Zhao Chengluan cast a cold glance at the crown princess before turning to leave. The crown princess felt as if that gaze, sharp as an arrow forged from ice, pierced her heart, causing her to clutch her chest and gasp for breath. Your Highness? What troubles you? Lady Shui exclaimed in alarm, holding the fainted crown princess tightly and calling out, quickly, summon the palace physician. The crown princess has fainted. In Chaoyi Palace, when Shen Youli awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Chuanxi, keeping vigil by her bedside, beamed with joy upon seeing her eyes flutter open. My lady, you are awake. She assisted Shen Youli into a sitting position, bowing deeply, her voice bubbling with excitement. I congratulate you, concubine Shen. Concubine? Shen Youli was taken aback. His Highness has declared you a concubine, Shen, due to your merit in giving birth to the imperial grandson. My lady, you may now care for the little prince yourself. A smile graced Shen Youli's lips, her eyes shimmering with delight as she gently inquired, Where's the child? The emperor wishes to see the imperial grandson. His Highness has taken him to the palace. Chuanxi gestured towards a mountain of gift boxes piled on the table. These are all congratulatory gifts from various courts. Let us record them and have Du Ruo store them away. Very well, Chuanxi replied cheerfully, making her way to the table to instruct Du Ruo on how to document the gifts. Shen Youli watched with a smile, and when they finished tidying up, she beckoned Chuanxi closer. Yes, my lady? Chuanxi approached inquisitively. Was Su Yipo apprehended? Chuanxi shook her head, lowering her voice. I searched the entire residence last night, but found no trace. However, His Highness instructed me that if you inquire, I should tell you that the person who came was an impostor. The real Su Yipo has met with misfortune. He has dispatched individuals to hunt down the culprits. Shen Youli fell into thoughtful silence before asking, "Was there any commotion in the various courts last night? I heard that Wutong Palace summoned the palace physician in the middle of the night, and the lights in Fanghua Palace remained lit all night." Chuanxi's eyes gleamed as she suddenly recalled, "Oh, His Highness visited the Crown Princess last night." Shen Youli raised her gaze slightly. "Did Wutong Palace summon the physician before or after His Highness's visit?" "Before summoning the physician." Thus, it followed that after His Highness had visited the Crown Princess, the physician was called. Shen Yuli's expression grew increasingly cold, for it was highly likely that the individual in question was the one sought by the Crown Princess. If I were to suffer fatal blood loss after childbirth, she would seamlessly take the child for herself. In Longxiang Palace, the emperor reclined against the headboard, cradling the imperial grandson in his arms, gently caressing the child's cheek with a warm smile. "He resembles you so much. Those eyes are identical to yours." Zhao Chengyin's brows softened, a smile lingering on his lips, as he observed that the child had inherited both the shape of his mother's brows and lips. "I have yet to encounter your esteemed Shen Yuan. No, she is now referred to as Lady Shen." The emperor raised his gaze towards him, inquiring about her. "As it is said, she enjoys your favor. What manner of person is she?" Zhao Chengyin's smile deepened. "Ah, she is a delicate and gentle soul, who dares to shield me from blades, loves to be pampered, and is quite affectionate, always bringing joy to my heart." The emperor sighed softly. "It brings me great solace to know you have someone so dear by your side. Her bearing the heir to the throne is commendable. Thus promoting her to a secondary consort is but natural. However, now both daughters of the Shen family hold esteemed positions." Zhao Chengyin's smile faded. "I understand your concerns, father, and I shall ensure the daughter of the Shao family is reinstated to maintain balance." "Your clarity of thought reassures me," the emperor replied, a smile returning to his face as he tenderly teased the air. "My grandson possesses an admirable spirit and grace. Let's name him Yichang. The name evokes the essence of clear grains and clarity of mind. A splendid name. I thank you for the bestowal, father." Before I close my eyes for the last time, I hold my grandson, finally able to depart with a smile. "Father, there is no need to comfort me. I am well aware of my own condition." The emperor returned the child to Zhao Chengyin, coughed lightly into a handkerchief, his voice hoarse. "Though the great Yong seems to flourish, it is beset by internal strife and external threats. Within, the Shao faction controls the court, while powerful families wield military might. Externally, the great Liang eyes us with hostility, and the Western Rong has repeatedly provoked our dignity." The emperor sighed heavily, filled with concern. "My son, the future of Great Yong rests upon your shoulders. I shall serve Great Yong with unwavering devotion, even unto death," Zhao Chengyin vowed. "Very well, I trust you," the emperor replied. "I am weary now. You may take your leave." "Take care, father," Zhao Chengyin responded, bowing deeply. The emperor watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. As Zhao Chengyin cradled his son and approached the door, he encountered the queen hastening towards him. "Mother, what brings you here?" The queen feigned reproach, taking the child from his arms. "You did not think to bring the heir to show me, so I had to come see my dear grandson myself." Zhao Chengyin smiled gently. "I was just on my way to Fanghua Palace." The queen, beaming with joy as she held her grandson, exclaimed, "Look at this lovely little face. Qilu, where is the longevity lock I instructed you to prepare?" Qilu smiled and lifted the golden Nama box. "Here it is, your highness." The queen placed the child back into Zhao Chengyin's arms and personally adorned the heir with the longevity lock, murmuring a blessing for health and long life. Zhao Chengyin's lips curved slightly. "Thank you, mother. Now, take him home swiftly. Do not let the wind chill him." Zhao Chenyin nodded gently, wrapping his son securely before departing with purpose. Once in the carriage, Zhao Chengyin's smile vanished, his expression stoic as he removed the longevity lock from his son's neck and cast it aside. In the morning glory hall, as Zhao Chenyin placed his son in the inner recess of the bed, Shen Youli felt a sense of awareness and opened her eyes. "Your Highness, you have returned." Zhao Chenyin assisted her in sitting up, observing, "You appear much better now." Shen Youli chuckled softly. "I have been sleeping. Only now do I feel revitalized." I have yet to express my gratitude for your highness's generous promotion, which has spared me the anguish of separation from my kin. I am eternally grateful. As I speak, tears, large as beans, cascade down my fair cheeks. Why am I crying again? Zhao Chengluan envelopes me in his embrace, reminding me that it is said women should not weep during their confinement, lest it harm their eyes. My father and mother have bestowed numerous gifts upon Yicheng, all of which have been securely stored away. Yicheng? It is a name personally chosen by my father, signifying the clusters of coics and clarity of mind. Truly, it is a splendid name. A magnetic laughter escapes Zhao Chengluan's lips. Shen Youli's gaze reflects confusion. Could it be that I have misjudged? Little pair and I share an unspoken connection, our words mirroring one another. Shen Youli beams a radiant smile, wrapping her arms around Zhao Chengluan's neck, leaning closer to whisper softly in his ear. Does your highness take a liking to it? Chapter 48. Reset. Zhao Chengluan's gaze deepened as he pressed his hand to Shen Youli's nape, passionately kissing her. The memory of that dream ignited his kiss with fervor and urgency. Shen Youli, struggling to catch her breath, pushed against his chest, prompting him to relent after a couple more tender pecks. With her luscious red lips slightly parted, she playfully chided, "Your highness, it seems you wish to consume me whole." Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, shedding his boots and outer garments before reclining on the bed, enveloping both her and their child in his embrace. "I have hurried back without rest. Let's share a slumber," he suggested. Shen Youli touched the dark circles under his eyes, recalling what Li Mingda had said about Zhao Chengluan's relentless journey, enduring hardships just to return early. She couldn't help but bite her lip in concern. When Zhao Chengluan awoke, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a warm orange glow through the gauzy window. He turned to find Shen Youli's crescent smile, and they exchanged knowing glances. "Where's the child?" he inquired. "The wet nurse has taken him to be fed," she replied. Zhao Chengluan rose and made his way to the door, instructing Li Mingda, "Fetch the longevity lock from my childhood." Li Mingda approached, grinning as he presented a gilded Zeton wooden box. As soon as the young mistress became pregnant, His Highness ordered this longevity lock to be prepared. Shen Youli smiled, saying, "To wear your Highness's childhood longevity lock is a blessing for Yicheng. Chuanxi, please check if the wet nurse has finished feeding." Chuanxi nodded and stepped outside, encountering the wet nurse returning with the young prince. She quickly took the child and returned to the inner chamber. Zhao Chengluan placed the longevity lock around their son's neck, explaining, "This lock was left to me by my mother. It shall ensure your safe growth, just as it did for me." At that moment, Du Ruo entered, announcing, "Your Highness, someone from the Fanghua Palace requests your presence for dinner." Zhao Chengluan looked at Shen Youli, who smiled brightly. "Please go, Your Highness. I'm not in a condition to join you for a proper meal." "Then rest well. I shall visit you tomorrow," he replied, gently tapping his son's cheek before reluctantly departing. Shen Youli cradled their child, soothing him as the little one lay peacefully in her arms. Chuanxi gazed at him with affection, remarking on his calm demeanor, only making soft sounds when hungry. "What are the two wet nurses? Are they trustworthy?" she asked. "Du Rue's tepid cruiser?" Whispering, "I have been keeping a watchful eye. They appear to be honest and diligent." "Indeed, we must remain vigilant," Shen Youli replied. In Fanghua Palace, Zhao Chengluan entered the courtyard to find Xiao Liangdi elegantly adorned, greeting him with a radiant smile. "I pay my respects to your highness." "Rise," he commanded. Xiao Liangdi looked at him with concern. "Was your journey successful? You seem to have lost weight from all the back and forth." "You have stolen my words. It seems you too have lost some weight. I heard that the Empress Dowager fell ill recently, and you attended to her?" "The Crown Princess was bedridden following her miscarriage, and I could only serve the Empress Dowager with filial piety," she replied. Zhao Chengluan took her hand, leading her inside. "You have matured significantly and have become quite perceptive. I was once thoughtless, causing displeasure to your highness. I earnestly hope that you will not hold a trivial matter against a mere woman like me." As they took their seats, Lady Xiao lifted a cup of wine and sincerely expressed, "This drink is a self-imposed penalty for my previous ignorance, which has troubled your highness. I shall drink it all." With that, she downed the cup in one gulp. Zhao Chengluan refrained from commenting, and she poured a second cup, declaring, "This drink is to celebrate your highness's joyful news of a son." She again drained it in one go. Only then did Zhao Chengluan respond, "Well, I shall not hold it against you. Your recent service in attending to the sick shows your merit, and I shall restore you to the position of side consort." "Really? Truly?" Lady Xiao exclaimed with uncontained joy, hurriedly kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, your highness. I promise to mend my ways." Zhao Chengluan helped her up and solemnly remarked, "I hope you will remember the words spoken today." In Wutong Hall, a sharp crash echoed as the Crown Princess smashed her soup bowl on the ground, followed by a fit of coughing. "Your Highness." Granny Shui quickly patted her back to help her breathe, urging her to calm down. She called for Xia to clean the shards and bring a cup of warm water. Once the Crown Princess regained her composure, she took a sip of water and hoarsely inquired, "Did His Highness truly restore her position?" Xia nodded timidly. "Your Highness, she did not commit an unforgivable error. Her return to favor is inevitable." Granny Shui comforted her gently. "I simply did not expect it to happen so soon." The Crown Princess's eyes filled with sorrow, lamenting, "Now they all find success, while I am the only one left in disappointment." Her expression shifted as she urgently asked, "Did you report to His Highness about my fainting? Has he mentioned when he will come to see me?" "He did, but since you are unwell, he advised you to rest and recuperate." Tears streamed down the Crown Princess's face, quickly soaking her collar as she sobbed uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally managed to whisper, "Granny, I regret it." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "I should not have brought Shen Youli into the residence. One misstep leads to another." Granny Shui sighed deeply. "Do not despair, Your Highness. There is still time to consider our options." In Chaohui Hall, as Zhao Chengluan stepped outside, he paused upon hearing voices from within. "My lord, why did you not inform His Highness about the incense in the laundry room that nearly caused you to miscarry? His Highness is already burdened. Since it was a false alarm, let's not trouble him further. When you meet him, do not mention it, understood?" Zhao Chengluan took a couple of steps outside and asked what happened. Li Mingde slapped his forehead. "There's been so much happening these past few days that I forgot. After you left, Shun's side consort was unsettled for several days, unable to sleep. We called for a doctor from the Qi residence, who discovered that your sleeping garments were infused with lily fragrance." "What is wrong with lily fragrance?" Zhao Chengluan inquired. "Lily fragrance can be stimulating and makes it difficult to sleep. Prolonged exposure can lead to a dazed state." Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened. "How could you forget to eat?" Li Mingde looked sheepish. "I will remember, and in the future, I shall promptly report any matters concerning Shun's side consort to His Highness." "Has it been investigated?" "Yes, it has been." The laundry house bustled with activity, as individuals frequently entered and exited. Ru Yi from the Fenghua Palace was quite familiar with the maid responsible for drying the garments, often engaging in brief conversations. Li Mingde observed Zhao Chengluan's expression, responding cautiously. Zhao Chengluan closed and then reopened his eyes, surveying the personnel at the laundry house before instructing, "You should have a word with Ru Yi." With that, he strode into the room, his tone tinged with disappointment. He had hoped she would exhibit more restraint. Upon seeing Zhao Chengluan enter, Shen Youli promptly urged Junqi, "Hurry and bring the soup that has been kept warm for His Highness." Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow, inquiring what soup. "It is a nourishing soup made with reishi mushrooms, honey dates, and old duck," Shen Youli replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Rest assured, Your Highness, it bears no unpleasant taste. I have partaken in it myself. You appear to have lost weight. You must replenish your strength." Zhao Chengluan accepted the bowl, took a sip, and raised his brow in approval, finishing it in a few swift gulps. Shen Youli's smile widened. "Why you keep watching me smile, Your Highness? Are you feeling shy?" She teased. "With your noble bearing, is there any reason to be concerned about others' gazes?" Zhao Chengluan pressed his lips together, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I lack your audacity. I cannot contend with you." After exchanging playful banter, Shen Youli's demeanor shifted as she stated earnestly, "Your Highness, I have completed my confinement. It would be improper for me to remain in the Chaohui Palace any longer. I shall return to the Yulan Pavilion tomorrow." Zhao Chengluan was taken aback. Chapter 49. Elusive, Your Highness? Zhao Chengluan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us discuss this matter after you have completed your postpartum confinement. It would be ill-fated to catch a chill during your recovery. Without waiting for Shen Youli to respond, he rose, saying, "Take good care of yourself. I shall attend to pressing state affairs and return to see you in a few days." With that, Zhao Chengluan strode away, leaving Li Mingde far behind. Upon entering the study and taking a seat, he picked up a memorial, yet despite his efforts, not a single word registered in his mind. Frustrated, he set the document down, leaned back against his chair, and closed his eyes. Li Mingde stood silently, resembling a tree stump in the corner of the room. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, the room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight that streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Zhao Chengluan's face. "Your Highness, shall I light the lamp?" "No need." Xiao Hezi softly entered, whispered a few words in Li Mingde's ear, and then exited. "Your Highness, Lady Wang's attendants have inquired whether you wish to dine at Yinxiang Hall." As silence enveloped the room, Li Mingde was about to decline when Zhao Chengluan rubbed his face and stood to head outside. At Yinxiang Hall, Lady Wang delicately placed a piece of fish belly into Zhao Chengluan's bowl, speaking in gentle tones. "It has been some time since I last saw you, Your Highness. You appear to have lost weight. It seems I have indeed slimmed down. Everyone remarks upon it." Zhao Chengluan's expression was mild, his voice devoid of inflection. "Yet, one is invigorated by joyous tidings, and you appear to be in good spirits, Your Highness. I have yet to meet the Crown Prince. I am eagerly anticipating the moment." Lady Wang laughed cheerfully. "Your Highness is exceptionally handsome, and Sister Shen is as beautiful as a flower. I can hardly fathom how striking our Crown Prince must be." Zhao Chengluan's lips curved slightly. Lady Wang scrutinized Zhao Chengluan's demeanor and continued to smile. "Sister Shen's efforts in bearing the Crown Prince have been commendable. I wonder how she is faring." Zhao Chengluan rose, saying, "I shall go and see Gao Lienda. Please enjoy your meal." Lady Wang's smile froze on her face, and she remained momentarily dazed until Zhao Chengluan had departed. She turned to Xin, asking what transpired. "Did concubine Shen offend His Highness?" Xin looked equally perplexed, replying, "I have not heard anything of the sort." Lady Wang furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss. At Zaiwai Tang, Gao Lienda, hearing the commotion outside, hurried out. "Your Highness, may you have peace." Zhao Chengluan assisted Gao Lienda to her feet, and she smiled sweetly. "Have you dined, Your Highness?" "I have already dined." "What have you?" "I just finished my meal and was in the study painting." Zhao Chengluan's interest piqued, and he suggested, "Allow me to see your work." The two made their way to the study, where a sheet of white deer paper lay on the table, the ink still fresh. "What is this?" Zhao Chengluan's expression shifted subtly. The exquisite painting depicted a beauty standing amidst a plum grove, cradling a red plum blossom and casting a smile over her shoulder. It was none other than Shen Youli from New Year's Eve. Gao Lienda smiled brightly. "I thought, with Sister Shen's birthday approaching next month, instead of gifting jewelry, a painting crafted by my own hand would convey greater sincerity." Zhao Chengluan gazed intently at the smiling visage in the painting, his eyes reflecting inscrutable emotions. "I was just about to inscribe a note, and Your Highness arrived at the perfect moment. His Highness's literary talents are renowned throughout the world, and I, as a humble servant, feel unworthy to aspire to them. Might it be possible for Your Highness to inscribe a few words? It would be even better if you could do it yourself, but I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer." Gao Yangdi paused momentarily, then remarked, "Your Highness, do take care. Where might you be headed, Your Highness?" Li Mingde inquired cautiously, following closely behind him. Zhao Chengluan maintained an impassive expression as he strolled leisurely. They arrived at the Wangshu Pavilion, where a beauty clad in red was gracefully dancing under the moonlight. "Your Highness, it is Li Fengyi," someone noted. Zhao Chengluan halted, remaining silent. The dancer, catching a glimpse of the figure beneath the pavilion, quickly ceased her movements and approached to pay her respects. "May Your Highness be well. Rise," he replied, a faint scent wafting into his nostrils. "Have I disturbed you?" "I was dancing alone and was feeling quite lonely," she replied, her eyes sparkling with concern. "Does Your Highness have something on your mind?" Noticing Zhao Chengluan's brow furrow, she quickly added, If your highness has some leisure time, would you care to visit me? After a moment's silence, Zhao Chengluan turned and said, "Let us go." Her eyes brightened with joy as she eagerly followed him. Upon reaching Shiji Pavilion, she observed Li Mingde gesturing towards his abdomen. "Would your highness care for a late-night snack?" She gently inquired, then blushed, adding, "I have yet to dine, and I find myself rather hungry." Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, "Then let us partake." As the meal was served, she attentively observed him, ensuring he was well taken care of. Zhao Chengluan sipped his tea, the tension in his demeanor easing. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With a serious gaze, Zhao Chengluan asked, "You serve so diligently. Do you have any desires?" Gazing intently at him, she rose and knelt before him, confessing, "I hold deep affection for your highness and wish to be your true woman." Zhao Chengluan was taken aback, and Li Mingde discreetly withdrew. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she placed her hand on his knee, saying, "Since I have spoken my heart, your highness has not touched me again. I do not dare to hope for your highness's favor, but I long for you to regard me as your own." "I believed you stayed out of necessity," he mused. She shook her head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Your highness, do you understand how effortlessly one can fall in love with you?" She took his hand, resting her forehead against it, pleading for his compassion. The lights in the room dimmed. Little Heezy leaned in to whisper, "Master, could the winds be shifting? Go away and mind your own business." Li Mingde raturta. His expression clouded with confusion. In the Chaohui Hall, Shen Youli coaxed her son with tender smiles. "My lady, are you not the least bit worried?" Chunchi asked, frowning. "Your highness has been staying at Shiji Pavilion lately." Shen Youli paused before responding with a smile. "What is there to be concerned about? Losing favor? I cannot serve his highness. Does that mean he cannot dote upon other women?" Her smile faded as she continued. "Chunchi, I am not so vain. I am well aware that his highness cannot love only me. My lady, do not be disheartened. In truth, why the hesitation? Speak plainly. In truth, his highness often visits during the night, but you are always fast asleep, and he forbade me from informing you." Chunchi closed her eyes and uttered all in one breath. Shen Youli's crimson lips parted slightly, and she remained stunned for a moment. At the witching hour, all was silent. Shen Youli's slumbering visage was serene, her breaths long and gentle, with her raven hair cascading over the pillow, accentuating her delicate, palm-sized face that glowed with a porcelain-like clarity. As her lips parted slightly, a hint of tender pink grazed her mouth, adding a layer of luster that made her appear even more enchanting. The towering figure observed her for a while before leaning down. When their lips met, Shen Youli stirred slightly, emitting a soft, anxious sound. "Your Highness." Zhao Chengluan suddenly sat up, noticing that she had not awakened, and halted his steps. Tears trickled from the corner of Shen Youli's eyes, and Zhao Chengluan sighed softly as he wiped them away. Once Zhao Chengluan departed, Shen Youli opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, devoid of any trace of slumber. Chapter 50. Full Moon at Chaohui Palace. The 1-month-old infant bore a stark contrast to his wrinkled appearance at birth. Zhao Yicheng's skin was rosy, with long, thick eyelashes framing his delicate phoenix eyes, which were elegantly elongated and slightly upturned, resembling Zhao Chengluan to perfection. Shen Youli was shaking a rattle to amuse him. After a moment of following its movement with his head, he closed his eyes and ignored it. Chunchi stifled a laugh, remarking on the little prince's spirited temperament. Zhao Chengluan entered, smiling, and inquired, "What is happening here?" "I am amusing him," Shen Youli replied. Zhao Chengluan paused momentarily, taken aback by her attire. Before gently lifting their son, Zhao Yicheng opened his eyes, fluttering his feathery lashes. "The little prince seems captivated by the prince." Chunchi chuckled. Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, playfully pinching his son's cheek, only to have his finger grasped. Li Mingde could not help but chuckle, noting how the child's expression mirrored that of the prince in his youth. After playing with his son for a while, Zhao Chengluan turned to Shen Youli, saying, "Let us go. The time is nearly upon us." Today marked the full moon celebration of the royal grandson, with a banquet held in Xinxiang Palace. Shen Youli rose with a smile, adorned in a lake blue dress embroidered with water lilies, accentuating her ethereal beauty and serene demeanor. She had recovered splendidly post-delivery. Her waist as slender as before, unchanged in the slightest. Your Highness? Shen Youli's voice held a hint of inquiry, her enchanting eyes, adorned with misty blue makeup, gazing curiously at Zhao Chengluan, both cool and alluring. Zhao Chengluan averted his gaze, his lips parched, and he lightly pressed his lips together, urging, "Let us proceed." As they entered Qinxiang Palace, the others looked up at the sound. Zhao Chengluan cradled their son in one arm, holding Shen Youli's hand with the other, resembling a celestial couple gliding forward. The atmosphere momentarily hushed until they approached, at which point the crown princess gritted her teeth and led the others in bowing. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on the joy of your son. Please rise," Zhao Chengluan responded, with Shen Youli also bowing respectfully. "Please, take your seats." Zhao Chengluan seated himself first, holding their son, while the crown princess took her place at his right. Consort Xiao stepped forward a couple of paces to Zhao Chengluan's left, catching his eye. With a forced smile, she beckoned Shen Youli, saying, "Sister Shen, do take a seat." Shen Youli nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Xiao." Consort Xiao settled down beside her, maintaining a calm demeanor, though her eyes sparkled with ire. "Yalat, why are you still standing? Do you wish for His Highness to keep craning his neck to see you?" Gao Liangdi shot a glance, politely declining Wang Liangdi's offer to sit beside the crown princess, taking her place lower down, while Hong Tiao naturally settled beside Consort Xiao. Wang Liangdi broke the stilted atmosphere, a smile gracing her lips. "It has been months since we last met. Sister Shen, your elegance surpasses all. Have you fully recovered?" She quickly covered her mouth, realizing, I should now call you Sister Shen. "Thank you for your concern, sister. I am quite well now," Shen Youli replied, her eyebrows gently raised. "Do not belittle me. You are 2 years my senior, so let us continue to address each other as before. Then I shall heed your wishes. The little prince is truly handsome," Gao Liangdi remarked, her eyes softening with envy. Shen Youli jested, "Sister, your beauty is captivating. You should have a child yourself, and he would surely be handsome." Gao Liangdi shot her a playful glare. "You remain as mischievous as ever, little sister." Li Mingda approached, handing over a pair of scissors. "Your Highness, the auspicious moment has arrived." Zhao Chengluan accepted them, snipping a lock of his son's newborn hair and presenting it to Shen Youli, his tone gentle. "May my son always find peace, joy, vitality, and longevity." Shen Youli wrapped it in red cloth and placed it into a lucky pouch, which she entrusted to Xiao Hezi to hang from the eaves of Chaohui Hall. The crown princess, having nurtured her body for some time, still bore a pallid complexion. At this moment, she strained to maintain a smile, confident her wishes would come true. While let's commence the feast, Shen Youli softly spoke, "Nurse, please take the child away. Do not disturb His Highness during his meal." The nurse nodded and stepped forward to carry the child, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh?" Zhao Chengluan felt a tug at his waist, looking down and unable to suppress a chuckle. "You, my little one, have quite the discerning eye." Zhao Yicheng's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she grasped his waist with her tiny hand, clutching the jade pendant of sheep-fat white jade. Zhao Chengluan paused for a moment, chuckling softly as he removed the pendant and tied it to his son's garment. Shen Youli pressed his arm, hesitating to speak, "Your Highness." The expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. That fishtail dragon-shaped jade pendant was Zhao Chengluan's personal treasure, never leaving his side. And yet he had given it to a toothless infant. Zhao Chengluan observed the reactions of the crowd, a smile slowly gracing his lips. "You may play with it for now. I shall retrieve it from you later tonight." Zhao Yicheng played with the pendant as the nurse carried her away. The onlookers sighed with relief, yet privately felt a twinge of jealousy, for it was evident that Zhao Chengluan intended to spend the night with Shen Youli. Shen Youli smiled enchanting, her eyes shimmering. "Then I shall await your Highness's esteemed presence in the Yulon Pavilion." Zhao Chengluan paused briefly, responding with calm indifference, "Very well." Xiao Concubine's tone held a hint of sarcasm, while Shen Concubine maintained her usual grace, noting that having just emerged from confinement, she proposed to return to the Yulon Pavilion. It was no wonder she had quickly risen to parity with me. Sister has always been well-mannered during her time in the boudoir. Xiao Concubine should indeed serve as a model, the crown princess remarked, offering a slight smile to Shen Youli. Shen Youli's gaze flickered, returning a sweet smile in kind. The bond between the Crown Princess and Shen Concubine is truly profound. I envy it greatly. Zhao Concubine discreetly rolled her eyes, deftly picking up a piece of food and placing it into Zhao Chengluan's bowl with a cheerful tone. I remember this as your highness's favorite dish. Zhao Concubine is indeed thoughtful. As the banquet concluded, Zhao Chengluan rose. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. We bid you farewell, your highness. Several rose to see him off. Zhao Concubine noted the contents of Zhao Chengluan's bowl, her expression dimming. He had not touched the dish she had served. Shen Youli walked alongside Gao Liangdi, smiling. Sister Gao, do come visit the Yulan Pavilion more often. Gao Liangdi smiled back, yet before she could speak, Wang Liangdi interjected. Why do you not invite me to join as well? It seems, having not seen you for months, you have grown quite distant from your sister. Not all, sister. You overthink it. Should you come, I would certainly welcome you with open arms. Lady Xiao and Hong Qiao walked behind, their gazes icy. Indeed, Lady Xiao was basking in her glory. Hong Qiao appeared dazed, eliciting genuine envy. It was not her fault for being ineffectual. Lady Xiao shot her a glare and strode forward, deliberately jostling Shen Youli as she passed. Gao Liangdi steadied her, inquiring if she was unhurt. Shen Youli gently shook her head. Gao Liangdi's voice held disdain. Accustomed to her domineering ways, she was now wary, as Lady Zhao's rising prominence surely drew her ire, necessitating utmost caution. Shen Youli lightly patted her hand, expressing gratitude for the sisterly warning. Lady Shen called out Xia, who hurried over. The Crown Princess requests your presence for a discussion. Shen Youli lifted her gaze, noticing the Crown Princess standing not far away, observing her. At the moment their eyes met, the Crown Princess slowly broke into a smile. Chapter 51. Birthday. Shen Youli approached and offered her respects. Sister, let us stroll together. They walked in silence for a considerable time until the Crown Princess suddenly spoke. When I brought you into the palace, I never imagined you would rise to such prominence. Indeed, I cannot have foreseen it either. As you once said, we are of the same roots, destined to watch over and support one another. The Crown Princess scrutinized Shen Youli's expression and continued. In the past, I misjudged the situation and caused you distress. I hope you can forgive me. Sister, I am but a humble servant. You have never wronged me, Shen Youli replied, her demeanor respectful, her eyelashes lowered to conceal the irony in her gaze. That you can think so is a relief. Since His Highness has permitted you to raise your child personally, I shall no longer contest with you for the child. You may rest easy. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you, sister, Shen Youli said softly. Enough, I am weary now. You may return, the Crown Princess concluded. Shen Youli nodded slightly and departed with Chuanqi. Little mistress, what does the Crown Princess mean? Does she truly wish to reconcile with you? Chuanqi inquired. Shen Youli scoffed. Do you truly believe that? One would be oblivious to their demise. It is merely that, with His Highness's protection, she dares not act recklessly. Then she intends to paralyze you first and then strike a fatal blow? Not entirely foolish. Yet I am not the same as before. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not worry, little mistress. His Highness will always protect you. But will His Highness always protect me? This question dissipated into the air, lost amidst her lips and teeth. The moonlight poured like water, illuminating the entire courtyard of Yulan Pavilion. Chuanqi stood guard outside, blushing at the sounds emanating from within. Xiaochun, why are you laughing? Chuanqi chided. The little mistress and His Highness are affectionate. It brings joy to this servant. At this, Chuanqi couldn't help but smile as well. Within the bedchamber, the atmosphere grew intense. Shen Youli's nails dug into the broad back of the man beside her, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhao Chengluan, who responded with fervor. Months had passed since he had touched this smooth, supple skin, igniting a fire within him that could not be contained. Ignoring Shen Youli's pleas, he shifted positions, his movements swift and fierce. Unable to endure any longer, Shen Youli bit down on his arm. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened further. When she released him, he seized her in a passionate kiss, devouring her soft cries. It was not until the latter half of the night that calm returned to the chamber. Shen Youli lay exhausted on the bed, pouting, "Your Highness, if you desire my life, you need only to say so." Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, his hand lingering on her beautiful back, resting at her waist. "Why is your waist still so slender, not even matching the length of my hand?" Shen Youli retorted playfully, "Does your Highness wish for my waist to resemble that of a barrel?" Zhao Chengluan's hand moved to a certain spot, leaning close to her ear to whisper, "But I quite like how your figure has developed in all the right places." Shen Youli let out a soft sigh, grasping his hand. "Your Highness, in 2 hours. You must attend court. Perhaps we should rest a while." Zhao Chengluan pulled her up. "Then you shall assist me with my bath." Shen Youli secretly rolled her eyes as she was embraced and placed into the spacious bathtub. With a delicate gasp, water splashed everywhere, leaving only the sound of hurried breaths in the air. Once Zhao Chengluan returned to the bed, carrying the drowsy beauty in his arms. Shen Youli fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Zhao Chengluan smiled softly, drawing her close and closing his eyes. May 20th marked Shen Youli's 18th birthday. After consulting with Zhao Chengluan, the Crown Princess invited the renowned Qingwu Garden to perform in the residence. The opera stage across from Songxiang Pavilion echoed with melodies. While Shen Youli yawned in boredom, the Crown Princess noticed and expressed her concern, asking if the performance was too dull. Shen Youli dabbed at the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, smiling gently as she replied that she had not rested well the night before. Concubine Xiao shot Shen Youli a glare, well aware that Zhao Chengluan had spent the night in the Yuan Pavilion. She chuckled, saying, "There's a line in this play that I particularly like." Lady Wang, curious, inquired which line had captured Concubine Zhao's attention. Concubine Xiao fixed her gaze on Shen Youli, her smile widening as she observed her rising fortunes, hosting guests, and then witnessing her downfall. "Sister Shen, when one climbs high, one risks a great fall. Do you not agree?" she remarked, adding that the line she favored was also one that Sister Shen appreciated. Shen Youli's eyes crinkled with laughter as she responded, "However, I prefer the line, 'Heaven, wishing to destroy a person, must first drive them to madness.'" The Crown Princess, glancing at Concubine Xiao, remarked that this line happened to be her favorite as well. Concubine Xiao gave a cold huff and stood, saying, "Sister Shen, forgive me, but I am not feeling well and shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself, and if you feel unwell, do summon the physician," she added. After taking a few steps, Concubine Xiao returned to her seat, and upon meeting the astonished gazes of the others, she lazily explained, "I walked a few steps and found it not so bothersome." Shen Youli quietly turned her head, spotting Zhao Chengluan approaching from distance. She nodded gently, agreeing with her sister's sentiment that sitting too long could be stifling, and expressed her desire to take a stroll as well. Noticing Shen Youli leaving the Songxiang Pavilion, Zhao Chengluan adjusted his path to follow her. "Wretched woman," Concubine Xiao muttered under her breath, nearly crumpling the handkerchief in her grasp. The Crown Princess frowned, inquiring what Concubine Xiao had said. "Forgive me, Your Highness, my sister is feeling dizzy and has decided to return," she replied, leaving no room for further discussion. Before the Crown Princess could respond, Concubine Xiao sauntered away, her behavior increasingly lacking decorum. The Crown Princess, visibly displeased, insinuated, "It seems the star of today's event has little time to watch the performance. Perhaps we should all disperse." Indeed, Zhao Chengluan quietly approached Shen Youli from behind, raising a hand to halt Chuanxi's respectful bow. "Why do you stop watching the performance, my dear?" Shen Youli turned, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, did you not say you would return in the evening?" "Having resolved the matters at hand, and thinking of your birthday, I returned early," Zhao Chengluan replied, placing an object in Shen Youli's hand, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face. "Here, a birthday gift." Shen Youli raised it to her eyes, under the sunlight. The pear blossom hairpin glimmered with a lustrous sheen, radiating an exquisite beauty. The hairpin's top was exquisitely rounded, while the shaft was elegantly elongated, adorned only with a delicate carving of a blooming pear blossom at its end. Li Mingde chuckled, "My lady, this was crafted by His Highness himself, and he invested considerable effort into it." Zhao Chengluan shot him a glare. Shen Youli's eyes widened with surprise. Is this truly made by His Highness? Zhao Chengluan cleared his throat and nonchalantly replied, It is my first attempt, rather crude indeed. If it does not please you, you may stow it away. After all, it is crafted from fine mutton fat jade and holds some value. Shen Youli leaped into his embrace. I adore it. How could I not? Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan smiled, encircling her, as long as you are pleased. Your Highness, please help me wear it, Shen Youli urged, her eyes sparkling with delight as she extended the hairpin towards him. Zhao Chengluan held the pin aloft, assessing her coiffure before finally securing it in a place that satisfied him. Does it look good? Shen Youli inquired, her face beaming with joy. Quite beautiful, Zhao Chengluan remarked, scrutinizing her visage before gently cupping her face and planting a kiss upon her forehead. Your Highness, there are others present. Shen Youli shyly buried her head in his chest. Li Mingda quickly interjected, I am but a servant. You may regard me as merely a tree. Chunxi chimed in with a grin. Then I shall be the flower. Shen Youli could not contain her laughter, erupting in mirth. Zhao Chengluan took her hand. Come, let us return to the Yulan Pavilion. The scene was witnessed by several who emerged from the Pine Aroma Pavilion. Wang Liangdi remarked with a smile, the way His Highness treats Sister Shun is truly enviable. The Crown Princess, her eyes frosty, yet her expression as warm as spring, thought, what use is envy? One must possess the ability to earn such affection from His Highness. Gao Yandi spoke up. The Crown Princess is most magnanimous. A single flower in bloom pales in comparison to a garden in full blossom. The Crown Princess smiled faintly before turning to depart. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Chapter 52. The Ascension of the New Emperor in the Stillness of the Night. Within the confines of the Yulan Pavilion, an urgent voice echoed from outside. Your Highness! Your Highness! It was Li Mingda, his tone laced with anxiety. Zhao Chengluan opened his eyes and rose to his feet. What is it? Tears streamed down Li Mingda's face as he choked out. News from the palace. The emperor has passed away. You are summoned to the palace immediately. A sharp intake of breath betrayed Zhao Chengluan's pain, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow. Shen Youli, who had followed closely behind, grasped Zhao Chengluan's hand, her expression filled with concern. Zhao Chengluan embraced her, burying his head in the crook of her neck. As she felt the dampness of his shoulder, she gently patted his back in silent comfort. Moments later, Zhao Chengluan lifted his head, his expression serene. Shen Youli softly suggested, Allow me to assist you in dressing, Your Highness. With deft hands, she smoothed the last crease from his garments and urged, You must go, Your Highness. Zhao Chengluan cast her one last glance before striding into the enveloping night. At Longxiang Palace, the Empress was overcome with grief as she supported the Emperor's coffin, succumbing to faintness and being taken back to Fengyi Palace for medical attention. Zhao Chengluan knelt, bowing his head in reverence, and offered 3 profound bows. The trusted ministers of the court had already gathered, their faces marked by sorrow. Kneeling outside the hall, Zhao Chengluan cast a long, lingering glance at the Emperor before rising to exit. Your Highness, please accept our condolences. The nation cannot remain leaderless for a single day. For the sake of the realm, we implore you to ascend the throne without delay. The Prime Minister, Zhao Chengluan, led the call, with other ministers echoing. We beseech you, Your Highness, to ascend the throne swiftly. In the 21st year of the Jinqing era, Emperor Zhao Qi passed away at the age of 66. Throughout the palace, a somber atmosphere prevailed as the nation mourned. Crown Prince Zhao Chengluan ascended to the throne, renaming the era Qianzhong and posthumously honoring the late Emperor Zhao Qi as Mingdazong. The Empress Dowager, Xiao Jingyi, was granted the title of Shuren Empress Dowager and relocated to Shokong Palace. The Crown Princess, Shun Rian, was elevated to Empress and granted residence in Fengyi Palace. The side consort, Xiao Mingyue, was conferred the title of Defei and assigned to Chengel Palace. The side consort, Shen Youli, was honored as Xian Fei, with the title Jin, residing in Jing'an Palace. The favored concubine, Gao Zining, was named Jiaoyi and granted quarters in Qingning Palace. The other favored concubine, Wang Yanzhu, was bestowed the title of Zhaorong, residing in Yufu Palace. The favor maid, Li Hongtao, was given the title of Jiu and assigned to the eastern wing of Yaohua Palace, Yueying Hall. With the new emperor's ascension, the affairs of state became increasingly burdensome, and he had not stepped into the inner palace for over a month. Everyone awaited with bated breath, hoping to be the first to earn his favor. In the Qingjin Hall, Zhao Chengluan lowered his head over the memorial edicts, his brow furrowed in concentration. Li Mingde entered, carrying a food box, and placed a porcelain bowl on the table. With a sudden crash, Zhao Chengluan slammed the memorials down, his face flushed with anger. How audacious! Li Mingde shivered at the intensity of Zhao Chengluan's expression and cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps a sip of mung bean and lily soup would help to cool your temper." Noticing Zhao Chengluan's cold glare, Li Mingde quickly added with a smile, "It was the Jinxian Fei who sent it. She mentioned the current heat and your strenuous duties, which may lead to undue stress and irritability, urging you to take care of your health." Zhao Chengluan extended his hand, and Li Mingde hastily placed the porcelain bowl into his grasp. The mung bean soup, having been chilled and left to sit, was at the perfect temperature. Zhao Chengluan took a spoonful, feeling the simmering frustration within him dissipate, his brow relaxing. This was a dish personally prepared by Xian Fei, imbued with the sweet essence of locust flower honey. His Majesty has not entered the inner palace for over a month. Will he not summon any consorts today? Zhao Chengluan rose and walked outside. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "To Jing'an Palace." As Zhao Chengluan exited the Qingjin Hall, he encountered Wang Zhaorong, who approached gracefully. "Long live your Majesty." Wang Zhaorong curtsied. "No need for formalities. Where are you headed?" Wang Zhaorong accepted the food box from Yin Xian and, with a radiant smile, replied, "The weather is sweltering. I have brought sour plum soup to offer to your Majesty." Zhao Chengluan smirked slightly. "You should drink it yourself. It is too hot to be wandering outdoors. You might suffer from heat stroke." "I am grateful for your Majesty's concern." Zhao Chengluan nodded lightly and departed with Li Mingde. The smile faded from Wang Zhaorong's face, and her eyes turned icy. "Yin Xian, where do you think His Majesty is going?" Yin Xian hesitated to respond. "I suspect His Majesty is going to see her." By the time Zhao Chengluan arrived at Jing'an Palace, his inner garments were already soaked. Zaya Kunzi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhao Chengluan, then beamed with joy, bowing deeply. "Your servant greets the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Rise. Has your Majesty arrived?" Hearing the commotion, Shen Youli came out, her face alight with excitement. The two exchanged smiles, but suddenly, Shen Youli remembered something and quickly crouched down. "Long live your Majesty. I beg your Majesty's pardon for my momentary lapse in decorum. No need for formalities." Zhao Chengluan chuckled as he helped her up. "You must have overheated on your way here. Come inside." Shen Youli personally wrung a cloth to wipe Zhao Chengluan's face, but he pressed her hand down. "I could do it myself." Shen Youli smiled and did not insist, instructing Zaya Kunzi to fetch a basin of ice from the inner ministry while she fanned him gently. Chunchi brought over a cup of chrysanthemum hawthorn tea and placed it beside Zhao Chengluan. "Your Majesty, the Empress says you must have sweated on your way here and should not drink anything too cold. This tea is refreshing and just the right temperature." Zhao Chengluan took it and drank half a cup in one go, feeling somewhat relieved. Shen Youli softly inquired, "Your Majesty, your inner garments must be damp as well. Let Chunchi fetch the sleeping garments I made for you." Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "When did you make them?" Shen Youli replied proudly. "I began preparing them 2 months ago. Next month is your birthday, so I personally crafted 2 sets." Chunchi approached with a wooden box, and Shen Youli took out a garment, unfolding it. "Your Majesty, do you like it?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Chengluan's eyes. "I see your needlework has improved remarkably since before." "Your Majesty, the Empress practices whenever she has time. Her hands have been pricked and swollen." "Mind your words." Shen Youli shot Chunchi a playful glare, her smile gentle. "Your Highness, do not heed her nonsense. I'm not only making sleeping garments for you, but also little clothes for Cheng'er, so of course I have improved." Zhao Chengluan took her hand, examining it with tenderness. "If it is too much trouble, do not overexert yourself. Is there not the royal tailoring house? That is not the same. The garments I make are imbued with my affection in every stitch." Zhao Chengluan led her into the inner chamber. Then I shall trouble noble consort Jean to assist me with changing. Chunchi silently lowered the curtain and stepped outside. The blinding sunlight receded, giving way to a resplendent sunset that painted the sky in hues of red. Shen Youli's gaze shimmered as she nestled in Zhao Chengluan's embrace. The two engaged in quiet conversation. I have always been concerned for your majesty. Seeing you today finally brings me peace. How are you and Cheng'er faring? Rest assured, your majesty, all is well. With your majesty occupied with state affairs, we must ensure not to burden you further. We will take good care of ourselves. Zhao Chengluan gently squeezed her shoulder. Go and see Chang'e. I have missed him. After changing their clothes, they arrived at Ting's Huxuan behind the main hall. A vast expanse of emerald bamboo forest lay before them, serene and elegant. I truly adore this place. Hence I chose for Cheng'er to reside here. I hope he will embody the resilience of bamboo, unyielding in the face of adversity. When in Chaoyi Hall, you often strolled by the bamboo grove, and I knew of your fondness for it. Thus, I specifically pointed this place out to you. Shen Youli's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. Your kindness toward me is truly remarkable. As they entered the room, two nurses hurried over to greet them. Zhao Chengluan bid them to rise and approach the crib to gaze at his son. It had been a few days since they last met, and the little one had grown considerably. He stared intently at Zhao Chengluan, unblinking. Zhao Chengluan let out a soft chuckle, gently tapping the boy's forehead, only to have his finger grasped firmly. He then playfully tickled under the child's arms, prompting him to release his grip and break into a delighted smile. Zhao Chengluan's heart swelled with tenderness as he lifted his son, playfully engaging with him. Just as they were reveling in familial bliss, Xiao Anzi entered to report, Your Majesty. News from Shokong Palace. The Empress Dowager has fainted. Chapter 53. A summer retreat. Not long after Zhao Chengluan brought Shen Youli to Shokong Palace, others arrived as well. How is the Empress Dowager? Zhao Chengluan approached the bedside. The imperial physician, having finished taking the Dowager's pulse, bowed and reported, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager is suffering from excessive internal heat, leading to dehydration. It appears she has experienced heat stroke. A 3-day course of cooling and diuretic soup will suffice. Zhao Chengluan exhaled in relief. What has happened to Gao Jiaoyi? Zhao Chengluan suddenly turned, only to find Gao Jiaoyi flushed and collapsed on the ground, surrounded by onlookers. Quickly, attend to her. The physician hurried over to examine Gao Jiaoyi. He returned with the verdict, Your Highness, this young lady has also succumbed to heat stroke. Qiu Lu stepped forward and suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps we should allow Gao Jiaoyi to rest in the side hall. Zhao Chengluan nodded and lifting Gao Jiaoyi, carried her to the side hall. Upon returning to the main hall, he found the Empress, pale and seated, being attended to by Huansha. Upon seeing Zhao Chengluan, she stood and proposed, Your Highness, this year's heat is indeed oppressive. Even before the peak of summer, many are suffering from heat stroke. We might consider retreating to the Imperial Jean Garden for relief. The Empress's words were sensible. Make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart the day after tomorrow. The Imperial Jean Garden, located in the eastern outskirts of the capital, was nestled among mountains and waters, boasting picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate. Shen Youli followed a young eunuch to her designated residence, King Lianju. She surveyed her surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This place is surrounded by a lotus pond, hence its name, King Lianju. As the evening breeze carried the fragrance of lotus, it was particularly refreshing. It sounds delightful, Your Highness, Chunchi remarked. The young eunuch added, Your Highness. This residence is merely a teacup's distance from where His Majesty resides, Beosung. It is evident that His Majesty has arranged for you to stay here with the hope of seeing you often. Flatter, Shen Youli chided, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Please rest well, Your Highness. I take my leave. The young eunuch, having received his reward, departed cheerfully. Seated comfortably, Shen Youli inquired, How is my mother faring? Qingshui County, adjacent to the Jing River, is not as hot as the city. Do not worry, Your Highness. After a night of rest, Shen Youli, accompanied by Chunchi, went to pay her respects to the Empress. Your Highness, look at the lotus pond. As they stepped out of King Lianju, a pond of lotus flowers greeted their eyes. The pale pink blooms, some fully opened and others in bud, clustered together like graceful maidens, exuding elegance. Shen Youli inhaled deeply, the aroma delicate and refreshing. Her features relaxed, and a smile graced her lips. How delightful it is, dear sister. Wang Xiaorong approached slowly. After exchanging pleasantries, she teased, this kingly anju, built beside the lotus pond, allows you to behold the flowers at every turn. Truly, it is a celestial abode. His Majesty indeed dotes on you, eliciting envy in others. Shen Youli refrained from affirming or denying this and instead countered, where do you reside, sister? In Taranchi, not far from here. Do come visit when you have the time. Certainly. The two sisters, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way to the Yutongzhai, where the empress resided. Upon greeting the other sisters, the empress smiled and asked, what brings you both here together? Wang Xiaorong's cherry lips curled slightly as she passed by the Qinglian residence, where she unexpectedly encountered Sister Shun admiring the lotus flowers. Indeed, it was a delightful place that compelled her to pause and appreciate the beauty. Shen Youli shot her a knowing glance, her smile ambiguous. Sister enjoys the Qinglian residence so much. Could it be that you are dissatisfied with the dwelling bestowed upon you by His Majesty? Perhaps you could suggest to him that you move in with me? Dear sister, I was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? Wang Xiaorong chuckled awkwardly, falling into silence. Xia Difei snorted derisively. Such pettiness is beneath consideration. The empress turned her gaze to Gao Zhaoi, her eyes filled with concern. How fares your health? Dear Gao Zhaoi, I am quite well, your majesty. Thank you for your concern, Gao Zhaoi replied, rising to offer a respectful bow. That is good to hear. This summer has been particularly sweltering. You must take care of yourselves. The assembly echoed their agreement. The empress then addressed Shen Youli, Jingxi, and Fei in a few days. We shall celebrate the 100th day of the Crown Prince. Shall we hold a grand feast by Qinqiu Lake? Your Majesty's suggestion is indeed splendid. I have no objections. However, considering the young age of the Crown Prince, let us keep the festivities simple, Shen Youli replied. Very well. Jingxi and Fei, you are quite sensible. We shall save the grand celebration for his first birthday, the Empress announced, rising from her seat. I must go pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. You may return. Yes, your Majesty. Shen Youli and Gao Zhaoi walked together, and Shen inquired, where do you reside, sister? In Yunxia residence. It is rather tranquil. His Majesty is aware that I prefer solitude while painting, so I believe he made this arrangement for me, Gao Zhaoi replied. Yet it cannot compare to the heartfelt care you receive at the Qinglian residence, Shen said, noticing Gao's hesitation. Do not be anxious. I bear you no ill will. Nor can I blame you. Although I cherish our friendship, I must also compete for His Majesty's favor, Gao Zhaoi admitted. Shen Youli's expression grew complex. Sister, your integrity is admirable. You overestimate me. I am but human with my own desires, Gao replied. Everyone possesses their own inclinations. As long as one does not fulfill their desires at the expense of others, there is no harm, Shen Youli noted. You speak to the heart of the matter, sister. Shen replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Will you visit me at the Qinglian residence? I shall have Shaoan gather some lotus seeds for you to take home. That would be splendid. It has been some time since I last saw the Crown Prince. I miss him dearly. At the Qinglian residence, Gao Zhaoi observed Zhao Cheng, whose soft smile seemed to have grown considerably. Look at his chubby little arms, as plump as lotus roots, she remarked. Zhao Cheng gazed at Gao Zhaoi with bright, expressive eyes. This is Lady Gao. Do you remember her? Shen Youli prompted, shaking his tiny hand with a smile. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng broke into a grin. Gao Zhaoi took his hand in hers, her eyes sparkling with a shy glow. Sister, may I become this child's godmother? Shen Youli's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed. What is there to be embarrassed about? It would be a blessing for him to have you as his godmother. The more love he receives, the happier I shall be. Thank you. Gao Zhaoi's smile carried a hint of melancholy. Even if I have no children of my own, I shall bear no regrets. Sister, what are you saying? If you take care of yourself, everything will come together in time. I am grateful to you, dear sister, for revealing the truth to me. Otherwise, I fear I would have lived my life in ignorance and confusion. Gao Zhaoi clenched her teeth. filled with resentment over her own powerlessness to seek revenge. Do not be disheartened, sister. That day will surely come. Upon returning to Yunxie residence, Gao Jiaoyi instructed Huashan to retrieve the painting Spring Dawn at Fanjing Mountain by Gu. Huashan rummaged through the boxes, asking, "Young mistress, what do you need this for?" A smile graced Gao Jiaoyi's lips as she replied, "I hastily left without taking anything of value, save for this painting created by my master before his passing. Once you find it, deliver it to Qinglian residence. This is my token of recognition for my godson." Huashan paused, holding the painting. "But young mistress, did you not cherish this piece? You intended to take it with you for occasional admiration. Surely, you could gift the crown prince something else. If I ask you to deliver it, then you shall deliver it." Gao Jiaoyi glared. "Would it not be insincere to bestow upon others something I do not treasure myself? Yes, this servant shall deliver it at once." As Huashan made her way, she encountered the leisurely strolling concubine Xiao, quickly halting to pay her respects. Listening, he leaned in to whisper to concubine Xiao, "Your Highness, she is Gao Jiaoyi's personal maid." Concubine Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she lazily inquired, "Where are you hurrying off to?" "Your Highness, this servant is headed to Qinglian residence." Concubine Zhao's gaze grew frosty as it fell upon the painting in Huashan's arms. "What do you carry there?" Huashan bit her lip and replied, "It is a painting." "Your response is so hesitant. Do you have something to hide?" Concubine Xiao commanded. Listening, he, "Go and retrieve it. I must see what scandalous thing you possess." Chapter 54. Arrogance, Your Highness. It is indeed a painting. It is the final masterpiece created by Master Jiyu before his passing. Hearing, he and Xiao Qingzi seized the painting and presented it to Empress Xiaoda. Empress Xiaoda glanced at it for a moment, disdainfully tossed it to the ground, and stepped on it, haughtily declaring, "You shall kneel here for an hour as punishment." With that, she departed with an air of superiority. Huashan knelt down to retrieve the painting, gently wiping away the footprint with a handkerchief. However, a stubborn stain remained, which she could not clean, causing her to shed tears in despair. At Qinglian residence, Du Ruo had arranged the lunch when Shen Youli emerged from her chamber. Du Ruo, her face flushed with anger, remarked, "Your Highness, I encountered Sister Huashan while fetching lunch. She was kneeling by the rockery." Shen Youli raised her eyes in inquiry. "What transpired?" Du Ruo picked up the painting that lay on the table, explaining, "This was a gift from Gao Jiaoyi for our crown prince." But Sister Huashan was accosted by Empress Xiaoda on her way. Shen Youli unfurled the scroll, her voice laced with shock. "Is this not Master Gu Spring Dawn at Fanjin Mountain? It is far too precious. How could Sister Gao bestow such a treasure upon us?" She placed the painting down and asked, "Is Sister Huashan still kneeling there?" "Indeed, she is." Empress Xiaoda ordered her to kneel for an entire hour. "Please send Xiao and to summon His Majesty for lunch." "Your Highness means." Du Fa, seeing Shen Youli nod gently, smile, "I understand. I shall have him go at once." "Wait, first return this painting, and instruct Huashan to recount the events truthfully." "Understood." After Du Ruo left, Shen Youli instructed Xiao Chunzi to fetch several dishes favored by Zhao Chengluan. Moments later, Zhao Chengluan entered with an expression of displeasure, followed closely by a tearful Huashan. Shen Youli stepped forward to pay her respects. "Do not be formal." Concern etched on her face, Shen Youli asked, "Your Majesty, why do you appear so unwell?" Then, turning to Huashan, she inquired, "What brings you here? Why are you in tears?" Zhao Chengluan replied coldly, "Huashan, you may explain." "Yes." Huashan raised the painting she held, stating, "I was entrusted by my young master to deliver this painting as a gift to the crown prince. However, I encountered Empress Xiaoda along the way. She accused me of acting furtively, seized the painting to inspect it, and then, as she reached this point, she broke down in sobs. I have failed my young master's trust by allowing this painting to become soiled." Shen Youli took the painting, her expression filled with disbelief. Could this shoe print truly belong to Empress Xiaoda? With a crash, Zhao Chengluan slammed the teacup onto the table, exclaiming, "Empress Xiaoda's behavior grows increasingly outrageous. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Shen Youli instructed Chunchi to assist Hua Shan in standing, saying, "You may return now. Do not inform Sister Gao of this incident to spare her heartache." "Yes, I shall take my leave." Hua Shan exited, sobbing softly. "Duriu, please hang this painting in the Crown Prince's chamber." With only the two of them remaining in the room, Shen Youli pulled Zhao Chengluan to sit beside the table. "I invite your majesty to partake in lunch. Do not let your anger consume you." Zhao Chengluan's expression softened slightly. "I have caused you both distress." Shen Youli gently shook his hand, her tone soft. "I bear no grievance, your majesty. It is merely a pity for Master Ji Yu's genuine work. When you have the leisure, do visit Sister Gao. I fear this matter cannot remain concealed from her." Zhao Chengluan nodded lightly, recalling, this morning, news arrived of unusual movements at the western border of Danning. "Your father has requested permission to return and take command, which I have granted. Will there be fighting?" "Not for the time being, but the future remains uncertain." After luncheon, Zhao Chengluan rested briefly in Qinglian Pavilion before departing. Shen Youli sat before her vanity, slowly combing her hair. Chunchi softly inquired, "Your Highness, do you not feel the slightest bit jealous urging His Majesty to visit Gao Zhaoi?" Shen Youli paused momentarily. Placing the comb down to meet her own gaze in the mirror, "It matters not whom the Emperor visits. What truly matters is that his heart resides with me." As the sun descended beyond the mountains and the gentle breeze stirred, the heat of the day finally began to wane. Listening to the footsteps, she entered the Moon Bay Pavilion, where Xiao Defei rose, her expression hopeful. "Has His Majesty arrived?" "Your Highness, the Emperor has gone to see Gao Zhaoi." "That wretched woman." Xiao Defei's countenance darkened, sweeping the dishes from the table to the floor, her voice filled with fury. "All of them are wretched." In Yunxia Pavilion, upon seeing Zhao Chengluan, Gao Zhaoi quickly stood to pay her respects. "Long live the Emperor." "Rise." Zhao Chengluan surveyed the simple fare on the table. "Such a modest meal? It is hot. I have little appetite. Your Majesty has yet to dine?" Seeing Zhao Chengluan nod, she hastily instructed Hua Shan to fetch additional dishes. "No need, I'm not very hungry. A few bites will suffice." Zhao Chengluan seated himself beside Gao Zhaoi. Noticing her eyes were slightly red, he softly asked, "Have you been crying?" Gao Zhaoi shook her head, remaining silent. Indeed, as Jin Xianfei had remarked, Gao Zhaoi would not discreetly complain, but would rather conceal her sorrow. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she choked out. "It is not a significant matter. It is merely that spring dawn at Fan Mountain was the last painting of my beloved mentor before his passing. To see it mistreated rends my heart." Zhao Chengluan sighed. "Li Mingde, bring the 3 Friends of Winter from the solitary study for Gao Zhaoi." "Your Majesty, 3 Friends of Winter was painted by the renowned artist Fan Shimen of the previous dynasty. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I know your passion for art. You will safeguard it well. Accept it, please. Then I am most grateful for your Majesty's generous gift." Gao Zhaoi rose to express her thanks. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Chengluan lingered at Gao Zhaoi's side, inciting jealousy among others. Shen Youli entered Yutong's studio, ignoring the unfriendly gazes, and after a bow, calmly took her seat. Wang Xiaorong expressed concern. "Sister, you appear unwell. You must take care of yourself." "Thank you for your concern, sister. I merely had a restless night." "Is it because you find it difficult to sleep alone?" Xiao Defei raised an eyebrow. A smirk laced with mockery. "You are close with Gao Zhaoi. Now that she has secured the Emperor's favor, you ought to be happy for her." "What you say is true, Sister Xiao. With Gao Zhaoi's rise, I am indeed pleased for her." Shen Youli's smile was serene, devoid of any trace of disappointment. She continued with a gentle smile, "If your Majesty also favors Sister Xiao, I too shall rejoice on your behalf, ensuring no favoritism is shown." Such flattery. Xiao Defei glared at Hong Tiao, who sighed inwardly and, forcing a smile, replied, "When Sister Xiao was in favor." It seems that Consort Jean had yet to enter the palace. "Oh, you speak as if you have witnessed it firsthand," Shen Youli remarked with wide, beautiful eyes. "If memory serves, Lady Li should have arrived after me, correct?" Hong Tiao faltered, her expression awkward. Xiao Defei spat out 2 words, "Useless." Upon hearing this, the Crown Princess smiled slowly and said, "The Emperor's affections are guided by his own reasons. Rather than envy others, Xiao Fei would do well to reflect on herself. Indeed, the Empress speaks wisely. Xiao Fei, momentarily angered, then laughed. Perhaps it has been a long time since the Emperor visited the Empress. The Empress ought to engage in self-reflection, she added. Impudence. The Empress's expression darkened. De Fei, do you no longer see me as your Empress? This is akin to allowing officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Xiao Fei retorted with a disdainful smile. You, De Fei, do you still acknowledge me as your Emperor? Zhao Chengluan stepped in, his face devoid of expression. Your Majesty? Chapter 55. The 100-Day Feast. Xiao De Fei's complexion drained of color as she knelt on the ground, stripped of her previous arrogance. May I pay my respects to your Majesty? The assembly quickly rose to pay their respects. Zhao Chengluan lifted his robe and took his seat at the head of the table. Everyone, please rise. De Fei, I am astonished by your blatant disregard for rank and propriety. Your Majesty, it was the Empress who first mocked me, she protested. Zhao Chengluan cast a glance at the Empress and said sternly, She is the Empress. There are words she may speak that you cannot. For your insolence towards her, I shall impose a 2-month house arrest. Your Majesty, Xiao Fei attempted to argue further. Should you speak again, it will be a 6-month sentence. Return and reflect upon your actions. Yes, I understand my fault. With a grim expression, Xiao Fei was assisted out by Ting He. The Empress gently interjected, Your Majesty, I wish to discuss the 100-Day Feast for the Crown Prince. I did not anticipate that it would become a source of amusement for you. It is my failure in managing the court. Zhao Chengluan did not comment. Considering that your birthday and the Crown Prince's 100-Day Feast are only 2 days apart, would it not be preferable to celebrate them together? It would save expenses and create a more festive atmosphere. The Emperor's suggestion was indeed prudent. Thus, it shall be as you propose. The treasury is strained, and simplicity is preferable in all matters. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall proceed with the arrangements with peace of mind. Zhao Chengluan rose and walked before Shen Youli, saying, Jinxi and Fei, accompany me for a stroll. Of course. Shen Youli smiled and followed him. The Empress's gaze turned cold as she said softly, Everyone, please disperse. Yes, I take my leave. The concubines responded and left in groups. Wang Xiaorong approached Gao Jiaoyi and remarked, Your Majesty treats Jinxi and Fei distinctly. Among all the consorts, only she has received a title. Gao Jiaoyi smirked, Isn't that evident? Given my sister's recent prominence, she may soon surpass Jinxi and Fei. Wang Xiaorong teased. Dear sister, do not jest about me, Gao Jiaoyi replied, her smile lacking warmth. The two exchanged banter before parting ways at the intersection. Gao Jiaoyi's demeanor turned icy. My lady, are you unwell? Huashan inquired cautiously. What could possibly be wrong with me? It is merely tiresome to feign pleasantries daily, Gao Jiaoyi sighed. Others may be oblivious, but I am acutely aware that the Emperor's recent visits are solely due to Shen's intercession on my behalf. I refuse to allow her few words of provocation to create discord between us. You are wise, my lady. Qinqiu Lake is circular, its waters of vibrant emerald, crystal clear to the bottom. Sunlight glimmers on the surface, creating a stunning spectacle. At the center of the lake rises a vermilion palace, soaring into the clouds, with the grand entrance inscribed with the 3 calligraphic characters Yin Xiaodian. A small boat docked at the entrance, and Xuanqi assisted Shen Youli onto the shore as they slowly walked into the grand hall. The interior was spacious and bright, filled with a subtle fragrance. Yellow rosewood tables and chairs were arranged opposite each other, while the corners overflowed with blooming flowers. Atop the high platform sat the Empress Dowager, the Emperor and the Empress, flanked by bronze cranes standing guard. Under the guidance of a young eunuch, Shen Youli took her seat in the first position on the right, with the cheerful Wang Xiaorong beside her. Li Jiu occupied the third position opposite them, while the 2 seats at the top remained vacant. Gao Jiaoyi had yet to arrive, and it was likely that Xiao Fei, under house arrest, would also be unable to attend. Wang Xiaorong remarked, Even though I see you every day, I feel you grow more beautiful with each passing moment. When you entered just now, I was momentarily taken aback. No wonder His Majesty is so fond of you. I cannot help but tease you, dear sister. Hearing the commotion, Shen Youli glanced towards the entrance, where Sister Gao was making her entrance. Zhao Zhaoyi approached gracefully, offering a gentle smile and nodding to the group before taking a seat beside Li Jiu. The Empress Dowager has arrived. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress has arrived. Zhao Chengluan and the Empress entered, assisting the Empress Dowager. The concubines hurriedly rose and knelt in respect. "Please rise," commanded Zhao Chengluan. Once the three took their seats, he spoke, "Today is a family banquet, so there is no need for excessive formalities." The Empress Dowager, with a warm smile, added, "Your Majesty, today is a splendid day, and I have a humble request." "Please, Mother, speak freely," Zhao Chengluan replied. "Defei has been reckless and disrespectful, and she truly deserves punishment. However, could we allow her to join us in merriment today? The thought of her all alone in the laurel chamber weighs heavily on my heart," the Empress Dowager lamented, wiping away her tears. "Mother's words are most reasonable. It was indeed my oversight," Zhao Chengluan said, his expression inscrutable, as he sent for Xiao Defei. "At once," replied Li Mingde, hastening out. The Empress Dowager, now smiling through her tears, gently said, "His Majesty has always been filial. Let us commence the banquet without waiting for her." Zhao Qingyi nodded, and the feast officially began. As music filled the air, palace maids entered in succession, bearing exquisite food and wine. The Empress rose to toast for the longevity and health of His Majesty. The concubines followed suit, raising their cups in unison to wish His Majesty eternal life and well-being. "Excellent," Zhao Qingyi declared, raising his cup and drinking deeply. For the second toast, "Let's wish the Crown Prince a long and prosperous life." Everyone drank in unison, and Shen Youli bowed in gratitude. A wet nurse entered, cradling the Crown Prince. The Empress Dowager, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Quickly, bring my dear grandson to me." Zhao Qingyin stood and personally lifted his son to the high platform. "It has been some time since I last saw him. He has grown even more handsome." The Empress Dowager beamed, her eyes brimming with affection. She picked up the longevity lock from in front of Zhao Yicheng and smiled. This longevity lock was bestowed upon him at birth. "Look at those little arms. They are indeed robust." Shen Youli bowed in thanks, expressing her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's kindness. "Xianfei, do bring the Crown Prince to visit me whenever you have the opportunity," the Empress Dowager requested. "Certainly." As they exchanged pleasantries, Qiu Lu approached with a tray, upon which the Empress Dowager took a garment made from scraps from 100 families, fitting it on Zhao Yicheng. Confirming its size, "This was specially crafted for our Crown Prince. May he grow up safe and sound," she said. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Mother," Shen Youli replied, signaling to Chuanxi to take the tray. Just then, Xiao Defei entered, adorned in splendid attire, gracefully making her entrance. "This humble servant greets the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty." And the Empress, Zhao Qingyin spoke in a rather indifferent tone, "Rise." "Yes, I thank Your Majesty for allowing me to come forth." The Empress cast a glance at Zhao Qingyin, a hint of amusement dancing at her lips. "Defei, please take your seat." "Yes." Xiao Defei gazed affectionately at Zhao Qingyin before making her way to the foremost position on the right. As she met Shen Youli's gaze, a flicker of hostility swiftly passed through her eyes. "Empress, the Xian Fei has taken my place. May I inquire where I am to sit?" The Empress's expression shifted slightly, as if she had just realized the gravity of the situation. "Xian Fei, how is it that you are seated here?" Shen Youli paused momentarily, her thoughts racing, before responding. "A little eunuch led me to sit here." The Empress's face darkened with irritation. "Noble and virtuous, Defei's rank surpasses yours. In Dayong, the right is esteemed. You occupy Defei's position. Your rightful place should be at the forefront on the left." With a heavy sigh, she admonished, "Xian Fei, you are being foolish. No matter how favored you are by His Highness, you must not disrupt the established protocols." Zhao Qingyin's expression grew grim. Chapter 56. Punishment. Gao Zhaoyi rose, her voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonant and powerful. "Your Majesty, the virtuous consort is not one to be arrogant due to favoritism. There must be a misunderstanding here." Shen Youli understood she had fallen into her opponent's trap, and any further explanation would seem like mere sophistry. She knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, it was my momentary oversight." I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. The Empress Dowager, with a look of disappointment, replied, I had thought you to be humble and respectful. It appears you have harbored thoughts of overstepping. The Emperor Zhao Chenglun's eyes churned with inner turmoil as he slowly spoke. Mother, what do you believe should be done? The Empress Dowager, her expression troubled, pondered for a moment. Today marks a joyous occasion for the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Therefore, it would not be wise to impose a severe punishment. Let her be confined to her chambers for a month and not permitted to see the Emperor. Let be as you say. Zhao Chenglun's voice was calm and unwavering. Consort, upon your return, reflect deeply on your actions. Yes, I am grateful for the mercy of the Empress Dowager and your majesty. I shall remember this. Shen Youli performed a respectful bow. I will take my leave now. Since you are the birth mother of the Crown Prince, how could you not attend his 100-day celebration? I did not say you should be confined immediately. Attend the banquet first. Of course. Shen Youli bowed her head respectfully and proceeded to take her seat at the foremost position on the left. The Empress commanded for the dishes at the foremost position on the right to be cleared and replaced with new ones. Zhao Yandi slowly sat down, casting a sly smile towards Shen Youli, laden with provocation. Shen Youli lowered her eyelashes, concealing her expression. Zhao Chenglun averted his gaze, his lips pressed tightly. The Empress turned toward him with a gentle smile. Your Majesty, I have prepared a birthday gift for you. Calling for Xia to bring forth a tray. A beautifully embroidered nightgown came into view. I thought, having seen countless treasures, that crafting something by hand would better convey my sincerity. Zhao Chenglun was momentarily taken aback and discreetly glanced at Shen Youli, a faint smile curving his lips. The Empress is thoughtful. Wang Xiaorong rose, her smile radiant. Your Majesty, I too have prepared a birthday gift for you. Silver Heart brought forth a chain and positioned it. Wang Xiaorong's slender fingers gracefully danced over the strings, producing a melody that seemed to resonate with the heavens. The music fluctuated between lively and melancholic, evoking the tale of a woman's intricate emotions for her beloved. As the music faded, Wang Xiaorong stood and gracefully declared, I have embarrassed myself. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. This is the renowned phoenix seeking phoenix. Wang Xiaorong expresses her heartfelt sentiments through music. Your Majesty should not be one to lack appreciation for such feelings. Mother, Yuyist. Zhao Chenglun's lips curled into a smile as he presented a plate of lychee fish to Wang Xiaorong. I recall you enjoy this. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Xiaorong gazed at Zhao Chenglun with tender eyes before taking her seat. I know Your Majesty has a fondness for hunting, so I had someone procure this dawn golden feather for you. Hearing he present the bow, Zhao Chenglun's gaze sharpened. The dawn golden feather was the famed creation of Master Cui Run. He had not expected it to be brought forth by Xiao Mingwei. Your efforts are commendable, Defei. The queen's gaze dimmed slightly as she looked at Gao Jiaoyi and smiled. Gao Jiaoyi, where's your birthday gift? Rising gracefully, Gao Jiaoyi replied with a gentle smile. I have prepared a painting for Your Majesty. As she unfurled the scroll, which measured an impressive 9 feet in length, gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was a magnificent map of the vast empire. I wish Your Majesty the fortune of possessing this great land for all eternity. Zhao Chenglun stood up, exclaiming, Excellent. This painting pleases me greatly. He then turned to Li Mingde, instructing, Present my set of pen among monarchs to Gao Jiaoyi. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Jiaoyi's eyes sparkled with delight. After several rounds of drinks, Li Jiu stepped into the center of the grand hall, and everyone noticed she had changed into a dance costume. I shall perform a dance for Your Majesty to celebrate your birthday. Dressed in a red spruce skirt with sleeves 3 feet long, Li Jiu lightly tapped her right foot in front of her, adopting a half-squat posture. With a resounding beat of the drum, she spread her sleeves wide, kicking her left leg back as if soaring like a bird. The drum beats intensified. Thump, thump, thump. Li Jiu's movements flowed with the rhythm, her long sleeves billowing, exuding an aura of grandeur. Finally, with a resounding thump, she abruptly halted. A brief silence ensued as the onlookers regained their composure. Oberi! The Empress exclaimed, Your Majesty. It felt as if I were witnessing the vibrant rebirth of spring, a scene brimming with life, truly marvelous. Mother is absolutely right. Li Jiyu's dancing has indeed improved. Zhao Chengluan acknowledged. Li Jiyu wore a radiant smile as she gracefully took her seat. The Empress surveyed the gathering and suddenly realized, Your Majesty, we have yet to see the performance of the virtuous concubine. Zhao Chengluan's gaze shifted, falling upon Shen Youli's pale profile, which seemed to outshine even the white jade pear blossom hairpin adorning her coiffure. A pang of concern gripped his heart. Shen Youli had remained silent, quietly observing the spectacle of talent around her. Now, with everyone's attention drawn to her, she hesitated for a moment before slowly forcing a smile tinged with resignation. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I left my birthday gift at Chengluan residence and forgot to bring it. How disappointing for the virtuous concubine to forget such a thing. Perhaps she is reluctant to present it. Making excuses instead, Xiao Fei remarked sarcastically. It's no great matter. Forgetting is forgetting, Shen Youli replied gratefully. She raised her cup and drained it in one gulp, only to find the wine jug empty upon refilling. Gao Zhaoi gently advised, Sister, perhaps you should drink less. It would be inappropriate to lose your composure before His Majesty. A bittersweet smile graced Shen Youli's lips as she replied, Thank you for your reminder, sister. She set down the wine jug, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head. Zhao Chengluan's hand tightened beneath the table. Your Majesty, I have also prepared a birthday gift for you, the Empress declared mysteriously, as the sound of the guzheng filled the air, resembling a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. A woman clad in white gracefully approached. Her waist swayed like a delicate willow in the breeze, exuding a captivating aura. With her face veiled in white silk and her dark hair cascading like clouds, only her clear, autumn-like eyes were visible, shimmering with a hint of ethereal light. She bowed to Zhao Chengluan, her eyes curving slightly as she began to dance gracefully. The pale smoke-like skirt danced gracefully as she moved, her form ethereal, reminiscent of a fairy under the moonlight. As the final note of music faded, she came to a gentle halt, her right hand reaching behind her left ear, revealing a slender wrist as white as snow. Slowly, she removed her veil, unveiling a face as radiant as a pearl, captivating all who beheld her. A collective breath was held. What a stunning beauty, a rare gem of celestial grace. Commoner Wei, Qingji, pays her respects to your Majesty. Wishing you eternal longevity and robust health, she spoke, her cherry lips parting, her voice soft and melodious, like a gentle breeze carrying a hint of fragrance, caressing the heart. The Empress Dowager, observing the entranced crowd, smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty, do you find this gift to your liking? Zhao Chengluan's lips curled in amusement. Mother's intentions are well received by her son. Concubine Xiao clenched her teeth, casting a displeased glance towards Wei Qingji. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly. I understand that your Majesty is not one to indulge in desires, yet one must also consider the progeny. The late emperor had already sired several children by your age, and I cannot help but be concerned. Indeed, mother speaks wisely. The Empress Dowager then glanced at the concubines below and added, I know you are reluctant to hold a grand selection of maidens so soon after your ascension. Perhaps, when the weather cools, we could host a chrysanthemum banquet and select a few clever young ladies from noble families to ensure the continuation of your lineage. Zhao Chengluan initially intended to refuse, but, upon reflection, nodded in agreement. Very well, Empress, you shall take charge of this matter. The Empress Dowager smiled at the Empress. Regardless of her inner thoughts, the Empress maintained a serene and gentle smile. Your son will prepare diligently for this. Mother, do not worry. The Empress Dowager then turned her gaze to the kneeling Wei Qingji in the center of the hall, reminding, Your Majesty, you have yet to bid her to rise. Chapter 57. A bold intrusion rise, Zhao Chengluan said with a faint smile. Since the Empress Dowager holds you in such high esteem, I shall bestow upon you the title of Imperial Consort. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The palace attendants arranged chairs at Li Jiyu's side as Wei Qingji gracefully approached and sat down, locking eyes with Wang Xiaorong across from her, offering a charming smile. Wang Xiaorong averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids. The sound of child's whimpering echoed through the hall. The Empress Dowager turned her attention, concern etched upon her face. What troubles the first prince? Shen Youli rose and spoke softly. Your Majesty, the first prince seems to be restless. I shall take him back to avoid disturbing everyone's enjoyment. The Empress Dowager nodded. Very well. It is indeed too noisy here for the first prince to sleep peacefully. Shen Youli performed a curtsy. Your Majesty, I take my leave. Zhao Chengluan's gaze lingered on Shen Youli. Noticing her averted eyes, he sighed softly, go. As Shen Youli walked slowly toward the exit, a cold sneer formed in her heart. The drunken man's intentions were not focused on wine. It was apparent that the purpose of her confinement was this. Half a month later, Chuanxi entered the room with a food box, her face flushed with anger. Is something amiss? Shen Youli inquired, arching an eyebrow. It is the little eunuch who delivers the meals. Chuanxi fumed. I asked him why the dishes have been the same for 3 consecutive days. What did he say that was so offensive? Chuanxi's eyes flickered with conflict. He remarked that having something to eat is already a blessing. The imperial kitchen is quite busy, preparing birds' nests for Wei Baolin. After all, he serves the emperor daily and must not be careless. Wei Baolin, is that the previous imperial consort Wei, who has reportedly captured His Majesty's favor and has now been elevated to Baolin? Shen Youli momentarily lost her focus. Your Highness, Chuanxi said with concern. Shen Youli gradually smiled, an unmistakable hint of sarcasm in her expression. Do not be saddened, for the emperor still holds you in his heart. Who told you I was saddened? Shen Youli plucked a jasmine flower, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. As long as I remain indifferent to him, I shall not feel sorrow. Her eyes grew cold. Your Highness, it is dire. Du Ruo rushed in, breathless. The first prince has vomited. Shen Youli's expression changed, and she strode towards the inner chamber. What has happened? The first prince was napping when he suddenly vomited. Shen Youli hurried to the first prince's bedside. Noticing his flushed cheeks, she reached out to feel his forehead, her expression turning serious. He has a fever. Zhao Chengluan, go summon the imperial physician. Yes. Zhao Chengluan dashed to the door, knocking urgently. Open the door. A guard called from outside. What is it? The first prince is ill. I must fetch the imperial physician. Please, kind guard, open the door. There is an order. During the confinement of Jin Xianfei, no one is permitted to enter or exit. But the first prince is truly unwell. If anything were to happen to him, can you bear the consequences? The guard hesitated. Wait a moment. I will seek permission. The first prince cannot afford to wait. Zhao Chengluan cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Shen Youli advanced with determined strides, cradling her son, her countenance seemingly encased in frost as she commanded fiercely, breach the door. Zhao Anzi pointed to a stout wooden post in the garden, exclaiming, use that. Zhao Chengluan dashed over, and together they lifted the post, banging it against the door. One of the guards, trembling with trepidation, murmured, could there truly be a crisis? Yet another guard, brow furrowed, resolved, you remain here. I shall report this. He hurried away, perspiration pouring down his face as he reached Yutong's High, only to be informed by a servant that the empress had gone for a stroll. The guard, in a frenzy, inquired, do you know where Her Majesty has gone? The servant, chuckling, replied, wherever the empress goes, would she inform us mere servants? The guard, like a headless fly, set off in search of the empress. At Songha Pavilion, the empress sat with a contented expression, savoring the melodies. The guard arrived, breathless and panting. Qi Huang stopped him, stating, Her Majesty is listening to music. You must not disturb her. Once the tune concluded, the empress lazily raised her gaze, inquiring, what causes such alarm? Her voice hinted at displeasure at being interrupted. Your Majesty, the guard began. King Lianzhi reports that the Crown Prince is ill and wishes for the imperial physician to attend him. The empress's eyes narrowed. Qi Huang interjected, is it not merely a ruse to venture outside? The guard insisted. The urgency in his voice seems genuine. Your Majesty, please act swiftly. If the Crown Prince truly is unwell, any delay in treatment would weigh heavily upon me. The empress's expression shifted, contemplative. After a moment, she replied, however, the order of confinement was issued by the Empress Dowager. I cannot unilaterally decide. Rising slowly, she feigned helplessness. Very well. I shall plead with the Empress Dowager on behalf of the Crown Prince. Yet, The guard hesitated, stifling his words under the Empress's cold gaze, fearing to voice that the Crown Prince might not await such deliberation. With a resounding crash, the door was finally breached. Shen Youli crossed the threshold, disregarding the guard swords raised before her. "Your Majesty, please halt. Blades are merciless. Should you be harmed, it would be catastrophic." Shen Youli appeared oblivious, exuding an icy aura, her steps unwavering. "Your Majesty." The guard retreated. "Someone has already gone to inform the Empress. Please wait a moment." "I can wait, but can the Crown Prince?" Each word was enunciated with fervor from Shen Youli's lips. The sword blocked her path, and she halted, her gaze sharp as she grasped the weapon. "Your Majesty," she cried, tears streaming down her face. Blood trickled down the blade. The guard's eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief. Shen Youli seemed impervious to pain, gripping the sword tightly, advancing resolutely. "Xiao Kunzi wept profusely. Xiao Anzi. Let's fight." Xiao Anzi shouted fiercely, charging at the obstructing guards, tackling one around the waist. Chaos ensued. As the guards hesitated to inflict harm, momentarily immobilized, Du Ruo seized the arm of the guard wielding the sword, urging, "Your Majesty, we must flee." The guard, witnessing Shen Youli bypass him, hurriedly turned to pursue her, only to be firmly grasped by Du Ruo at the waist, who exclaimed loudly, "What an affront!" In broad daylight, the guard is assaulting a maid. The guard's face flushed crimson as he cast a glance at Shen Youli's retreating figure, halting his steps. Chunxi led the way ahead, and the group hastened towards the Imperial Hospital. The physicians within were startled by the sudden entrance of the group. Chunxi shouted, "The Crown Prince has a fever. Come quickly and attend to him." Qi Yin immediately approached to examine Zhao Yicheng's pulse. Moments later, he released Zhao Yicheng's hand, lifted his eyelids, and inspected his tongue. Throughout this time, Zhao Yicheng remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. Qi Yin instructed his apprentice, Huang Qi, quickly prepare a dose of white tiger decoction. Without further inquiry, Huang Qi dashed off to prepare the medicine. Qi Yin retrieved a three-edged needle and swiftly punctured several acupoints on the Crown Prince. Guansheng, Shaoshang, Shangyang, Weiyang, and Dazui, drawing forth blood. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide with concern. Qi Yin withdrew his hand and solemnly inquired, "Has the Crown Prince taken any sedative medications?" Shen Youli was taken aback, glancing towards the two wet nurses. The wet nurses, pale-faced, fell to their knees. Nurse Ren replied, "Your Highness, please see reason. The Crown Prince is still tender in age and can only consume milk. I assure you, no other substances have been given." Qi Yin's brow furrowed. The Crown Prince's pulse was strong yet weak, and his tongue was pale, indicative of having ingested sedatives. The delicate child could not withstand such medications, which had consequently led to internal heat. He paused briefly before asking, "Has the Crown Prince been unusually drowsy of late?" Nurse Chin pondered and recalled that the Crown Prince seemed to be sleeping longer than before. She glanced at Shen Youli and anxiously remarked, "Your Highness, I did not intend to conceal this. I merely thought the Crown Prince had grown tired from play and that longer sleep was normal." Shen Youli did not respond, her gaze shifting to Qi Yin. "Is the Crown Prince in grave danger?" "Fortunately, he was brought in on time. I have already used acupuncture to alleviate his heat, and with the white tiger decoction, he will fully recover." Shen Youli breathed a sigh of relief, her anxieties finally settling. Chapter 58. Reprimand. Li Mingde hurriedly entered Qiushui Garden. Zhao Chengluan was resting with his eyes closed. Wei Baolin intercepted Li Mingde and softly advised, "If there is nothing urgent, it would be best not to disturb His Majesty, for he has just fallen asleep." Li Mingde glanced at Zhao Chengluan, hesitating. "What is it?" Zhao Chengluan inquired, still with his eyes shut. Taking a couple of steps closer, Li Mingde replied, "Your Majesty." Consort Jean disregarded the guard's attempt to stop her and rushed out of Qinglian residence at noon. Upon learning this, the Empress Dowager was furious and ordered that Consort Jean be taken to Fusho Hall. Before he could finish, Zhao Chengluan had already opened his eyes and sat up. "What transpired?" "It is said that the Crown Prince is ill and the consort is anxious," Li Mingde explained, observing Zhao Chengluan's grim expression. "We not go and see?" he cautiously asked. "At Fusho Hall, Shen Youli was kneeling on the ground. The Empress Dowager sat above her, her face etched with anger. Consort, do you not recognize your mistake? I acknowledge my fault. I should not have ventured out during my confinement. Shen Youli responded, her voice steady yet soft. However, the urgency of the situation regarding the Crown Prince's safety could not be delayed. Do you still dare to retort? The Empress Dowager's ire intensified. The Crown Prince is ill. Did you not think to summon the imperial physician? As a high-ranking consort, how could you recklessly storm into the imperial hospital? Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. With her eyelashes lowered, Shen Youli replied. The guards insisted on consulting higher authority. The Crown Prince's condition was critical and could not await the layers of reports. Just as the Empress Dowager was about to speak, she suddenly smiled. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress, who had been watching the scene unfold, quickly rose to pay her respects. Zhao Chengluan entered, bowing. Son pays his respects to mother. Rise, she said. I have heard that the consort has caused trouble and provoked your mother's anger, so I came to see. Zhao Chengluan took his seat and coldly addressed Shen Youli. Consort, what is the meaning of this? I have heard of your actions. While the Crown Prince's safety is indeed paramount, can you bear the consequences if you anger mother? Shen Youli bit her lip, conceding, I understand my fault. Since you recognize your mistake, return and transcribe the palace regulations and etiquette 10 times. Do not linger here and provoke mother's ire further, Zhao Chengluan commanded. Then turned to the Empress Dowager. Mother, is this punishment acceptable? The Empress Dowager paused, a smile gracing her lips, whatever the Emperor deems fit. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Your Majesty is merciful. I shall take my leave, Shen Youli said, slowly rising with her hands pressed against the ground. However, she stumbled and collapsed again. Zhao Chengluan caught sight of her left hand, bloodied, and his breath faltered. Li Ming, assist the consort in leaving. He averted his gaze, his voice calm. As Chuanxi entered to pay her respects, she helped Shen Youli, who was unsteady, to depart. I once believed the consort to be gentle and modest. She has truly disappointed me, the Empress Dowager sighed. As for whom the Emperor favors, I should not interfere. But it bears repeating, the Emperor ought to show more affection towards those consorts of virtuous conduct. Indeed, mother speaks wisely, Zhao Chengluan responded, standing. I must attend to my duties. Mother, please take care. Go, the Empress Dowager said. As Zhao Chengluan exited Fusho Hall, his expression remained icy. Inquire thoroughly about how the esteemed consort was injured. With that, Xiao Hezi strode off decisively. Shen Youli's complexion was pale as she was supported by Chuanxi, taking faltering steps toward Qinglian residence. A graceful beauty approached. Noticing Shen Youli, she bowed and paid her respects to the esteemed consort. Shen Youli blinked, recognizing the figure before her, and slowly smiled. It was Wei Baolin, who she allowed to forego the formality. Wei Baolin, adorned in a flowing violet embroidered dress adorned with iris patterns, appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. In contrast, Shen Youli appeared increasingly disheveled. Is Her Highness unwell? Wei Baolin inquired with concern. Shall I summon the imperial physician? Shen Youli gently shook her head. Your Majesty. Wei Baolin noticed the figure behind Shen Youli and bowed in greeting. Rise, Zhao Chengluan said as he approached, casting a discreet glance at Shen Youli while addressing Wei Baolin. Where are you headed? Wei Baolin held up a jade pendant, stating, Your Majesty's pendant has found its way to me, and I was just contemplating returning it. Shen Youli squinted slightly. Upon recognizing the tail-finned, dragon-shaped jade pendant, she lowered her gaze. Zhao Chengluan took it, securing it at his waist. I shall not intrude upon your Majesty and Wei Baolin any longer. I take my leave. Shen Youli performed a curtsy and turned it apart. Yet, after a few steps, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Your Highness, Chuanxi exclaimed, catching her as they both fell to the ground. Zhao Chengluan's brow furrowed, and he rushed over to lift Shen Youli, calling for the imperial physician. Qinglian residence. Shen Youli gradually regained consciousness. Your Highness, you are awake. Chuanxi sighed in relief and inquired, Is there any discomfort remaining? Shen Youli sat up, letting out a pained gasp as she raised her left hand, which was wrapped in white cloth. Physician, Qi has already dressed your wound. Shen Youli nodded gently and asked, How did I return? It was the Emperor who carried you back. In truth, The Emperor still cares deeply for you. When you fainted, I observed clearly that his expression was quite grim. Shen Youli fell silent for a moment before scoffing, yet that does not prevent him from showering affection upon other women. But she suddenly straightened her expression. What of the investigation into the wet nurse's quarters? Have there been any findings? Chunchi shook her head, her expression grave. Every time the wet nurse fed, Duruo was always present, which seems highly suspicious. What are the wet nurse's provisions? Shen Youli asked. All food and supplies are first checked by Zhao Chengluan, and only after ensuring their safety are they delivered to the wet nurse. Shen Youli's gaze flickered as she murmured to herself, where, indeed, lies the problem? When Shen's studio. Your Majesty, Minister Zhao declared loudly, we have received reports from Fuzhou. Though this early summer has brought frequent storms, the levees remain intact, and no issues have arisen. Excellent, Zhao Chengluan responded. Zhang Shouzi has served diligently since assuming the position of Fuzhou governor, not daring to betray the emperor's trust. Zhao Chengluan smiled. The prime minister has a keen eye for talent and has made commendable recommendations. It is your Majesty's discerning eye that recognizes true gems. Prime Minister Zhao presented a memorial and continued. Lord Zhongyi has led his troops to breach the final defenses of Harlow and has successfully reclaimed it. Zhao Chengluan read each word carefully, his countenance brimming with delight. Excellent. Your Majesty, Lord Zhongyi has returned victorious and will soon arrive in the capital. His contributions are monumental. I shall reward him handsomely. Moreover, Prime Minister Zhao's expression turned grave after the provincial governor of Kunzu was impeached by the supervising censors for selling official positions. Who does your Majesty intend to appoint as a successor? Zhao Chengluan's eyes glimmered as he smiled. I've been contemplating a suitable candidate these past few days. Do you have any suggestions, Prime Minister? Governor Liu Yuanru of Luzhou has achieved remarkable results over the years and enjoys considerable popularity among the people. Perhaps he could be reassigned to Kunzu? Zhao Chengluan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let it be as you say, Prime Minister. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Your Majesty, please take a seat. After discussing state affairs, let us converse about family matters, Zhao Chengluan said warmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is not easy for an uncle to visit. Have you seen the Empress Mother? Prime Minister Zhao inquired with a smile. Not yet, he replied. Then do visit her later. She often speaks of you. Certainly. Prime Minister Zhao's smile faded as he sighed. This child, Mingyue, has been spoiled at home. I hope Your Majesty will not hold it against her. We are family after all. What is there to hold against? Zhao Chengluan chuckled. Li Mingde entered, whispering a few words to Zhao Chengluan. With a sigh, Zhao Chengluan responded, I have matters to attend to. We shall continue our familial discourse another time. Prime Minister Zhao rose, bowed, and said, Yes, this old minister takes his leave. Once the Prime Minister departed, Li Mingde spoke solemnly, Your Majesty. The concubine Jean injured her hand herself. Chapter 59. The unfathomable situation. Zhao Chengluan's eyes darkened, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. The Crown Prince was in distress. Qinglian residents sought to summon the imperial physician, but the guarding attendants insisted they await instructions from above before proceeding. Li Mingde glanced at Zhao Chengluan's countenance, then lowered his gaze to continue. The compassionate consort Jean, distressed for her son, rushed out with the others. The guards drew their swords in warning. Yet consort Jean boldly grasped the blade with her bare hands, refusing to retreat even a step. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Chengluan slowly spoke. The consort is gentle in appearance yet resolute in spirit. I recognized her fortitude when she dared to shield me from a dagger. He veiled his eyes, his voice icy. Are the guards truly so dull-witted? In times of urgency, do they not understand the necessity for discretion? The consort is merely under house arrest, not imprisoned. How dare they obstruct the call for a physician? The guards claimed it was the Empress's directive that all matters require her prior approval. Li Mingde paused before stating. The guards searched the vast estate for the Empress. Upon hearing his report, she declared herself incapable of making a decision and would consult the Empress Dowager. Zhao Chengluan scoffed, realizing the delay could prove dire for the Crown Prince if he truly suffered a critical ailment. The Emperor is correct. Physician Qi remarked that it was fortunate the Crown Prince received treatment in time. Any later, and the consequences could have been severe. Zhao Chengluan's expression darkened further. What affliction plagues the Crown Prince? It was reported that a small quantity of tranquilizing powder was detected within his system. The young prince's constitution, though tender, could not withstand even a minor amount, resulting in a surge of malevolent heat. Investigate thoroughly. Additionally, replace the guards at Chengluan residence. Understood. We shall ensure the safety of Consort Jean and her son, the attendant replied. As Li Mingde exited, he encountered another entering. As they brushed past, Li Mingde inclined his head respectfully. Lord Zhou. The newcomer approached Zhao Chengluan's desk, kneeling in respect. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. Rise. Thank you. Your majesty. Upon raising his head, it was revealed to be Zhou Qi, who had once clashed with the Duke of Ding'an at Xuanfang Pavilion. Your majesty, several days ago, during Prime Minister Zhao's birthday, nearly half of the officials presented gifts of congratulations. Zhou Qi handed over an envelope. This is the list I have compiled. Zhao Chengluan's gaze traversed each name, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. Even a newly appointed top scholar had become a disciple of the Prime Minister. How splendid indeed. He lightly tapped a name, his tone laced with scorn. Zhangshou Tsk. Truly grateful and mindful of his benefactor. Such lavish gifts speak volumes of the Prime Minister's mentorship. Zhao Chengluan set the list aside, his eyes glimmering with approval. Well done. Continue to gather evidence of the Prime Minister's corruption and malfeasance. When the time is ripe, we shall ensnare them all. Yes, Your Majesty. In Yutong's studio, the attendees had gathered, and the Empress gracefully emerged, a smile gracing her lips. With both concubine Xiao and consort Jean under house arrest, the Empress appeared radiant, free from the usual vexations. Yesterday, the news of the consort's defiance of her confinement and her bold venture from Chengluan residence has surely reached you all? The Empress surveyed the crowd, her smile devoid of warmth, and remarked, though there are reasons for her actions, such behavior is utterly unacceptable. As a high-ranking consort, she ought to set a proper example for her fellow sisters. This reckless conduct is indeed unbecoming. Wang Xiaorong, with utmost respect, responded, Your Majesty speaks rightly. I shall certainly take heed. Wang Xiaorong was always perceptive, which brought much ease to this palace. Gao Zhaoi cast a cold glance at Wang Xiaorong and lowered her eyes. The Empress smiled gently and commanded, Summon Xia to bring me the Hetian jade bracelet for Wei Baolin. Wei Baolin hurriedly stood and said, Your Majesty, I fear I do not deserve such grace without merit. The ability to please His Majesty is in itself a merit. One must adorn themselves beautifully to better serve His Majesty. Do you not agree? I am most grateful for the Empress's generosity. With a dignified and gracious smile, the Empress added, You all shall be rewarded for pleasing His Majesty. The group responded in unison. It is getting late. You may return now. As the Empress watched the throng of songbirds depart, the warmth in her eyes faded. In Chengluan residence, Your Majesty, will there truly be movement tonight? Chuanqi inquired hesitantly. Shen Youli put down her bowl of soup, pressed a handkerchief to her lips, and replied, Tomorrow I shall lift the restrictions. Tonight is their final opportunity. Ensure those two wet nurses are closely monitored. Their gaze must not waver. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. In the stillness of the night, Rin wet nurse quietly rose from her bed and stealthily exited the room. After observing for a while, she hastened to the wall in the backyard, extracted a brick, and retrieved a handkerchief concealed within. Rin wet nurse jogged back to her chamber, loosened her garments, and wiped her chest with the handkerchief several times before cradling the eldest prince. Suddenly, Xiao Chunzi and his men burst in, seizing the prince and restraining Rin wet nurse. With a startled exclamation, she found herself kneeling on the ground before she could collect her thoughts. Shen Youli entered to take her son, seeing him unharmed. He gazed at her in bewilderment as she gently stroked his head. Du Ruo discovered the handkerchief on Rin wet nurse and exclaimed, Ah, it's still wet. Xiao Anzi took it, sniffed it, and his expression turned grave. Your Majesty, this handkerchief carries the scent of a tranquilizer. It has certainly been soaked in poison. Rin Wet Nurse's face turned ashen. Shen Youli's voice turned icy. I have treated you well, yet you betray me. Do you realize that plotting against a prince is a capital offense? Rin Wet Nurse's lips quivered, but no words escaped. Shen Youli, no longer wishing to waste words, commanded, Xiao Anzi, have the guards report this to His Majesty. In Baosong residence, Your Majesty? Zhao Chengluan opened his eyes and sat up. What is the matter? Someone was caught sneaking items into Qinglian residence by the night watch guards. Li Mingde assisted him in changing clothes and continued, news has come from Qinglian residence. The culprit behind the attempt on the eldest prince's life has been apprehended. Interrogate them rigorously. Understood. Zhao Chengluan, illuminated by the moonlight, made his way to Qinglian residence. Shen Youli was soothing her son to sleep when Zhao Chengluan raised a hand to dismiss her greeting and quietly approached, gently caressing their son's cheek. Moments later, they returned to the hall to take their seats. Zhao Chengluan spoke softly. You were not frightened, were you? I have already instructed an investigation. We shall soon uncover the truth. Your Majesty, it is nothing. I feel truly remorseful for disrupting your rest. Zhao Chengluan pressed his lips together, feeling a sense of estrangement in the words of the Xianfei. Cheng'er is also my son. The Empress had once been addressed as Li'er, and now referred to as Xianfei. Yet the Emperor claimed she had grown distant. Shen Youli spoke softly. Zhao Chengluan furrowed his brow, about to respond when Li Mingde entered. Your Majesty, we have uncovered the truth. Wet Nurse Run was bribed upon witnessing the downfall of Xianfei, colluding with the guards previously stationed at Qinglian residence to conspire against the Crown Prince. Who instigated this? Both initially confessed it was the Empress, their admissions suspiciously straightforward. The old servant proceeded to inquire further. At this point, Li Mingde paused. Zhao Chengluan's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Who is it? The old servant dares not speak. Chapter 60. Disfavor within the palace. Only one person, Li Mingde, dared to remain silent. Zhao Chengluan understood, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. After a long pause, he spoke, this matter ends here. Li Mingde cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with those two? Execute them. Yes. This servant shall attend to it immediately. The room fell into a profound silence. Zhao Chengluan turned his gaze towards the quiet Shen Youli. I apologize for the grievances endured by you and your son. Rest assured, I will remember. Shen Youli smiled gently. Your Majesty, I am aware of the burdens you bear. I do not take offense. It is late. You should retire early. Indeed, it is rather late. Zhao Chengluan internally sighed with relief and rose to take Shen Youli's hand. Shen Youli stood and offered a respectful bow, avoiding his grasp. I shall see your Majesty off. Zhao Chengluan's hand froze in midair, hesitated, then slowly formed a fist and withdrew. He gazed at the top of Shen Youli's head in silence for a moment before turning and striding away. Shunshi entered, puzzled. Your Highness, His Majesty clearly wished to stay at Qinglian Pavilion. Why did you not retain him? I am weary. I shall retire now. Shen Youli responded expressionlessly, returning to her chamber. In Yutong's high, Shen Youli entered gracefully, and all fell silent. Pay respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. I nearly forgot today marks the day of the virtuous concubine's release. Please take a seat, the Empress said with a radiant smile. Let this serve as a lesson. One must not act rashly again. Shen Youli sat slowly. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I shall heed your words. Wang Xiaorong looked at Shen Youli with concern. Sister, you appear to have lost some weight. Do take care of your health. Shen Youli slightly smiled. Thank you for your concern, sister. The Empress smiled. Seeing you both in harmony brings me great comfort. Li Jiyu chimed in. All thanks to the Empress's wise guidance. The Empress's smile deepened. Li Jiyu is indeed perceptive. Your Majesty speaks the truth. The one who remains ignorant is still under house arrest. Wang Xiaorong teased, causing the Empress to chuckle softly. Noticing Shen Youli's unresponsive demeanor, Wang Xiaorong seemed to realize her faux pas and apologized. Forgive my thoughtless words, Sister Shen. I did not mean to imply you. Shen Youli smiled faintly. Sister, without your clarification, I would not have reacted. Gao Jiaoyi, with her red lips slightly parted, remarked, Wang Xiaorong is indeed meticulous. Others cannot compare. Shen Youli smiled back. What does Wei Baolin have to say? The empress, with an air of grace, remarked, though the virtuous concubine had you by her side most during her house arrest. There is no need for concern. She is most gentle and generous and will not hold grudges. Your Majesty's words humble me. I would never dare to hold grievances. If one speaks of virtue and grace, you are the true exemplar of the harem. Shen Youli chuckled softly. Who your Majesty favors is beyond the reach of others' opinions. The Empress's gaze upon Shen Youli grew increasingly sharp, yet her lips retained a smile. The virtuous concubine is indeed wise. It is no wonder she remains favored. I am weary. You may all withdraw. Indeed, I take my leave. Several individuals rose and bowed before departing. Shen Youli accompanied Gao Jiaoyi as they strolled together. Sister Gao, shall you join me for a visit? My dear sister, your unspoken invitation aligns perfectly with my own desires. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they arrived at Qinglian residence. Gao Jiaoyi first attended to her adopted son, playfully entertaining him for a while before returning to the main hall to take a seat. Chunshi served tea and snacks, and in a hushed tone, Gao Jiaoyi inquired, "Are you aware that during your month of confinement, His Majesty has nearly always spent the night at Wei Baolin's residence?" Shen Youli, maintaining a composed demeanor, acknowledged having heard some whispers. She raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip, and asked, "What manner of person is Wei Baolin?" "He is substantive in his words, measured in his actions, and exceedingly humble and courteous." Shen Youli chuckled softly. With such a commendable character and a visage akin to that of a water lily, it is no wonder His Majesty holds him in high regard. You already have a son by your side. Even should newcomers vie for His Majesty's favor, he will surely remember you fondly. Gao Jiaoyi's expression dimmed. Unlike me, who possesses nothing. Sister Gao, do not be disheartened. Your time for parenthood is simply not yet at hand. Eventually, you shall bear children. I hope your words ring true. Gao Jiaoyi composed herself and remarked, by the way, Wang Xiaorong has been growing increasingly close to the Empress, who has been speaking highly of her in front of His Majesty. Shen Youli scoffed lightly. Wang Xiaorong has always adeptly navigated the currents of favor, naturally gravitating towards whatever brings her benefit. A few days prior, while delivering a painted fan to the imperial kitchen, she chanced upon Xin partaking of lunch. As she recounted this, Gao Jiaoyi's voice lowered, revealing a hint of envy in the dishes served. Shen Youli's gaze sharpened. Could it be that Gao Jiaoyi nodded subtly? Let us observe further. Her health has been mending for almost a year, and she may very well be restored. Shen Youli offered her a piece of honeyed chestnut cake, speaking softly, "If she is capable, then sister, you need not worry excessively." Since that evening, Shen Youli had not seen Zhao Chengluan for nearly 10 days. The inhabitants of the harem had presumed that upon the lifting of Jin Xianfei's confinement, the emperor would summon her to his bedchamber. However, to their surprise, it was still Wei Baolin who received the most attention. Consequently, the news of Jin Xianfei's decline in favor spread throughout the palace. In Qinglian residence, Shen Youli gazed at the lunch spread before her, her expression growing cold. A completely vegetarian feast. Sour cucumbers, chives with eggplant, winter melon soup, pan-fried tofu, and 3-flavor steamed egg custard. Shen Youli rose and headed outside. Chunshi hurriedly followed. "Your Highness, where are you going?" "To the imperial kitchen." Her voice bore an air of menace. "If they think I am to be trifled with, they are sorely mistaken." Chunshi signaled to Xiaochun and Shaoan, who promptly joined them. The imperial kitchen was bustling with activity as Shen Youli entered, greeting, "Master Huang, I hope you are well." Master Huang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly bowed and inquired, "Jin Xianfei, how fortunate to see you here. What brings you to this place? If I do not come, I fear that by tomorrow I might be reduced to mere water to stave off hunger." "Your Highness, such words leave me utterly perplexed," Master Huang replied, attempting to navigate the conversation with humor. Chunshi candidly remarked, "Master Huang, why has our esteemed lady's diet consisted solely of vegetarian dishes these past few days? In this sweltering summer heat, consuming only vegetables does little to bring comfort to the body." Chunshi cast a sidelong glance at the bubbling clay pot over the fire, her tone laced with sarcasm. "And what is it that you are stewing there? Is it not meat?" Little Anzi approached and lifted the lid, the fragrant aroma of meat wafting forth. "Your Highness, this is duck stew." Master Huang's expression darkened. He ceased his pretense. "Your Highness, this is the ginger duck that Wei Baolin specifically requested." The kitchen was cramped and disordered, prompting him to add, "Your Highness, might you kindly step aside? It is difficult for me to work with you here." Little Chunzi snapped. "Are you implying that Our Lady is in the way?" Huang Weiniang. "How dare you speak to the lady in such a manner?" Huang Weiniang scoffed. "Oh, how envious many were when Chun Gonggong left the kitchen to serve the lady. Alas, times have changed. Do you now regret your decisions?" Little Chunzi was left speechless. What a fine example of how times have changed. Shen Youli's smile was radiant. Yet her words rendered Master Huang momentarily speechless. "Have someone silence him on my behalf." Chapter 61. A slap. Xiao Chunzi and Xiao Anzi stepped forward to restrain Huang Gonggong. He finally regained his senses and, with a voice both fierce and feeble, exclaimed, "Jin Xianfei, have you not always been kind to others? Are you not afraid that the Emperor will learn of this and deem you two-faced? It was precisely because of my overly accommodating nature that you dared to challenge authority." Shen Youli sneered, "You speak the truth. I am indeed kind to people, but that does not extend to beasts." Chunchi stepped forward, ready to deliver a slap. "Wait," Shen Youli interjected. Huang Gonggong's eyes brightened, mistakenly believing Shen Youli was merely trying to intimidate him. "Do not soil your hands. Use this instead." Shen Youli casually indicated the wooden spatula resting on the stove. "Understood." Chunchi stifled a laugh and seized the spatula, delivering a resounding slap across Huang Gonggong's face. He let out a howl, a crimson mark blossoming on his plump visage, which quickly swelled. The slapping sounds continued, and blood trickled from the corners of Huang Gonggong's lips. His face swelling like a steamed bun, his former authority now a distant memory. "Your Highness, spare my life. I shall never dare again." Huang Gonggong grimaced, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded incoherently for mercy. Shen Youli slowly raised her hand, prompting Chunchi to halt, rubbing her sore wrist. "Huang Weiniang, have you recalled my preferences? I am a vegetarian." A charming smile danced upon Shen Youli's lips, seemingly casual, yet sending a shiver down Huang Gonggong's spine. Remember, quickly, prepare the lunch for the esteemed consort anew. It is all your blind, foolish servant's fault for mismanaging the consort's meals." Huang Gonggong's eyes brimmed with tears as he reprimanded the other servants. While he huffed and puffed, he nimbly packed delicious dishes into the food boxes. Shen Youli's eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't this ginger duck meant for Wei Baolin? Huang Gonggong, with a sheepish grin, packed the dishes, his tone ingratiating. "A mere Baolin cannot possibly come before your Highness." Shen Youli pursed her lips. Xiao Chunzi retorted, "Foolish creature, do you think Our Lady is as shallow as you? Our Lady would never take advantage of her position to seize what belongs to others. Yes, the lady is noble and upright. I am indeed dim-witted." Huang Gonggong hastily replaced the ginger duck with a dish of lotus fish. As Shen Youli departed with her companions, Huang Gonggong shot a fierce glare at their retreating figures. Xiao Luzi leaned in, whispering, "Master, should we report Jin Xianfei to the Emperor?" Huang Gonggong smacked Xiao Luzi on the head, bellowing, "You dim-witted fool! How would you explain this to the Emperor? That you mismanaged Jin Xianfei's meals, prompting her to come for retribution?" Xiao Luzi clutched his head, looking aggrieved. "I merely felt pain seeing my master suffer losses." Huang Gonggong's face darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. "Revenge is not to be rushed. Have you ever seen a favored consort who remains in grace perpetually? When that time comes..." At dusk, Zhao Chengluan arrived at Yutong's High, admiring the brilliant hues of the sunset. Upon seeing him, the Empress greeted Zhao Chengluan with a warm and enchanting smile, offering her respects. "Rise." Zhao Chengluan settled himself at the table and glanced at the dishes, exclaiming, "What a splendid feast! Your Majesty, burdened with state affairs, ought to indulge in a variety of delicacies. The Empress has truly put her heart into this." The meal was consumed in silence. Once Zhao Chengluan had finished, the Empress laid down her chopsticks as well. "Your Majesty, does this repast suit your palate?" "Indeed," the Empress responded with a chuckle. I too believe that the imperial kitchen consistently prepares exquisite meals, never once faltering. Zhao Chengluan regarded her leisurely, awaiting further discourse. After a brief pause, the empress, adorned with a hint of perplexity, pondered what might have displeased the virtuous consort, who had caused an uproar in the imperial kitchen at midday. This was indeed curious. Zhao Chengluan's interest piqued. He was eager to hear of Shen Youli's outburst. How did she create such a commotion? It was said that she first berated Huang, whinnying mercilessly, then demanded that someone silence him. The empress, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, relaying that it was with a wooden spatula that he was struck. He ended up with a face swollen like a steamed bun. Zhao Chengluan could not contain himself, a trace of amusement bubbling forth from deep within. The empress was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty? Huang Weining has accompanied us from the Qin Palace. He is, after all, a man of some standing. Is it not inappropriate for the consort to act in such a manner? There must be a reason for such actions." The consort was not one to stir trouble without cause. "Li Mingde, go investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes, I shall do so at once." The empress silently clenched her teeth, yet maintained a gentle smile. "Your Majesty appears to be in good spirits today. I have heard that the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness has returned. Is it due to him? Indeed, he has successfully reclaimed Harlowy, earning commendable merit, and I have already arranged for his reward." Zhao Chengluan casually remarked, "For the chrysanthemum banquet, do remember to invite the daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty." The empress's gaze shot up, forcing a smile as she inquired, "Does your Majesty mean to allow the Gu lady to enter the palace?" Zhao Chengluan's lips curved slightly, offering no explanation. Such an honor would surely delight the Marquis of Loyalty immensely. The atmosphere grew heavy until Li Mingde hastily entered the room. "Your Majesty, I have learned all the details." "Oh, pray tell what transpired." Zhao Chengluan's eyes sparkled with keen interest. "The imperial kitchen has been rather careless in sending meals to Qinglian Pavilion for several days. But today was particularly egregious, as they provided only vegetarian dishes. Consequently, the consort took it upon herself to confront them." Li Mingde cleared his throat, stifling laughter. Initially, Huang Weining was quite arrogant, daring to argue back at the consort, but after receiving a sound thrashing with the wooden spatula, he quickly became compliant. Zhao Chengluan chuckled lightly, but as the mirth faded, his expression turned serious. "Since he cannot manage the imperial kitchen properly, let him attend to the night incense instead." "Yes, your wisdom is unparalleled." Li Mingde stifled his amusement as he exited to convey the decree. The empress remarked with a hint of embarrassment, "I never expected Huang Weining to be so audacious as to deceive even his superiors." She lamented, "To overlook such an act of insubordination, I have indeed grown too lax. If even these trivial matters require my intervention, will I not be utterly exhausted?" A fleeting sense of trepidation crossed the queen's face as she hurriedly knelt, acknowledging her failure in duty. "I shall intensify my efforts in management henceforth, ensuring such incidents shall not recur." After a moment of silence, Zhao Chengluan replied with a calm demeanor, "Rise." He then stood up. The queen, supporting her aching legs, wore an anxious expression as she cautiously reminded him, "Your Majesty, today is the first day of the month. I am aware. I shall first review a few memorials," he responded. With that, the queen felt a sense of relief and retreated to the back to bathe. At the hour of the rat, Zhao Chengluan arrived at Yutong Chamber. Unlike her usual custom, the queen did not come forth to greet him. Instead, Xia approached and bowed, informing him, "Your Majesty, the queen is feeling slightly unwell and has taken some rest." Zhao Chengluan nodded and, attended by Li Mingde, completed his ablutions. Upon entering the bedroom, he paused at the sight of the graceful figure standing before the bed. "I have paid my respects to your Majesty," the queen said, adorned in a flowing crimson, soft gauze gown, performing a bow, her fair skin subtly revealed. Chapter 62. Submission. Zhao Chengluan stood by the bedside, his gaze icy as he regarded the queen lying on the bed. The queen's eyes were closed, her complexion flushed, her body twisting slightly as her ruby lips parted, intermittently releasing a sound that was a blend of anguish and pleasure. Once she settled, Zhao Chengluan lay down, maintaining a distance of a person between them. When the queen awoke, she found herself alone. She placed her hand on her abdomen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Nurse Shui entered, asking if the lady had awakened. When did His Majesty depart? He left at the hour of Chun. Nurse Shui replied solemnly. Your Highness, it seems Wang Xiaorong may be with child. What? The queen shot up, her gaze sharp. Little Zhua has brought news that Wang Xiaorong has recently been feeling nauseous and has not changed her monthly garments in quite some time. The queen pondered, her voice frigid. They have managed to keep this secret quite well. It seems it has been some time. After a moment of silence, a faint smile graced her lips. Have someone inform Wang Xiaorong that I wish to invite her for an afternoon of opera. At Songhe Pavilion, Wang Xiaorong approached slowly, bowing respectfully to the queen. Please, take a seat, the queen said, her face adorned with a smile. Wang Xiaorong sat down and remarked, leaning against the shimmering waters of Sohua Lake. Enjoying the gentle breeze while listening to opera truly is delightful. The queen smiled mysteriously. Is there something missing? Wang Xiaorong looked puzzled. Summon Xia to bring some refreshments. With these exquisite delicacies, it will be utterly perfect. Wang Xiaorong chuckled. Your Highness speaks truly. The queen's smile was as warm as spring. This black sesame almond pastry is quite delightful. Do try it. Wang Xiaorong nodded with a smile, lifting a piece of pastry to her lips. Suddenly, she retched. What has happened to Wang Xiaorong? The queen exclaimed, concern evident in her voice. I am well, Wang Xiaorong replied, covering her mouth, striving to quell the nausea. Do try it, my sister. This flaky pastry is made with lard, both flaky and fragrant. Under the queen's eager gaze, Wang Xiaorong inhaled deeply and stuffed the pastry in her mouth, only to retch again, tears filling her eyes as she expelled the contents onto the floor. Quickly, summon the royal physician, the queen urged, supporting Wang Xiaorong with an anxious tone. Your Highness. Wang Xiaorong pressed her hand against the queen's arm. I am fine. There is no need for the physician, before retching once more, unable to stop until her stomach was entirely empty. Wang Xiaorong leaned weakly against Enexian. Where exactly do you feel unwell? Why won't you allow me to call for the physician? I. Wang Xiaorong met the queen's frigid gaze. Rendered speechless, the queen's voice brooked no argument. Someone, fetch the physician to examine Wang Xiaorong. Your Highness. Wang Xiaorong trembled as she knelt, her face pale. I believe I am with child. The queen was taken aback. Then a radiant smile spread across her face. This is splendid news. Why keep it concealed? It has not yet been 3 months. I wish to wait until the pregnancy was secure before speaking of it, to avoid fruitless joy. Your caution is not without merit. The queen smiled brightly and said, Inshin, do assist your young master to rise. Wang Xiaorong was helped by Inshin to sit down, yet on this sweltering summer day, she felt an inexplicable chill in her limbs. The pavilion fell silent, save for the distant strains of opera echoing melodiously. Sister, are you feeling too warm? Why does your forehead glisten with sweat? The queen inquired with concern. Wang Xiaorong, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality upon hearing the performer sing. The wise adapt to circumstances. Your Majesty, Wang Xiaorong stammered, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate. I humbly beseech your Majesty's protection. Should I safely bring this child into the world, I shall surely follow your Majesty's lead in the future. After a brief pause, the queen slowly smiled. Sister, you are blessed. Undoubtedly you can bring the emperor another son. The emperor is only one child, the firstborn, which is somewhat insufficient. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's kindness. We are sisters. There is no need for such formality. Let us listen to the performance. Indeed, Wang Xiaorong forced a stiff smile, her mind clouded, unable to absorb a single word further. Only the queen appeared at ease, her fingers rhythmically tapping to the music. Chuanxi, accompany me to the lotus pond. Shen Youli and Chuanxi paused before the pond, and Shen Youli laughed. Did not Sister Gao express envy for the lotus blossoms here? Shall we not pluck a couple to present to her? Chuanxi nodded and suggested, Your Majesty, let us also gather 2 lotus pods. That sounds delightful. Shen Youli chuckled. Lotus seeds are cooling. We shall bring Sister Gao a branch as well. The two made their way to the vicinity of the Tinglan Pavilion, where the clear, melodious sound of the pipa drifted through the air. Your Majesty, it is the Emperor and Wei Baolin. Shen Youli raised her gaze and coincidentally met Zhao Chengyin's eyes. She pressed her lips together and, accompanied by Chuanxi, approached to pay her respects. Long live the emperor. Wei Baolin's hand faltered, and with a sharp sound, a string snapped, causing her to gasp. Zhao Chengluan turned at the sound, lifting her hand. Did you cut yourself? Your Majesty, it is merely a superficial wound, nothing serious. Wei Baolin replied gently, adding, you have yet to bid the Xianfei to rise. Xianfei, please stand. Zhao Chengluan directed his gaze towards Shen Youli, his eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Youli's voice rang clear. I shall not intrude upon Your Majesty and Wei Baolin any longer. I will take my leave. Zhao Chengluan scrutinized her fair visage and asked, where are you headed? I am to gather 2 lotus flowers to present to Sister Gao. Wei Baolin's eyes brightened at the sight of the lotus blossoms in Chuanxi's hands. Your Majesty, I can already scent the subtle fragrance of the lotuses. She then blushed slightly and spoke softly. Xianfei, I have cherished lotuses since childhood. Might you part with one for me? Shen Youli's gaze turned icy, yet her face blossomed with a radiant smile. Sister, whose given name is Qingji, I had thought you favored gardenias. There are plenty of lotuses in the pond. If you desire them, let someone fetch them. She fixed her gaze intently on Wei Baolin and continued. These 2 are meant for Sister Gao. A pair of lotus blossoms cannot be incomplete. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Wei Baolin's face as she awkwardly remarked, Sister, it's merely that I find the 2 lotus flowers in your hands exceptionally beautiful. It appeared that the only thing her sister cherished was the lotus she held. Shen Youli, with a pointed implication, then coolly responded, one must learn to be self-reliant. One should not always covet what belongs to others. Don't you agree? Wei Baolin was momentarily taken aback, a veil of mist quickly obscuring her eyes. Her voice trembled with a sense of injustice as she pleaded, Sister is truly wronging me. I never intended to take anything. If Sister was unwilling to part with her flowers, so be it. But why must she belittle her so? As she spoke, crystalline tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and she softly wept. Your Majesty, I truly meant no such thing. It is my virtuous sister who has misunderstood me. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Chengluan finally spoke, his tone grave. Virtuous consort, grant a lotus flower to Wei Baolin. Shen Youli abruptly lifted her gaze towards Zhao Chengluan. Disbelief etched across her face as she murmured, Your Majesty, what did you say? I said, part with one of the lotus flowers you hold and give it to Wei Baolin. Zhao Chengluan's eyes were as profound as a 1,000-year-old icy pool, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Shen Youli inhaled deeply and softly uttered 2 words, I refuse. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Chapter 63. The incident of water. The assembly, taken aback, could scarcely believe their ears. Did the virtuous consort truly dare to defy the imperial will? Wei Baolin's stifled sobs fell silent, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the room. Zhao Chengluan remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently upon Shen Youli. After a prolonged pause, Shen Youli smiled sweetly and remarked, Your Majesty, without rules, there can be no order. Today, Wei Baolin wishes to possess this lotus in my hand, which is of no consequence. However, should she desire the queen's throne on another day, must that position also be yielded to her? Such arrogance must not be tolerated. She cast a sidelong glance at Wei Baolin and, turning to Zhao Chengluan, offered a radiant smile, playfully chiding, moreover, as a dignified virtuous consort. If I were to allow a mere Wei Baolin to trample upon my dignity today, how shall I face others in the future? Wei Baolin's complexion paled, and she hastily knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I would not dare. The virtuous consort is misrepresenting my intentions. Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, acknowledging, the virtuous consort's eloquence is unmatched. I find myself at a loss, let alone Wei Baolin. Rise, for the virtuous consort is merely jesting with you. His words were directed at Wei Baolin, yet his eyes remained locked on Shen Youli. The smile upon Shen Youli's lips deepened as she raised her brows in triumph. Zhao Chengluan coughed lightly into his fist, repressing a laugh. Shen Youli bowed gracefully, her voice ringing clear, Your Majesty, Your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall take my leave now. Go, he replied. Shen Youli departed with an air of springtime joy, leaving Weibo Lin behind to murmur, Your Majesty, I am truly not as the virtuous consort has portrayed me. Zhao Chengluan turned his gaze back, surprised. Why is Weibo Lin still kneeling? Rise. Only then did Weibo Lin stand, her demeanor pitiful. Your Majesty, it grows late. Should we not return to Qiushui Garden? I have matters of state to attend to. You may return alone, Zhao Chengluan replied as he rose, offering her a slight smile before departing with Li Mingda. Weibo Lin's expression darkened. Though Zhao Chengluan often visited her, it did not imply that he would always summon her to his chambers. Today's encounter reaffirmed that the virtuous consort's position in the emperor's heart remained unshaken. Lu Ying, puzzled, queried, My lady, did not the emperor say he would dine at Qiushui Garden tonight? Why has he left? Weibo Lin shot her a sharp glance, causing Lu Ying to lower her head in trepidation. Forgive me, my lady, I spoke out of turn. In Yutong's High, as the assembly engaged in light-hearted banter, the imposing figure of Consort Xiao strode in with an air of authority. The room fell into an abrupt silence. I have come to pay my respects to the queen, she announced. Consort Xiao performed a perfunctory bow and, without awaiting the queen's response, took her seat. A flicker of malice danced in the queen's eyes as she remarked, I had almost forgotten that your confinement has lasted a full 2 months. With a soft sigh, she added, After 2 months of reflection, it seems your understanding of palace etiquette has not progressed much. Consort Xiao scoffed. The queen continues to indulge in her old habits of superiority. Why bother to lecture me? The queen's expression darkened. Consort, do you wish to extend your confinement for another 2 months? Consort Xiao huffed disdainfully, falling silent thereafter. The oppressive heat had begun to wane, and the emperor had already decided to return to the palace in 3 days. Be sure to prepare your belongings in advance, she instructed. The concubines lined up neatly, and the command was given, You may leave now. I shall take my leave. The group dispersed in 2s and 3s. I heard you had a quarrel with Wei Baolin yesterday? Gao Zhaoi inquired softly. Was it regarding the lotus flowers you gifted me? Shen Youli chuckled lightly. I knew this news would spread like wildfire. It's not just about you, sister. Had I taken a step back, others would have compelled me to yield 1,000 steps in the future. She paused, her tone turning frosty. This precedent cannot be set. Wei Baolin likely wished to test the waters, to gauge the emperor's sentiments towards you all. Shen Youli smirked. Wei Baolin is quite adept at putting on airs, sister. Do be cautious not to fall in her trap. Thank you for the warning, dear sister. The Empress Dowager has arrived. All others, step aside. Turning around, they saw Xiao Defei lazily leaning against her palanquin, carried by palace servants. They stepped aside to clear the way. Xiao Defei did not even spare them a glance as she passed by with great grandeur. Gao Zhaoi shook her head, as nonchalant as ever. Let us go. Shen Youli said no more. The day before returning to the palace, at Qinglian residence, Chuanxi entered to report, Your Highness, Xiao Defei's brother has sent her a monkey for amusement, and she has invited everyone to the Tinglan Pavilion to watch the monkey show. Oh, is that so? Then let us go, Shen Youli replied. Upon her arrival, she was the last one to enter. Xiao Defei sarcastically remarked, Jinxian Fei has quite the airs, making us wait for her every time. Shen Youli smiled gently. Forgive me, dear sister. The walk from Qinglian residence to Tinglan Pavilion takes the time of an incense stick. I received the news and left immediately. It was certainly not my intention to arrive late. The Empress, with her ruby lips slightly parted, declared, Since the Xianfei is here, let's begin. Xiao Defei shot her a sidelong glance and lazily commanded, Bring it forth. A young eunuch led a small monkey onto the stage, dressed in a blue short coat, exuding an air of charm that made the concubines burst into laughter. Under the eunuch's guidance, the little monkey performed a bow to everyone, inciting even greater laughter. Wang Xiaorong chimed in. While I was in my boudoir, I also watched monkey shows, but none were as amusing as this little one, resembling a little person. Can the monkey my brother found compare to those mundane creatures? Xiao Defei scoffed disdainfully. The little monkey executed a split and then leapt into the air, performing several somersaults with such speed that only a blur of blue could be seen. Bravo! The crowd erupted in cheers, their faces beaming with joy. The monkey landed gracefully, bowing again, but remained on the ground. Wei Baolin questioned, "Why isn't it getting up?" The young eunuch chuckled, "It is asking for rewards." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the empress, with a hint of mirth in her eyes, instructed, "Xia, give it the plate of bananas on the table as a reward." The little monkey took the bananas, chattering excitedly, and nodded in acknowledgement. The eunuch added, "It says thank you for your generous gift, your majesty." Gao Jiaoyi and Shen Youli sighed. What an astute little monkey. Li Jiu also covered her mouth and chuckled. Thanks to Sister Toadfai, I am fortunate enough to witness such a spirited little monkey. Xiao Defei, dragging her nasal tone, responded with a satisfied expression. Subsequently, the little monkey performed tricks such as wearing a mask, fetching water, and climbing poles, eliciting continuous applause from the crowd. Gao Jiaoyi took a sip of tea and remarked, "It is indeed delightful. I have never seen such a clever little monkey perform." Shen Youli nodded in agreement, stating that her sister had also never witnessed anything like it. The young eunuch announced, "Next up is the tightrope walk. Esteemed ladies, please observe closely." A slender, elongated wire was suspended in midair, and the little monkey leaped onto it, moving with the grace of a swallow, traversing the wire with remarkable speed. The audience held their breath, fearful of its potential fall. However, the little monkey began to dance upon the wire, concluding with a somersault. Eyes widened, the audience gasped in admiration, showering it with praises. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the little monkey suddenly emitted a fierce roar and lunged toward the crowd. The concubines were taken aback, their faces drained of color, and they screamed as they sought to evade it. In a confined space of the waterside pavilion, amidst the chaos, Shen Youli felt a powerful force collide against her from behind, and before she could react, she tumbled into the lake. "Sister!" Gao Jiaoyi exclaimed, urgently calling out. "Someone come quickly. The virtuous consort has fallen into the water." Chapter 64. Incompetence. Shen Youli struggled in the water, sinking deeper. Gao Jiaoyi, in a state of panic, noticed that everyone was preoccupied and no one was coming to help, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, the water nearly submerged Shen Youli's head, and with gritted teeth, Gao Jiaoyi leaped into the lake. She swam to Shen Youli's side, grasping her under the arms in an attempt to lift her. The instinct for survival caused Shen Youli to thrash about, and Gao Jiaoyi lacked the strength to support an adult woman, quickly becoming exhausted as both of them sank below the surface. In a critical moment, Shen Youli released her grip on Gao Jiaoyi, allowing her a breath, while she herself descended further. "Sister!" The sound of splashes echoed as the patrolling guards finally arrived. Seeing Shen Youli being rescued, Gao Jiaoyi let out a sigh of relief. In Qinglian Pavilion, Zhao Chengluan strode in, the empress and her concubines bowing in greeting. He paid them no mind and headed straight for the bedroom, where Qi Yin had just finished examining Shen Youli's pulse and hurriedly bowed upon seeing the emperor. Zhao Chengluan raised his hand to dismiss the salute, casting a glance at the unconscious Shen Youli, and asked in a deep voice, "How is the virtuous consort?" "Your Majesty." The consort inhaled a significant amount of water and was greatly startled, resulting in stagnation of her vital energy. It is now early September, and the lake water is cold. The consort's pulse is weak and tight, indicating an invasion of cold and dampness. Qi Yin paused, then continued, "I will prescribe a few herbal remedies to invigorate her energy and dispel the cold. With proper rest, she should recover without any lasting ailments." Zhao Chengluan's tense posture relaxed slightly. Qi Yin hesitated, stating, "However, we must depart for the palace tomorrow, and the consort's current condition is not suitable for travel. How long will it take for her to recover?" "Approximately 5 to 10 days." Zhao Chengluan closed his eyes, reopening them to a darkened room. The affairs of the capital could not wait that long. "You shall stay behind to care for the virtuous consort and return to the palace together once she is well." "Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Zhao Chengluan sat by the bedside, gently touching Shen Youli's pale face, exuding an air of grim determination as he exited. "Your Majesty," the Empress and others rose. His expression was ominously dark. How could such a calamity have befallen her? The Empress, visibly shaken, spoke with a tight voice. It was Consort De who invited the sisters to watch the monkey show. Unexpectedly, the monkey went wild, attacking everyone, and in the ensuing chaos, the virtuous consort fell into the water. Consort Xiao glared at the Empress, her tone accusatory. Is this blame directed at me? She turned to Zhao Chengluan, stammering, Your Majesty, I had only the best intentions in inviting the sisters to the show, yet the Empress has turned the tables on me. I cannot bear this blame. Zhao Chengluan's gaze swept across each face before he took his seat in the high position, his voice slow yet filled with a chilling intent. Do not be hasty. I have already ordered an investigation. As the last glimmer of light faded from the sky, the lamps within the room were lit. Zhao Chengluan kept his eyes lowered, remaining motionless in his chair. The other sat rigidly, not daring to breathe, until Li Mingde entered with a report, Your Majesty. Zhao Chengluan raised his gaze. Have you discovered anything? Reporting to Your Majesty, traces of sage were found in the monkey's system. Sage? Sage possesses hallucinogenic properties. It is likely the reason the monkeys went berserk and attacked the crowd. Zhao Chengluan's gaze sharpened, indicating that this incident was not a mere accident, but rather a deliberate act. Li Mingde Zhenli Nudda, revealing that the servants had searched the garden and discovered Huang whinnying lifeless in her chamber. The cause of death attributed to excessive consumption of sage. The Empress interjected. Huang whinnying? It seems she was dissatisfied with being reassigned to serve the night incense, thus seeking revenge and ultimately taking her own life. She sighed softly, reflecting that it was indeed due to the virtuous consort that she lost her position as the head of the imperial kitchen. Now, the unfortunate series of events that led to the virtuous consort's fall into the water could be viewed as poetic justice. Zhao Chengluan's eyes glinted with cold fury as he directed a piercing glare at her. The Empress hurriedly lowered her head, trembling as she spoke. I have spoken out of turn. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Zhao Chengluan's eyes narrowed like deep pools, his voice frigid and devoid of warmth. What was the Empress doing when the virtuous consort fell into the water? Why did she not send someone to rescue her in time? The scene was chaotic. My mind was a blank, and I was paralyzed by fear, unable to react. She stammered. Zhao Chengluan let out a cold laugh, laced with unspoken sarcasm. Does the Empress admit to her incompetence? If you truly lack the ability to manage the harem, I could consider appointing another to alleviate your burdens. Xiao Defei's eyes brightened at this remark. The Empress's heart sank. She quickly knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. It was merely a moment of negligence. A moment of negligence? Zhao Chengluan thundered. Does that mean another's life is forfeit because of your momentary oversight? The Empress was jolted by the intensity of his voice, standing frozen in shock. The virtuous consort's fall into the water, and the sacrifice made by Gao Jiaoyi to save her, was indeed an act of noble character. Zhao Chengluan fixed his icy stare on the Empress and spoke slowly. Li Mingde, issue a decree. Gao Shining, a woman of esteemed lineage, possessing grace and virtue, shall be promoted to the rank of Shufei. He paused, conferring upon her the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces. At once, I shall convey the decree. The servant responded. The expressions of the other consorts shifted dramatically. The Empress turned pale, her nails digging into her flesh. With Gao Shufei's support in palace affairs, the Empress would no longer need to worry about her inadequacies. Zhao Chengluan's voice was soft, yet to the Empress, it resonated like thunder. She felt a chill run through her, and under Zhao Chengluan's oppressive gaze, she resignedly replied, Yes. Zhao Chengluan rose, commanding, You may all return. We shall set forth on schedule tomorrow. Wang Xiaorong inquired with concern, Your Majesty, can the virtuous consort endure the rigors of travel? The virtuous consort shall remain to recuperate. She will return to the palace once she has regained her health. Xiao Defei was seething with rage. With Shen Youli still in the shadows, Gao Jiaoyi had now emerged. Thus, she spoke without thought, Your Majesty. Men and women should not engage in physical contact. The virtuous consort was saved by the guards, resulting in skin-to-skin contact, compromising her purity. How does Your Majesty intend to address this? With a sharp sound, a teacup shattered before Xiao Defei, startling her into retreat. Zhao Chengluan's eyes glimmered with sharpness as he spoke with a slight parting of his lips. "Defei, should you also fall into the lake one day, would you prefer the guards to refrain from rescuing you to avoid tarnishing your purity?" The Empress Dowager's lips trembled, rendering her speechless. Her repeated transgressions had led to a month of house arrest and a 6-month salary reduction. "Your Majesty, I have only just been released from confinement. I acknowledge my mistakes and implore your Majesty for forgiveness." The face of Empress Dowager Xiao turned pale as she knelt in supplication. "Previous punishments have proven insufficient for your reform. It seems the penalties have been too lenient for you to learn your lesson." Zhao Chengyin's voice was resolute, warning, "Should you utter another word, an additional 3 months will be added." Empress Dowager Xiao bit her lip, silencing herself in fear. At that moment, Empress Gao entered and knelt, saying, "I humbly thank your Majesty for your grace." Zhao Chengyin assisted her to her feet, questioning, "Did I not instruct you to rest? Why have you come here? I heard that the virtuous Empress requires convalescence. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to stay and accompany her until her health is restored, so we may return to the palace together. Your intentions are commendable. I shall grant your request." "Thank you, your Majesty." Suddenly, Chuanxi hurriedly emerged, her expression fraught with urgency. "Your Majesty, the Empress is running a fever." Chapter 65. So it is Zhao Chengyin strode into the bedroom, where Shen Youli's face was flushed and her forehead glistened with sweat. Qian bowed and said, "Your Majesty need not worry excessively. I have already dispatched someone to prepare the white tiger soup. The princess has suffered from dampness, and the fever and perspiration will aid in alleviating the stagnation." Zhao Chengyin seated himself beside Shen Youli's bed and took the damp cloth from Chuanxi's hands, placing it upon Shen Youli's forehead. "What was that sound?" Shen Youli opened her eyes, only to find herself suspended in midair. "Shen Youli, your soul has returned." A black coffin lay in the courtyard, and within it rested a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Shen Youli's heart jolted. Had she perished once more? She glanced around in confusion. Was this the Yulan Pavilion? What was happening? 9 esteemed monks sat in a circle around the coffin, their eyes tightly shut. One hand turned prayer beads while the other struck a wooden fish, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the master seated at the head of the coffin opened his eyes. His fingers spun faster, and the chanting resonated in her ears like the morning bell. Shen Youli's spirit was immobilized. With a swift motion, the master raised his right hand, causing the string of prayer beads to shatter in midair, each bead embedding itself in various positions within the coffin. The transparent barrier encasing the coffin shattered with a resounding crack, and the chants of the other monks grew louder. The master smiled gently at Shen Youli, suspended in the air. "Shen Youli, will you not return to your place?" Still reeling from the realization that the master could see her, she was suddenly yanked by an unseen force, irresistibly drawn back into the corpse within the coffin. Zhao Chengyin, who had been waiting at the door, entered with brisk steps, a look of joy upon his face. "Master, has it been accomplished? The soul of Shunji has returned to its place. It is only a matter of time before the messengers of impermanence arrive to guide her to her next life." Tears glimmered in Zhao Chengyin's eyes as he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply. The master's merits are boundless. This is the fate of Shunji. She was destined to face this calamity, yet also to find resolution. It is all predestined. At this juncture, the master paused. Were it not for the prince's vital blood and the 10 years of longevity as aid, this humble monk would have been at a loss. As long as she can be reborn, what is 20 years of life? Love is often short-lived. The master glanced at the blood seeping from Zhao Chengyin's attire, shaking his head slightly before departing with the other monks. Zhao Chengyin gently caressed Shen Youli's face, his tone tender. "May we meet again in the next life." The crown princess was brought in, forcibly kneeling before Shen Youli's coffin after a kick from Li Mingde. Her face was pale, tears brimming in her eyes as she questioned. "What is the meaning of this, your highness? Why treat me this way? I shall ask you once more. How did Shen Lianyuan die?" The crown princess averted her gaze. "My sister died in childbirth. Does your highness not already know this?" Stubbornly obstinate, Zhao Chengyin shook his head, taking a wooden box from Li Mingde's hands. "Are you familiar with the contents of this box?" The crown princess raised her eyes, and upon seeing what lay within, her pupils constricted. The 7 mesmerizing nails, steeped in the essence of a chicken's blood, had previously been driven into the coffin of Shen Youli. Zhao Chengluan's countenance darkened, his eyes aflame with an intolerable, murderous intent. It was you, a practitioner of sinister arts, who sought to ensnare her soul, intending that after 49 days, she would be utterly extinguished, forever barred from reincarnation. He exhaled heavily, gritting his teeth in fury. Had it not been for my summoning of Master Wu to perform a rite for Shen Youli, this malevolent sorcery would have gone unnoticed. The mere thought of Shen Youli's potential obliteration sent shivers down Zhao Chengluan's spine as he hurled the box at the Crown Princess, exclaiming, "You vile woman!" The nails grazed the princess's face, causing her to pause momentarily before erupting into laughter. "She is your own sister, and yet you have lost your senses, wishing not only her death, but her complete annihilation. You will never atone for your sins. Who do you think I am doing this for?" The Crown Princess, shedding her fade, screamed in a frenzy. "It is all because of you. Had you not treated her so differently from others, I would not have wished for her eternal damnation." Her demeanor was frenzied, laughter mingling with madness. "Ultimately, it was you who brought about her ruin." After a prolonged silence, Zhao Chengluan spoke gravely. "With your character, how can you claim the title of Crown Princess, let alone aspire to be the future empress of the realm?" He turned to leave, ordering Li Mingde, "Take the Crown Princess to the tribunal of 3 departments, and let us see what heinous crime she has committed." The Crown Princess's face froze, and she stumbled after him, pleading, "Your Highness, what are you about to do? Family disgrace should not be aired in public. After all, I am your wife. Do you not fear the gossip of the world? The emperor is as accountable as the commoner. Wrongdoings must face due retribution." Zhao Chengluan halted, declaring, "You shall soon cease to be my wife. I shall enter the palace to request the annulment of your title as Crown Princess." "Your Highness." The Crown Princess lunged forward, clasping his leg and kneeling. "Are you truly so heartless, so devoid of our marital bond? My affection for you vanished the moment you took Shen Youling's life." Zhao Chengluan kicked her away, resolutely stating, "I never wish to see you again." "Your Highness." The Crown Princess collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes filled with despair as she watched Zhao Chengluan's retreating figure. Shen Youli slowly opened her eyes, witnessing the man beside her swiftly welling with tears. Zhao Chengluan sat nearby, his fist pressed against his forehead, resting with closed eyes. "So it is. Without him, I would have long been lost to the void. What talk of rebirth remains?" Sensing her awakening, Zhao Chengluan lifted his gaze. "You are awake?" Shen Youli stared at him, overcome with tears. Zhao Chengluan leaned closer, softly inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you in pain?" A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. "I shall summon the imperial physician at once." "Your Majesty." Shen Youli wrapped her arms around his neck, weeping uncontrollably. For a moment, Zhao Chengluan was taken aback, but then he embraced her, gently patting her back, soothingly whispering, "Do not cry. Were you frightened before? It is all behind you now, do not fear." After a long while, Shen Youli finally composed herself, stammering, "I thought I would never see your Majesty again." Zhao Chengluan took a moment of silence before solemnly declaring, "I shall not allow any harm to befall you." He gently caressed Shen Youli's forehead, his voice soothing, as her fever had subsided. Shen Youli glanced out the window, where darkness enveloped everything. "Your Majesty, is it already midnight?" Zhao Chengluan nodded softly. "You have been in a stupor for a full 5 hours. Soon, dawn will break." He paused momentarily, for he must depart for the palace at the hour of the snake. "Your body requires rest. Remain here until you have recuperated before returning." Shen Youli was momentarily taken aback, her spirits dampened. "Oh, I shall await your return." She obediently nodded and laid down on the inner side of the bed. Patting beside her, "Your Majesty, do rest for a while. It is my fault that you have not had proper repose." Zhao Chengluan shed his outer garments and joined her in bed, extending his arm to draw Shen Youli into his embrace. A myriad of emotions swirled within her as she listened to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling her own pulse quicken in response. The rich aroma of the Canaan incense enveloped her, and she gently placed her hand over the area of Zhao Chengluan's heart. Do you truly carry me within you? Chapter 66. The informant. When Shen Youli awoke, Zhao Chengluan had already departed. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she rose from her bed. After finishing her breakfast, Gao Shufei entered the room. Shen Youli's face brightened with joy as she rushed to greet her. Sister. Gao Shufei grasped her hand gently. Are you feeling better? Shen Youli nodded. The fever has subsided, but my body still feels weak and achy. Gao Shufei urged her to sit down. You have suffered a great shock. It is essential for you to rest and recuperate. I must thank you, sister, for your selfless rescue, Shen Youli expressed with heartfelt sincerity. You speak as if we are strangers, Gao Shufei chided lightly. Unfortunately, I lack the strength. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the guards, the outcome could have been dire. Her voice trailed off, and she raised an eyebrow slightly. You did not lose your footing and fall into the lake by chance, did you? The warmth in Shen Youli's eyes turned to ice. Someone pushed me from behind. Gao Shufei was taken aback. Who? Wang Xiaorong. Shen Youli replied expressionlessly. While I could not see her, I recognized her scent. Wang Xiaorong had once favored a rich, floral fragrance, but over the past month, possibly due to her pregnancy, her scent had transformed into a delicate, aquatic aroma. Gao Shufei lamented. I had thought her merely cunning, not realizing her viciousness. Shen Youli's lips curled into a cold, thin smile. This debt I will reclaim from her. 5 days passed swiftly. In Qinglian residence, after a brief afternoon nap, Shen Youli stepped outside. Chunxi approached. Your Highness, you are awake. Accompany me for a stroll. In 2 days, we must return to the palace, and I do not know when I shall visit again. The two of them ambled through the garden, stopping frequently until they settled in a pavilion to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, a small eunuch crept over, only to be intercepted by Xiao Chunzi. We want. The small eunuch looked up. Is I, Xiao Luzi? Xiao Chunzi's expression darkened. What brings you here? Is it not enough that your master has harmed my lady? Hearing the commotion, Shen Youli turned her gaze. Xiao Chunzi, what has happened? Xiao Luzi rushed forward, kneeling beneath the pavilion. I am Xiao Luzi, disciple of Huang Weiniang, and I pay my respects to the virtuous consort. May you have long life. And you are? I am Huang Weiniang's apprentice. Chunxi's eyes turned icy. What is your purpose here? Do you seek vengeance for your master? You are correct. I wish to avenge my master. Xiao Luzi replied quickly upon seeing their expressions shift. My master did not take his own life. I know who was responsible for his death. Oh, pray tell us more. Shen Youli raised her brows, her demeanor sharpening. My master was once quite successful among the servants, but after offending the virtuous consort, he was demoted to the night fragrance department. He often came to my room to drink away his sorrows. One night, in a drunken lament, he expressed regret for listening to someone who incited him to trouble the consort. Who was it? The Empress? Shen Youli speculated. Xiao Luzi's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the consort know? Shen Youli chuckled softly, offering no explanation. Xiao Luzi swallowed hard and continued. Master no longer dares to harm the Empress. The night before his demise, he confided in me that he wished to kneel before the Empress and beg for your forgiveness, hoping to return to the imperial kitchen. Thus, the threads of fate intertwine. Shen Youli gently shook her head, remarking that aiding the wicked would ultimately lead to utter destruction, leaving not even a remnant of bones. You seek my assistance to avenge your master? How amusing. Do not forget that your master was removed from his position as the head of the imperial kitchen due to his disrespect towards me. What makes you believe I am a paragon of virtue, willing to repay grievance with kindness? Your Majesty, Xiao Luzi implored, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Forgive my bluntness, but it is you whom the Empress wishes to eliminate swiftly. Tears streamed down his face. Had it not been for my master taking me as his disciple, I would have perished long ago. I cannot allow him to die without justice. I beseech you to avenge him. I am willing to brave fire and water for you. He bowed repeatedly, pleading for the Empress's mercy. Why did you not inform the Emperor that day? Xiao Luzi raised his head, blood trickling down his forehead. I possess no evidence, and not only would the Empress refuse to acknowledge my claims, but she may also turn against me, leaving me with a fate worse than death. We must appeal to you, for we share a common enemy. Shen Youli sighed deeply, acknowledging his gratitude. Indeed, You are one who values loyalty. But mark my words, your master's fate shall not be any better than yours." Xiao Luzi was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, your majesty. Now, go tend your wound." "Yes, I shall take my leave." After a prolonged silence, Chuanxi spoke up, "Your majesty, what occupies your thoughts?" Shen Youli's lips curled into a playful smile. "Since the Empress and Wang Xiaorong have conspired to harm me, I must ensure that I repay them in kind." She leaned closer to Chuanxi's ear, whispering instructions to disseminate a particular message through the Baoshu Hall. Chuanxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Majesty is truly astute, having acquired Baoshu Hall early on. It simplifies matters significantly." In Fengyi Palace, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the chessboard on the Zitan couch, where the Empress was engrossed in a game against herself. Suddenly, Huaixiao rushed in, her face pale. "Your Majesty, trouble brews." The Empress paused, her fingers hovering over the pieces, and looked up. "What has happened?" With the court session drawing to a close today, Inspector Sun Qingji has reported that rumors circulate among the populace that the Empress's fate is cursed, resulting in the Emperor's lack of heirs. "What?" The Empress's fingers slipped, causing a piece to fall and disrupt her carefully arranged game. Her expression darkened, and her brows furrowed. "Sun Qingji? I recall him being affiliated with the Shao faction. He was also responsible for the last impeachment of my father." "What did the Emperor say?" "Your maternal grandfather rebutted his claims, and the Emperor merely stated that we should monitor public discourse and deliberate further." The Empress lowered her gaze for a moment and whispered a few words to Huaixia, who nodded and exited. In the Qingjin Hall, Li Mingda entered, addressing the Emperor. "Your Majesty, it is already noon. Wang Xiaorong requests your presence for lunch." Zhao Chengluan remained silent until he had finished perusing the memorial in his hands, at which point he rose and departed. Upon entering the grand gates of the Yufu Palace, Wang Xiaorong greeted him with a radiant smile. "Your Majesty, may you be in good health." "Please rise," he replied. "This day, I have instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare a delightful array of new dishes for your Majesty's enjoyment." Wang Xiaorong jested. Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Is that so? Let us see." As they entered the chamber and glanced at the table, Zhao Chengluan remarked, "Regardless of the taste, the presentation and garnishing are indeed pleasing to the eye." After cleansing their hands, they took their seats. Wang Xiaorong moved the crab-stuffed orange closer to Zhao Chengluan, urging, "Your Majesty, do indulge. It is the perfect season for crab." Zhao Chengluan took a bite, savoring the sweet and refreshing flavor, the crab meat rich and tender. "You must try as well." Wang Xiaorong smiled mysteriously. "I have been advised against consuming cold foods of late." Concern etched on Zhao Chengluan's face, he inquired, "Are you unwell?" With a dazzling smile, Wang Xiaorong replied slowly, "Your Majesty, I am a child." Zhao Chengluan's hand paused in astonishment. Chapter 67. Returning to the palace, Zhao Chengluan turned to Wang Xiaorong and inquired, "How long has it been?" 3 months, Your Majesty. "Only now, with the stability of the pregnancy, did I dare to report to you," she replied. A faint smile graced Zhao Chengluan's lips as he instructed Li Mingda, "Fetch 100 taels of silver and 20 bolts of silk for Wang Xiaorong." "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty," Wang Xiaorong said, her face adorned with a smile, though her long lashes veiled the emotions in her eyes. After finishing their lunch, as they were about to rest, Li Mingda entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Consort Jean and Consort Gao have returned." Zhao Chengluan opened his eyes. "Where are they now?" "They have already entered the palace gates and will reach the inner court in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Li Mingda replied. A smile curled at the corners of Zhao Chengluan's mouth as he rose. "I shall go and see Consort Jean." "Your Majesty," Wang Xiaorong said, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with reluctance. "Rest well. I will return to see you shortly," Zhao Chengluan assured her before striding out. Wang Xiaorong nearly bit her lip in frustration, her eyes filled with resentment. Inxin consoled her. "Your Highness, do not be upset. You must take care of the child you carry." Shen Youli received a promotion upon her pregnancy, and after giving birth, she ascended even higher. "I cannot compare to her standing in His Majesty's heart." Wang Xiaorong sighed bitterly. With clenched teeth, she continued, "Even that wooden beauty has been granted the title of Shu Fei, overshadowing me." How can I not be infuriated? Seeing her face turn grim, Inxin felt a twinge of fear and refrained from speaking further. Wang Xiaorong sat down, gritting her teeth in frustration. What a pity it was that I did not eliminate her last time. In Jing'an Palace, Shen Youli had just settled down with a sip of tea when she heard the announcement of the emperor's arrival. She set down her teacup and stepped outside to pay her respects to the emperor. As she bent halfway, Zhao Chengluan caught her arms, helping her to rise. With a bright smile, she playfully asked, "It has been a while. How have you been, Your Majesty? Have you missed me?" "You." Zhao Chengluan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gently tapped her forehead, scrutinizing her with delight. "You appear to be in good health. It seems the recuperation has served you well. The scenery at Yujin Garden is idyllic, quite suitable for recovery, though it has its downsides." Curious, Zhao Chengluan asked, "What might that be?" With a flirtatious glance, Shen Youli replied, "There is no emperor there. No matter how beautiful the scenery, I have no interest in it without you." A joyful laugh escaped Zhao Chengluan as he took her hand and hurried towards the inner chamber. Before Shen Youli could react, Zhao Chengluan kissed her fervently. Their breaths became shallow and hurried as Shen Youli wrapped her arms around his neck in return. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened with desire as he intensified his kiss. After a while, he released Shen Youli, whose face was flushed like a blooming peach blossom, and placed gentle kisses at the corners of her lips, their foreheads touching. "That day truly frightened me," Zhao Chengluan panted. Shen Youli gasped for breath before responding, "Were you afraid of losing me, Your Majesty?" Zhao Chengluan held her tightly, pausing for a moment before murmuring, "Afraid." Shen Youli buried her face deep in his neck, her expression inscrutable. "If you say so, Your Majesty. I fear I may become greedy." After a long silence, Zhao Chengluan spoke in a hushed tone, "You must stay by my side. Though I am the sovereign of the realm, there are moments when my will is constrained." "I understand, my dear." After a brief embrace, Zhao Chengluan released her, stating that he must attend to state affairs and would join her for dinner later. Shen Youli nodded obediently, wishing him a good journey. Zhao Chengluan cast a glance at their son, his face aglow with joy, before departing from Jing'an Palace. Shen Youli touched her slightly swollen red lips, lost in thought. In the evening, Zhao Chengluan returned to Jing'an Palace. The brief separation felt like a renewed union, leading to an intense and passionate encounter. After the storm had settled, Shen Youli lay in Zhao Chengluan's embrace, her fingers gently entwined in his dark hair. "I have heard that Wang Xiaorong is with child, yet I have not congratulated Your Majesty," she remarked. "Feeling a bit sour?" Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Shen Youli let out a delicate huff, turning away from him. Zhao Chengluan drew closer, wrapping her in his arms. "There is no need for jealousy. You are unlike the others." Shen Youli turned to face him, her gaze piercing. "In what way am I different?" Zhao Chengluan's dark eyes clouded with complexity. "The intricacies of the previous dynasty's harem compel me to occasionally favor others." "My dear, grant me some time. I understand, and I trust you," Shen Youli replied, witnessing the spark of stars igniting in Zhao Chengluan's eyes as he suddenly tightened his embrace around her. In Fengyi Palace, Shen Youli entered with measured steps, bowing respectfully to greet the Empress. The Empress greeted her with a warm smile. "Has the virtuous consort's health improved?" "Yes, I'm quite well now. Thank you for your concern," Shen Youli responded graciously. "That is good to hear. Please, take a seat," the Empress said. Shen Youli nodded gently, then paid her respects to Consort Gao before sitting down. In 3 days, the chrysanthemum banquet would take place. "Consort Gao, since His Majesty has entrusted you with the management of the 6 palaces, do review the arrangements on this document to see if any improvements are needed." She summoned Xia to present the document to Consort Gao, who smiled faintly as she accepted it and examined it closely. After a short while, she returned the document to Xia and remarked, "Your arrangements are excellent. I have no objections." The Empress smiled. "You all understand the purpose of the chrysanthemum banquet, I presume. As the number of sisters in the harem increases, it is vital that you maintain harmony." The group responded in unison. The Empress picked up a piece of cake and, after savoring it, declared, "This osmanthus lotus powder cake is freshly made. Do try it. It is quite delightful." Wei Baolin took a piece and sampled it, his expression brightening. "It is indeed lovely, sweet, but not cloying," with the osmanthus fragrance just right. The Empress turned her head, her demeanor gentle. Wang Xiaorong, did you not claim that osmanthus cake is your favorite? Do taste it. You deserve it for your contribution to the royal lineage. Li Jiu feigned jealousy, exclaiming, Ah, the Empress plays favorites. It is only because Sister Wang enjoys it that the osmanthus cake was prepared. The Empress replied with a smile. Should you also bear a royal heir, I would naturally favor you as well. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Wang Xiaorong expressed gratefully as she took a piece of osmanthus cake and savored it. She slowly swallowed it, her face lighting up with delight. The Empress chuckled. Then eat a few more pieces. Wang Xiaorong nodded with a smile, but suddenly her expression froze, the cake slipping from her hand as she began to retch. What is happening? The Empress exclaimed, rising in alarm. Wang Xiaorong clutched her abdomen tightly, gasping for breath as she slowly slid off the chair. Speaking was arduous for her. Your servant, abdomen, hurts, blood. She was bleeding. Wei Baolan screamed, pointing at the crimson stain beneath Wang Xiaorong. The Empress abruptly glanced down, watching as the deep red color spread ominously. Shen Youli gasped, could this pastry be poisoned? The Empress cast a stern glance in her direction and commanded, summon the imperial physician at once. By the time the physician arrived, Wang Xiaorong had already succumbed to unconsciousness. He took her pulse and swiftly employed silver needles on several acupoints, then solemnly declared, I regret to inform Your Majesty, Wang Xiaorong has lost this child. What? Chapter 68. The fall from grace. The Empress was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had transpired? It appeared that Wang Xiaorong had ingested poison from the wolfsbane flower, but what had she consumed prior? May I investigate, Your Majesty? Li Jiu pointed to the pastries on the table, stating, Wang Xiaorong consumed this osmanthus cake and subsequently began to vomit incessantly, followed by bleeding and fainting. The imperial physician approached Wang Xiaorong's seat, picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, and inhaled deeply before inserting a silver needle. Ladies, observe. The needle has changed color. This delicacy is indeed poisoned. Wei Baolan expressed confusion, yet we all partook of the osmanthus cake and feel no ill effects. The physician, upon hearing this, proceeded to examine each individual and finally exhaled in relief, confirming that only Wang Xiaorong's cake contained wolfsbane flower. Gao Shufei inquired, what exactly is the wolfsbane flower? Wolfsbane grows in the northern and southwestern regions, its blossoms forming a pom-pom shape, white with red accents, and it is highly toxic. Accidental consumption can lead to symptoms such as vomiting, abdominal pain, and difficulty breathing. Shen Youli expressed her concern. Why is it that only Wang Xiaorong's cake contained wolfsbane? Gao Shufei's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that someone intended to harm Wang Xiaorong's child? The Empress's mind raced, but before she could gather her thoughts, Shen Youli interjected, His Majesty has already concluded court. We must report this to him at once. The group stood in place, each displaying a myriad of emotions. Moments later, Zhao Chengluan strode in with purpose, raising his hand to halt the courtiers bowing, and asked in a grave tone, Empress, what has occurred? I have heard that Wang Xiaorong has been poisoned and lost her child. The Empress's countenance was pained. Your Majesty, the incident happened so suddenly that we have yet to ascertain the cause. Someone has poisoned Wang Xiaorong's cake with wolfsbane, leading to her miscarriage. Li Mingde, investigate this matter. Zhao Chengluan commanded. Suddenly, Shen Youli's expression shifted as she murmured to herself. The Empress furrowed her brow. Xin Fei, what are you whispering about? Zhao Chengluan turned his gaze towards her, and Shen Youli, with trepidation in her voice, replied, I recalled the rumors circulating among the common folk, suggesting that the Empress. Trailing off, she lowered her head, aware that while the incident had indeed occurred within the Empress's palace, it did not validate the truth of the rumors. Her voice was faint yet reached the ears of all present, causing a subtle shift in their expressions as they recalled the gossip surrounding the Empress's supposed ill fortune with children. The Empress stood frozen, wishing to strike herself. Although she knew that others would inevitably pursue this line of inquiry, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at having opened this door herself. Anger surged within the Empress, and her voice grew sharper. Xin Fei, you recognize this as mere rumor, yet you dare to speak such nonsense here? Have you no sense of decorum? Gao Shufei responded calmly. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It was you who first inquired of Xinfei, prompting her response. If the concubines do not speak truthfully, would they not be guilty of deception? The Empress narrowed her eyes, her gaze laced with malice. Gao Shufei was indeed well versed in palace etiquette. With a gentle smile, Gao Shufei replied, "One cannot be unaware of such matters." The Empress snorted derisively, her expression as cold as ice. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet until the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Li Mingde entered the chamber. "Your Majesty, the imperial kitchen has been searched, and no issues were found." Zhao Chengluan displayed no emotion, coldly uttering 2 words, "Search the palace." Thus, the tension hung thick in the air. Li Mingde cast a glance at the queen and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we commence our search here in the Fengyi Palace?" The queen curled her lips into a cold smile, asserting, "If you wish to search, then do so." A mere cup of tea's worth of time later, Xiao Hezi approached swiftly, holding a mud-stained mulberry paper package. "Your Majesty, I discovered this beneath the sycamore tree in the courtyard." "What is it?" Upon opening the package, Xiao Hezi declared, "Your Majesty, please observe. This mulberry paper contains remnants of scattered powder, which I have confirmed to be the powder of the wolf's bane flower." Zhao Qingyi's gaze turned towards the queen, devoid of warmth. The queen's breath hitched as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have no knowledge of how this substance came to be in my palace." She took a deep breath and continued urgently, "Surely, someone has framed me." She then glared at Xiao Hezi, demanding, "Have you conspired with others to ensnare me?" Xiao Hezi, with a serious expression, replied, "Your Majesty, this package was buried beneath the tree. Had it not been for a sharp-eyed individual spotting it, it may have remained undiscovered. It appears last night's rain washed away the soil, revealing it." Li Mingde interjected, "Your Majesty, it is indeed as Xiao Hezi states. Many can attest to this." Zhao Qingyin exhaled deeply, addressing the queen, "What more do you have to say?" The queen fell to her knees, tears glistening in her eyes. "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged." Zhao Qingyin rose, his voice frigid. "Reports this morning indicate that the Shirong forces are gathering outside Danning City, and war is imminent. Were it not for the favor of Duke Dingen." Though his words trailed off, the queen comprehended his implication, collapsing weakly to the ground. "Regardless of your admission, Wang Xiaorong has met with misfortune in your palace, and you cannot evade responsibility." As Zhao Qingyin made his way outside, he instructed, "Li Mingde, secure the doors of Fengyi Palace. No one is to enter or exit. The authority of the harem shall temporarily be overseen by noble consort Gao, with consort Jean assisting." "Your Majesty," she cried, "I am truly innocent. I am wronged." The queen shouted at Zhao Qingyin's retreating figure, yet he did not look back as he exited. The other consorts exchanged glances and began to leave. "Noble consort, stand still." The queen glared at Shen Youli, accusing, "Was it you? Did you conspire against me?" Shen Youli feigned innocence. "Your Majesty, is this hysteria? You speak nonsense. We share a sisterly bond. Why would I wish you harm?" At this juncture, there was no need for pretense. The queen tore off her mask of hypocrisy, her voice dripping with malice. "We both know the truth." Shen Youli glanced around, noting that others had departed, then smiled slowly, her tone laced with an unspeakable sarcasm. "What? Is it permissible for you to harm others while denying retaliation? What logic is that?" Leaning closer to the queen, their eyes locked, she spoke with an icy chill. "Have you not always looked down upon others, treating them as lesser beings? How does it feel to descend from the clouds into the mire? This is your true self, isn't it? Your previous vulnerability was but an act." The queen gritted her teeth. "If the emperor were to discover your true nature, do you think he would continue to favor you?" A melodious laugh, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, escaped from Shen Youli's lips. After a moment, she subdued her mirth and remarked, "Why not go and tell him? Let us see if he will believe you." "Wretched woman." The empress raised her hand, intending to strike Shen Youli, but the latter swiftly grasped her wrist, halting her. With a disdainful chuckle, Shen Youli retaliated with a crisp slap, followed by another before the empress could regain her senses. "You are the wretched one. These 2 slaps are merely a return of what you gave me back then." With that, Shen Youli released her grip, causing the empress to collapse to the ground. Disbelief etched on her face. You dare strike me? Shen Youli, with a radiant smile, replied, having already struck you, what is there to doubt? Fear not. Your good days are yet to come. With that, she sauntered away. As she exited Fengyi Palace, the grand doors slowly closed behind her. Gao Shufei awaited her outside, and Shen Youli approached her, addressing her as sister. The two walked leisurely, Gao Shufei's brow unfurling in relief, exclaiming, what a satisfying turn of events. You did not inform me of your plans beforehand, leaving me anxious that my connection to you might be discovered. Shen Youli's demeanor brightened, replying, Sister, your wisdom is impeccable. Your words flow perfectly. Curiously, Gao Shufei inquired, how can you be so certain that only Wang Xiaorong's pastries are poisoned? Are you not concerned that others might inadvertently consume them? Shen Youli responded with a mysterious smile. Chapter 69, The Chrysanthemum Banquet, Part 1. Sister, do you still remember Huang Weining? Gao Shufei asked in confusion. Did he not take his own life? Shen Youli smiled and replied, he has a disciple in the imperial kitchen. Interestingly, this disciple has a close acquaintance serving in Fengyi Palace. He is only responsible for preparing the problematic pastries, and Qingmei will ensure they are delivered to Wang Xiaorong. Was that paper package also buried by Qingmei? Shen Youli gently nodded. With the empress in decline, it is indeed a cause for celebration. If so, let us rejoice. We shall have lunch in your palace, dear sister. Very well. The two departed, laughing together. On the 15th of September, the palace held the Chrysanthemum Banquet, with the empress and Xiao Fei under confinement. It fell to Gao Shufei and Jin Xian Fei to make arrangements. The banquet was set in Dongli Garden, where blooming chrysanthemums lined both sides of the entrance. As one ventured deeper, the path turned, revealing an expansive view. Pavilions and towers interconnected, and a vast sea of chrysanthemums in a riot of colors spread across the opposite hillside. Nearby, a delicate waterfall cascaded like a jade ribbon, its sound clear and melodious. Inside the pavilions, long couches and small tables were arranged. When Gu Yunyao entered, several noble ladies were already seated and engaged in lively conversation. Yunyao, over here. Following the voice, Gu Yunyao smiled radiantly. Qingwan, you have come too. Fang Qingwan pulled her down beside her. It has been a month since we last met, hasn't it? I heard you recently visited your maternal grandparents in Luoyang. Gu Yunyao nodded gently. I returned just yesterday, specifically for this chrysanthemum banquet. Fang Qingwan glanced around at the gathering of ladies, lowering her voice. Do you know the true purpose behind this chrysanthemum banquet? Gu Yunyao's eyes sparkled, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she revealed. The matron in charge of the inspection mentioned that it is to select candidates for the emperor. The current emperor is young and talented, a figure akin to an immortal. Who knows who might catch his eye? Fang Qingwan said, her eyes filled with longing and a hint of shyness. Gu Yunyao chuckled softly, her gaze shifting as a commotion arose. Is she here too? Her attire is quite extravagant. Gu Yunyao's tone grew colder. Given her family background, how could she possibly be absent? A charming young lady approached, adorned in an orange-red butterfly and flower gown intricately woven with golden threads, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. The jeweled butterfly hairpin on her head swayed gracefully with her movements, capturing everyone's attention. Miss Xiao has arrived. As she made her way, many greeted her, to which she responded with a languid hum, not sparing a glance for anyone. This lady was none other than the youngest daughter of the current prime minister, Xiao Mingzhu. Fang Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. But her sister is already a consort in the harem. Could she also? Let us observe how this unfolds, Gu Yunyao replied, her expression turning solemn. Meanwhile, on Jihua Terrace, Zhao Qingyin's consorts watched the noble ladies below with a pang of bitterness. At this chrysanthemum banquet, Li Jiu murmured, I wonder which flower they truly admire? Sister Li is worried about what? Her appearance is no less charming than theirs. Wei Baolin let out a soft snort, glaring down as she spoke coldly. Li Jiu forced a bitter smile and shook her head, saying, What use is beauty? Our family background pales in comparison to theirs. Upon hearing this, Wei Baolin's expression darkened as she lightly bit her lip. Shen Youli held the register with an inscrutable expression, her fingers gliding over the names. Are these two the ones the emperor commanded to remain? She inquired. Gao Shufei slightly nodded in affirmation. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Long live the Empress Dowager. The attendees bowed in unison, and the Empress Dowager, with a gentle smile, granted them permission to rise. After taking her seat, she observed the young ladies below, who appeared rather shy, and chuckled. Why are you all standing there? Feel free to admire the flowers, engage in conversation, and do not mind me. The group of young maidens exchanged glances, and then Xiao Mingzhu stepped forward, asking, Your Majesty, may I inquire when the emperor will arrive? A hush fell over the room, and the Empress Dowager playfully reproached, My dear child, do you think the emperor's schedule is something you can pry into? Just enjoy yourselves. Someone will summon you when the time comes. Understood, Xiao Mingzhu replied, gracefully retreating. The Empress Dowager then turned her attention to the other girls, encouraging, You too, go and have fun. The atmosphere lightened once more, and with a smile, the Empress Dowager remarked, The virtuous consort and the Shufei have worked hard this time. The arrangements are quite splendid. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty, the two responded with smiles. The Empress Dowager then looked at Shen Youli with concern, asking, Is the first prince doing well? It has been some time since I last saw him, and I find myself missing him. Shen Youli replied with a warm smile. With the Empress Dowager's protection, all is well. That's good to hear. Do bring him to Shokong Palace more often, the Empress Dowager sighed. Reflecting on the loss of Wang, Zhaorong's child, she lamented the fact that the emperor had but one child, which was indeed disheartening. I cannot sleep well, worrying over this. I must help the emperor select several suitable individuals to ensure a continuation of the lineage. Shen Youli's expression softened as she said, Your Majesty's thoughts and concerns are entirely for the emperor's sake. I am deeply moved. No wonder the emperor is filial to you. The Empress Dowager's expression softened, and as the time approached, she instructed, Let us send someone to summon the emperor. Certainly. Moments later, Xiao Hezi returned with someone, kneeling and greeting. This servant has seen the Empress Dowager and all esteemed ladies. The emperor has said he is busy with matters, but will come shortly. You may begin without him. The Empress Dowager pursed her lips slightly. I understand. Then let us commence. Shen Youli glanced at Xiao Anzi, who took the register and made his way towards the crowd. Daughter of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Gu Qingyan, Gu Yanxiao, and daughter of the commander of the Imperial City Division, Fang Liankai, Fang Qingwan, present themselves. The two advanced elegantly, kneeling and greeting. Commoners Gu Yanxiao and Fang Qingwan pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and esteemed ladies. Rise, the Empress Dowager said warmly, raising her head. The two girls lifted their gazes, their eyes lowered in a manner that demonstrated their adherence to propriety. Look at these clever children. Do you not agree? The Empress Dowager remarked, glancing at the accompanying consorts with a smile. Gao Shufei nodded in agreement. They are both exceptionally beautiful. The Empress Dowager then turned to the two young ladies, asking, What do you enjoy doing in your spare time? Have you studied? Gu Yanxiao replied, Your Majesty, I enjoy playing chess and have read the 4 books. The Empress Dowager smiled with satisfaction. Very well, and what about you? Fang Qingwan replied. The humble girl enjoys embroidery in her leisure time and has studied the virtues of women. Indeed, she is a virtuous and gentle child. I find Fang Qingwan to be quite admirable. What do you think, noble concubine? Shen Youli offered a gentle smile. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Both are exceptional young ladies. Why not keep them both? The smile on the Empress Dowager's lips faded slightly. A woman devoid of talent embodies virtue. The daughters of the loyal and righteous Marquis appear commendable, yet I fear their temperaments may not be so gentle. Gao Shufei interjected, Your Majesty's words hold great truth. However, the loyal and righteous Marquis has just achieved a victorious campaign, reclaiming lost territories, and his contributions to Dayong are significant. If we disregard Gu Yanxiao, it may dishearten the Marquis. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment. What you say is not without merit. Let us retain their titles. Gu Yanxiao, daughter of Marquis Gu Qingyan, and Fang Qingwan, daughter of the commander Fang Liankai of the Imperial City, are granted Jade Rui. Both young ladies felt a surge of joy in their hearts as they received the Jade Rui. We thank the Empress Dowager. Chapter 70, The Chrysanthemum Banquet, Part 2. In the hall of diligent governance, a diminutive man knelt dejectedly upon the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Chengluan's eyes. Could the thousand-faced matron truly be a man? Indeed, Your Majesty, came to reply. Gera, with his typically frosty demeanor, revealed a barely perceptible smile. Thanks to Xuansong, otherwise, he might have escaped once more. Oh, pray tell, Zhao Chengluan urged. Xuansong, wearing a countenance akin to constipation, stiffly began. When I apprehended him, he was standing there, relieving himself. Gera interjected. Your Majesty, the crux of the matter lies in his attire, a complete women's ensemble. It certainly startled Xuansong. Zhao Chengluan could not suppress a chuckle. I understand now. You may leave. As the air settled into a tense silence, the thousand-faced matron discreetly raised his gaze to steal a glance at Zhao Chengluan, only to find himself caught. Zhao Chengluan maintained a calm facade, yet his eyes were deep and inscrutable like a dark vortex. Cold sweat trickled down the matron's temples, and he could no longer withstand the oppressive aura. Bowing his head to the ground, he pleaded for mercy. I beg Your Majesty for forgiveness. I beseech you. Zhao Chengluan approached, his voice low and deliberate. Which hand presented that piece of red silk to me on that fateful day? He stepped upon the matron's left hand. Was it this one? Ah, the matron cried out in agony. Or perhaps this one. Zhao Chengluan shifted his weight to the matron's right hand, pressing down further. Or both. With tears streaming down his face, the matron wailed, Your Majesty, please spare my hands. I realize my error. Zhao Chengluan lightly ground his foot, causing the matron's neck to bulge with strain as he screamed in torment. Please, Your Majesty, I implore your clemency. I am willing to serve you like a loyal dog. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Chengluan finally spoke. Your talent for disguise is commendable. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. You must devise a way to replace the Grandmaster of the Great Liang. The matron looked up in astonishment, his lips trembling. Is that feasible? Seeing the shift in Zhao Chengluan's expression, the matron hastily replied, It is indeed possible. I can accomplish it. Zhao Chengluan grasped his chin and tossed a pill in his mouth, releasing him only when the matron's face turned beet red as he swallowed. This is the 100-day intoxication. You must take the antidote every 3 months. As long as you remain loyal, I will ensure you receive it on schedule. Yes, I would not dare betray you. I shall remain faithful to the Great Yang. What is your true name? The matron hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. Zhang Taizhu. Very well, Zhang Taizhu. When the Great Yang conquers the Great Liang, I shall remember your contributions. The daughter of Inspector Sun Qingji, Sun Xinran, and the daughter of the Minister of the Treasure, Yu Luoshi, approached to pay their respects. The two young women, one clad in rosy attire and the other in purple, knelt gracefully. Commoner Sun Xinran and Commoner Yu Luoshi pay their respects to the Empress and esteemed ladies. Be at ease. Raise your heads, the Empress commanded. Sun Xinran, adorned in a pink gauze gown that made her bloom like a flower, lifted her head, her eyes sparkling and a smile gracing her lips. The other, clad in a purple silk dress, was Yu Luoshi, who appeared somewhat anxious, her gaze lowered as she bit her lower lip. The Empress nodded with approval, noting their contrasting beauty, one vibrant and striking, the other delicate and elegant, both striking in their own right. What activities did you all enjoy in the past? Have you read any books? Your Majesty, I often indulge in the sport of polo. It is said that a woman devoid of talent is virtuous, and I have not read many books. Sun Xinran replied with a clear voice. Wei Baolin chuckled softly, whispering, How does the daughter of the Inspector General appear somewhat simple-minded? Li Jiefu pressed her lips together to stifle a laugh. The Empress Dowager remarked, Indeed, she is charmingly innocent and exudes vitality. Shen Youli exchanged a glance with Gao Shufei, remaining silent. And you? The Empress Dowager inquired of another beauty. Yu Luoshi stammered in her response, her voice trembling slightly. I enjoy embroidery and have read books on women's conduct. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. What is this? Do you have a speech impediment? Yu Luoshi grew more anxious. I. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Shen Youli spoke up, quickly summoned the imperial physician. The unconscious Yu Luoshi was carried away, and the Empress Dowager glared at Shen Youli, her expression displeased. How did you select these candidates? How could such a person be eligible? Your Majesty, the young ladies present have all passed the physical examination. Miss Yu has never had a stutter. At this point, Shen Youli flashed a playful smile. Your Majesty, you are as gracious as the Queen Mother. Miss Yu has never encountered someone of such celestial grace as you, which must have made her nervous. I hope your Majesty will not hold it against her. The Empress Dowager chuckled. Your words are sweeter than honey. It is no wonder the Emperor favors you. Very well, I am not a harsh person, so I shall pardon her this time. Your Majesty is benevolent. I find the daughter of the Inspector General quite appealing, lively, and lovely. The harem lacks such beauties, so let us keep her. The Inspector General, Sun Chengji's daughter, Sun Shinran, was bestowed with a jade ruby. Sun Shinran beamed with joy, kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint your expectations. The daughter of the Minister of Justice, Chen Liru, and the daughter of the Hamlin Academician, Du Wanchong, also presented themselves, along with the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Su Mingchuan, and the daughter of the Governor of Shuntian, Meng Xiyuan. After several reviews, the Empress Dowager shook her head repeatedly, clearly unsatisfied. The Emperor arrived. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! 10,000 years of longevity. Everyone present stiffened, and the young ladies' hearts raced. Do not bow. Zhao Chengluan glanced at Shen Youli and, sitting down, smiled. Mother, I have arrived late due to matters at hand, but have you completed the reviews? The Empress Dowager, holding back a smile, replied, You're not late. My son, one person has yet to be reviewed. Oh, Zhao Chengluan raised an eyebrow, curious about which young lady it might be. The Empress Dowager looked down. Is she not coming to meet the Emperor? Xiao Mingzhu gracefully stepped forward. I am Xiao Mingzhu. I greet your Majesty. Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened momentarily, but his voice remained cheerful. Ah, Mingzhu has also come? Since you are here, enjoy yourself. Choose any chrysanthemum you fancy, and I shall have it sent to your residence. Xiao Mingzhu appeared startled, looking towards the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly and inquired directly, What does your Majesty think of Mingzhu's aptitude? Is she worthy to serve you in the palace? Zhao Chengluan replied with a smile. Mingzhu is in the prime of her youth. It would indeed be a disservice to me. The Empress Dowager shot him a reproachful glance, asserting that serving the Emperor was a privilege, and was not the virtuous consort merely a year older than her. Her expression then turned melancholic as she lamented the Emperor's scant progeny, fearing that she might dream of the late Emperor and feel unworthy to face him. Zhao Chengluan's smile did not reach his eyes. Was it truly his mother's steadfast wish? He could only hope that Mingzhu would prove herself worthy and soon bear the Emperor an heir. Considering that his mother had his best interests at heart, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her wishes. Thus, he bestowed upon Xiao Mingzhu, the daughter of Prime Minister Xiao Zhongyan, a jade ruby. Xiao Mingzhu's lips curled into a smile as she graciously responded, This humble girl thanks your Majesty. Chapter 71. Green Orchid High Noble Consort Gao presented the roster to Zhao Chengluan, saying, Your Majesty, here are the selected noble ladies for this occasion. Do you have any objections? Gu Yanxiao, Feng Qingwan, Sun Shinran, and Xiao Mingzhu stood in a line, except for Xiao Mingzhu, whose gaze was piercing as she looked at Zhao Chengluan. The others dared only to steal shy glances. Zhao Chengluan's indifferent eyes swept over them. High Noble Consort, Gao continued. Upon returning to the manor today, you will be accompanied by the palace's instructress. After a month of mastering the palace etiquette, you will officially enter the palace. The four responded in unison. Since the day of the chrysanthemum banquet, it had rained for several consecutive days. Today, however, the sky was remarkably clear, and Shen Youli took Chunchi out for a stroll. You little lazy wretch, all you do is slack off. I want to allow you to be idle. As they turned a corner, the sound of a woman's scolding reached their ears, accompanied by the dull thud of a stick striking against flesh. Madam, please don't hit. I truly did not slack off. My hands hurt. Shen Youli paused and looked toward the commotion. Chunchi spoke up. My lady, that is the laundry bureau. It seems one of the maidservants has been caught slacking and is being punished. Suddenly, a maidservant screamed as she stumbled out, pursued by an irate matron. You dare run? Just wait until I catch you. The maidservant, in a panic, collided with Chuanxi, who blocked her way, declaring, "Stop. Be careful not to bump into my lady." The maidservant, trembling and startled, raised her head, and Shen Youli and Chuanxi were taken aback. Chuanxi exclaimed, "Aren't you the green orchid from the Empress's palace? How could you?" Green Orchid fell to her knees, repeatedly kowtowing, pleading, "Please, Consort Xian, save me. Please, Consort Xian, save me." The matron, upon seeing Shen Youli, slowed her pace and bowed, saying, "This servant greets Consort Jean." Shen Youli's expression remained calm as she asked in a flat tone, "What is going on here?" The matron shot a glare at Green Orchid and then, with a smile, replied, "It is merely this lazy maidservant who has offended Consort Xian. Please do not take offense. My lady, I did not slack off." Green Orchid raised her trembling hands, red and chapped. "My lady, I begin washing clothes before dawn and continue until midnight. My hands are already raw. I truly could not endure it any longer and just took a brief rest. I did not slack off. You dare to argue?" The matron, infuriated, reached out to grab Green Orchid. "My lady, I will take her back to avoid troubling you." Shen Youli indifferently interjected, "You may leave. I have questions for her." The matron hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly bowed, saying, "This servant takes her leave." Once the matron was gone, Shen Youli turned to Green Orchid and asked, devoid of any emotion, "How did you end up in this predicament?" Green Orchid's eyes turned red, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "The Empress believed I harbored intentions toward His Majesty and thus awarded me to Xiao Quanzi as a servant, sending me to the laundry bureau for hard labor." "Xiao Quanzi?" Chuanxi explained, "My lady, Xiao Quanzi was a minor eunuch in the front courtyard during the time at Qiandi. He has now been assigned to the Empress's palace." Green Vine choked with emotion as she spoke. Xiao Quanzi has always been the queen's informant, repeatedly conveying messages to her. "Your Highness, I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of coveting His Majesty. I merely could not resist stealing a glance. I implore you, save me." Shen Youli's expression was inscrutable. "I can indeed save you, but how might you repay me? I do not nurture the useless. Your Highness, I possess knowledge that could assist you." Green Vine said anxiously, "Pray, enlighten me. After each of the Queen's baths, I would assist her in applying fine powder. However, whenever His Majesty arrives, she insists that's the way, serve her personally." At first, I did not understand, until one day I inadvertently overheard their conversation. It turns out she had added something to the fine powder. Shen Youli's gaze sharpened. What was added? Sui Wei's lips parted, and the words she uttered sent a shock through Shen Youli. "Huan powder. What audacity the queen possesses to dare add aphrodisiacs and endanger the emperor's health. It is likely due to His Majesty's disinterest in her during his time in the palace, prompting her desperate measure to conceive." Greenvine cautiously looked at Shen Youli. "Your Highness, might you save me? I shall forever be at your service." Greenvine, remain in the laundry department for a while, and I shall make arrangements," Shen Youli replied, slowly curving her lips into a smile. Chuanxi, inform the matron of the laundry department that I take a liking to Greenvine. Ensure she is well cared for." "Yes." Shen Youli, accompanied by Chuanxi, entered Qingning Palace, where Hua Shan approached to pay her respects. "I pay my respects to the esteemed concubine. No need for formalities." Gao Shufei, hearing the commotion, emerged. "Sister, you have come. I haven't seen you for several days. Are you unwell? You seem a bit pale." The two held hands and sat down inside. Gao Shufei's eyes shimmered, her voice choked with joy. "I have been feeling lethargic these past few days, and yesterday the imperial physician came to examine me. He said I am with child." Shen Youli was taken aback. Her heart ached, yet she felt happiness for her sister. "Congratulations, sister, on finally achieving your wish. How far along are you? Have you informed His Majesty?" Gao Shufei gently shook her head, worry etching her features. "It has not yet been 2 months. I fear the fetus is unstable and do not wish to share my joy prematurely, especially considering my previous health issues. Do not fret, sister. With proper care, you shall surely bear a healthy child." Shen Youli smiled. "How wonderful. Cheng'er shall no longer be lonely." Gao Shufei's expression softened. "Speaking of which, I truly miss Chen. Why not bring him here?" When I left, the little one had just fallen asleep. As you know, he is usually quite tranquil, but should anyone disturb his slumber, he is not forgiving. Gao Shufei chuckled. Very well. Once my health is stable, I shall visit him myself. After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Shufei's demeanor turned serious. In half a month, newcomers shall enter the palace. I wonder what thoughts you hold, sister? Shen Youli set down her teacup, her lips parting lightly. This election is a power struggle between His Majesty and the Xiao faction. There is no need to elaborate on Xiao Mingzhu. As for Xiao Mingyue, her incompetence has led her to be placed in this position. Gao Shufei nodded, her voice cool and composed. The Xiao family had long coveted the position of empress, and the emperor's reluctance to depose the current empress was indeed a matter of consideration. Xiao Mingyue's health had suffered greatly during her time in the palace, making it unlikely for her to bear children. Once Xiao Mingzhu were to conceive, the ambitions of the Xiao family would become increasingly difficult to suppress. The emperor would not tolerate such a situation. For now, we shall observe the unfolding events. Shen Youli gently tapped the lid of her teacup with her index finger. Sun Xinran was specifically chosen by the Empress Dowager to remain, as her father was a member of the Xiao faction, and once she entered the palace, she would undoubtedly become a pawn for the two daughters of the Xiao family. As for Gu Yunyao, here, Shen Youli paused, her gaze darkening. Once in the palace, the emperor would certainly bestow some favor upon her, given her father's illustrious military achievements. What my sister said is quite reasonable. However, we need not worry. The ranks of the newcomers entering the palace will not be particularly high. There is still one person my sister has yet to mention, Fang Qingyuan, whose father is the commander of the Imperial City Division, responsible for palace security and intelligence. He is a trusted confidant of the emperor, who will undoubtedly treat her well. Gao Shufei sighed, foreseeing the tumultuous days that awaited them with the arrival of the newcomers, which would disrupt their tranquility. Shen Youli's eyes hardened. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke others. Now, with my sister and I supporting each other, there is no need to fear them. Gao Shufei patted her hand, agreeing wholeheartedly with her younger sister's sentiments. After a moment, with reluctance, Gao Shufei bid farewell to Shen Youli as she left the Qingning Palace. On her way back, Shen Youli passed through the Imperial Garden and unexpectedly encountered Wang Zhaorong, who was strolling leisurely toward her. Chapter 72. A rift, the two exchanged pleasantries. And Shen Youli, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Sister, it has been nearly a month since we last met. Are you feeling well?" Wang Zhaorong's complexion still bore traces of illness, and her voice lacked its usual clarity. "Sister, I wonder what I have done to provoke you, that you would resort to such treachery?" Shen Youli looked taken aback. "What are you saying, sister? I fail to comprehend your words." Wang Zhaorong's gaze turned icy. "It is said that the Empress cannot tolerate my child, regardless of how low I have stooped to please her. Even if she truly wished to harm my child, she would not be foolish enough to administer poison in her own palace, under the watchful eyes of all." With a soft, disdainful chuckle, Shen Youli replied, "So, sister suspects that I am the one who poisoned you? I am perplexed as to why you would entertain such a notion." Her smile faded, her voice growing cold. "Without cause, why would I seek to harm you, sister?" Wang Zhaorong was momentarily speechless, biting her lip and glaring fiercely at her. Shen Youli leaned closer, whispering, "Could it be that you have wronged me first, thus prompting you to speculate that I seek revenge?" She straightened, her smile absent from her eyes, locking her gaze onto Wang Zhaorong's. "I do not provoke others unless provoked. If one offends me, I shall exact my vengeance." With that, she gracefully walked past Wang Zhaorong, who remained rooted in place, fists clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. In the golden autumn of October, with a refreshing breeze carrying the faint scent of osmanthus, the scene shifted to Fengyi Palace. Gagging, the Empress suddenly doubled over. Shuem Mama, filled with concern, patted her back. "Has Your Majesty eaten something that disagrees? Or shall I summon the imperial physician?" "Yes, I shall go at once," replied the maid. The Empress lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her voice held a note of joy. "Mama, could it be that I am with child?" Shuem Mama refrained from making any hasty judgments. "We shall wait for the physician's assessment to know for certain. Call for Xia." The maid rushed in, breathless. "The palace doors are locked, and I have called several times without response." The Empress's expression darkened. "These insolent servants, how dare they treat me so?" Go back to the door and call again. And if that fails, break it down. Xia hesitated. But should I break down the door as the late concubine Jingxian did? The empress glared. What? Is it acceptable for her, but not for me? Let it be known, my servants are far less capable than hers. Xia lowered her gaze. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. In the Qingjin Hall, Li Mingde entered and reported, Your Highness, the people of Fengyi Palace are banging on the door, claiming the empress may be with child and request the physician. Zhao Chengluan set down a memorial, a bemused expression on his face. I have yet to even touch her, yet she claims to be with child? Li Mingde summoned the physician. I am curious to see how this unfolds. At once, after attending to the matters at hand. With stacks of documents piled nearly a foot high, Li Mingde returned, his demeanor serious. Your Majesty, the physician has confirmed that she indeed has signs of pregnancy. Zhao Chengluan's brows furrowed as he put down the memorials. She possesses a boldness, daring to disrupt the order of the harem. What do you suggest we do about it? Leaning back in his chair, he added, Take a look at this memorial. Li Mingde's expression was filled with hesitation. This, I dare not, he stammered. I have granted you pardon for what you have witnessed. Observing the impatience etched on Zhao Chengluan's brow, Li Mingde quickly replied, yes. He lifted the memorial, momentarily taken aback. It was a report from the Duke of Ding'an regarding the resounding victory against the Shiro. The conclusion, however, was drenched in tears as he pleaded for the empress, hoping the emperor would consider her contributions and show her mercy, lest. Zhao Chengluan's countenance grew icy. Lest what? He inquired. Lest the Shirong invade again. And I fear for the empress's well-being, which may lead to my inability to fight, Li Mingde replied. Zhao Chengluan snorted coldly, recognizing this as an attempt to leverage accomplishments. Nevertheless, the empress could not be easily discarded. Should she perish, the Shao family would undoubtedly elevate consort to a higher position. Go to Fengyi Palace and deliver my edict. Since the empress is with child, open the gates of Fengyi Palace, but she must be allowed to rest in peace. Only the imperial physician may enter. Others are forbidden. Yes, in Fengyi Palace, upon receiving Li Mingde's message, the empress managed a strained smile. I understand, and I thank His Majesty for his leniency. Once Li Mingde departed, her expression shifted, and she hissed, His Majesty shows no affection toward me. Even with my pregnancy, he disregards my dignity, confining me to Fengyi Palace while others might mock me, especially that wretched Shen Youli. Mama Shui gently consoled her. Your Highness, do not let anger harm your health. As long as you safely deliver the child, there remains hope. The empress took a few calming breaths, cradling her belly, her demeanor bordering on madness. You are right. As long as I give birth to this child, I can rise again. This is my final chance. The secret medicine has been exhausted, and this pregnancy must be preserved. In Changlu Palace, Shao consort shattered her teacup, seething what? That shameless empress is pregnant again? Hearing he's gentle persuasion, she retorted, Do not fret. Even if she is with child, the emperor has yet to release her. She has lost his favor and is of no concern. Shao consort regained her composure, her hatred burning fiercely. I wish I could kill her myself. Shen Youli has ruined my health, yet she seems to conceive effortlessly. That is only if she can carry it to term. Shao consort scoffed. You are correct. She took a deep breath, her expression sorrowful. In half a month, Mingzhu will enter the palace. They truly possess a heart of stone, showing no regard for my feelings. My lady, hearing he spoke with sympathy, your only ally now is the emperor. With your release today, will you not go to see him? Shao consort wiped away her tears and rose. I shall prepare myself. In the Qingjin Hall, a young attendant named Shao he entered, reporting, Your Majesty. Shao consort requests an audience, claiming to bring you refreshments. Zhao Chengluan did not lift his gaze, instructing, Tell her I am busy. She may return. Yes. Outside the hall, upon hearing Shao He's response, Shao consort forced a smile. Then I shall take my leave, inform His Majesty I will await him in Changlu Palace. As she turned, her expression hardened, and with his assistance, she departed reluctantly. Not long after, Wei Baolin encountered the elegant and graceful Xie Fei, to whom she offered her respects. Wei Baolin slowly performed her curtsy, but Sieta Fei's gaze fell upon the food box in Liu Ying's hands, her eyes glinting with an icy disdain. It was not until Wei Baolin nearly faltered, her body swaying slightly, that Sieta Fei lazily commanded, "Rise." With Liu Ying's assistance, Wei Baolin regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. I have heard that you have recently garnered the Emperor's favor," Sieta Fei remarked, lifting Wei Baolin's chin, adopting a condescending posture befitting her status. Wei Baolin lowered her gaze, responding, "Your Highness is aware that I am but a servant of the Empress Dowager, tasked with dividing the affections of the esteemed consort. Thus Your Highness need not concern herself." Sieta Fei snorted derisively and cast Wei Baolin aside, asserting, "As long as you are clear about your place, that is sufficient. Should you ever grow too ambitious, I shall not tolerate it." Wei Baolin's head was jerked to the side, causing a hairpin to clatter to the ground. She did not lift her eyes, obediently replying, "Yes, I shall not forget my station." Sieta Fei departed with her entourage. Liu Ying retrieved the fallen hairpin and delicately placed it back in Wei Baolin's hair. But upon glancing at her face, she gasped, "My lady, your face." Chapter 73. Ambition. A vivid red mark appeared prominently on Wei Baolin's right cheek. Her voice remained calm and unperturbed, merely a scratch from the fingernails of the late imperial concubine. Liu Ying, with a tone of urgency, exclaimed, "Let's quickly return to summon the imperial physician." Wei Baolin grasped her hand, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. "We shall go to pay our respects to His Majesty." Understanding her intent, Liu Ying nodded, and the two continued towards the Hall of Political Affairs. In the hall, Zhao Hezi entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Wei Baolin has arrived." Zhao Chengling's expression darkened, instructing her to send her back. Zhao Hezi hesitated, cautiously observing Zhao Chengling's demeanor, and added, "There is one more matter to report." Earlier, Wei Baolin encountered the late imperial concubine, and their atmosphere seemed rather unpleasant. "Oh." Zhao Chengluan set down the memorial he was reviewing, pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation. "Let Wei Baolin enter." "Yes." Wei Baolin glided into the hall, gracefully performing her greetings. "Long live Your Majesty." "Rise," he commanded. "I have brought you a 1,000-layer cake and a nourishing jelly." Wei Baolin placed the food box on the table, arranging the bowls and dishes by Zhao Chengling's side. "Your efforts are appreciated, Wei Baolin." Zhao Chengluan took a sip of the jelly, seemingly unconcerned, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon her injury. "What has happened to your face?" Wei Baolin covered her right cheek, tears welling in her eyes. "It is nothing, just an accidental brush." Zhao Chengling set down the porcelain bowl, his expression turning icy. "Your servants are utterly negligent, allowing you to be harmed without summoning the physician. I shall reprimand them severely." "Your Majesty," Wei Baolin hastily interjected, "do not blame them. It was merely an encounter with the late imperial concubine. Her nails unintentionally scratched me." Zhao Chengling paused, a look of profound concern crossing his face. "Even without your words, I could surmise. The imperial concubine, accustomed to her own whims, must have bullied you. I understand you have suffered injustice." "Your Majesty." Wei Baolin gazed at him, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Li Mingde, summon the imperial physician." "Yes." Li Mingde exited, while Zhao Chengling's voice faintly echoed, "Do not fear. If the imperial concubine dares to bully you again, remember that I shall always stand by your side." Suppressing a smile, Li Mingde thought to himself how adeptly His Majesty played his role. Meanwhile, the late imperial concubine stood at the corner, idly tending to the osmanthus blossoms. Little Chengzi scampered over. "Your Highness, Wei Baolin has entered." With a sharp snap, the branch of the osmanthus was broken by the late imperial concubine. Did not His Majesty say he was busy? How could he allow her to enter? Fury painted her features as she muttered, "Vile woman, truly a vile woman." Little Chengzi seemed hesitant to speak. "What else is there? Stop stammering and speak." Lowering his head, he whispered, "The Hall of Political Affairs has also summoned the imperial physician." "Very well. How dare she report my actions behind my back?" The late imperial concubine cast the osmanthus to the ground, crushing its petals beneath her foot, filled with outrage at such audacity. Since the onset of October, the Empress Dowager had felt increasingly unwell, often weary. After summoning the physician, she was merely told it was seasonal fatigue, a common ailment with no serious concern. This morning, upon rising, the Empress Dowager experienced an alarming moment of dizziness, causing those in the Shokong Palace to swiftly inform Zhao Chengluan at Longshan Palace. Upon receiving the report from Li Mingde, Zhao Chengluan immediately rose with a worried expression and inquired whether a physician had been summoned. Li Mingde, already in motion, confirmed that the royal physician was en route. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Chengluan hastened to Shokong Palace. Mother, Zhao Chengluan rushed to the bedside, grasping the Empress Dowager's hand. Are you well? I have been so anxious. The Empress Dowager gently patted his hand, her voice soothing. You're the most filial son, Your Majesty. I am quite well, merely fainted for a moment, but recovered swiftly. The old physician spoke up. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager merely experienced dizziness due to an empty stomach this morning, resulting in a slight deficiency of qi and blood. A diet rich in restorative medicinal dishes will suffice. Zhao Chengluan exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. Mother, please take care of yourself. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will. The morning court session is approaching. You must attend to your duties. With a firm squeeze of the Empress Dowager's hand, Zhao Chengluan instructed Qiulu, take good care of Mother. Report anything immediately. Qiulu replied affirmatively. Zhao Chengluan smiled at the Empress Dowager before striding out of Shokong Palace. The Empress Dowager's expression was somewhat complex. Indeed, the Emperor was still very filial. Qiulu remarked with a smile, the Emperor was quite anxious upon hearing of your fainting. He truly cares for you. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. After all, I have raised him for 6 years. There's a bond of maternal affection. You speak nonsense, my lady. I see the Emperor's deep affection for you. The Empress Dowager playfully chided. You have grown bolder, daring to jest with me. Qiulu laughed. It is only because of your kindness that I feel emboldened to jest. Come now, help me up, so I may freshen up. I am quite hungry. Yes, responded Qiulu cheerfully, assisting her. Xiao Dafei hurriedly entered, supporting the Empress Dowager with a look of concern. Aunt, are you all right? The Empress Dowager grasped her hand warmly. No harm done. The Emperor has just left. And here you are. I was so anxious upon hearing the news that I rushed over immediately. I cannot rest easy until I see you are well. The Empress Dowager led her outside. You have not yet had breakfast, have you? Join me. Yes. The Empress Dowager swallowed her food and gently remarked, in 3 days. Your sister will be entering the palace. You are aware of this, correct? Xiao Dafei paused in her actions, placing her chopsticks down in silence. The Empress Dowager sighed. I know you are not pleased, but your health makes it difficult for you to conceive an heir. The Xianfei's child is growing, and the Xiao family cannot wait indefinitely. For the sake of the Xiao family's honor, you must bear with it. Xiao Dafei wiped away her tears with her hand, feeling a pang in her heart. The Empress Dowager took a handkerchief to dry her tears. I know you have harbored feelings for the Emperor since childhood. Your sister has as well. Once she enters the palace, you two will unite, and with my support, your lives will surely flourish. Xiao Dafei took the handkerchief, her voice hoarse. It is one thing to compete for favor with other women, but now even my own sister wishes to partake in the spoils. How can I not harbor resentment? The Empress Dowager's expression turned icy. Regardless of your feelings, once Mingzhu enters the palace, you must support her and ensure she conceives a child swiftly. Aunt, Xiao Dafei, heartbroken, gazed at the Empress Dowager with reddened eyes. Good child, the Empress Dowager embraced her gently, speaking softly, once she bears a child. I shall have you raise it. How does that sound? You are now in a high position. Her rank will not be significant, and thus she cannot personally rear the child. Xiao Dafei quietly sobbed, offering no words in response. With a look of anticipation, the Empress Dowager continued. When Mingzhu's child grows, we shall declare him the Crown Prince, ensuring the Xiao family remains prominent for at least 3 generations. Though Xiao Dafei felt reluctant within, she still offered a subdued acknowledgement. The Empress Dowager held her tightly, whispering soothingly, Good child. Chapter 74. The newcomer at Fengyi Palace with a sharp crack. The teacup shattered at Huansha's feet. The Empress glared fiercely. Do you wish to scald me to death? Huansha, her expression filled with grievance, replied, Your Highness, The tea you usually drink is of this temperature. How dare you retort? The Empress's anger intensified. Go to the courtyard and stand in punishment for an hour. Tears welled in Huansha's eyes as Shui Mama gave her a knowing glance, prompting her to exit, feeling wronged. The Empress, still fuming, muttered, "People outside do not regard me. And she, as my maternal servant, grows arrogant from favor. It truly vexes my spirit." Shui Mama remained silent, her gaze reflecting resignation. After a while, the Empress, feeling fatigued, reached for the teacup but found it absent, her countenance shifting dramatically. "Where is the tea?" Shui Mama sighed softly. "Your Highness, the teacup was just shattered. I will have someone bring more tea right away." The Empress's face darkened, erupting in a furious tirade. "Are you all dead? Do you not know to replenish the tea promptly? What use is it to keep you? I might as well keep a pig." Shui Mama's brow twitched in disbelief at such coarse words emanating from the mouth of the nation's matriarch. "Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. If this were to spread outside, how would it reflect upon you? Your temper has been increasingly irritable these days." The Empress slammed her hand on the table. "What? Do you wish to chastise me as well? I have treated you well out of respect for your past service. Yet do not let it go to your head and forget your place." Shui Mama stood stunned, her eyes filled with sorrow. After a moment, she choked out, "I understand my mistake. I shall go outside and stand with Huansha." Watching Shui Mama's retreating figure, the Empress huffed in exasperation, kicking at Yinzhu as she set down the teacup. "Clumsy servant, moving so sluggishly. Do you wish for me to die of thirst?" Yinzhu fell to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. "What are you crying for? Get out of my sight." The sobbing Yinzhu struggled to her feet, limping away. As the hour approached, the Empress awoke from her nap to find Huansha absent from her side. "Huansha," she called out. Huansha entered, head bowed. "Your Highness, you are awake." Her voice was respectful, yet tinged with distance. The Empress paused, recalling the earlier events. "Where is Shui Mama?" Shui Mama is of advanced age. She cannot endure standing for too long and has fallen, returning to her room to rest. The Empress rose from her bed, anxiety lacing her tone. "Come, let us see her." Huansha opened the door to Shui Mama's chamber, and the Empress stepped inside to find Shui Mama leaning against the headboard, wiping her tears. "Mother." The Empress approached, her expression fraught with unease. "Are you all right? Have you summoned the imperial physician?" "The old servant is not gravely injured. My lowly status does not warrant the presence of the imperial physician," Shui Mama replied somewhat stiffly. "Mother, are you sulking with me?" The Empress sat beside her bed, brow furrowed. "I did not mean to speak so harshly. I am at a loss for why I reacted that way." At that moment, an inexplicable fury surged within her, rendering her unable to restrain herself, which resulted in her uttering those hurtful words. "Please do not take them to heart." She then turned to Huansha, saying, "Huansha, do not be saddened. My outburst towards you is unintentional." Shui Mama sighed, suggesting, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to summon the imperial physician for a checkup, lest there be any hidden ailments." The Empress paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Please fetch the physician and also have him examine Momo's leg." The imperial physician arrived promptly, and after taking the Empress's pulse, he remarked, "The autumn air is dry, and given your Highness's pregnancy, your qi and blood are somewhat heated and stagnant. There is no serious concern. You may drink some red date and chrysanthemum tea to alleviate the heat." The Empress nodded, adding, "Please also examine Momo's leg. She fell previously." After examining Shui Momo, the physician replied, "Momo has a slight sprain in her ankle. If she applies safflower oil daily, she should recover in about a week." The Empress breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the physician, and instructed Huansha to see him out. Once they were alone, the Empress grasped Shui Momo's hand and, in a playful manner, said, "Momo, I truly did not mean it. Please do not hold it against me." Shui Momo's expression softened. "You have been raised by me. How could I truly be angry with you?" "That is good to hear," the Empress replied, her demeanor turning somber. "Today marks the arrival of the new concubines in the palace, Momo, and I feel quite troubled." Shui Momo embraced her, reassuring, "Do not worry, Your Highness. Everything will turn out well." The newcomers were settled in the Shusho Palace. Gu Yinyao was conferred the title of beauty and granted residence in the Luoxia Hall. Xiao Mingzhu was named Baolin and given the Jinhua Hall. Fang Qingyuan was also titled Baolin and assigned to the Yalan Hall. Sun Xinran was designated as the Imperial Maiden and assigned to the Xian Hall. The Empress was under house arrest, thus the newcomers were not required to pay their respects. However, after several days, it was noted that the Emperor had yet to summon them to his chambers, causing some to grow restless. One day after lunch, Sun Xinran visited Jinhua Hall, where Xiao Mingzhu was napping, leaving her to anxiously wait in the hall. Hong Yin placed a teacup on the table beside her, cheerfully saying, "Lady Sun, please take a moment to enjoy some tea." Sun Xinran managed a strained smile and sipped from the cup. As she finished her tea, Xiao Baolin emerged, yawning. "Lady Sun, what brings you here?" Sun Xinran quickly stood. "Sister Xiao, His Majesty has yet to summon us to his chambers, and I feel quite anxious. I hope to seek your counsel." Xiao Baolin calmly seated herself. "What is the rush? You have not been summoned, nor has anyone else. We must simply wait." Sun Xinran followed suit, awkwardly laughing. "I must admit, I'm not very astute. My father specifically instructed me to consult you if any matters arose." Xiao Baolin sipped her tea, withholding her opinion. Sun Xinran flattered, "It is merely my impatience. Surely, if His Majesty does summon the newcomers, you will be the first." Xiao Baolin regarded her with a bemused expression. "You claim to lack wits, yet you articulate quite well." Sun Xinran chuckled. "Sister, why don't we pay our respects to the Defei and see what she has to say?" Xiao Baolin's gaze sharpened as she stood. "Very well, let us go." Fang Baolin exited the Yalan Hall and, from a distance, spotted Xiao and Sun as they emerged from the Chushu Palace. She instructed Ing Xue, "Go find out where they are headed." "Yes." After a brief moment, Ing Xue returned to the Yalan Hall and spoke softly, "Young master, the two of them have entered the Chonglu Palace." Fang Baolin set aside her embroidery, pondered for a moment, then rose. "Sing, let's go to the Luoxia Hall." Ing Xue inquired, "Do you wish to form an alliance with the esteemed Gu?" Fang Baolin's expression remained calm. "There are no other options available to us." At the Luoxia Hall, upon seeing Fang Baolin, Gu Marin momentarily paused before breaking into a joyful smile. "Sister, you have come." Fang Baolin approached with a smile and offered a respectful bow. "Were you engaged in, sister?" Gu Marin took her hand and invited her to sit. "I have been reading in my leisure. Did you come to seek something from me?" Fang Baolin leaned closer and whispered, "Just now, Xiao Baolin and Sun Yuni went to the Chonglu Palace." Gu Marin's eyes flickered with interest. "Are they paying their respects to Consort Xiao?" Fang Baolin suggested, "Sister, we are at a disadvantage. Perhaps we should also pay our respects to Consort Jin?" "Consort Jin?" Fang Baolin nodded slightly. "The Emperor frequently visits the Jing'an Palace. We may have the chance to encounter him. Otherwise, as time passes, he may forget us entirely." Noticing Gu Marin's hesitation, Fang Baolin continued to whisper, while at home. "Father advised me not to be deceived by the Emperor's current favor towards Wei Baolin. It is but an illusion. He urged me to seek refuge with Consort Jin." Chapter 75. Greetings. Gu Marin fixed her gaze upon Fang Baolin, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. A smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Sister speaks wisely. Let us pay our respects to the Jin Xianfei." Outside Jing'an Palace, Chuanxi smiled and said, "Our lady is still napping. I kindly ask you both to return." The two women froze momentarily, and Fang Baolin forced a smile. "It seems our visit is ill-timed. Since the lady is resting, we shall come again another day." They exchanged polite smiles with Chuanxi before turning to leave. Gu Marin's countenance darkened with indignation, clearly feeling slighted. Fang Baolin furrowed her brow slightly and suggested, "Shall we go to pay our respects to Gao Shufei instead?" Gu Marin's expression tightened, and after a moment's hesitation, she responded with a reluctant hum. Outside Qingning Palace, they approached with smiles to express their intentions. Huashan said, "It is indeed unfortunate. My lady has been unwell lately and cannot receive you. She appreciates your kind thoughts, but there is no need for formal greetings." Gu Marin nodded obediently, conceding, "Ah, we have indeed troubled her. Please convey our wishes for her swift recovery, and we shall return to pay our respects once she is well." The two ladies took their leave. After Huashan entered Qingning Palace, Gu Marin's expression turned cold as she strode away, exclaiming, My father and brothers have achieved great feats in battle. How dare they treat me with such disdain? If I ever see His Majesty, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against them." Fong Baolin hurried to catch up, her expression darkening at Gu Marin's words. She smiled and said, "Sister, do not be vexed. We are new to the palace, of low rank, and have yet to receive favor. It is only natural that others may not regard us highly. I believe that with your talents, you will surely win His Majesty's favor in due course." Gu Marin's expression softened somewhat. "If I were to receive favor first, I would certainly speak well of you, sister." "Then I thank you, dear sister," Fong Baolin replied, her smile fading as she pondered whether the two women would seek assistance from the Fae after entering Changlu Palace. Gu Marin snorted disdainfully, her voice dripping with contempt. "They are but grasshoppers after the autumn harvest. They cannot leap for long." In Changlu Palace, Rui entered to report, "Your Highness, Xiao Baolin and Sun Youli have come to pay their respects." Xiao Dafei feigned ignorance, delicately raising her slender fingers to admire her newly painted nails. Rui held her breath, glancing at Tingyi, who smiled and praised, "Your Highness, your beauty is like jade, radiant as sheep's fat. With this begonia red lacquer, your fingers appear as fresh as tender shoots." Xiao Dafei allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Tingyi cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, the two ladies have been waiting outside for some time. Should we not invite them in? After all, the Empress Dowager has asked you to keep an eye on Xiao Baolin." Xiao Dafei's eyes glinted with frost as she lowered her hands, casting a sharp glance at Tingyi. Tingyi promptly knelt and pleaded, "I spoke out of turn. Forgive me, Your Highness. I only wish to consider your interests, for this matter would reflect poorly upon you if it reached the ears of the Empress Dowager or the Emperor." After a pause, Xiao Dafei chuckled lightly. "I have said nothing against you. Look at you, so frightened. Rise." She then turned to Rui and instructed, "Let them in." "Yes," Rui replied, hurrying to comply. "Moments latte." Xiao Baolin and Sun Youli entered with measured steps, bowing as they greeted. The concubines pay their respects to the Dafei. Xiao Dafei lazily spoke, "Rise." The two stood up. Xiao Baolin remained calm and composed, while Sun Youli appeared somewhat timid. Xiao Dafei chuckled. "Am I truly that terrifying? Have I frightened Sun Youli into not daring to lift her head?" Sun Youli quickly glanced up at her, then immediately lowered her gaze. The Empress was as beautiful as a celestial being, her allure overwhelming, and thus the concubine dared not meet her eyes. A tinkling laugh echoed, and Xiao Dafei found herself amused, saying with a smile, "Sun Youli is indeed charmingly innocent." Sun Youli offered a few apologetic smiles, feeling fortunate to elicit a smile from the Empress. Once the laughter subsided, Xiao Dafei inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Sun Youli hesitantly replied, "Your Highness, we have been in the palace for nearly half a month, yet His Majesty has not summoned us for his company. I am troubled and wish to seek your guidance." Xiao Dafei pouted. "The Emperor is occupied with state affairs, of course. He has no time to see you. Simply await his summons. Why the haste? Your Highness speaks truly." Sun Youli paused before softly adding, "However, despite his busy schedule, he has visited the Jin Xianfei and Wei Baolin." Xiao Dafei's expression hardened, her voice cold as she reprimanded, "You dare to pry into the Emperor's whereabouts? What audacity!" Sun Youli was taken aback, quickly kneeling in fear. "I shall not do so again. Please forgive me." "Your Highness." In the harem, ignorance of what can be said and what must remain unspoken can lead to a swift demise. Xiao Dafei, visibly annoyed, declared, "Enough. Return and wait patiently." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I take my leave." Sun Youli cast a glance at the ever-smiling Xiao Baolin before exiting. Xiao Dafei lifted her teacup, taking a sip, surprised to find that Sun Qingji's daughter was quite simple-minded. Xiao Baolin chuckled softly, noting that even a simpleton has their use. She looked at Xiao Dafei and said, "It has been a long time since I last saw you, sister. Are you well?" Xiao Dafei fixed her gaze on Xiao Baolin, her smile failing to reach her eyes. "I was well until I saw you." Xiao Baolin bit her lip, on the verge of tears, "Sister, your words are like a knife to my heart. What you say is misguided. It was you who first stabbed my heart, was it not?" Xiao Dafei rose and approached her, their eyes locking. Do you understand that the pain of being stabbed by one's own blood is 1,000 times worse than that inflicted by others? Xiao Baolin lowered her lashes. Sister, my love for His Majesty is no less than yours. Just because you're a few years older, you have managed to stay by his side first. I had resigned myself to this fate. If you must blame someone, it can only be your own frail body. With a sharp crack, Xiao Defei slapped her hard, her fingers trembling. You truly are my dear sister, striking at the heart with such cruelty. Xiao Baolin smirked, lifting her gaze, her eyes deep and inscrutable. What I say is but the truth. I shall not be as ineffective as you, allowing myself to be manipulated into ruin. Now that you have fallen from favor, you should wholeheartedly assist me, as it is also the wish of our aunt and father. Upon finishing her words, she bowed slightly, and the younger sister took her leave. As Hua entered, she was taken aback by the pale and frightening visage of Empress Xiao, and hurriedly inquired, Your Majesty, are you unwell? Please say something. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and after a prolonged silent weeping, Empress Xiao turned in indignation towards the inner chamber, her voice as frigid as the depths of winter. You have forsaken me first. Thus, I should no longer regard our familial bonds. In Fengyi Palace, a voice echoed, I shall pierce you. I shall pierce you. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight that cast a faint silhouette of a figure huddled on the bed, relentlessly stabbing a small doll with a silver needle. As Granny Shui entered with a lamp, she was struck with alarm upon recognizing the object in the Empress's grasp. The name Shen Youli was inscribed on the back of the doll. Your Majesty, you are being reckless. If this is discovered, it is a capital offense. Granny Shui hastily called for Huan Sha, instructing her to take the doll and burn it, ensuring she witnessed it turn to ash. Huan Sha, momentarily stunned, clutched the doll tightly and hurried out. Give it to me. The Empress's gaze was vacant as she reached out. Granny Shui embraced her. Sorrow etched across her face. My dear Empress, how have you become so consumed by madness? Chapter 76. The undercurrent at Jing'an Palace, spring, she entered the room and reported. Your Highness, news from Fengyi Palace indicates that the Empress's mental state has deteriorated further. The eunuchs and maidservants of Fengyi Palace have faced her wrath repeatedly, and one can often hear her furious outbursts from outside. A satisfied smile graced Shen Youli's lips. The time has come. The Empress's secret elixirs should have been entirely consumed by now. I must extend my gratitude to Zheng Ru. If she were to discover that the secret elixir she personally gifted to her daughter not only simulates signs of pregnancy, but also gradually erodes one's sanity, I wonder what her reaction would be. Your Highness is astute, having long since sown the seeds of misfortune for the Empress. Since she so desperately desires a child, I shall certainly oblige her. I intend to witness her hopes dash time and again, forcing her to endure excruciating heartache. At this, Shen Youli's expression turned frigid. When do you plan to cease your machinations? Soon. Should we depose the Empress now, the Xiao faction would undoubtedly react, leading to chaos in the court, which would not bode well. Shen Youli's gaze grew solemn. I can sense that His Majesty is nearing the conclusion of this matter. The good days for the Xiao family are about to come to an end. In the Golden Wan Hall, Zhao Chengluan sat imperiously upon the throne, adorned in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragons soaring through the skies, crowned with a purple gold tiara. His piercing eyes emanated an aura of imperial authority that commanded reverence. As the proceedings neared their conclusion, Zhao Chengluan inquired, Are there any matters left to report, my esteemed ministers? If not, you may leave the court. Inspector Sun Chengji stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Speak. I wish to impeach Duke Ding'an, Shun Su, for embezzling military funds and falsely reporting casualty numbers during the war against the Shirong, enriching himself in the process. Zhao Chengyi narrowed his eyes. Is there evidence? Sun Qingji produced an envelope. Your Majesty, this contains the actual death toll from the recent conflict, along with the compensation allocated to the families of the wounded and deceased soldiers. Li Mingda descended from the platform, took the envelope, and handed it to Zhao Chengyin. Zhao Chengyin opened it swiftly and read, then spoke in a low voice, From where did you acquire this record? The compensation distributed by Duke Ding'an was woefully inadequate. resulting in our brave soldiers, who fought valiantly on the battlefield, succumbing to despair due to lack of funds for their recovery. It is utterly absurd, Your Majesty. This was provided to me by the families of the soldiers. Minister of Personnel Zhao Chengluan stepped forward, asserting, Your Majesty, we cannot rely solely on one account. How can we be certain that someone is not framing Duke Dingin? Are you attempting to absolve your son-in-law, Minister Zhang? A member of the Shao faction challenged. A member of Zhang's faction retorted, one who conducts themselves with integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. Should we not voice our concerns when there are suspicious elements? The authenticity of this record requires further investigation. Duke Dingin guards the borders. Who knows when we may face another conflict with the Shiro? What are your true intentions in wanting to replace him at such a critical juncture? As tensions escalated, Zhao Chengyin's expression remained inscrutable. He spoke calmly. I shall have this matter investigated. If there is nothing further, the court is dismissed. The ministers exchanged glances, and not a word was spoken further. Dismissed. The ministers clustered together as they exited the Golden Wan Hall. Zhou Qi caught up with Prime Minister Shao, his voice laced with discontent. Master, our faction's impeachment of Duke Dingin seems to have been met with the Emperor's intent to downplay the gravity of the situation. As long as Duke Dingin remains in power, the Empress's position remains unshakable, and Consort will find it difficult to advance further. Prime Minister Zhao's expression darkened as he strode forward. Zhou Qi scrutinized his demeanor, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. In recent days, the Emperor has promoted many new elites, while our faction has faced persistent suppression. It appears the Emperor is intent on diminishing our influence. The Shao family has rendered great service to the Emperor. It is unexpected that he would act so callously. The Prime Minister halted his steps, his voice sharp. If he truly forgets even the slightest bit of gratitude, the Shao family that once helped him ascend can just as easily bring him down. Zhou Qi murmured. If Master wishes to wait until Shao Baolin gives birth before taking action, it may soon be too late. Master, endowed with extraordinary talent, why not seize this splendid realm for yourself? There is no need to remain at the mercy of others. Prime Minister Zhao's gaze flickered with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Qi. Do you understand the consequences if others were to overhear such words? Zhou Qi chuckled softly. This is but a conversation between student and teacher. Should Master decide to usurp the position, I shall devote myself entirely to your cause, unwavering until the end. Prime Minister Shao chuckled lightly. Very well, let us go. It has been some time since I dined at home. Today, your teacher's wife will prepare the meal. Zhou Qi's face brightened with joy. Then I am indeed fortunate. In Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager stirred awake, surprised to see the Emperor by her bedside. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Mother, you've fainted again, the Emperor replied, concern evident in his brow. The Empress Dowager, regaining her senses, recalled that after finishing her lunch, she had stood up only to be engulfed in darkness. Zhao Chengyin's furrowed brow revealed his worry. Mother, why have you been fainting so frequently of late? What did the imperial physician say? Qiu Lu answered. The physicians have assessed that there is no serious issue. It is merely the natural consequence of aging, a depletion of energy and vitality. Zhao Chengyin commanded, prepare a nourishing dish of red dates, longan, and blood swallow. Yes, Your Majesty, Qiu Lu responded, noticing the Empress Dowager's slight nod before departing. Your Majesty need not worry. Perhaps it is simply a matter of age, leading to fatigue and drowsiness, Qiu Lu reassured. The Empress Dowager patted his hand, grateful for his concern. I appreciate your care, my son. It comforts me greatly. As she attempted to sit up, Zhao Chengyin quickly offered his assistance. Once she was comfortably propped against the headboard and had caught her breath, she said, I have heard that since the newcomers entered the palace, you have not favored them? Of late, I have been preoccupied with affairs of state and have found no leisure. Zhao Chengyin replied, even amidst your busyness, you must cherish your health. When weary, seek someone capable to alleviate your burden. Your progeny is the foundation of the nation, equally as vital as governance. Zhao Chengyin's gaze darkened. You speak true, mother. I have been remiss, causing you concern. The Empress Dowager chuckled lightly. You are too hard on yourself, my son. As I age, I tend to repeat myself. Please bear with me. Your words are a balm to me, mother. I understand your nurturing heart. How could I harbor resentment? At that moment, Qiu Lu entered with a blood-swallow dish, which Zhao Chengluan took and personally fed to the Empress Dowager after cooling it. She paused for a moment, taken aback, before smiling and taking a sip. Later that night, Qiu Lu returned, announcing, "Your Majesty, today you have summoned Xiao Baolin." The Empress Dowager sighed in relief, a gentle smile spreading across her face. "The Emperor still holds the Empress in regard. Please send a message to my brother tomorrow, informing him that the Emperor retains affection for the Xiao family, and he need not dwell excessively on the Emperor's previous actions, since it has been discovered that those individuals engaged in corruption and bribery. It is only natural for the Emperor to impose strict penalties." In the Imperial Palace, as the Emperor arrived, Xiao Baolin hurried out to pay her respects, greeting, "Your Majesty, may you have peace." "No need for formalities," the Emperor replied. They entered the Jinhua Hall, where Zhao Chengluan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Are you comfortable here? If there is anything lacking, please inform your sister." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. It is quite satisfactory now," Xiao Baolin responded, taking the teacup from Han Yun and placing it beside him. "Your Majesty, this is freshly brewed Yunwu tea. Please take a seat." Zhao Chengluan lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, meeting Xiao Baolin's earnest and fervent gaze. "Why do you look at me so?" he asked. Xiao Baolin slowly replied, "Since your ascension, Your Majesty, you have become even more formidable than before. I remember when my sister and I used to chase after the Crown Prince in our youth. I never imagined I would one day marry him." Zhao Chengluan fell silent, setting down the teacup. Suddenly, Li Mingde rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Wei Baolin has passed away." Chapter 77. Sisters in Disarray. Zhao Chengluan raised his gaze, his expression inscrutable. What had transpired? It was said that she had ventured out for an evening stroll and accidentally fallen into Yuan Lake. Rising to his feet, Zhao Chengluan declared, "Let us go. I shall take a look." Xiao Baolin hastily stood as well. "Your Majesty, might I accompany you?" Zhao Chengluan did not respond, but proceeded towards the exit, while Xiao Baolin's lips curled downward as she hurried to keep pace with him. As they traversed the path to the Yuxiu Hall in Yaohua Palace, Li Mingde observed a figure in the distance and spoke, "Your Majesty, it appears to be concubine Jingxian ahead." Zhao Chengluan quickened his stride, causing Xiao Baolin's expression to stiffen, leaving her trailing behind. Hearing footsteps behind her, Shen Youli halted and turned, surprise evident in her voice. "Your Majesty?" She promptly bowed. "May Your Majesty be well." "There's no need for formalities," Zhao Chengluan said as he helped her up, gently inquiring, "Given the direction you're heading, are you also going to Yaohua Palace?" Shen Youli's countenance grew somber. "I have heard that Wei Baolin has met with misfortune, and I wish to see for myself." "Then let us go together," Zhao Chengluan said, taking her hand and moderating his pace. The night breeze was cool, and she seemed unaware of the chill, her hands cold. "I was in such a hurry that I did not notice the cold," Shen Youli replied, lightly brushing his palm, which made her feel warmth from his grasp. Zhao Chengluan cast a sidelong glance at her. Even warmth has its price. Others would envy even the chance to feel it. Shen Youli could not help but smile. "Your Majesty speaks truly." Xiao Baolin followed behind, her gaze icy as she watched the two converse playfully ahead, biting her lip in frustration. Upon entering the Yuxiu Hall, they found other concubines already present, who promptly bowed and greeted Zhao Chengluan. He waved his hand dismissively and walked towards the inner chamber, where the matron was preparing Wei Baolin's remains. Wei Baolin's complexion was ashen, her eyes closed, devoid of her previous grace. Zhao Chengluan took a seat outside, pondering. How could Wei Baolin have fallen into the lake? Was she alone at such a late hour? Concubine Li spoke in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty." Wei Baolin had taken Lu Qing out. Lu Qing also fell into the lake and drowned. Shen Youli remarked calmly, "Your Majesty, this incident seems suspicious. It is one thing for Wei Baolin to fall into the lake, but how could both have plunged in simultaneously? Moreover, did no one hear their cries for help?" Xiao Defei glared at Shen Youli. In the dark, one cannot see their feet. It is easy for Wei Baolin to slip into the lake, and if her maidservant attempted to rescue her, it is only natural that she would fall in as well. Why all this fuss? Shen Youli replied with a half-smile. Your Majesty, it sounds as though Sister Defei witnessed the event herself. What do you mean by that? I merely speak the truth. Why does Sister Defei react with such anger? Gao Shufei interjected, Your Majesty, this matter indeed bears investigation. I implore you to look into it thoroughly. Zhao Qingyin's eyes darkened with uncertainty as he rose. Li Mingda, have someone investigate. Wei Baolin shall be posthumously honored as a beauty, and we shall choose a day for her burial. It is getting late. You may all return now. Xiao Defei stepped forward, her tone gentle. Your Majesty, you have an early court session tomorrow. It is already late. If you continue to travel back and forth, you may not get much rest. Changel Palace is the closest. Perhaps you might rest there with me? Your Majesty. Xiao Baolin pressed her lips tightly together. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she looked at him. Zhao Qingyin glanced at Xiao Baolin and said, Very well. Then I shall retire to the Chonglu Palace. You may return on your own. Xiao Baolin felt reluctant in her heart, but responded softly, Yes. The Empress Dowager smiled gently. Your Majesty, shall we depart? Wang Xiaorong approached Shen Youli and called out softly, nearly stumbling, but was steady by her. Shen Youli, with a smile, gently advised, Sister, do take care of yourself and watch your step. Thank you, Sister, Wang Xiaorong replied with a forced smile. As Zhao Qingyin reached the door, he took the cloak from Xiao Hizi and draped it over Shen Youli's shoulders, his voice warm. Return and rest early. I shall visit you and the Crown Prince tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty, take care. Shen Youli bowed slightly, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Zhao Qingyin squeezed her shoulder before stepping into the night. The Empress Dowager passed by Shen Youli, casting her a cold glare. Shen Youli walked alongside Gao Shufei, who softly inquired, What do you think of today's events? Shen Youli scoffed, who rushed out in a panic just now. They are inextricably linked. Gao Shufei widened her beautiful eyes. You mean the Empress Dowager? How audacious of her to brazenly disregard life. A few days ago, Wei Baolin clashed with the Empress Dowager outside the Hall of Diligent Administration. Did you hear about it, sister? Gao Shufei nodded gently, sighing, Even so, to treat life so lightly is truly cruel. The Empress Dowager has a heart of malice. Shen Youli's expression remained calm, her words laden with meaning. Both the Empress Dowager and Wei Baolin sought an audience with His Majesty, but he only allowed Wei Baolin to enter. With the Empress Dowager's pride, how could she endure this? Surely, she intends to make Wei Baolin pay for it. Gao Shufei halted, disbelief etched on her face. Are you suggesting that His Majesty intends to incite discord between the two? Shen Youli smiled knowingly, whether intentional or not. The Empress Dowager is relentlessly filling the imperial harem with her own people, truly believing His Majesty to be easily manipulated. Gao Shufei, puzzled, hesitated, but His Majesty still went to the Chonglu Palace tonight. Shen Youli chuckled. Sister, perhaps you should consider who is sharing the bed tonight. It is Xiao Baolin. Gao Shufei suddenly understood. Xiao Baolin finally had His Majesty's attention, yet the Empress Dowager obstructed her. She must feel quite displeased. However, they are sisters, surely. She wouldn't hold a grudge. Shen Youli shook her head. Why did Xiao Baolin enter the palace? It is precisely because the Empress Dowager has yet to conceive. With her sister now in the palace, it signifies that she is no longer the family's primary support. Can such a proud person accept this? In my view, her choice to eliminate Wei Baolin tonight was deliberate. Xiao Baolin is not foolish. How could she fail to see through this? How could she not harbor resentment? Gao Shufei sighed. Sister, your insight is profound. No wonder His Majesty visited the Chonglu Palace. Both sisters harbor thorns in their hearts, making it impossible for their factions to unite. The Xiao family's power, once flourishing, is now on the brink of collapse. Sister, just wait and see. I shall heed your words. In the Chonglu Palace, the Empress Dowager placed her hand on Zhao Qingyin's arm, shyly and timidly calling out, Your Majesty. It is quite late. You should retire for the night. Zhao Qingyin turned over, his slender hands slipping from him. Tears welled in the eyes of Consort Xiao as she choked out, Your Majesty has not summoned me to your side for quite some time. Do you truly despise me to this extent? Zhao Qingyin's voice remained calm. Consort Xiao was overthinking. Today, Wei Baolin visited, and I was not in the mood. At the mention of Wei Baolin, Consort Xiao paused, her voice considerably softened. It seems I have been overly sensitive. Your Majesty, please rest. Zhao Chengluan replied with a soft smiling as he said, It has been a long time since I have seen Mingzhu. I did not expect her to blossom into such a radiant and graceful young woman, a far cry from the little girl she once was. Consort Zhao's eyes turned cold, feigning a pout as she asked, Then does your Majesty like her? Zhao Chengluan chuckled lightly, offering no answer, only stating, I am tired. Let us sleep. Consort Xiao felt a surge of frustration welling up within her, her heart ablaze as she glared at the bed's canopy, utterly devoid of sleep. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Xiao returned from court and the steward approached him. Sir, this is a letter for you. Prime Minister Xiao took the letter and entered his study, unfolding it only when seated. After skimming through its contents, he let out a cold snort, deeming it the folly of feminine compassion. Zhou Qi is correct. Rather than being at the mercy of others, it is better to fight back. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. It is a pity for Mingyue and Mingzhu. His confidant stepped forward, lowering his gaze and murmuring, Sir, a general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. Surely, for your grand ambitions, the young ladies would be willing to sacrifice. The Prime Minister's expression grew increasingly stern. You speak the truth. Children can always be had in the future. The confidant praised. Your wisdom and decisiveness will undoubtedly lead to success. Prime Minister Xiao chuckled in response. Chapter 78. Taking the Initiative, Hall of Diligent Governance. Zhao Chengluan set down his brush, his voice devoid of surprise, confirming it was indeed the work of the concubine. The patrolling guards had encountered a young eunuch from Chonglu Palace near Yuhuan Lake last night. At that moment, the two were carrying a food box, claiming that concubine Xiao was hungry and had gone to the imperial kitchen for a midnight snack. Li Mingde glanced at Zhao Chengluan and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, how do you intend to handle this matter? Zhao Chengluan replied, devoid of any emotion, For now, let us remain still. The concubine still serves a purpose. It is not the right time to stir the grass and alert the snake. We shall settle accounts later. In the palace of Chuxiu, at the Hall of Falling Sunset. Sister, have you heard? Fong Baolin asked, her face filled with anxiety. Last night, Wei Baolin accidentally fell into the lake and drowned. Gumarin nodded gently. I have heard. Fong Baolin's voice tightened. Sister, do you think Wei Baolin truly fell in by accident? Gumarin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you implying? I merely fear, sister, that one day I might meet a similar fate as Wei Baolin, vanishing without a trace. Fong Baolin grasped Gumarin's hand and spoke softly. We have been close friends since our days in the inner chamber. Now that we are in the palace with little support, we must look out for one another. You are right, Gumarin replied, her tone turning somber. His Majesty has yet to summon us, and even the servants below are beginning to neglect their duties. It is truly infuriating. Fong Baolin's brows furrowed as she proposed, Sister, why not take the initiative? Your father has achieved great military success, which is your strength. The moment you enter the palace, you held the highest rank among us, demonstrating His Majesty's regard. Gumarin's eyes flickered, showing signs of interest. Fong Baolin noted her expression and pressed on. If we continue to wait, I fear His Majesty will forget us, and we will have no chance to rise. Gumarin nodded in agreement. What you say is sensible. Back in the Hall of Diligent Governance. At noon, Zhao Chengluan set aside the memorial and pressed his temples. Li Mingde entered slowly. Your Majesty, it is time for lunch. Zhao Chengluan rose. Let us go to Jing'an Palace. As they passed through the imperial garden, melodious singing wafted through the air, ethereal and enchanting, captivating the senses. Zhao Chengluan paused. Who is singing? The song abruptly ceased, and Gumarin, accompanied by Nianqing, approached. Upon seeing Zhao Chengluan, she displayed a hint of surprise, quickly bowing in greeting. Your Majesty, may you live long. Who are you? Zhao Chengluan inquired. I am Gu Yinyao, daughter of the loyal and righteous Marquis. Odd as you rise. Zhao Chengluan, puzzled, asked, What brings you to sing here at this hour? When is time for meals? Gumarin lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and shyly explained. I had a hearty breakfast and came out for a stroll to aid digestion. Upon seeing the beauty of the garden, I could not resist singing. Her voice, as beautiful as the heavens was indeed an understatement. Zhao Chengluan chuckled. Please continue. I shall not disturb you. As he turned to leave, Gu Meiren, in a rush, called out, Your Majesty. Zhao Chengluan turned back. Do you have something to say? As Gu Meiren met his gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head, murmuring, Your Majesty, will you join me for lunch? Not today. I have promised the virtuous consort that I would visit her. Perhaps another day, Zhao Chengluan replied, not allowing her another word. He strode away. Gu Meiren clutched her handkerchief tightly, a fleeting expression of embarrassment and disappointment crossing her face. In Jing'an Palace, Zhao Chengluan and Shen Youli shared laughter as they finished their lunch. He took her hand, resting it on his thigh, his tone almost playful as he complained. After reviewing documents all morning, my head aches. You must help me soothe it. Shen Youli chuckled softly. Your Majesty, amidst your myriad duties, you must also take care of your health. Zhao Chengluan closed his eyes for a brief rest, then gently squeezed her hand, saying, I must take care of myself, for I wish to grow old with you. Tears welled in Shen Youli's eyes as she gazed at him, moved profoundly. Zhao Chengluan, noticing her tears, asked, Why are you crying? Shen Youli shook her head, her heart stirred, rendered speechless. He sat up and embraced her tenderly, whispering, Do not cry. As he wiped her tears, he chuckled. How can you cry more than Chang'e? When she grows up, she will surely laugh at her mother for being so tearful. Shen Youli giggled, Your Majesty? How unkind. I am merely touched. Please remember my words today. Zhao Chengluan gently shook her, affirming, I will not forget. Later that evening, Gu Meiren strolled with Fong Baolin, her tone tinged with reproach. I followed my sister's advice, yet I lost face at noon. Fong Baolin looked astonished. Sister, why such thoughts? Though the emperor did not return to the Chushu Palace with you, he surely remembers you. Do you truly fear he will not summon you? Gu Meiren's expression softened, but she remained silent. Fong Baolin smiled. If you wish to earn the emperor's favor, you must not be overly concerned with appearances. Genuine affection is what truly matters. Gu Meiren sighed. You are right. I have been foolish. Is that not Gu Meiren and Fong Baolin? They looked up to see Xiao Baolin and Sun Youli approaching. Sun Yuni's voice dripped with malice. I heard Gu Meiren attempted to intercept the emperor at noon. Too bad he ultimately chose to visit Consort Jean. She shook her head. One ought to know their own worth before vying for favor. You, Gu Meiren was incensed. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Youli feigned innocence. Did I speak falsely? Did you not seek the emperor? Gu Meiren glared at her, speechless. Fong Baolin intervened, coldly stating, Sister Gu holds a higher rank than you. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Where have your palace manners gone? Xiao Baolin chimed in. If one dares to act, they should not fear judgment from others. I never realized Gu Meiren was so forward. It seems her prior reserve was merely a facade. Sun Yunu chuckled. As the upper beam is crooked, so too is the lower one. Sister, have you forgotten how her mother consorted with outsiders and was subsequently shorn and banished to a nunnery? That very man was the younger brother of the empress. With a sharp crack, Gu Meiren struck Sun Yunu across the face, her expression as cold as ice. If you continue to spew such filth, do you believe I won't strike you down? Gu Meiren hailed from a family of martial generals, possessing skills that exceeded those of an ordinary woman. Her strike rendered Sun Yunu's face immediately swollen, her lips split. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged as she met Gu Meiren's fierce gaze. What a formidable presence Gu Meiren commanded. Xiao Baolin scoffed. Do you think this place is your backyard, where you can harm others at will? She turned to leave, her voice lingering in the air. One might think this palace is under your dominion. Gu Meiren, I shall seek an audience with the Empress Dowager to ascertain who truly governs here. Sun Yunu regained her composure and shot them a fierce glare as she followed. Fong Baolin, visibly anxious, whispered, Sister, what shall we do? Gu Meiren exhaled deeply, her left hand pressing down on her trembling right. In a solemn tone, she replied, They are supported by the Empress Dowager and Concubine Da. Within the harem, only Consort Jean and Consort Gao can stand against them. Do you mean? With a heavy sigh, Gu Meiren concluded, We can only seek assistance and see where that leads us. Chapter 79, Seeking Assistance. Gu Meiren and Fong Baolin hurried to Jing'an Palace, anxiously waiting at the entrance. Du Ruo entered the room to report, Your Highness, Gu Marin and Fong Baolin are requesting an audience outside. Shen Youli was playing with her son, and with a barely perceptible furrow of her brow, she replied, I have no time to entertain these newcomers. Send them away. Du Ruo hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Shen Youli raised her eyes, asking, what has happened? Gu Marin just had a dispute with Lady Sun and struck her. Xiao Baolin has taken Lady Sun to the Empress Dowager for justice, Du Ruo explained. Gu Marin, in a state of panic, specifically came to beseech your highness. Noticing Shen Youli's silence, Du Ruo added, Your highness, Gu Marin and Fong Baolin appear quite anxious. How intriguing. Shen Youli's thoughts raced, and she smiled. Let them in. Gu and Fong entered Jing'an Palace, too preoccupied to take in the decor, and upon seating themselves in the hall, they exhibited signs of restlessness. Shen Youli did not keep them waiting long, and soon emerged. The two quickly rose to pay their respects to the Jin Xianfei. No need for formalities, Shen Youli said, taking her seat at the head of the table. You may sit. Thank you, your highness. The two only perched on the edge of their chairs, sitting upright. Gu Marin, anxious, began, your highness. However, she faltered, for though she had glimpsed Jin Xianfei from afar during the chrysanthemum banquet, her heart had been racing, preventing her from looking directly at the stage. As a result, she had only a vague impression of the Xianfei's appearance. Now, observing her closely, Gu Marin found Jin Xianfei stunningly radiant, her demeanor refined, rendering Gu Marin momentarily spellbound. The typically proud Gu Marin felt a wave of self-doubt. It was no wonder the emperor favored her. Jin Xianfei truly became more enchanting the longer one gazed upon her. Shen Youli raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with curiosity. Gu Marin? Startled back to reality, Gu Marin lowered her gaze and spoke earnestly, Your Highness. It was indeed Lady Sun who first insulted my mother. In a moment of anger, I struck her. I did not intend to violate palace regulations. It was worth noting that she had been the one to inform against the Countess of Loyalty and Righteousness when she had been caught in an affair with Shen Huaiqiu. Shen Youli sighed inwardly. Well, she would assist her this once, as a form of compensation. You need not be alarmed. This matter is manageable. Upon hearing this, Gu Marin lifted her gaze, fixated on Shen Youli's eyes. I humbly seek your highness's guidance. Shen Youli smiled slightly. Lady Sun's insult to your mother was indeed her fault. Yet your private retaliation has placed you at a disadvantage. Our court values filial piety. If one were to witness their mother being insulted and remain indifferent, it would surely bring disgrace upon themselves. Gu Marin seemed to grasp the meaning. Your highness implies that I should plead my case to the Empress Dowager? Shen Youli chuckled softly. What purpose does it serve to argue with someone on opposing sides? It is far better to appeal to His Majesty, for ultimately, he is the sovereign of this realm, is he not? Gu Marin knelt, her expression fervent. I am grateful for your highness's counsel. I shall not delay. I will go at once. Wait, Shen Youli called after them. Remember to remove your hairpin as an apology. The more pitifully you express it, the better. Yes, thank you. Your highness, your majesty's grace is immense. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I shall surely repay it. Shen Youli nodded with a smile, urging, do hurry. The two departed swiftly, while Fong Baolin lagged half a step behind, his expression clouded. Who would have thought that Jin Xianfei was such a paragon of talent and beauty? Outside the Qingjing Hall, Gu Marin, clad in pure white and devoid of any adornments, knelt sorrowfully before the hall, exclaiming, This guilty servant, Gu Yunyao, pays her respects to your majesty. Zhao Chengluan lifted his gaze, inquiring about the situation. Li Mingda whispered, It is said that Gu Marin had a dispute with Sun Yunyang, and it escalated to physical confrontation. Xiao Baolin has taken Sun Yunyang to seek the Empress Dowager's support. Zhao Chengluan remained non-committal, letting out a light snort. Your Majesty, this humble servant acknowledges her wrongdoing in violating palace regulations and is deserving of punishment. Gu Marin's voice trembled with emotion. However, as a daughter, how could I stand idly by while another insults my mother? Would that not render me worse than a beast? Even if my mother has erred, it is not for Sun Yunyang to wield against me as a weapon. Zhao Chengluan sighed. Let her rise. Return and copy the palace regulations 100 times, and be confined for a month. I shall speak to the Empress Dowager on your behalf. Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Mingde stepped outside to open the door, and Gu Marin looked up with tear-filled eyes. Li Mingde smiled. You may return, for His Majesty will plead for you with the Empress Dowager. Remember to copy the palace regulations 100 times and observe a month of confinement. Gu Marin exhaled a breath of relief, bowed thrice, and declared, Thank you, Your Majesty. For your mercy, I shall return and reflect upon my actions. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingzhu stormed into Shokong Palace with Sun Yunyang. The Empress Dowager had just finished her ablutions and was preparing to rest. Being interrupted, she felt a twinge of displeasure. As she listened to their grievances, her agitation grew. Her expression fierce as she declared, A mere beauty dares to raise her hand in public. How audacious! I was against her selection to the palace from start. And indeed, she is not a source of tranquility. Sun Yunyang, with a swollen face and a crooked hairpin, looked utterly pitiable. Through her sobs, she protested, Even if I have misspoken, Gu Marin has no right to lay hands upon me. Where does she place Your Majesty? She merely acts with impunity due to her father's military achievements. Xiao Baolin's voice turned cold. Aunt, the moment Gu Marin entered the palace, her status eclipsed mine. Why not seize this opportunity to bring her down? The Empress Dowager took a sip of fragrant tea. You speak wisely. Summon the attendants. Convey my decree. Xiao Lu and Li Mingde entered, and she softly addressed them. Your Majesty sent you at such a late hour for what purpose? Long live the Empress Dowager. Li Mingde knelt respectfully, stating, I report to the Empress Dowager that Gu Marin recently knelt outside the Qingzheng Hall to seek forgiveness. The Emperor, upon hearing of the altercation between Gu Marin and Sun Yunyang, expressed that filial piety is paramount, and thus deemed Gu Marin's actions understandable. She shall be confined for a month and required to copy the palace regulations 100 times. He cast a cautious glance at the Empress Dowager and continued, Your Majesty is quite vexed that Lady Sun dares to disturb your rest at such a late hour. She has been reprimanded for her lack of decorum, having spoken out of turn and then audaciously seeking to accuse others first. The Emperor has decreed a month of house arrest for her to reflect upon her actions. Lady Sun was left in a state of shock, while Xiao Baolin's expression darkened. The Empress Dowager, with a gentle smile, remarked, I am aware. The Emperor and I share the same thoughts. Then, with genuine concern, she added, It is quite late, and the Emperor is still engrossed in state affairs. Please remind him to take care of himself and retire early. Certainly, I shall convey every word to the Emperor, the servant replied, taking his leave. Your Majesty, please rest early. The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile, but once he exited, her expression turned grave as she rose and retreated to her inner chambers. You may return now, and remember to be cautious in your words and actions henceforth. Your Majesty, Lady Sun timidly inquired, Will you not intervene on my behalf? The Empress Dowager scoffed disdainfully. You presume to engage me in a quarrel with the Emperor? With that, she vanished from sight. Lady Sun turned to Xiao Baolin for assistance. But he, visibly displeased, said, You should accept your punishment and remain confined. Why are you still here? Are you waiting for someone to summon you? With her head hung low in despair, Lady Sun rose and followed after him. Chapter 80. Private Affairs. Wang Xiaorong wandered aimlessly, her heart heavy with melancholy. Suddenly, In Exine pointed ahead and whispered, Your Highness, it is the noble consort Xiao. Wang Xiaorong halted, her expression shifting like the wind. Your Highness? After a brief pause, a sinister smile crept onto her lips as she strode forward. It has been a long time since I last saw Sister Da. I shall pay her a visit for a little chat. Greetings, Sister De. By the shores of Yuhuan Lake, Consort Xiao was feeding koi fish with her hands. Upon hearing the voice, she turned around. Is it you? It has indeed been a while since I last saw Wang Xiaorong. Wang Xiaorong approached with a smile. Sister, you truly have exquisite taste. However, I recall that Wei Baolin drowned right here in Yuhuan Lake. Does it not bother you? Consort Xiao chuckled dismissively, scattering the fish food into the lake, causing the fish to scramble for the morsels. What is there to avoid? Even when she was alive, I did not regard her. Do you think I would fear her in death? Indeed, you are formidable, sister. I admire you. Wang Xiaorong gazed at the fish fighting over the food, lamenting, "Sister, do you not think these fish resemble us women of the harem, vying for the emperor's favor?" Consort Xiao regarded her coldly. "What are you trying to say?" Wang Xiaorong's face reflected her discontent. With the empress's influence waning, the virtuous and demure consorts now held significant power, basking in their glory. "Since suffering a miscarriage, I have not seen the emperor and refuse to remain idle any longer." A playful smile crossed Consort Zhao's lips. "If you have something to say, do not hesitate. I seek your protection, dear sister. Do you disdain me for my perceived foolishness?" Consort Xiao laughed lightly. "If you were truly foolish, there would be no clever individuals left in this harem." Wang Xiaorong flattered. "I am grateful for your esteem. I shall devote myself entirely to serving you henceforth." "Very well," Consort Xiao replied languidly. "I have been out for a while. I shall return now. Take care, sister." Wang Xiaorong bowed, watching as Consort Xiao leisurely departed. "Your Highness, Consort Xiao is not one to be trifled with. Why do you seek her favor? Moreover, the emperor has also grown distant from her," Xian questioned, perplexed. Wang Xiaorong's eyes darkened with malice as she spat. "What choice do I have? At this moment, who else can contend with the virtuous consort Jean?" Xian lowered her head in awkward silence. Wang Xiaorong gritted her teeth. "The vengeance for my child shall be avenged." In the Imperial Medical Hall, it was now noon, and the physicians had gone to lunch, leaving only Qi Yin and Physician Xiu behind. Qi Yin closed the medical tome and stood up. Physician Xiu smiled. "Are you heading for lunch, Physician Qi?" Qi Yin paused and asked indifferently, "Would you care to join me, Physician Xiu?" Physician Xiu shook his head in resignation. "I have yet to finish my work, so I must defer my meal." Qi Yin nodded slightly and exited the hall. Physician Xiu glanced around and quickly approached Qi Yin's desk, slipping a note into the medical book. After the afternoon break, the physicians returned in succession to resume their duties. Dr. Chiu approached Dr. Zhou's table and inquired, "Old Zhou, do you have the Shenong Benchao Jing? I need to peruse it for a particular ailment's medication that requires further confirmation. I took it home yesterday, and in my haste this morning, I forgot to bring it." Dr. Zhou glanced around and pointed to Qi Yan's desk, saying, "Isn't there a copy over there? Let's borrow it and take a look." The two of them walked over, and as Dr. Chiu picked up the medical book, a slip of paper fell out. "What is this?" Dr. Zhou picked it up and read aloud, "If love is to last long, it need not be measured by daily encounters." He jested. Dr. Qi usually presents a frigid demeanor. Who would have thought he harbors such romantic inclinations? Dr. Chiu chuckled mischievously. "Quick, let us see which maiden has left this note for Dr. Qi." As Dr. Zhou read further down, he paused, startled. "Youli? This name sounds somewhat familiar." Dr. Chiu's expression turned grave, and he swiftly covered Dr. Zhou's mouth. Confused, Dr. Zhou removed his hand, asking, "What are you doing?" Dr. Chiu pulled him into a corner and whispered, "Think about the name of the favored consort Jean. Are you trying to get us both killed by speaking so loudly?" Realization dawned on Dr. Zhou, and his face paled, rendering him speechless for a moment. Dr. Chiu spoke in a hushed tone. "I never imagined Qi Yin would be so audacious as to disrupt the imperial harem." Dr. Zhou, his demeanor serious and upright, declared this cannot stand. "I must report this to His Majesty. I shall accompany you. We cannot allow the emperor to remain in ignorance." The two exchanged a glance and hastily made their exit. Just then, Qi Yin entered, noticing the troubled expressions and hurried movements of the two men. "Colleagues, what has transpired to warrant such urgency?" Dr. Zhou scoffed, brushing past him. Dr. Chiu shot him a look of disappointment, saying nothing as he followed suit. Qi Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the oddness of their behavior. In the Hall of Diligent Governance, Zhao Chengluan sat at his desk, unfolding the note. Dr. Zhou and Chiu knelt before him, holding their breath in anticipation. After a moment, Zhao Chengluan chuckled softly. "So, you claim this note was discovered with Dr. Qi?" Dr. Zhou replied, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed true. The note was found by me and Dr. Chiu in Dr. Qi's medical book." Zhao Chengluan's gaze darkened, his tone devoid of emotion. "Are you suggesting that Consort Jean is involved with Dr. Qi?" Dr. Chiu, visibly anxious, replied, "I dared not believe it at first, but upon reflection, Dr. Qi became acquainted with Consort Jean within the inner chambers, and since entering the palace, he has been the one to check her pulse daily. With such prolonged contact, feelings could very well develop. He paused, cautiously observing Zhao Chengluan's expression, then resolutely added, whether it's true or not can be determined by comparing it to Consort Jin's handwriting. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Dr. Qiu's heart raced. Finally, Zhao Chengluan instructed in a low voice, summon Consort Jin. Dr. Qiu inwardly sighed in relief. As long as the emperor harbored even a hint of suspicion, Consort Jin would find herself in a perilous position. In Jing'an Palace, an exclamation of disbelief echoed what? Upon hearing Li Mingda's message, Chuanxi gasped, her face etched with concern as she glanced toward Shen Youli, hesitating to speak. After a moment of silence, Shen Youli inquired, what was His Majesty's reaction? Li Mingda lowered his gaze and replied, Your Highness, His Majesty did not exhibit a significant response. He merely requested your presence. Rising to her feet, Shen Youli's voice remained composed, stating, Then let us proceed. In the Qingjin Hall, Shen Youli entered with grace, her demeanor serene and her posture elegant, betraying not a hint of anxiety. Approaching the table, she bowed respectfully, uttering, Long live your Majesty. Arise, Zhao Chengluan commanded, his gaze fixed upon her face as he queried, Virtuous consort, are you aware of the purpose for which I summoned you? I arrived in haste, having only heard a mention from Lord Li. The specifics, however, remain unclear to me. Shen Youli's smile was radiant, yet her words were startling as she continued. I have heard it said that someone has accused me of having an affair with Physician Qi. At this point, she laughed, her voice ringing like a clear silver bell. Your Majesty, this is truly the most amusing jest I have encountered this year. Physician Qiu stood frozen, staring at her in astonishment. Chapter 81. Do you trust me? Shen Youli retracted her smile, gazing intently at Physician Qiu. What do you think of the comparison between His Majesty and Physician Qi? Physician Qiu, momentarily taken aback, responded, His Majesty possesses a